Chapter 75. The animals have returned on their own. A few minutes later, Qin Tian arrived at a construction waste landfill not far from the zoo, driving his car. The site was filled with heaps of debris, which had seemingly been piled there for ages, almost transforming into a primordial jungle. The landfill spanned a vast area, surrounded by tall fences and overgrown with weeds and shrubs, making it a place where few ventured. After exiting his vehicle, Qin Tian strode purposefully into this urban wasteland, ensuring that he was not observed. He then slowly retrieved the Baishou D. While he could employ the Tianji technique to locate one or two animals, this time he faced the exodus of over 100 creatures. Calculating their whereabouts individually would take an eternity. Thus, using the Baishou D was the most effective approach. Placing the Baishou D to his lips, he took a moment to compose himself before unleashing a melodious and unique tune that radiated outward from him. At the very instant the notes filled the air, all animals within a 5-kilometer radius stirred restlessly. In a nearby residential complex, a pet cat that had been eating just moments before suddenly began meowing towards the window. Meanwhile, a dog playing with a frisbee on the lawn below became agitated. Before its owner could react, it broke free from its leash and dashed outside. Fortunately, the owner was quick enough to catch the leash, or it would have escaped. It was not only these two pets. Any cat or dog within Qin Tian's 5-kilometer vicinity exhibited similar behavior. Those animals with owners or kept indoors fared better, but the stray cats and dogs wasted no time sprinting towards Qin Tian's location. Additionally, snakes hidden in the grass, rats lurking in the sewers, and birds perched in trees joined the fray. Regardless of their dietary habits, as long as they weren't confined, all creatures ran in the same direction. Soon, the streets were filled with a spectacle reminiscent of the great animal migrations on the African savanna. Passers-by, even towering men weighing 300 pounds, couldn't help but scream at the sight. It was inevitable. If one were to identify the most populous animal in the city, it would undoubtedly be the rat. When swarms of them raced down the streets like a tidal wave, anyone witnessing it would experience intense fear and discomfort. Thankfully, Qin Tian had only summoned creatures from within a 5-kilometer radius. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more astonishing. After a little over 10 minutes, groups of small animals began to filter through the fence to Qin Tian's side. As he surveyed the area, he found the landfill teeming with a variety of animals. Upon noticing numerous rats, Qin Tian frowned and addressed them, saying, "You rats should not join the commotion. Return to where you came from." No sooner had he spoken than the rats scurried back. Once they had departed, he proceeded to send away the snakes, cats, and dogs as well. The animals remaining did not appear to be escapees from the zoo. With the rats, snakes, and pets gone, the number of creatures present was significantly reduced, yet many remained. "What on earth is this? A large fat pig? Who raises pigs in the city?" Qin Tian exclaimed, showing a bemused expression as he ushered it back. "What is this? An alpaca? This can't be from a zoo, but then again, perhaps it should stay. Who knows?" He continued, "Oh, is that a crocodile? Green Vine City has crocodiles? Whether it's from the zoo or not is irrelevant. I'll take it back later. You stay. A fox? It must be from the zoo. You stay too. An ostrich? This one is definitely from the zoo. Is this a ball python? It should also belong to the zoo." At this moment, he resembled an animal detective, discerning which creatures were zoo escapees and which were not. He dispersed those that weren't from the zoo and retained those that were. Ultimately, he found that he had kept over 500 animals. It was unavoidable. Some creatures left him uncertain about their origins. "This seems a bit excessive. Only about 100 animals escaped, yet I've gathered over 500. Gazing at the throng of creatures before him, Qin Tian rubbed his chin, a troubled expression crossing his face. Hey, alpaca over there. Don't eat just yet. Can you tell me if you escaped from a zoo?" However, not a single animal responded. Clearly, their intelligence was insufficient to grasp such a sophisticated inquiry. Even if they could comprehend, they likely wouldn't speak the truth, for entering the zoo equated to a life of comfort and security for them. "Let's return you all to the zoo. The specifics of whether you are zoo animals can be left to the staff there." With that, he once again produced the Baishou D. Shortly, a melody only the gathered animals could hear emanated from his hands. Upon hearing the tune, the animals promptly followed him, forming a long line. Thus, Qin Tian walked and played the flute, with the animals closely trailing behind. Before long, he led the animals out of the landfill. To avoid detection, he also cast a spell of invisibility upon himself. Once outside, he checked the direction of the zoo and began his journey towards it. Although the Green Vine City Zoo was somewhat remote, it was certainly not in an uninhabited area. As Qin Tian paraded through the streets with his entourage of animals, It was nearly impossible not to attract attention. When a passing car screeched to a halt beside him, a man with an incredulous expression poked his head out of the window. What on earth is happening? Why are the animals lined up in a queue? Honey, wake up. Quick, look at the animals. Meanwhile, a group of pedestrians crossing the street happened to witness this extraordinary scene. Oh my, look over there. So many animals. Wait, these animals are actually waiting for the traffic light. Ah, how adorable. Is that an alpaca? And there's an ostrich, a crocodile, and a huge python. They seem to be heading towards the zoo. Let's go, let's follow and see. As they spoke, this group of pedestrians trailed behind the animal procession. As time passed, more and more people joined the following crowd, all curious about the destination and the animals' remarkable discipline. However, the figure at the front, Qin Tian, remained invisible to them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Green Vine City Zoo, Director Suen Haiqiang and several staff members anxiously awaited news. Have the two black bears and the leopard been found yet? What about the other animals? Oh no, it's almost dark. If night falls, finding them will be even more challenging. Moreover, without food for an extended period, they may become more aggressive and difficult to control. Has there been any news from Xiaoli's team? None. What about Xiaolio's team? Also nothing, but someone saw a group of monkeys running into the forest park. Aside from the monkeys, have any other animals been spotted? No. Many animals are nocturnal and will likely come out only at night. Just as Suen Haiqiang was at his wit's end, a zookeeper suddenly rushed towards him, panic etched across his face. Director, they're back. They've returned. Upon hearing this, Suen Haiqiang immediately frowned and gazed at him. What do you mean returned? The animals have returned, the zookeeper gasped. Who brought them back? Upon hearing this, Suen Haiqiang's face instantly lit up with a smile. The zookeeper, however, wore a peculiar expression. You might as well see for yourself. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qin Tian appeared with a very group of animals at the main road in front of the zoo. As the throng of animals marched in orderly formation at the zoo entrance, Suen Haiqiang, along with the zoo's officials and zookeepers, displayed expressions of sheer astonishment. They had contemplated numerous scenarios for the animals' return, yet none had envisioned that the creatures would return of their own volition, let alone in such an orderly manner. After the initial shock, a hint of confusion suddenly crossed Suen Haiqiang's face. This doesn't seem right. How could there be so many? We didn't have this many escape. He added, and where did that alpaca come from? Do we even keep alpacas in our zoo? At that moment, he felt his mind was somewhat overwhelmed. Simultaneously, as a large number of animals returned to Looting City Zoo on the opposite end of the city, in Looting City Forest Park, hundreds of monkeys, each with distinct appearances, arrived at the Monkey Mountain under the guidance of a one-armed monkey. With a vigorous wave of its arm, the one-armed monkey led the troop of monkeys rushing towards the iron cage at the Monkey Mountain. At that time, the Monkey Mountain keeper had already finished work, leaving the entire area deserted. As soon as the incoming monkeys entered the Monkey Mountain zone, they began to hurl stones and other objects to violently smash the locks of the iron cages. Before long, the cages confining the monkeys were forcefully broken open, allowing hundreds of monkeys to escape. The one-armed monkey waved its arm once more, and the assembled monkeys erupted into chaotic cries. In the next moment, the one-armed monkey led the troop in a wild dash towards the exit of the forest park, with more monkeys joining their ranks along the way, their destination being the urban area of Looting City. Chapter 76. The riotous monkeys. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, darkness enveloped the entire vicinity of Green Vine City. However, for the vast majority, the true essence of their time was just beginning. Less than 2 kilometers away from Forest Park lay the renowned night market of Green Vine City, sprawling over an area exceeding 80,000 square meters, showcasing an array of culinary delights from all corners of the world. At this juncture, coinciding with the transition from spring to summer, the weather had become increasingly warm, prompting a multitude of citizens and university students to venture out in search of delectable treats. Among the myriad of stalls, the famous Zhang Lao San barbecue was bustling with patrons, with crowds forming layers both inside and out. The entrance, a modest expanse of less than 100 square meters, accommodated around 20 tables, and one table was occupied by a group of 7 or 8 university students. They indulged in skewers of grilled meat while sipping on beer. "I'm stuffed, utterly stuffed. I can't eat another bite," declared a young man clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, patting his round belly after finishing a skewer of grilled beef fat. Upon hearing his words, a dark-skinned fellow seated beside him immediately teased, who was it that claimed he could devour 10 skewers of grilled kidneys? Look at you now, and you can't even manage more than this. Indeed, this, and this, he gestured dismissively are all utterly unappetizing. If you can't finish, at least leave it for us. We agreed beforehand. Whoever orders must finish. If you can't handle it, then polish off the drinks on the table. Chimed in another young man wearing a sleeveless t-shirt as he cracked open a bottle of beer. Let us take a breather. Surely that's acceptable. Come on, let's play a game. Once we're done, we can continue eating, suggested a boy in a white short-sleeve shirt, pulling out his phone and launching the popular game. Honor of Kings. The others, noticing his actions, swiftly followed suit, retrieving their phones and opening the same game. Before long, they were engrossed in their digital world, utterly oblivious to the agile figures leaping onto the blue steel roofs above the night market. Under the cover of darkness, these nimble silhouettes swiftly infiltrated the market. Soon, a cacophony of gasps erupted from somewhere within the night market. This sound, almost contagious, spread rapidly to those nearby. Accompanying the startled cries were the clattering sounds of chaos. As the noise intensified, throngs of diners reveling in their culinary experiences began to flee towards the market's exit, though many outside were initially unaware of the commotion. Upon witnessing the panicked exodus, they too hastily joined the throng in retreat. In the blink of an eye, the entire night market descended into utter disarray. Meanwhile, the group of university students remained blissfully ignorant, still lost in their gaming escapades. Assist the team. The jungler is coming to take the dragon while you're out gathering herbs. Marksman, stop daydreaming and hurry over. Go, go, go. Damn it, I've died again. The latest proposal found a young man, frustrated by the grayed-out screen of his game, contemplating the absurdity of using his phone to chop vegetables on the table. With still over 40 seconds left until his resurrection, he casually picked up a skewer from the table. However, just as he was about to bring the grilled skewer to his mouth, he suddenly froze. Following his gaze, he spotted, less than 10 meters away, a monkey with a reddish rear rummaging through items on a dining table. After devouring a few marinated peanuts, it proceeded to pour beer down its throat. Before the first monkey could take another sip, a larger and more robust monkey leaped forth, snatching the beer bottle and drinking with gusto. The scene rendered the young man, who was poised to enjoy his skewer, utterly dumbfounded. When he finally turned to glance at his companions, he was met with the sight of dozens of monkeys scampering about the night market. Once he regained his senses, he hastily tapped his friend's shoulder. Monkeys! Monkeys! The boy who was tapped wore a look of confusion. What monkeys? Aren't those just the lizards? No, there's a whole horde of monkeys over there. What are you afraid of? I could take one down with my bare hands, he replied, not even lifting his eyes from his game. The young man in the short sleeves was now in a frenzy. Monkeys have invaded the night market. If you won't run, I will. With that, he sprang to his feet. The other boys, engrossed in their game, finally turned to see what the commotion was about. Just one glance revealed dozens of monkeys leaping around nearby. Perhaps sensing their attention, or perhaps emboldened by their drunken revelry, the wild monkeys seized bottles of drinks and beer, hurling them toward the group. Crash! A beer bottle smashed against a nearby pillar, shattering into a myriad of glass shards. Only then did the befuddled college students comprehend the gravity of the situation. Abandoning their game, they shoved their phones into their pockets and began to flee. The patrons at the adjacent tables mirrored their panic. Soon, chaos erupted outside the night market, with monkeys that had feasted and drunk their fill bursting forth from within. They hurled anything they could find and chased after people. Though not particularly large, these creatures were incredibly agile and swift, rendering ordinary individuals no match for them. Even those capable of confronting them had no desire to risk injury, aware that monkeys also carried potential diseases. Moreover, these animals bore grudges. Anyone daring to strike would find themselves besieged by a horde of monkeys. In less than half an hour, the once bustling night market was nearly deserted. The monkeys, reveling in their victory, screeched triumphantly throughout the market. At this moment, the one-armed monkey that had previously incited them stepped forward once more. Just as it had in the forest park, it ascended onto the beams of the night market's canopy, passionately delivering a fervent speech. The emotions of the assembled monkey troop were instantly stirred by its presence. As the one-armed monkey raised its arm in a rallying cry, the monkeys surged out of the night market in a frenzied rush towards their next objective. Wherever they passed, chaos ensued. Commercial streets, residential areas, and avenues lay in disarray, with pedestrians lamenting their misfortune. Soon, someone reported the situation to the Public Security Bureau and other relevant authorities. The city zoo is no exception. When Sun Haiqiang, who was busy managing a group of animals that had come to them, learned of the situation, he was filled with dread. This time, these monkeys would surely be the end of me. Lao Wang immediately arranged for someone to go to the Municipal Police Bureau to assist in capturing all those monkeys, especially the one-armed one. It must be behind this incident, he commanded. Upon hearing Sun Haiqiang's orders, Wang Guangji, the zoo's deputy director, nodded fervently. Just as he was about to leave, Sun Haiqiang added, "Be sure to call the keepers from Monkey Mountain. They have more interaction with the monkeys and may be of assistance." "Understood, Director," replied Wang Guangji as he departed the zoo with the most experienced keepers in tow. Chapter 77. The Dangerous One-Armed Monkey King. Within the brightly lit Municipal Police Bureau of Wolftang City, nearly all relevant department heads had been summoned. Among them was Zhou Yufei from the Criminal Investigation Team, whose recent string of successes in solving major cases had elevated her from a mere officer to a first-class inspector at a remarkable pace. Ma Guoming, the deputy director responsible for urban security, sat at the head of the conference room, his face etched with seriousness. Everyone should have a general understanding of the situation by now. As of this moment, the monkey troop has attacked multiple neighborhoods and commercial districts, resulting in over 100 injuries among citizens. According to eyewitness accounts, the number of monkeys involved in this urban assault may exceed 1,000, the majority being macaques, known for their unruly temperament and high aggression. If we allow them to continue roaming the city, it will pose a significant threat to the safety and property of the populace. Therefore, our mission today is to capture every last one of these monkeys roaming the city. Not a single one must escape. Do we all understand? As Ma Guoming concluded his statement, the assembled officers responded in unison. Understood. Furthermore, due to the unusual nature of this situation, we have enlisted the assistance of staff from the city zoo. I would now like to invite Director Wang from the zoo to provide an overview of these monkeys' characteristics. As Ma Guoming's words faded, the vice director of the city zoo, Wang Guangji, entered with an expression of deep unease. Upon entering the conference room, he bowed deeply to all present, expressing his sincere apologies for the considerable trouble caused. Although the majority of the monkey troop that had invaded the city was not from our zoo, their incursion was undoubtedly provoked by a monkey from our premises. Therefore, to resolve this issue, our best course of action would be to capture the instigating monkey. With that, he presented a pre-prepared USB drive. Once connected to the projector in the meeting room, an image soon illuminated the screen, revealing the one-armed monkey that had been released into the forest park. The creature's fierce demeanor and shrewd gaze were unmistakable. A sense of curiosity flickered across the faces of those in the room. "Director Wang, are you suggesting that capturing this monkey will resolve the problem?" inquired Sun Jigang, the captain of the criminal police team. "Not entirely, but I firmly believe that apprehending it will address a significant portion of the issue," Wang Guangji replied with a serious expression. "You may not realize this, but this monkey is no ordinary creature. Its intelligence far surpasses that of typical monkeys. Our estimations suggest its IQ is equivalent to that of a 10-year-old human child." "Is that truly the case?" "Not an exaggeration at all. Its name is Man-Man, a 6-year-old adult male macaque. Initially, it was not housed in the zoo, but was kept by a street performer. It traveled far and wide with that performer, gaining considerable worldly experience, and it even solved mathematical problems. Later, in a desperate bid for freedom, it severed its own hand, which was bound by a chain, with a kitchen knife. At this revelation, the officers exchanged bewildered glances. Subsequently, it was brought to our zoo, where it was placed in Monkey Mountain. Originally, there was a reigning monkey king, but after its arrival, it employed various tactics to win over the other monkeys and even orchestrated the drowning of the king. Once the king perished, it assumed the throne as the new Monkey King. Hearing this, the officers felt a shiver run down their spines. A monkey possessing such intelligence resembled not a mere animal, but rather a being clad in the guise of a monkey. "How did it manage to escape?" interjected Zhou Yufei, seated next to Sun Jigang. "It escaped last night. Initially, we were perplexed about how it broke free from its enclosure until we reviewed the surveillance footage this morning, which revealed that it used a small piece of wire to pick the lock of its cage. Not only did it unlock its own cage, but it also inadvertently unlocked others, resulting in the escape of over 100 animals from the zoo. Initially, we struggled to comprehend why it sought to liberate other animals. However, clarity has now dawned upon me. Its intention in releasing them was not to grant freedom, but rather to utilize the fleeing creatures as a diversion, thereby draining our focus and energy. At this moment, the police officers in the conference room were left utterly speechless, their astonishment palpable. A beast possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans poses a far greater threat than lions or tigers. Just then, Wang Guangji interjected, adding a crucial point. It is imperative to note that due to its past experiences, it harbors an intense animosity towards humanity. This time, leading the troop of monkeys down the mountain is likely an act of vengeance. Thus, it may resort to even more egregious actions. Upon hearing this, the attendees furrowed their brows in concern. Wang, the director, had conveyed all pertinent information. The situation was indeed more severe than we had anticipated. Therefore, it is crucial that we act swiftly, especially given that the incident occurred within the city limits. Under no circumstances are we to discharge our firearms unless absolutely necessary. Let us commence our operations. With Deputy Director Ma Guoming as command, the entire municipal police force sprang into action. Additionally, with reinforcements from nearby precincts, the number of officers involved surpassed 1,000. Before long, these officers, accompanied by zoo staff, hastened to the site of the most recent monkey attack. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a scene of utter devastation on the street. Every shop, regardless of its trade, had fallen victim to the monkey's rampage. The most severely impacted establishment was a fruit shop, where every piece of fruit had either been taken or smashed to smithereens. The havoc was not limited to businesses. Vehicles parked along the roadside suffered similar fates, with numerous cars' roofs and windshields trampled by the marauding monkeys. Witnessing this chaos, the arriving officers' expressions darkened. Wang's assertions were indeed accurate. These monkeys had descended with the explicit intent of exacting revenge upon humanity. If this behavior persisted, the entire city of Ultang would descend into disorder. As Captain Sun Jigang uttered these words, a police officer from a nearby precinct rushed towards him. Urgency etched across his face. "Captain Sun, we have just received a report from residents of the adjacent community, indicating that monkeys have infiltrated their neighborhood." Without hesitation, Sun Jigang rallied his fellow officers, and they promptly boarded their vehicles, heading towards the residential area. However, upon reaching an intersection, they encountered yet another unexpected predicament. The once orderly street had devolved into chaos, as all traffic lights at the junction had been dismantled by the monkeys. Without the regulation of traffic lights, compounded by the evening rush hour, the entire area's traffic was virtually paralyzed. Meanwhile, drivers caught in the gridlock frantically honked their horns, some even resorting to vocal outbursts of frustration. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Jigang, growing impatient, promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie. He ordered everyone to disembark and proceed on foot. With that, he was the first to swing open the police vehicle's door and step out. Following him, a multitude of officers exited the car, also opting to walk. At that moment, two men in the middle of the road, embroiled in a dispute and refusing to yield, rolled up their sleeves. However, before they could engage in a brawl, they caught sight of a throng of uniformed police officers, armed and hastening towards them. The pair, initially prepared to fight, immediately embraced each other. "My apologies, brother. It's all right. My tone was rather harsh as well." "Ha, officer, we had no intention of fighting. We merely wished to share a hug." "Indeed, my friend, you smell delightful." Yet, the passing officers paid them no heed and continued straight towards a nearby residential area. Such a commotion instantly drew the attention of a large crowd. Since their vehicles were not going anywhere anytime soon, many decided to leave their cars behind and join the spectacle. Among the array of vehicles, one marked with Shushan Vocational Technical School was also parked there. "What is going on? Why are there so many police officers? Could it be related to those escaped animals? Well, I might as well go see for myself." As he spoke, Qin Tian opened the car door, stepped out, and, holding several skewers of red willow lamb kebabs, followed the flow of people toward a nearby residential complex. Chapter 78: The Mysterious Figure in Black and the Taming of the Monkey Horde. After a few minutes, Qin Tian found himself among a throng of onlookers outside a residential community. At this moment, the expansive area was surrounded by at least 10,000 people, comprising residents from this and other neighborhoods, passers-by, and a substantial number of uniformed officers. All eyes were fixed on the interior of the community. Just as Qin Tian was about to inquire about the unfolding situation, a thunderous noise erupted from ahead. Bang! When he turned to investigate the source of the sound, he discovered a shattered glass bottle scattered on the ground approximately 30 meters away. The shattering of the bottle startled the gathered crowd, causing them to recoil in alarm. At that instant, another object plummeted from above. Bang! Another resounding crash. This time, it was a half brick. Upon impact, the brick shattered into fragments, and one could only imagine the lethal consequences had it struck a person. With two items having fallen in quick succession, the crowd became increasingly frightened, retreating further back, uncertain of what might descend next. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the air, exclaiming, "Look over there, monkeys!" Hearing this cry, the crowd collectively turned their gazes upwards. With just a glance, they spotted a cluster of diminutive figures perched atop the rooftop of a residential building. Were they not monkeys? There were more over there. And there. Goodness, how many monkeys have infiltrated this community? It was astounding. The entire rooftop was overrun by these primates. The recent commotion was undoubtedly caused by this very troop. What were they up to? Were they preparing to wage war against humanity? A real-life rendition of Rise of the Planet of the Apes? No wonder so many officers had arrived. It appeared the monkeys were staging a rebellion. You see, I have a friend near the night market in the park, and I've heard that the entire market has been occupied by monkeys. It's not just the night market. These monkeys have wreaked havoc, vandalizing several locations along their path. Monkeys are indeed troublemakers. Wasn't there a case of one causing destruction in another's territory, resulting in a 500-year prison sentence? One must tread carefully with these creatures. They harbor grudges. I once angered one by stealing its blue item, and it relentlessly pursued me throughout an entire game. Interestingly, this community is aptly named Flower and Fruit Garden, and it seems fate has intertwined its destiny with that of the monkeys. While the crowd lamented the situation, the monkeys occupying the high ground began hurling objects downward. From over 30 stories up, even a falling egg could prove fatal. What's more, the monkeys were tossing bottles and bricks. In such circumstances, no one dared approach. Not even the officers wielding riot shields, their expressions betraying trepidation. This cannot continue. These monkeys are more troublesome than humans, unbound by legal or moral constraints, driven solely by primal instinct. Furthermore, having seized the high ground, subduing them has become exceedingly difficult. In a relatively safe area beneath the building, Sun Jigang and his fellow officers held their shields aloft, their faces darkened with concern. Director Wang, as an expert in animal behavior, what do you propose we do about this situation? Upon hearing Sun Jigang's query, Wang Guangji, also sheltered beneath a riot shield, could not help but grimace. Captain Sun, you overestimate my abilities. If it were just one or two, I might manage, but with so many monkeys, no expert could help us. Besides, they're not giving us a chance to approach, unless we can devise a way to lure them down. We'll have to wait for them to descend on their own. Lure them down? That is indeed a clever idea. Director Wang, what if we placed a large pile of fruit in the open space of the community? Could that entice them down? Sun Jigang proposed once more. Well, there is some feasibility to that, Wang Guangji replied thoughtfully. However, as you witnessed upon our arrival, they are likely well fed at the moment, and it's improbable they will seek food again anytime soon. Moreover, they are quite astute. While other monkeys might not notice, this troop certainly will. Seeing Wang Guangji dismiss his proposal, Sun Jigang fell into a contemplative silence. After nearly a minute, he finally took a deep breath. Since this method proved ineffective, we were left with no choice but to resort to a more forceful and straightforward approach. We would charge into the community together. A portion of our team would secure the entrances and exits, as well as the perimeter walls, while another group would blockade the buildings and other critical locations. We needed to find a way to contact the property management to ensure that all doors, windows, and balconies were securely locked. I refuse to believe that the monkey's supply of bricks and bottles is limitless. After articulating this plan, he swiftly conveyed his thoughts to the gathered crowd, who unanimously endorsed the course of action. Everyone was advised to exercise caution. Although we were not confronting ruthless bandits, the situation was no less perilous. Let us commence our operation. However, just as the police on the scene prepared to forcibly apprehend the troop of monkeys, a faint yet distinct melody of a flute suddenly emanated from the center of the community's small garden. Should anyone have ventured into the garden at that moment, they would have encountered a tall, slender figure draped in a black robe, topped with a black veiled hat, playing a bone flute. As the enchanting notes reached the upper floors, the monkeys perched atop the buildings appeared to lose their wits, uncontrollably leaping downwards. They swiftly descended via the drainage pipes, eventually congregating in the small garden at the heart of the community. Thousands of monkeys lined up in neat formation, arranged into over a dozen squads. Once the ranks were established, the peculiar figure continued to play the bone flute while advancing towards the community's main entrance. The commotion caused by the monkey's descent was so considerable that it quickly drew attention. However, before anyone could ascertain the nature of the situation, they witnessed an astonishing scene through the main gate of the community. A vast throng of monkeys was marching in orderly lines towards the entrance, numbering at least 1,000. Initially, They believed that the monkeys were preparing to launch a frontal assault, but as the troop exited the gate, it became evident that the reality was far from their assumptions. The previously wild and aggressive monkeys now appeared remarkably docile, resembling well-behaved children leaving kindergarten, devoid of their earlier unruly demeanor. What on earth was happening? Observing this surreal spectacle, Sun Jigang, clad in a helmet and bulletproof vest with a walkie-talkie in hand, was momentarily taken aback. Not only him, but even Wang Guangji, the deputy director who had spent a lifetime interacting with animals, wore a bewildered expression, his eyes reflecting nothing but confusion. In the brief moment of astonishment, the monkeys continued their orderly procession out of the community. No sooner had they stepped outside than they began to stagger and collapse, as if they had consumed spurious liquor, from the steady rise and fall of their chests. It was evident that they appeared to be asleep. Thousands of monkeys nearly covered the open space in front of the community. At this moment, the multitude of onlookers, numbering in the tens of thousands, fell into a collective silence. Only Zhou Yufei, who had accompanied Sun Jigang, fixed her gaze intently on a shadowy corner to the right of the community's entrance, for she had spotted a figure, a mysterious person clad in black, adorned with a veil and holding a bone flute. After casting a glance at the monkeys by the gate, the figure prepared to turn away. Just then, a small silhouette suddenly emerged from the shadows beside them. It was a monkey, missing an arm, brandishing its limbs threateningly. Yet, just as it was about to pounce on the figure in black, a black tiger materialized behind the cloaked figure. The moment the tiger appeared, the one-armed monkey fainted in fright. After incapacitating the monkey, the black tiger retreated back into the figure's body. The figure was already shrouded in darkness, and with their black attire, even the tiger appeared ink black, rendering it invisible to the ordinary eye. Only Zhou Yufei, a cultivator, perceived the entire scene with clarity. In that instant, her heart raced with astonishment. Just then, the figure in the shadows abruptly turned to face her direction. Despite the distance of over 100 meters, she still felt the sharpness of their gaze, sending a shiver down her spine. However, just as her unease intensified, the figure vanished along with the one-armed monkey. Who was that? A cultivator from another sect? Zhou Yufei was unaware that just above the entrance of the community, the enigmatic figure was quietly holding a monkey. Among the throng of thousands at the entrance, no one noticed their presence. Strange, this monkey should be the source of the chaos. Why has my task not yet been completed? The figure murmured softly. It seemed that this mission was far from over. Chapter 79. The Smuggling Syndicate, Chen Laowu. Although Qin Tian did not fully grasp the truth behind the recent animal escape, he surmised that the actions of the monkeys he had just witnessed were central to this mission. The monkey that had dared to ambush him was likely the leader of this troop. Yet, he felt a flicker of doubt, having resolved the situation with the monkeys. Why had the system task not been completed? Contemplating this, he slowly turned his gaze towards the nearby police officers who were binding the unconscious monkeys, and the zoo staff standing beside them. Perhaps they could provide the answers he sought. What on earth is happening? Why have these monkeys voluntarily come forward to confess? Could it be that they understand that resistance leads only to a dead end? At the entrance of the Wagwoyan community, Sun Jigang, while directing the police officers to bind the sleeping monkeys with ropes, wore a puzzled expression. Director Wang, what exactly is going on? Could you elucidate this from the perspective of an animal expert? Upon hearing this, Wang Guangji's expression immediately turned awkward. From the standpoint of animal behavior, I cannot concoct an explanation. This matter defies explanation by any discipline. It simply does not conform to scientific understanding. As soon as he spoke, the others present nodded in agreement. What had just transpired was indeed rather unscientific. The monkeys, previously wild and untamed, had suddenly emerged in droves to surrender. How bizarre. Just then, a staff member from the zoo let out an exclamation of surprise. It seems that Man-Man is not among this group of monkeys. Upon hearing this, Wang Guangji's face blanched. What? Man-Man is not here? No, I have searched thoroughly, and many of these monkeys are not from our zoo. Could it be that we missed it? Impossible. Its appearance is so distinctive. How could we overlook it? You can come and search for yourself. Hearing this, Wang Guangji immediately began to search within the group of monkeys. Indeed, after several rounds, he failed to locate the one-armed monkey king, Man-Man. This is disastrous. The greatest trouble has escaped us. If it runs away, it will undoubtedly cause us more problems in the future. Perhaps tonight, it may return to the zoo and release the other animals. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Jigang suddenly interjected, by the way, Director Wang, Have you managed to recover the other escaped animals from your zoo? Once again, an awkward expression crossed Wang Guangji's face. After a moment of hesitation, he finally resolved to speak candidly. Captain Sun, I will not conceal this from you. This is precisely what I wanted to discuss. So far, we have managed to recover most of the escaped animals in our park, but there remains a group that has yet to be found. Among them are the giant panda Tuan Tuan, 2 black bears, and 3 juvenile snow leopards. We initially thought we would locate them quickly, but to this day, we have found no clues regarding their whereabouts online. I am beginning to suspect that someone may have hidden them. In the past, Tuan Tuan typically returned on the same day it escaped, and its range of activity would not be extensive. Upon hearing Wang Guangji's words, Sun Jigang's expression grew serious. Director Wang, you should have informed us about this matter sooner. We believed that we could recover them on our own, thinking they would not encounter danger in the city, and it was unlikely they would harm anyone. No, that is not what I intended to convey. Recently, the forest police of our city, Wolftang, uncovered a transnational wildlife smuggling case. Although we currently lack definitive evidence, various clues suggest that some members of the operation are lurking within Wolftang. According to your earlier assertion, the rare animals that have gone missing have yet to yield any leads, indicating that they are likely under control. Had you delayed your remarks any longer, it is conceivable that they would have already been transported. Upon hearing Sun Jigang's words, Wang Guangji's complexion drained of color, and he appeared exceedingly anxious, his voice trembling as he spoke. Captain Sun, please do not frighten me. Is there truly such a possibility? Such a possibility cannot be ruled out. You just mentioned that if a giant panda were to wander around the city, there would undoubtedly be some news circulating online. In his state of panic, Wang Guangji felt his legs weaken. Meanwhile, not far from their location, Qin Tian, who had entered a state of invisibility, overheard their conversation. No wonder the mission remains unfinished. It seems there are still rampaging beasts that have not been subdued. This implies that I must locate the missing animals to complete the mission. It is astonishing that someone would dare to smuggle giant pandas in this day and age. Could this individual be an undercover agent placed in the zoo by the smuggling gang? Glancing at the one-armed monkey he held, Qin Tian mused. Never mind. Why concern myself with such matters? I simply need to ascertain the panda's location. With that thought, he activated his divination technique, and shortly thereafter, he discerned the approximate location of the panda. Once he pinpointed the location, he vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, over 20 kilometers away, at a private timber processing facility, a box truck came to a gradual halt. As soon as the truck stopped, 2 men leaped from the driver's cabin. One approached the rear cargo area, while the other shouted toward the nearby building, "Wake up, the goods have arrived." No sooner had he finished his proclamation than 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the building. At that moment, the cargo door of the truck swung open, revealing a large iron cage within, where a black and white giant panda curled up inside. Upon seeing the panda, the expressions of those who had emerged from the building immediately transformed into excitement. "Well done, you two, you actually managed to acquire the panda," they exclaimed. "If we can find a way to transport this panda out, we can finally relax." Indeed, on the international market, no animal is more coveted than the panda. If this panda could be shipped to the Middle East, it could fetch tens of millions, if not more. It is surprising that a panda raised in a zoo is easier to procure than one that roams freely. "Shun Laowu, you truly have a knack for this," they acknowledged. As the conversation unfolded, the gaze of those present turned toward a frail old man in his 50s or 60s, standing beside them. This elderly figure was gaunt and wiry, with a visage reminiscent of a mischievous monkey. Beyond his unappealing appearance, he was notably missing his right arm, rendering it a mere empty space. Chapter 80, The Truth. Beast Master Sect. Chun Laowu, the one-armed elder before them, appeared ordinary, yet he was anything but. He hailed from a lineage of monkey kings, not the theatrical kind, but those skilled in the art of monkey handling. For 10 generations, his ancestors had thrived by entertaining with monkeys, and from birth, he lived in close quarters with these creatures, acquiring an intimate understanding of their behaviors, even comprehending their speech and communicating effortlessly with them. Coupled with his ancestral skills, he traveled extensively in his youth, earning the title of Monkey King and accumulating considerable wealth. However, fate dealt him a cruel hand when a tragic accident claimed his son, shattering his hopes of passing on this unique craft. As time progressed, the demand for monkey performances dwindled, transforming the art into a perceived form of animal cruelty. He had faced accusations, spending days in confinement as a result. Upon his release, he sought to pivot towards other ventures, But his singular expertise in monkey handling left him ill-equipped. Years of struggle led to the depletion of his fortune. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a stranger appeared, claiming to offer a path to wealth. This group's method of enrichment involved the smuggling of rare wildlife, and they sought him for his remarkable monkey handling skills. Their plan was to train monkeys for entry into zoos, seizing the opportunity to release other animals from captivity. The remaining members of the organization would then assist from outside. They had successfully liberated several animals from zoos in various cities, though those previously stolen held little value. This time, they set their sights on the giant panda residing within the Green Vine City Zoo. Clearly, their scheme had once again succeeded. This panda proved to be rather dim-witted, even more so than its wild counterparts, readily following the bait of food. The same could be said for the two black bears, who exhibited no suspicion, likely believing it to be a mere game. Had they known how easily zoo animals could be stolen, they would have refrained from risking their lives hunting wild ones. In front of the box truck, these smugglers expressed their sentiments while unloading the iron cage containing the giant panda. Once the cage was transported to a nearby warehouse using a forklift, the door swung open, revealing dozens of cages housing a variety of animals within. The black bear, leopard, wild donkey, antelope, snow leopard, and other rare wild animals are all included in the list of protected species in the Dragon Kingdom, and they can be observed here in abundance. Among them are the few that escaped from the Green Vine City Zoo. In addition to these living creatures, a significant number of deceased animals, preserved as specimens, are piled nearby. Once they position the cage containing the giant panda next to other animals, they prepare to close the warehouse door once more. At that moment, a smuggler clad in a black vest approached an iron cage situated near the entrance. Unlike other cages that housed wild animals, this particular cage contained a human, a young man in a blue police shirt, drenched in blood. The young man was barely clinging to life, his lips cracked and parched, suggesting he had been confined here for an extended period. When the vest-clad man stood before him, the young man could only muster the strength to open his eyes slightly, lacking even the energy to speak. "It's been 4 days, and he's still alive. This kid's tough," the smuggler remarked with a cold sneer after kicking the cage. Hearing his words, his accomplices gathered around. "I think we should just kill him. This forest police officer has already thwarted many of our plans," one suggested. "Indeed, who knows what kind of madness he has on to keep bothering us," another chimed in. "What are you talking about? Killing a cop is a serious crime," another retorted. "Smuggling pandas isn't a grave offense. Just look at all these animals here. They could sentence us to death several times over," came the response. "Let be. He'll probably starve to death in another day. There's no need for us to dirty our hands. Let's go out and continue our meal. After dinner, we'll find a way to transport that panda tonight." After this exchange, the smugglers headed toward the warehouse door. With the sound of the door closing, darkness enveloped the warehouse once again. Outside the warehouse, while the others turned to indulge in food and drink inside a nearby building, only Chun Laowu remained, furrowing his brow. "Old brother, why aren't you coming in to eat? What are you looking at?" A man responsible for carrying beer inquired upon noticing Chun Laowu's demeanor. Upon hearing the question, Chun Laowu quickly responded, "Logically, my monkey should have returned by now, but it's nowhere to be found. I have a feeling something is amiss. Monkeys can be mischievous. It's normal for them to play around. Perhaps it's causing a ruckus somewhere. Moreover, I've been following the news. It's currently leading other monkeys in rebellion throughout Green Vine City. Today, all the police in the city are out trying to catch those monkeys, which gives us the perfect opportunity to sneak the panda out. Come on, come in for a drink. You are our great benefactor." As the individual responsible for transporting the beer set it down on the ground, he proceeded to usher Chun Laowu into a nearby building. Shortly thereafter, the sound of laughter and merriment resonated from within. Unbeknownst to them, not far away atop the factory roof, a solitary figure observed them intently. This figure was none other than the hurriedly arrived Qin Tian. It became clear to him why the system's task had remained unaccomplished. The entire affair had been orchestrated by them, training monkeys to infiltrate the zoo and liberate the animals, even arranging for the monkeys to incite chaos among their ranks. How ingenious these individuals were, albeit misguided in their pursuits. That old man possessed remarkable skills, managing to train a monkey to be as astute as a human. Were it not for my presence, they might have succeeded. No sooner had Qin Tian completed this thought than a system notification echoed in his ears. Upon investigation, you have uncovered the truth behind the beastly turmoil. The Rogue Sect, Beast Control Sect, employs these creatures to wreak havoc. Eliminate these scoundrels of the cultivation world and restore freedom to the beasts. Task completion reward. Intermediate level technique, myriad beast technique. Special artifact, spirit beast bag. Taken aback by the notification, Qin Tian pondered, is this a chain task? Beast control sect? What on earth? Before he could fully process this information, another system notification chimed in. Ding! A prime beast soul physique has been detected ahead. Should this physique practice the techniques of beast control, their cultivation will advance at an astonishing rate. Please bring them into the fold of Shushan to strengthen our sect. This disciple's unique physique will yield additional special rewards upon acceptance. Chapter 81. Summoning the Rat Swarm, the Enchanter of the Flute. The consecutive notifications left Qin Tian bewildered. Is it truly possible to encounter a cultivation prodigy here? Yet apart from those involved in smuggling, are there any others present? I certainly hope I am not being asked to take in one of these criminals as a disciple. If that is the case, I would rather forfeit the reward. Bestowing power upon an individual with ill intentions would spell disaster for the powerless, and one could only speculate how many would suffer as a result. Resolute in his decision, he turned his gaze toward the building not far off. Through the window, he could discern at least a dozen individuals gathered within, undoubtedly all engaged in animal smuggling. Initially, Qin Tian contemplated entering the premises to deal with them directly, but an alternate idea struck him. If they reveled in smuggling animals, then perhaps it was the animals that should take care of them. With that thought, he slowly withdrew the beast flute. As he placed the flute to his lips, an eerie melody resonated through the night sky. This lumber processing plant was situated in a remote area bordered by forest, with the urban landscape of Green Vine City visible not far off. Soon, the forest echoed with a series of rustling sounds, growing louder and more intense. In an instant, dark figures emerged from various corners, illuminated by the moonlight, revealing themselves to be swarms of gray mice. Initially, only a few hundred of these mice appeared, but as time passed, their numbers swelled exponentially. Some came from the depths of the forest, while others gathered from the city, with many emerging from the shadows of sewers and dark corners. The mice from the forest were petite, whereas those from the urban drainage systems were considerably larger, some even exceeding the size of small cats. Their populations surged from hundreds to thousands, then tens of thousands, and ultimately into the hundreds of thousands. Resembling a tide of fur, they gathered densely outside the lumber mill, completely encircling it. From atop the factory roof, Qin Tian observed the overwhelming influx of mice and immediately played a distinctive melody on his flute. In the next moment, the eyes of all the mice turned crimson, as if they had been injected with a stimulant, their restlessness palpable. Meanwhile, the smug smugglers inside the building remained oblivious, celebrating their impending windfall. Qin Tian could faintly overhear their plans for which city they would target next, and which animals they intended to steal from the zoo, boasting about their previous exploits in the hunting of wildlife. Upon hearing these conversations, Qin Tian swiftly altered his flute's tune once more. Instantly, the previously poised swarm of mice surged towards the small building within the factory. Perhaps it was the sheer volume of mice or the commotion they caused, but one man, having just set down his wine glass, suddenly sensed something amiss. Did anyone hear that noise outside? What noise? There's nothing here, just empty space. Where would any sound come from? Replied another man, perplexed while holding a chicken leg. Wait, I think I heard something too. Listen closely, interjected another. As his words fell, the group paused their actions, straining to listen. Suddenly, a mouse dashed through the door. The nearest burly man swiftly kicked it back outside. How could a mouse get in here? Is it unusual to have a mouse? That noise earlier must have been caused by this one. Yet, before they could dwell further, their gazes were drawn to the scene outside. In the pitch-black yard, small red dots were rapidly advancing towards their location. What on earth is that? A shared sense of bewilderment surged within them. It was only when the crimson dots approached within a mere 5 meters of their abode that their true nature became apparent. Rats. An abundance of rats. How could there be so many? Quickly, shut the door. We must not allow these rodents to infiltrate. In a flurry, a burly man sprang to his feet, attempting to close the heavy door. As soon as he managed to shut it, a cacophony erupted from outside, the door being violently pounded. Witnessing this, several others rushed to assist. A number of them braced against the door, barely managing to stave off the onslaught of rats. At that moment, the collective spirit of those inside waned, as fear gripped them. One rat may be insignificant, but a horde of them would make even a tiger reconsider its approach. They were at a loss, unable to fathom why such a multitude of rats had suddenly emerged, frenziedly charging towards them. Hurry, block the nearby windows as well. We cannot let them in. The leader, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, bellowed to his subordinates. Upon hearing his command, his men scrambled to find objects within the room to seal off the windows on either side of the door. Once the windows were thoroughly barricaded, they finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Little did they know, at that very moment, their dwelling was surrounded on all sides, even atop the roof, by an overwhelming tide of rats. Meanwhile, standing atop the factory roof, Qin Tian, noticing that the rats were momentarily unable to breach the room, hastened his whistle's tempo. Instantly, the rats intensified their assault. They charged forward recklessly, gnawing at everything within sight: doors, windows, walls, and ceilings. Their teeth, akin to saw blades, savagely tore through. The individuals inside, hearing the commotion outside, were drenched in sweat. Just then, the roof, unable to bear the strain, creaked ominously. A minute later, with a thunderous crash, the roof finally collapsed. As it fell, a deluge of gray, furry rats cascaded into the room. The 10 or so people inside were utterly engulfed by the swarm. Without hesitation, the rats that landed upon them began to bite. Get off! In an instant, the room was filled with horrified screams. Overwhelmed by pain, they yanked open the door in a desperate bid for escape. However, upon opening the door, they were met with an even greater horde of rats. More than a dozen ruthless smugglers were completely consumed by the tide of vermin. At the moment when the tide of rats was about to engulf them entirely, they faintly glimpsed a figure cloaked in black, playing a flute, leaping down from a factory roof towering over 10 meters away. As he touched the ground, a multitude of rats instinctively gathered at his feet to receive him, transforming into a staircase that gradually bore him forward, reminiscent of the legendary Pied Piper. As he approached, the swarm of rats parted to either side. When a figure reached them, their final glimpse was obscured entirely by the mass of rodents. In a daze, they heard an eerie melody wafting through the air, a deathly tune that became the last sound they would ever hear. Chapter 82. They had no chance left. In the courtyard of the lumber mill, as the rat horde surged, the smugglers gradually fell silent. Observing this, Qin Tian ceased his playing. The moment his flute fell silent, the tide of rats retreated at an astonishing speed. Within less than a minute, the army of rats that had swarmed the entire mill had completely vanished, leaving not a single one behind. With the exodus of the rat army, the smugglers who had been overwhelmed reappeared before Qin Tian. Upon seeing their condition, he immediately furrowed his brow. They had been so ravaged by the rodents that they were barely recognizable. Some had their faces gnawed to the bone, while others had gaping holes in their necks. One had a large wound in his abdomen, with all his innards missing. The scene was horrifically gruesome, enough to induce a visceral reaction in Qin Tian. Yet, he soon found solace in the realization that these individuals had all carried criminal records before their involvement in animal smuggling, a fact evident from their boastful conversations. Some had committed murder, others had violated women, some had shot forest rangers, and one was guilty of a family massacre. For such societal miscreants, death was indeed the most fitting end. As soon as they perished, the system notification chimed. Ding! Host has successfully eradicated the evil cultivators of the Beast Master Sect. The task is complete. You have received the following rewards: intermediate level martial art, 10,000 beast technique, a special magical artifact, spirit beast bag. The rewards have been deposited into the system backpack for the host to review at their leisure. Upon hearing the system notification, Qin Tian felt even more at ease. Excellent. Such evil cultivators should come in greater numbers, akin to a gift of experience points. However, it struck him that among them, there seemed to be no candidates suitable for recruitment as disciples of Shushan. Could it be that others remained hidden? With this thought, Qin Tian began to scan the surroundings. Aside from the small room where the smugglers had congregated, only a large factory for processing lumber remained. Thus, he instinctively directed his gaze towards the factory. Approaching the entrance, he observed the substantial lock affixed to the door and, without hesitation, grasped the lock, applying a gentle yet firm pressure. With a resounding crunch, the lock was effortlessly reduced to fragments. With a thunderous sound, he forcefully pushed the factory door open, revealing the interior before him. As he surveyed the expansive space, he noticed numerous large iron cages stacked within. Upon discerning the animals confined inside these enclosures, a look of astonishment crossed his face. These scoundrels had captured an astonishing number of creatures: pandas, black bears, leopards, golden monkeys, clouded leopards. How utterly abhorrent! At that moment, his attention was drawn to the ground beside the cages, where dismembered animal corpses had been meticulously prepared as specimens. The more he looked, the more horrified he became. Each of those animals was a protected species of at least national significance. These individuals were truly deranged, even without addressing their lives. The mere existence of these animal remains could warrant a death sentence. As he spoke, he advanced deeper into the warehouse. Upon locating the switch, he illuminated the interior. The instant the lights flickered to life, the animals trapped within the cages erupted into a frenzy, emitting various cries, many displaying sheer terror. Without delay, he retrieved a bone flute and placed it to his lips. Moments later, a gentle melody filled the factory. The creatures, upon hearing the soothing notes, swiftly succumbed to slumber. Such pitiable beings. One could only imagine the torment they had endured in this place. Soon, I shall release you. Just as he uttered these words, a faint groan reached his ears. Someone's here. He turned towards the source of the sound, and in a fleeting glance, he beheld a bloodied man confined within a cage, straining to lift his head to look at him. Upon seeing this, he rushed to the man's side with utmost urgency. Recognizing the police uniform adorned on the individual, his expression turned grave. These fiends truly possessed an audacity beyond measure, even daring to detain a police officer. It was evident that he had been imprisoned for more than just a day or two. Amidst his astonishment, he swiftly tore off the iron lock from the cage and opened the door. As he did so, the young police officer collapsed unconscious. Qin Tian quickly reached out to check for a pulse beneath his nose. Discovering a faint breath, he let out a long sigh of relief. He was still alive. It seemed he was indeed the individual with the innate beast soul physique referred to by the system. He could not allow him to perish like this. Upon concluding his words, he swiftly retrieved a healing elixir bestowed by the system from his inventory. After prying open the mouth of the young police officer before him, he administered the potion. Following this, he did not forget to switch his own cultivation method to the green wood technique, channeling his internal wood elemental energy into the officer's body. With this dual approach, the officer's injuries began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. Before long, all the wounds on his body had healed, and his previously pale visage gradually regained a healthy hue. Noticing the officer's cracked lips, Qin Tian hurriedly dashed outside. Upon his return, he held a bottle of mineral water, hastily twisting off the cap and offering it to the young officer. As half the bottle was consumed, the officer finally regained consciousness. He seemed to sense some changes within himself, his eyes filled with disbelief. You have finally returned to life. How do you feel now? Is there any lingering discomfort? As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, the young officer responded in an extremely weak voice. I feel much better. Did you save me? Aren't there others with you? By the way, how did you end up captured and tortured by those people? Hearing this question, the young officer first struggled to sit up, then slowly recounted his ordeal. Through his narrative, Qin Tian finally comprehended why he found himself in such a state. The young officer's name was Tian Yi, a forest police officer stationed at the Dulong Mountain Nature Reserve, located several dozen kilometers from Greenvine City. His father was a forest ranger, and having grown up amidst the trees, he became an exemplary forest police officer through his own efforts. A week prior, during a routine patrol, he discovered a group of wildlife smugglers. Given that his father had been killed by poachers, he immediately initiated an investigation into the group. When they engaged in criminal activities, he chose to confront them, ultimately being overpowered and captured. Is that so? Did you not consider that you alone were no match for them before taking action? Qin Tian inquired. At that moment, there was no time left for contemplation. As a forest police officer, my duty is to protect the safety of the animals in the forest, Tian Yi declared with resolute determination. After uttering this, he seemed to recall something and glanced cautiously towards the outside of the factory. You must leave here quickly. Those ruffians will likely discover something amiss shortly. They are armed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian chuckled. There is no need for concern. They will never have the opportunity to commit further misdeeds. Why? Tian Yi was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 83. The Astonished Tian Yi. A few minutes later, when Tian Yi, having barely regained his strength, followed Qin Tian outside the factory to behold the lifeless bodies of the smugglers, an expression of profound shock immediately manifested upon his face. They appear to be quite deceased. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Tian replied, Dead? Tian Yi stammered, his words tangled. Indeed, if they were not dead in such a state, I would suggest scattering some glutinous rice. Upon hearing this, Tian Yi scrutinized the scene once more and ultimately confirmed that the smugglers were thoroughly lifeless. Upon witnessing the gruesome wounds adorning their bodies, he could not suppress his curiosity. How did they meet their end? Were you responsible? Not at all. I did not lay a hand on them. They were killed by rats. Killed by rats. Tinya's expression immediately transformed into one of incredulity upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation. Indeed, you can see the dead rat beside them. I am a kind-hearted person, incapable of taking a life. Upon learning the cause of death, Tian first fell into a daze, then gritted his teeth, declaring, "Serves them right. They have slain countless wild animals, and who would have thought they would ultimately perish at the hands of creatures they wronged? This is poetic justice." Upon realizing that the smugglers had met their demise, Tian visibly relaxed. Soon, he accompanied Qin Tian back into the factory, where a multitude of wild animals were imprisoned. "Sir, did you put these animals to sleep? I believe I just saw you playing a flute," Tian inquired hesitantly. "Indeed, that was I. I employed a rather subtle technique," Qin Tian replied without a hint of hesitation. "Was it a special skill?" "No, it was magic." "Magic?" At the mention of this word, Tian visibly paused. "Yes. Have you read any novels by Tomato? The practitioners of cultivation within them use magic. By the way, I should mention, I'm also a cultivator," Qin Tian stated candidly, leaving Tian utterly bewildered. "A cultivator? You're a cultivator?" "Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have saved your life or vanquished those scoundrels? If you do not believe me, I shall demonstrate." As he spoke, Qin Tian patted his chest. "Xiaohei, come out and stretch your legs." No sooner had he spoken than a plume of black smoke billowed from Qin Tian's body. Accompanied by this smoke was a roar that reverberated throughout the factory. Roar. In the next instant, under Tian's astonished gaze, the black smoke that had just emerged from Qin Tian's form coalesced into a magnificent black tiger. This creature, larger than a tank, stood before him with a majestic presence. He could even feel the astonishing heat radiating from the tiger, along with an overwhelming aura capable of intimidating any creature. Not only Tian, but also the wild animals within the factory, which had previously succumbed to Qin Tian's flute melody, were roused by the thunderous roar of the tiger. At this moment, they huddled within the iron cage, trembling in fear. Even the fearless giant panda was not exempt from such trepidation. Some timid creatures were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Gulping, the rigid figure of Tian instinctively swallowed hard. Just then, a massive black tiger approached him, its heavy steps echoing menacingly. As the imposing black beast drew nearer, his body involuntarily began to shudder. Just as the black tiger seemed poised to make contact, a voice from the side broke the tension. "All right, little black, come back now. Don't frighten him too much." As soon as Qin Tian uttered these words, the black tiger transformed into a wisp of smoke and seamlessly melded into his clothing, re-emerging as a black tiger tattoo. It was only after the black tiger vanished that Tian felt control of his body return. Without pausing to wipe the sweat from his forehead and body, he stiffly inquired, "What was that tiger just now?" "It is my spirit beast." "Is there really such a thing as a spirit beast?" "Of course, as a cultivator. It is quite reasonable for me to have a spirit beast," Qin Tian replied with a nod. "So you truly are a cultivator? Are there really cultivators in this world? Need you even ask? This world is far more intricate than you can imagine." As he spoke, Qin Tian once again produced the beast flute and began to play a melody. Under the influence of his music, the previously frightened animals calmed instantly. This display left Tian in awe. Is this the magic of a cultivator? It is truly remarkable. I never expected to encounter a legendary cultivator in my lifetime. However, he soon pondered aloud, but cultivators likely wish to keep their existence hidden from ordinary people. So will you erase my memory or dispose of me? After expressing his thoughts, he suddenly added another question. Qin Tian, however, merely smiled softly. "You think too much. If I wished to keep you in the dark, I would have saved you or showcase my abilities." He then posed a question, "By the way, do you wish to become a cultivator like me?" Upon hearing this, Tinya's expression shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and disbelief. "Are you saying that I could also become a cultivator?" "Indeed. I've assessed your potential, and it appears quite promising. Should you join a sect like I did, you may very well have the opportunity to transcend." "Really?" Tinya's eyes widened in surprise. "Absolutely. So, do you accept this proposition?" Upon realizing he might possess the talent for cultivation, Tian could hardly contain his excitement. It was evident that no citizen of the Dragon Kingdom could resist the allure of becoming a cultivator. However, after the initial exhilaration, Tinya's demeanor gradually turned solemn. "Forget it. I shall no longer pursue the path of immortality. While the pursuit of cultivation is indeed admirable, I am a child of the mountains. I was born and raised amidst their embrace, and I cannot detach myself from the land my ancestors have guarded for generations. Oh, are you certain? Do you not wish to become an immortal, to live forever and roam freely between heaven and earth? Qin Tian inquired with curiosity, rather than transcending to immortality. I yearn to remain a child of the mountains, replied Tian Yi, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tian felt a surge of respect. You speak the truth. There are too few individuals with such fervor as yours. The mountains of our homeland require guardians like you. However, I must express that the pursuit of immortality does not conflict with your commitment to safeguarding the mountains. Our Shu Mountain Sect emphasizes the principles of nature and worldly practice, allowing you to cultivate while simultaneously serving as a forest protector, much like your seniors. Huh, is that truly possible? Is not cultivation meant to be a rigorous endeavor confined within the sect? Tianye éclamet in astonishment. Who told you such a notion? If that were the case, we would merely end up with a host of cultivation machines, devoid of purpose. What we seek in Shu Mountain are sword bearers who can protect the lives of all beings, rather than a collection of reclusive individuals. Should you master the art of cultivation, you will one day command spirit beasts, communicating with all living things. Everything in this world could become your ally. Your eyes and ears. Do you wish to return with me to Shu Mountain and become my disciple? At that moment, Tian Yi felt a stirring in his heart, and upon realization, he eagerly nodded. I am waiting. Very well, since you are willing, I shall escort you back to Shu Mountain, where I will request my master to accept you as a disciple. Observing Tian Yi's agreement to join Shu Mountain, Qin Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Now, only one final task remained. With this thought, his gaze shifted towards the animals held captive in the iron cage not far away. They needed to be returned to the Green Vine City Zoo, completing the mission issued by the system hinged upon this. However, he could not undertake this task alone. He needed someone to come and facilitate the transfer. Please wait here for a moment. I will make a phone call. With that, he strode towards the exit of the factory. Upon reaching the lifeless bodies of the smugglers, he swiftly procured their mobile phones. Without hesitation, he dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this 110? I have discovered a multitude of wild animals and a group of deceased individuals in a timber processing factory in the northern part of the city. After completing the call, Qin Tian crushed the phone in his grip and summoned his flying sword, vanishing into the night sky alongside the astonished Tian Yi. Within half an hour of their departure, over a dozen police cars, lights flashing and sirens wailing, raced toward the timber processing factory. As the leading detective, Sun Jigang, entered the premises with a large contingent of officers, he was immediately taken aback by the shocking scene before him. As several officers armed with firearms entered the adjacent factory, they could not suppress their astonishment. So many wild animals. The giant pandas have been found. However, Sun Jigang, the captain of the criminal police, was too preoccupied to pay any heed to the wildlife. All his attention was fixated on the corpses strewn across the ground. After more than a decade in the police force, he had never encountered such peculiar remains. Who could have committed such a heinous act? Were they truly killed by a human? Chapter 84. Continuous gains. After escorting Tianai away from the timber processing plant, Qin Tian soared back to Mount Shu on his sword. As he navigated the flying sword through the entrance of the cave dwelling on Mount Shu, Tianye's expression transformed instantaneously. It had been night outside just moments ago, yet within the cave, it was still daylight. This bewildering scene left him both perplexed and astounded. What further astonished him were the grand hall of the Shu sect perched atop the mountain and the enigmatic demon lock tower nearby. These structures bore no resemblance to the artifacts of the present era. Although there were numerous retro-style buildings outside, none exuded the ancient and weathered aura that these two did. Before he could comprehend the nature of the place he had arrived at, the flying sword gently descended onto the plaza in front of the Shu sect's main hall. Upon landing, Qin Tian instructed Tianai to wait at the hall's entrance. Please wait here for a moment. I will seek out my master. He will take you as his disciple shortly. Just as he was about to depart, Tianai suddenly inquired, May I ask, esteemed senior, what is your name? Upon hearing this question, Qin Tian pondered briefly before fabricating a name. I am Yin Fei. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. With that, Qin Tian's figure vanished into the depths of the hall. Upon reaching the innermost sanctum of the sect's main hall, he transformed, adopting the guise of the long-browed Taoist. Constantly shifting identities can be rather cumbersome. How I wish I possessed a technique for creating clones, allowing me to establish multiple identities at once. However, It seems that recruitment orders might facilitate this, although the higher tier ones are rather costly. I hope this mission grants a substantial amount of sect prestige. After these reflections, Qin Tian emerged from the hall, donning the guise of Longbrow. At that moment, Tian stood at the hall's entrance, visibly anxious. Upon seeing Qin Tian, adorned in a Taoist robe with white hair and beard, resembling a venerable sage, his face lit up with excitement. Qin Tian, embodying Longbrow, slowly spoke, "You must be Tian." "Indeed, venerable sage," Tian replied, nodding vigorously. "Listening to my disciple speak of your pure nature and extraordinary talent, it is evident that you possess the makings of a remarkable cultivator." Upon uttering these words, Qin Tian suddenly shifted his tone, adopting a more serious demeanor. "Recently, strange phenomena have manifested in the heavens, signaling that a great calamity may soon befall the mortal realm. As the foremost sect of the Xianmen, it is our duty to undertake the monumental task of rescuing all sentient beings. However, our disciples at Shushan are preoccupied with pressing matters and are unable to divide their efforts. Would you be willing to become a disciple of Shushan and shoulder this heavy responsibility?" No sooner had Qin Tian finished speaking than Tian Yi knelt before him with a resounding thud, his face resolute. "I am willing." "Excellent. In that case, I, Changmei, shall accept you as my apprentice today and impart to you the methods of cultivation. Should you succeed in your training, you will, like your senior brothers and sisters, vanquish demons and safeguard the realm. Now, follow me to the main hall of the sect." With that, Qin Tian turned and walked towards the interior of the hall, while Tian Yi hastily rose to follow him. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian personally presided over the apprenticeship and initiation ceremonies. At the moment the initiation was completed, Tian Yi officially became a disciple of Shushan. It was also at that moment that the system notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a disciple, earning 500 points of sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Additionally, as this disciple possesses a congenital beast-soul physique, you have received an extra reward, the intermediate level technique, Beast Blood Boiling." Upon hearing this notification, a subtle smile crept upon Qin Tian's lips. "Excellent. Another apprentice has joined our ranks. However, what manner of technique is this beast blood boiling? It sounds rather dubious. I shall investigate it later." With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze toward Tian Yi and spoke earnestly. "Now that you have entered Shushan, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation." At these words, Tian Yi se systemensword. "Isn't that the very purpose of cultivation? Your physique is quite unique, being a congenital beast soul body. Thus I will teach you the Shushan beast taming technique, the beast taming art. Focus your mind and breathe deeply." As soon as Tian Yi entered a meditative state, Qin Tian gently tapped his forehead with a finger. In an instant, the beast taming art was directly infused into Tian Yi's mind. After imparting the technique, Qin Tian bestowed upon him several spirit stones and encouraged him to cultivate independently. Meanwhile, he exited the main hall of the sect and sought a tranquil spot. Just as he prepared to retrieve the rewards from his 2 missions, the system notification chimed once more. "Ding! Host has successfully identified the source of the beast upheaval and resolved the incident, thereby completing the task and greatly enhancing the reputation of Shushan Sect. In recognition of your contributions to the sect, you have received the following rewards: 50,000 points of sect prestige, 5,000 spirit stones, 1 junior Dao Yuan pill, 1 intermediate recruitment order, and 1 sect building upgrade voucher. We hope you will continue your efforts to elevate Shushan to the pinnacle of the Tianyuan continent." A series of prompt sounds caused Qin Tian to halt in his tracks. What? Has this task been completed as well? It seems they must have returned the panda to the zoo. 50,000 points of sect reputation. This time, the system's rewards are remarkably generous. However, it is indeed justified, as there was originally supposed to be a genuine beast uprising, which would require considerable effort to quell. Yet, what I faced was merely a fabricated beast rebellion. How fortunate! At this moment, Qin Tian was filled with immense joy, having accomplished a task from the cultivation world in a realm devoid of cultivators and beasts, all while receiving identical rewards. What a delightful experience! After the surprise, he swiftly opened his system inventory to examine the rewards bestowed upon him. After completing 3 consecutive tasks, he had received a total of 6 tangible rewards. The technique's 10,000 beast formula, beast blood boiling, a magical artifact, a spirit beast pouch, a potion, an intra-level Dao Yuan pill, a mid-level recruitment order, and a sect building upgrade voucher. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew all the rewards at once. He then eagerly opened the 10,000 Beast formula and Beast blood boiling. In an instant, the related content and memories seamlessly integrated into his mind. Once he had absorbed this knowledge, he successfully mastered 2 new techniques and understood their functions and effects. The 10,000 Beast formula pertains to cultivation, while Beast blood boiling is more akin to a spell. Practicing the 10,000 Beast formula allows one to tame beasts for cultivation. After selecting a spirit beast as one's companion, they can cultivate together and advance in tandem, theoretically transforming an ordinary creature into a celestial beast. As one's cultivation level rises, the number of spirit beasts one can command increases. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one can dominate all beasts in the world. The greater the number of spirit beasts and the stronger their prowess, the mightier the cultivator becomes. Conversely, beast blood boiling functions as a spell, with a singular purpose, to achieve a unity between man and beast, merging oneself with one's spirit beast, thereby inheriting its formidable physical attributes and being able to wield its various supernatural abilities. For instance, if your spirit beast is a dragon, when utilizing this mystical technique, one can merge with the dragon to become a dragon human, possessing the true dragon's command over wind and rain, soaring through the clouds. Upon grasping the effects of these 2 techniques, Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 85. Upgrading the Cave Heaven. Indeed, the cultivation techniques of the cultivation world are as diverse as they are intriguing. These 2 techniques are nothing short of a boon for pet enthusiasts within the realm. Particularly, the secret art of beast blood boiling, which allows an individual to merge with their spirit beast, is akin to transforming into a beast man. Reflecting on the content of the techniques, Qin Tian promptly tore open his upper garment, revealing a black tiger tattoo on his chest. Little Black, come forth. As soon as the words left his lips, the black tiger tattoo sprang to life, morphing into the form of a black tiger before him. Observing the black tiger, Little Black, Qin Tian first squeezed out a bit of his own essence blood and then fed it to Little Black. Similarly, he extracted a drop of blood from the creature known as Little Black and swallowed it. After the exchange of blood was completed, he invoked the secret technique of beast blood boiling. At the moment the technique culminated, he felt an inexplicable connection with Little Black. However, he did not cease his actions. Upon establishing this bond, he once again summoned the secret method and activated the fusion technique. In the next instant, a sphere of blood light appeared beneath both him and Little Black. The blood light gradually ascended, expanding into a mist of crimson, ultimately enveloping both of them within its embrace. When the blood mist dissipated, the figure of the ink-black tiger vanished, replaced by a towering figure of a muscular humanoid with a tiger's head, standing at an imposing height of 5 meters, adorned with black stripes. This tiger-headed being exuded a fierce aura, with hands larger than millstones and sharp claws glinting ominously. This formidable creature was none other than Qin Tian, having completed the fusion. Gazing at his current form and feeling the explosive, terrifying power coursing within him, he couldn't help but reveal a grin, showcasing a mouth wide enough to engulf a pig. Is this the power of a spirit beast? My physique has become more formidable than that of a body cultivator. Moreover, I have inherited various physiological traits from Little Black. The tiger. As soon as he thought this, he dropped to all fours, transforming into a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, sprinting through the Shushan cave heaven with unparalleled speed. A single leap covered hundreds of meters. With a swipe of his claws, he unleashed a fierce gust of dark claws, leaving 3 deep, half-meter-long claw marks on the ground. A flick of his powerful tail shattered a tree as thick as a human's waist. In that moment, Qin Tian felt as though he had truly become a tiger. After venting his exhilaration for a while, he returned to his original position. The power of his beastly form was indeed overwhelming. The crucial aspect was that in the future, as his cultivation progressed, he could merge with a second spirit beast, then a third, beasts of the skies, creatures of the waters, all could be fused, making him immensely powerful. After the excitement subsided, Qin Tian relinquished the fusion state. While the power of the beast man was formidable, he was not overly fond of this form. He preferred his human self. With a thought, a palm-sized pouch materialized in his hand. This pouch resembled a storage bag. But what set it apart was the intricate embroidery of various spirit beasts adorning its surface. This pouch was the Spirit Beast Bag, a reward from the system. Is this the Spirit Beast Bag? Its function appears limited to merely containing spirit beasts. In the realm of cultivation, this Spirit Beast Bag serves a significant purpose. especially for those cultivators who practice beast-taming techniques. After all, spirit beasts are generally quite large. While manageable in the wild, they become cumbersome in urban settings. And the spirit beast bag effectively resolves this issue. In the world where Qin Tian resides, apart from his few spirit beasts, there are no other spirit beasts to be found. Moreover, both of his spirit beasts are portable, rendering a spirit beast pouch entirely unnecessary. Perhaps he should bestow this item upon Tianyi, who would undoubtedly find it of greater use than he. Having made this decision, Qin Tian shifted his focus to the last three rewards. Through his diligent examination, he quickly discerned the functions and effects of these three items. The effect of the low-tier Dao Yuan pill is rather straightforward. Upon consumption, it directly enhances one's cultivation by 50 years. Upon realizing this, Qin Tian hesitated not for a moment and swallowed it whole. In an instant, he felt his internal mana surge dramatically, elevating him from the initial stage of foundation establishment to its later stage. As he reveled in this significant enhancement, a spark of delight blossomed within him. This pill is indeed remarkable. If only I could acquire a few more, I might effortlessly reach the golden core stage. However, a question lingered. Why did 50 years of cultivation only elevate him from the initial to the later stage of foundation establishment? Curiosity prompted him to inquire of the system regarding this matter. The eventual answer left him somewhat speechless. According to the system, the efficacy of the pill is contingent upon one's innate talent. Those of superior aptitude experience greater benefits. In the same span of 50 years, an individual with exceptional talent might leap from foundation establishment directly to the nascent soul stage. His mere advancement of two minor realms only served to indicate one truth. His cultivation talent is rather ordinary. Never mind. I shall consider it as if I had not asked. With a wry smile, Qin Tian casually retrieved the intermediate recruitment order. Recruitment order, intermediate, recruits a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, possessing considerable intelligence, able to undertake fundamental tasks within the sect, capable of self-cultivation, but limited to the golden core stage, unable to become a sect disciple. The appearance is customizable, and two special skills may be designated. Similar to the low-tier recruitment order he had previously acquired from the sect shop. The purpose of the intermediate recruitment order is to enlist a cultivator as a service personnel for the sect. The distinction lies in the elevated rank of the recruited cultivator, along with enhanced intelligence and the ability to learn two skills instead of one. After a brief contemplation, Qin Tian swiftly devised a plan for utilizing this recruitment order. Moments later, a figure materialized before him. Clad in white robes, with strikingly sharp brows and bright eyes, he exuded an extraordinary demeanor. His forehead adorned by two flowing dragon whiskers. The features of this individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the persona he had previously crafted, Wang Jianyi. As soon as the youth appeared, he promptly bowed to Qin Tian, proclaiming, "Disciple Wang Jian, pays respects to the Sect Master." His words and demeanor were indistinguishable from those of a real person, and the glimmer of wisdom sparkled in his eyes. There is no need for excessive formalities. Take this item with you. In due time, when matters arise, I, the sect leader, shall summon you. With that, Qin Tian tossed the sword box, previously rewarded by the system, to Wang Jianyi, along with a substantial amount of spiritual stones, advising him to cultivate diligently before sending him on his way. Henceforth, any arduous tasks could all be entrusted to him. Once Wang Jianyi had departed, Qin Tian was left with but a single upgrade voucher for sect buildings. As the name suggests, this voucher's purpose was to elevate an existing sect building from its rudimentary state to a more advanced one. There was no need for contemplation regarding which building to upgrade. It was undoubtedly more cost-effective to enhance the cave heaven. Without hesitation, he applied the upgrade voucher to the cave heaven. In the next moment, the entire cave heaven began to undergo transformation. The most notable change was the expansion of its area, the boundaries now obscured from view. In addition to the increased expanse, various geological features within the cave also proportionately enlarged. The peak of the mountain housing the sect's grand hall soared from its original height of 1,000 meters to an astonishing 5,000 meters. This elevation surpassed that of the vast majority of peaks on Blue Star, as this 5,000 meters represented net height, not altitude, causing the summit to pierce through the clouds. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Tian could not help but gasp in astonishment. How remarkable! After regaining his composure, he promptly opened the sect's information panel to examine the current details of the cave heaven. Cave heaven, Intermediate effect grants an independent realm separate from the real world, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 4 times that of reality. Flora and fauna within the cave are more prone to mutation, and a random cultivation resource will be generated every fortnight. The area of the cave heaven measures 50 kilometers by 50 kilometers. Special effect. Time flows at double speed. The passage of time within the cave will be twice that of the outside world. Setting aside other considerations, merely observing the current size of the cave heaven altered Qin Tian's expression. 50 kilometers by 50 kilometers. What a concept. This equates to 500 square kilometers, rivaling some municipal administrative regions. Accommodating several 100,000 inhabitants would pose no issue whatsoever. The cave heaven now truly resembled its namesake. Reflecting on such a vast expanse with only a handful of disciples, he could not help but muse, it seems I must strive even harder. Chapter 86. Feedback on Cultivation. The sect receives spiritual stones. Initially, the Shushan cave heaven, with a mere 100 square meters, already felt quite spacious, but now its area had surged to 500 square meters, making it feel even more so. Even with his sword control, completing a circuit of the entire cave would take quite some time. Once he had finished his exploration, he returned to the Grand Hall of the Shushan Sect. Much like other locales within the Celestial Realm, the mountain peak housing the Grand Hall of the Shushan Sect has notably expanded in size. The original summit could barely accommodate a single Grand Hall, yet it now boasts vast expanses of unoccupied territory, presenting a rather peculiar sight. As Qin Tian stood upon the plaza of the Shushan Grand Hall, gazing downwards, he was immediately struck by a sense of surveying the lesser peaks below. This indeed evoked a semblance of a paradise in a celestial mountain. While he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, admiring the picturesque scenery of the Shushan cave heaven, he suddenly perceived a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from behind him. Upon turning, he beheld Tian Yi emerging from his meditative state. At that moment, he had successfully grasped the foundational techniques of cultivation, transforming from an ordinary individual into a first-tier Qi refining practitioner. How astonishing, Qin Tian mused. Why has he advanced so swiftly? Could it be that his innate talent surpasses even that of Su Xiaoya? However, this notion was quickly dismissed. Su Xiaoya was a bearer of the Xian Yin sacred body, a feat that Tian Yi could never hope to match. His rapid progression could only be attributed to the enhancement of the Shushan cave heaven's rank, which had resulted in a remarkable surge of spiritual energy. After all, the current concentration of spiritual essence within the cave was double that of before, theoretically allowing for a commensurate acceleration in cultivation speed. At that moment, Tian Yi, having concluded his practice, slowly opened his eyes. The first sight that greeted him was Qin Tian, standing at the edge of the plaza, surveying the entirety of the cave heaven. Overcome with joy at his transformation, he quickly rose to his feet and made his way toward Qin Tian. Yet, before he could share his elation about successfully entering the path of cultivation, he was profoundly astonished by the scene before him. What is this? Has the mountain grown taller? Or am I hallucinating? Are there clouds nearby? The landscape below seems to have transformed as well. Could it be that I have been cultivating for an extended period? At that moment, a phrase he had once encountered in a novel surfaced in his mind. In cultivation, time is but an illusion. The realization sent a jolt through him, prompting him to hastily jog to Qin Tian's side. Disciple Tian Yi pays his respects to Master. He exclaimed, "Ah, it appears you have made your initial breakthrough. From this moment forth, you are no longer an ordinary person, but a cultivator," Qin Tian remarked, nodding approvingly. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Tian Yi replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Without delay, he posed his most pressing question. "Master, what year is it now? Surely, I have not been cultivating here for several years?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback before erupting into hearty laughter. "How could that be? You have spent no more than half an hour within this cave heaven." "Half an hour?" Tian Yi exclaimed, disbelief etched upon his face. "In just 30 minutes. How could such monumental changes have occurred? This mountain has become so lofty. Surely, it rivals even Mount Tai. The Shushan cave heaven is but a fragment of the ancient continent, not an ordinary realm, nor is it as you perceive it now. It will undergo further transformations in the future. Thus, the changes you observe are entirely normal, much like the Shushan beneath our feet, which will continue to rise and expand." After listening to Qin Tian's explanation, Tian Yi nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner, indicating his understanding. Now that you have mastered the beast control technique, I shall impart to you another method of beast mastery. Once you have comprehended it, you may descend the mountain, Qin Tian declared, proceeding to convey the technique of beast blood boiling to him, alongside a spirit beast pouch. Upon Tian's mastery of beast blood boiling, Qin Tian summoned Wang Jian, instructing him to personally escort Tianai back to the realm of reality on his sword. No sooner had Tianai departed than a system notification abruptly resounded. Ding! The Shushan disciple, Su Xiaoya, through diligent cultivation, has successfully broken through to the second level of Qi refinement. The host's guidance has been commendable, earning the sect 1,000 points of prestige. The disciple shall receive an exclusive gift pack upon breaking through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Simultaneously, the host shall gain a certain degree of cultivation feedback. Before Qin Tian could fully register this information, he felt a slight surge in his internal spiritual power. As he listened to the notification in his mind and sensed the changes within his body, his expression shifted repeatedly. What a delightful surprise! The disciple's advancement yields feedback from me. Why bother with my own cultivation when I could simply let my disciples train vigorously? Had I known this sooner, I would have relaxed long ago. Su Xiaoya, having only recently begun her training, had astonishingly reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Her prodigious talent is truly remarkable. The sacred body is indeed deserving of its name. As he pondered this, he opened the sect's disciple interface. The relevant information of several disciples immediately appeared before him. Disciple name: Zhou Yufei, age 27, aptitude, superior, cultivation level, mid-stage Qi refinement 1st level. Disciple name: Lin, age 19, aptitude, superior, cultivation level, mid-stage Qi refinement 1st level. Disciple name: Song Yin, age 32, aptitude, superior, cultivation level, mid-stage Qi refinement 1st level. The disciple name: Su Xiaoyue, age 25, aptitude, top-tier cultivation level, early stage Qi refinement 2nd level. Disciple name: Chunming Zhang, age 89, aptitude, superior, cultivation level, mid-stage body refinement 1st level. Disciple name: Tianai, age 26, aptitude, superior, cultivation level, early stage Qi refinement 1st level. In total, there are 6 disciples, most of whom remain at the 1st level of Qi refinement, with only Su Xiaoya having broken through to the 2nd level. This clearly illustrates the significant influence of cultivation aptitude on the speed of one's progress. Speaking of which, the spirit stones I provided them initially must have been exhausted by now. I ought to distribute some more, otherwise, given the almost non-existent concentration of spiritual energy in the real world, they would require at least another week or 2 to smoothly advance to the 2nd level of Qi refinement. In addition to the spirit stones, I must devise further methods to accelerate their training and invigorate their spirits. Upon contemplating this, Qin Tian promptly summoned his flying sword and departed from the Shushan cave. Upon exiting, he took out his mobile phone and sent a message in the large group of his sect. Esteemed fellow disciples, as per the customary practice of our sect, the 15th of each month is designated for the distribution of cultivation resources. I kindly urge all members to come forth to collect their share in a timely manner. Should you be unable to do so, please inform everyone in advance. Following the dispatch of the message, he swiftly grabbed another phone and began responding to the group individually. Received. Acknowledged. He sent hundreds of messages under various identities. While he communicated as a disciple of the human-machine faction, his authentic disciples also responded in kind. Qin Tian suddenly felt as though he were orchestrating a scam. It's already past midnight. It's time for slumber. Previously, he might have opted to cultivate a bit longer, but knowing that his disciples' advancements would also enhance his own, he relinquished the thought of self-improvement. Rather than elevate himself, he preferred to encourage his disciples to strive in their cultivation. After stretching languidly, he made his way to his room. Just as he was about to retire for the night, a thought struck him. Right, they're all coming to collect spirit stones tomorrow. It would be prudent to create a bit of spectacle. With this in mind, he opened the sect store and focused on the mid-level recruitment order. The previous mid-level order had demonstrated that those recruited were nearly indistinguishable from genuine disciples. Since he already had a Wang Jianyi, he could certainly put his other identities to use. 5,000 sect reputation doesn't seem too steep, Qin Tian mused, stroking his chin as he reflected on his reputation, which had soared to over 100,000. In that case, I shall procure 10. With that declaration, he purchased 10 mid-level recruitment orders in one fell swoop. Half an hour later, 10 cultivators, each with distinct appearances and attire, materialized in his room. Subsequently, he acquired 20 initial-level recruitment orders as well. After a while, an additional 20 Qi refining cultivators appeared in his quarters. Meanwhile, his disciples were filled with a sense of excitement and anticipation due to the earlier group message. At the Greenvine City Police Department, having just concluded a case, one officer murmured softly while glancing at her phone. Just as my spirit stones ran out, without them, cultivation progresses at a painfully slow pace. My magical energy has increased significantly these past few days. I wonder if I will encounter any fellow disciples when I go to collect the spirit stones tomorrow. As soon as she finished her thought, a police officer knocked on her office door. Captain Zhou, we have another obstinate suspect. Hearing this, Zhou Yufei's lips curled into a slight smirk. Obstinate? I am curious to see just how obstinate he truly is. Within the office of the Lin Group in Linting City, Lin Yi, who had successfully taken over the Lin family business and emerged as its true leader, was perusing the latest financial reports while reflecting on the recent news from the Shushan sect. This return to Shushan might provide an opportunity to engage with the formidable senior brothers and sisters within the sect. Establishing connections with them could undoubtedly elevate the Lin family's prospects in the future. Just as he finished this thought, a secretary-like young woman entered his office. President Lin, it seems the Leaf family is becoming anxious. There are rumors they are preparing to hire assassins to eliminate you. Should we enhance your security? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi slowly rose and approached a nearby bookshelf. There, prominently displayed, was an ancient sword he had acquired at a high price. With a swift motion, he drew the sword from its resting place, its cold gleam illuminating his face. No need. Let them come. They cannot compete with me in business. And they certainly cannot best me in private affairs either. If they dare take that step, I shall ensure they learn the consequences of crossing me. As his words echoed in the air, a brilliant flash of sword light illuminated the office, and with a swift stroke, a statue nearby was severed in two. A fine sword. Chapter 87. The Gathering of Disciples. The transformation from ordinary individuals to cultivators, even at the novice level, was sufficient to cause a profound upheaval in their lives. Zhou Yufei, Lin Yi, Song Yin, and several other disciples all experienced this change. Their enthusiasm for cultivation only intensified as they recognized the myriad benefits it brought them. Aside from their daily lives, every moment was devoted to their practice. However, the spiritual energy in Blue Star was woefully insufficient, and they could barely cultivate without the aid of spirit stones. Yet, the few spirit stones Qin Tian had gifted them would only sustain their needs for a few days. As the second day arrived, the disciples Qin Tian had taken under his wing began making their way towards Shushan through various means. When Zhou Yufei arrived at the entrance of Shushan Vocational Technical School on her electric scooter, she was astonished to see Song Yin, dressed casually, alight from a small car. A moment of surprise crossed her face, but then, as if recalling something, she hurriedly spoke. You are also a disciple of Shushan? Why wouldn't I be? I thought you had discerned that during our last encounter, Song Yin replied with a faint smile. Just as the two were about to engage in conversation, a luxury car approached from down the road. When it halted in the parking space at the school entrance, Lin Yi emerged, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, standing before Zhou Yufei and Song Yin. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Zhou Yufei's expression subtly shifted. Oh, isn't that the heir of the Lin Group? To her surprise, he has also arrived. Could he possibly be a disciple of Shushan as well? Just as she pondered this, Lin Yi approached them. Are you two also disciples of Shushan? Hearing this, Zhou Yufei and Song Yin nodded repeatedly. It seems you are too. I never expected the heir of the Lin Group to also be a disciple of Shushan. Haha, you are mistaken. To be precise, it is because I became a disciple of Shushan that I am now the heir of the Lin Group. Had my master not saved me, I would have likely perished long ago, Lin Yi said with a look of gratitude. You two must have just recently joined Shushan. Am I correct? Indeed, it has not been long. As they spoke, the three shared the timeline of their initiation, gradually growing more acquainted. During this exchange, Shun Mingzhang arrived in a vehicle arranged by the Zhao family. Lastly, there was Su Xiaoye. As for Tian Yi, he had just departed not long ago and was likely still on the train. Upon seeing Su Xiaoye, Zhou Yufei and the others were once again filled with amazement. They never anticipated that the current top influencer on Douyin, the successor to the pop diva throne, was also a disciple of the Shushan sect. Meanwhile, as this group of newly initiated disciples gathered at the school entrance to converse, a A short distance away in the thicket, 5 burly men lay in wait. Their robust physiques and composed expressions were evident, and not far from them stood a black business vehicle. At this moment, a young man, approximately in his 30s, was observing the direction of the Shushan Vocational Technical School through a military telescope. After a brief observation, he lowered the telescope. The target has disembarked, aside from himself. There were no others in his vehicle. Hearing this, a long-haired man idly flipping a butterfly knife expressed his confusion. Why would the chairman of the Lin Group come to such a place alone in broad daylight? Who knows? After following him for 2 days without finding a suitable opportunity, I never expected him to be alone today. This is a gift from heaven, another replied. If he had gone solo, we would have had to find a way to infiltrate the Lin family and deal with him. By the way, what are those people beside him doing? Another inquired after taking the telescope for a look. I don't know. There are men and women, old and young, and they seem to know each other. One of the women looks somewhat familiar. No matter, we must take care of that Lin fellow at all costs. Once we do, we can seek out that Li fellow for money and then leave Greenvine. As he spoke, one of the men drew a handgun from his waist, a hint of murderous intent flickering across his face. His grip on the weapon revealed that he was no ordinary individual, and indeed, the truth was just as it appeared. He is an assassin and simultaneously a mercenary. Not only is he one, but the other 5 present are as well. Their purpose for this endeavor is to eliminate Lin E, the current leader of the Lin Group. The motive behind this action is rather straightforward. Lin E, upon assuming control of the Lin family, has adopted a more radical approach, thereby offending another local power within the Greenvine region. Although this rival faction operates in commerce, it too possesses a shadowy background, and thus, they have opted for the most direct and unequivocal solution, to have the assassin eliminate Lin E, thereby addressing the conflict at its roots. As this cadre of international mercenaries deliberated on the method to dispatch Lin E, a man named Lu Ming, armed with a camera, was situated less than 500 meters away, fervently capturing footage of the entrance to the Shushan Vocational Technical School. Lu Ming, an entertainment journalist, found himself in this location due to his assignment to film the renowned first-tier actress, Su Xiaoya. Observing Su Xiaoya engaging in amiable conversation with Lin E and his associates, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. What a sensational scoop this is. A top-tier celebrity clandestinely meeting with the chairman of the Lin Group. Yet, he pondered the nature of the relationships between Su Xiaoya and those around her. Their familiarity was intriguing. Moreover, why select such a venue for their rendezvous? Could it be that they are all alumni of this institution, revisiting their past? Such a notion seemed implausible, as this school is merely a vocational institution. What could possibly render it special? Just as he wrestled with these questions, another individual emerged from the school. It was Qin Tian. Upon exiting, he greeted the few individuals gathered at the school's entrance. Greetings, fellow disciples. I did not expect to see you all so early. Upon recognizing Qin Tian, Zhou Yufei and the others quickly bowed in respect, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to senior brother Qin Tian. There is no need for such formality. Since you are all here, come with me. Several senior brothers have already arrived." Upon hearing this, the eyes of those present instantly sparkled with anticipation. Although they had been part of the Shushan Sect for some time, encounters with fellow practitioners were few. They had mostly only met Qin Tian and Chang Mei. Thus, the prospect of meeting other disciples today filled them with excitement and expectation. "Let us proceed," Qin Tian declared, leading the way into the school. Zhou Yufei and the others followed closely behind. Suddenly, Qin Tian interjected, "By the way, there have been some new developments within the Shushan Cave Heaven. You must brace yourselves mentally upon your arrival." New developments? The mention of this phrase elicited a look of confusion on their faces. "It is precisely due to these changes that I have come to fetch you. Otherwise, you might find it difficult to even access the main hall of the sect." With each word, Qin Tian piqued their curiosity further. Thus, they swiftly accompanied him to the entrance of the Shushan Cave Heaven. As they stepped into the entrance of the cave, the sight before them left them utterly astonished. Good heavens, how has that mountain grown so tall? The grand hall of the sect has ascended into the clouds. What on earth is happening? While they were still in shock, Qin Tian waved his hand and produced a small boat. This vessel, a low-tier flying artifact, had cost him 10,000 sect prestige points at the sect shop the previous night, specifically to transport these disciples in the future. He gently tossed the small boat forward, and it transformed into a flying craft approximately 10 meters in length. "Come aboard, fellow disciples. I shall take you up. Otherwise, relying solely on your own strength. You might not reach Mount Shu by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei and the others exchanged glances before simultaneously boarding the flying vessel. As soon as they stepped onto the boat, it glided gracefully towards the grand hall of the Shu Mountain Sect, nestled within the sea of clouds. Meanwhile, a group of mercenaries waiting at the entrance of the Shu Mountain Vocational School reached a decision. They could not wait any longer. They would enter and deal with that Lin fellow directly. This school seemed to be abandoned, with no one around for several kilometers, an ideal place to take action. Once consensus was achieved, the mercenaries sprang into action. At that moment, Lu Ming, who was perched in a tree, quickly caught sight of them. Who were those people? Just as he was trying to figure out their intentions, they suddenly brandished handguns. Upon seeing the firearms, Lu Ming was instantly taken aback. What on earth? Could they be assassins? Today is quite the explosive day. I must follow them to find out. As the assassins stealthily infiltrated the Shu Mountain Vocational School, Lu Ming quietly grabbed his camera and trailed behind. Chapter 88. So many people in the Shu Mountain Sect. Inside the Shu Mountain Cave, as Qin Tian piloted the flying vessel with Zhou Yufei and the other disciples soaring into the air, the transformations within the cave came into full view. It had only been a few days since their last visit, yet such significant changes had occurred. Indeed, it felt as though everything had expanded. Could this cave actually grow larger? If it could grow, it would not be surprising, for this is the stronghold of our Shu Mountain Sect. How remarkable! Brother Qin Tian was absolutely right. Had he not come to fetch us, we would likely be unable to ascend Mount Shu at all. The terrain is exceedingly steep. Brother Qin Tian, when will we learn to fly with swords? When Lin Yi curiously posed this question, the others on the vessel turned their expectant gazes toward Qin Tian. Standing at the front of the flying craft, Qin Tian promptly replied, "You simply need to cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and then learn sword control techniques to fly with a sword. At that time, the sect will naturally provide you with flying swords." Really? Upon receiving such a response, the crowd immediately became exhilarated. Achieving the 5th level of Qi refinement is certainly attainable. No, I must strive harder to reach it more swiftly. I share the same sentiment. I can hardly contain my eagerness to soar through the skies on a sword. Without the ability to ride a sword, one feels less like a cultivator. At that moment, the atmosphere surged with enthusiasm, akin to a sudden burst of vitality. Indeed, the art of sword riding is an alluring pursuit for anyone. Just then, a brilliant beam of sword light suddenly streaked towards them from behind, even before it drew near. Those aboard the flying vessel could hear the sound of a sword slicing through the air. When they turned to look, they beheld a young man clad in white, with a sword sheath slung across his back, standing atop a flying sword. As the white-clad youth passed their vessel, he gradually slowed his pace and offered a respectful gesture towards Qin Tian, who acknowledged him with a nod. After a brief exchange of glances, the young man transformed back into a streak of light, soaring towards the peak of Mount Shu, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once he disappeared, the individuals aboard the vessel erupted into animated discussion. "Wow, who was that just now? He is incredibly handsome," exclaimed Su Xiaoye, her face alight with excitement. "Indeed, he is quite dashing, perhaps even more so than I. Most importantly, he can ride a sword," Lin Yi remarked enviously. "He must be a senior brother." Chunming Zhang chimed in. "That's Wan Jiani, my senior. He saved my life once. I never expected to see him again today." As Zhou Yufei spoke, the others immediately turned their attention towards her. "Sister, Zhou knows him? Wan Jiani, what a splendid name. Brother Qin Tian, do you know this Wan Jiani as well?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's question, Qin Tian nodded without hesitation. "Of course, he is a prodigy of the sword path here at Mount Shu, possessing the highest talent among the younger generation. His sword riding technique has reached an extraordinary level. Now I understand. I knew I would encounter formidable senior brothers and sisters on this trip. Lin Shidi, you need not feel envious. I heard our master say that you possess innate sword bones, and you will surely excel in the sword path in the future. Just keep working hard." "Thank you, brother. I will strive with determination," Lin Yi replied, his expression resolute. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a bright flash in the sky nearby. This blaze, akin to a meteor, hurtled swiftly towards their location. As it approached within 10 meters, the fire gradually dispersed, revealing a red-haired man clad in a long crimson robe, adorned with a flaming lotus mark on his forehead. Similar to Wan Jiani, upon spotting Qin Tian on the flying vessel, the red-haired man initiated a greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, He transformed once more into a fiery streak, shooting towards the summit of Mount Shu. As he departed, the individuals aboard the vessel resumed their lively chatter. Wow! Once again, a senior brother graced the scene, possessing a remarkable individuality. He astonishingly soared without the aid of a sword. Indeed, his presence was quite grand. Suddenly, Song Yin exclaimed with excitement, "It is senior brother Hui Yunfei. If it weren't for him last time, I would have perished in the flames. I cannot believe I have the chance to see him again today. I must express my gratitude to him later. Do you know him?" Of course. This senior brother is incredibly formidable. With a mere utterance, he can consume all flames into his being. I wonder when I shall attain such mastery. Huh? It seems another senior brother approaches. This time, it was Zhou Yufei who spoke. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gazes to the sky nearby. As she had indicated, a long-haired man gracefully descended upon them, standing atop an ancient guqin as he flew. Much like the previous figures, Wang Jian, Yi, and Hui Yunfei, this man, while approaching the flying vessel, took the initiative to greet Qin Tian. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed without casting a second glance at the crowd. Does anyone know this senior brother? I do not know him. Neither do I. As several shook their heads, Su Xiaoya appeared to recall something. I believe I recognize him. Although I have never seen his face, I suspect he is the Master Wiazi who assisted me last time. At this moment, Qin Tian suddenly spoke up. I had not anticipated that my junior sister knew Master Wiazi. He seldom makes appearances. Devoted to the art of the guqin and music, he rarely interacts with other disciples in the sect. Even I have scarcely encountered him. It seems there are indeed many returning fellow disciples this time. As Qin Tian's words faded, several beams of sword light emerged from behind the flying vessel. Although these individuals were not as powerful as the previous three, they were nonetheless beyond the capabilities of newly initiated disciples like Zhou Yufei. Upon reaching the side of the flying vessel, they respectfully addressed, "Greetings, senior brother Qin Tian." Esteemed junior brothers, you honor me. The senior brother then remarked, "We shall take our leave first." With that, the group of disciples, each possessing only qi refining cultivation, ascended on their swords towards the main hall of the Shushan sect. Observing them, Zhou Yufei and the others could not help but express their astonishment. I had no idea Shushan had so many disciples. They must be like our master described, scattered throughout Longhua, maintaining order in their respective regions. It seems that Longhua conceals many cultivators. It is just that we are unaware. What intrigues me more is what those legendary demons and monsters look like, necessitating so many Shushan disciples to suppress them. Why have we never seen any mention of them in the news? As Song Yin finished speaking, Qin Tian suddenly turned and cautioned, "You would do well to pray that you never encounter them in your lifetime. Demons are no trifling matter. Should an ordinary person cross paths with one, it is likely only to meet a grim fate, and even the military would struggle to vanquish them. Certainly, you may find it difficult to grasp the context of my words. I have just returned today, and shortly, I shall lead you into the demon locking tower to broaden your horizons." Upon hearing Qin Tian's proclamation, curiosity flickered across the faces of his companions. The demon locking tower? Indeed, it is the very place utilized by the Shushan sect to subdue demons and malevolent spirits. Chapter 89. My senior brothers are truly remarkable. Upon learning that Qin Tian intended to take them to the demon locking tower to expand their knowledge, Zhou Yufei and the others were immediately filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Previously, they had heard from Chang Mei about the existence of demons in this world, yet they had never encountered one, leaving them with an insatiable curiosity. At that moment, a tremendous commotion suddenly erupted from below them. Upon hearing the sound, they instinctively lowered their gazes toward the forest beneath. With a mere glance, they beheld a robust young man, as fierce as a tiger, sprinting through the woods below. He leaped effortlessly dozens of meters, only to spring again, traversing hundreds of meters in mere moments. Upon reaching a ravine, he did not pause for an instant. With a gentle push of his feet against the ground, he lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, landing gracefully atop a towering tree by the ravine. At this juncture, he seemed to notice the group aboard the flying vessel, and, with a booming voice, he called out to the sky, "Brother Qin Tian, I shall take my leave first. I will see you at the sect's great hall." As soon as his words echoed, he dashed forward once more, swiftly arriving at the foot of Shushan. With a powerful leap, he ascended the cliff, climbing with remarkable speed, using only his hands without any external assistance, rivaling that of sword flight. Before long, his figure vanished from their sight. Those who witnessed this spectacle were momentarily struck dumb, with the exception of Chun Mingzhang. Is this one also a disciple of Shushan? Why does he not use sword flight? They queried. Indeed, his movements are astonishingly swift. Brother Qin Tian, who is this esteemed brother? Before Qin Tian could respond, Chun Mingzhang interjected. This esteemed brother is someone I know. He is Brother Pei Kinhux. Correct. He is indeed Brother Pei. As for why he does not utilize sword flight, it is because he practices body cultivation and cannot wield a sword. Qin Tian explained with a nod. Ah, so he's a body cultivator. That explains it. I still prefer sword flight. Body cultivation does not seem particularly impressive, Lin Yi remarked, shaking his head. Do not underestimate body cultivators. Their offensive capabilities surpass those of sword cultivators. They do not rely on any magical artifacts or spells, unleashing formidable combat power solely through their own physical prowess. Should an ordinary cultivator allow a body cultivator to close the distance, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare. You will understand this if you encounter a body cultivator in the future. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the group finally set aside their dismissive attitudes. At this moment, they were not far from Shushan. At that moment, a sudden roar of a tiger echoed from behind, reverberating like thunder within the confines of Mount Shu's cave. It was impossible for anyone to ignore the sound, which carried with it an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing their hearts to race. What was that sound? Could it be the roar of tiger? Such a terrifying sound could not possibly belong to a mere tiger. Was it a demon or perhaps a beast? Are there indeed magical beasts here? Would it attack us? From the sound alone, it seemed this creature would be formidable. Just as anxiety began to creep in among the group, Qin Tian suddenly chuckled. Do not worry, it will not attack you, for it is not a magical beast, but rather a spirit beast of the Shu Mountain Sect. Spirit beast? As the crowd pondered the meaning of this term, the tiger's roar resonated once more, this time noticeably closer. Following the direction of the sound, they quickly turned to look. In an instant, they beheld a sight that left them wide-eyed. Amidst the towering mountains, a man clad in black was riding atop a massive black tiger. Its body as imposing as a tank, with a head larger than a grinding stone. The black-clad man sat firmly on its back. With a single leap, the giant tiger covered hundreds of meters, moving with such speed that those aboard the vessel had to strain their eyes to see clearly. Before long, the black tiger, carrying its rider, caught up with a flying vessel. The onlookers could even discern the sharp fangs in the tiger's mouth and the features of the man atop it. Just as they were curious about the identity of the man riding the black tiger, he spoke up. Brother Qin Tian, behind you are the new disciples. As soon as the words left his lips, Qin Tian nodded. Indeed, Brother Yin, you are quite swift, returning so soon. I had to come back. Even if there was something of great importance, the man replied. I shall take my leave now. I will see you all in the Grand Hall later. With that, the black-clad man rode off on the black tiger towards the peak of Mount Shu, the steep cliffs appearing as mere flat ground before the majestic creature. His stylish departure captivated all aboard the vessel. Wow, that is incredibly cool. I just realized riding a tiger is no less impressive than flying on a sword. Indeed, that magnificent black tiger is simply stunning. Such a striking mount is far more unique than a flying sword, except for the inability to fly. Why not acquire a flying mount as well? Brother Qin Tian, who was that just now? His name is Yin Beifei, a beast master skilled in the art of taming creatures. The black tiger he rode is a beast he has tamed. Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, the crowd's understanding deepened, and they couldn't help but inquire further. Brother, do we have so many cultivation methods in Shushan? Will we one day possess our own spirit beasts? As these words were spoken, a glimmer of anticipation shone in the eyes of the group. Qin Tian nodded in response. Indeed, our Shushan boasts a myriad of cultivation techniques: sword cultivation, body cultivation, technique cultivation, talisman cultivation, weapon cultivation, alchemy, and even goo cultivation. Every disciple can choose a path that aligns with their strengths and talents. As for spirit beasts, the sect has a dedicated spirit beast garden. Should you excel in your endeavors, the master will certainly grant you access to select your own spirit beast. Qin Tian's words immediately ignited a flicker of hope among them. Brother, do you possess a spirit beast? Zhou Yufei inquired with curiosity. Of course, my spirit beast has always been with me. As he spoke, Qin Tian retrieved a vibrant green mantis from his collar. The sight of the diminutive creature elicited expressions of surprise among the onlookers. Is this truly a spirit beast? How can it be so small? Do not underestimate it due to its size. Combined, you all would not stand a chance against it. Moreover, be mindful of your words. It comprehends human speech. Upon hearing this, Lin hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Please, great spirit beast, do not hold it against me. All right, we shall soon arrive at our destination. Prepare yourselves. 2 minutes later, Qin Tian skillfully maneuvered the flying vessel to land before the Grand Hall at the summit of Shushan. As they disembarked, they were greeted by a gathering of individuals awaiting them at the entrance of the Grand Hall. Among them were one Jinni and others who had arrived earlier. In addition, over a dozen Shushan disciples, each adorned in distinctive attire, gathered, totaling more than 20 individuals. Their only commonality was the formidable aura that emanated from them. Each person's presence far surpassed that of Zhou Yufei and her fellow new disciples by countless measures. Upon seeing this group, Zhou Yufei and the others felt a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. They were thrilled at the opportunity to finally encounter other disciples of Shushan, yet anxious as these bona fide disciples were vastly superior in cultivation, making them feel like mere imposters in comparison. Unbeknownst to them, everyone else present, apart from their group, were indeed imposters. Observing the expressions on their faces, Qin Tian could not help but smile slightly. This feels rather akin to participating in an elaborate role-playing game. Just as he reflected on this, a series of system notifications suddenly resounded in his mind. Ding! Disciple Zhou Yufei's sect loyalty has reached 100, activating exclusive cultivation gift pack. Ding! Disciple Lin Yi's sect loyalty has reached 100. Chapter 90, Exclusive Artifacts, Exclusive Spirit Beasts. The succession of notifications left Qin Tian astounded. Is it possible to receive a gift pack for achieving a loyalty of 100 to the sect? How peculiar. After the initial shock, he quickly opened the disciples' interface of the sect. As expected, among the 6 disciples he had accepted, apart from the newly initiated TNI, the loyalty of the other 5 had all reached a remarkable score of 100. At that moment, a small gift package behind the loyalty score was flashing incessantly. Could this be the exclusive cultivation package? What treasures lay within? With a hint of curiosity, he casually clicked on the exclusive package for Zhou Yufei. In the next instant, the package opened with a soft chime. Ding! You have successfully opened the exclusive cultivation package for Shushan, disciple Zhou Yufei, and obtained the following items. 1 beginner-level magical artifact, Spirit Heart Jade Pendant. 1 beginner-level storage bag, 1 junior spirit beast, White Fox, and 1 vial cultivation pills. The above items are exclusively for disciple Zhou Yufei and cannot be used by others. Immediately, a few items appeared in his sect's warehouse. Qin Tian's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing these items. Such generosity from a system. Surely, the others would receive similar rewards. He then proceeded to open the exclusive packages for the other disciples as well. Just as he had anticipated, each of their packages contained unique cultivation resources tailored to them, including 1 magical artifact, 1 storage bag, 1 spirit beast, and 1 vial of pills. The storage bags and pills were standard, while the magical artifacts and spirit beasts were varied, given according to each disciple's circumstances. This reminded him of those management games where one oversees a sect. It seemed that as their cultivation progressed, they would likely receive even higher tier rewards. Since he had gathered them together, it was the perfect opportunity to distribute these items. Just then, Lin Yi and the others arrived to decide. Senior brother Qin Tian, when do we start receiving our items? What can we expect? Indeed, I'm quite curious, they chimed in. Hearing Lin Yi's question, Qin Tian smiled gently. What can we expect? Just some spirit stones and pills. The basic materials needed for cultivation. However, being new disciples, you may receive some additional items. Oh, I see. So when does it begin? It has already begun. As soon as Qin Tian finished speaking, the Shushan disciples began to form a queue in front of the main hall. Occasionally, someone would enter the hall and emerge with a beaming smile, promptly leaving Shushan without a moment's pause, as if they had pressing matters to attend to. Before long, it was Qin Tian's turn. Since only one person could enter at a time, no one knew what awaited them inside. As Qin Tian stepped into the hall, Lin Yi and the others craned their necks, eager to catch a glimpse. After what felt like an eternity, when Qin Tian finally exited, Zhou Yufei stepped forward with a mix of anticipation and anxiety, ready to enter the sect's grand hall. Upon entering the grand hall of the sect, she beheld an elderly man with white hair seated behind a table, a small booklet laid before him. As she approached the table, the old man raised his gaze to regard her. Name? He inquired. Zhou Yufei, she replied promptly. Are you a new disciple? The elder asked after glancing at the booklet before him. Yes, she affirmed. You are currently at the first level of Qi refinement. According to the sect's regulations, you are entitled to receive 10 spirit stones each month. Moreover, as a newly initiated disciple, the sect leader has prepared a few additional items for you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yufei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With her eager gaze fixed upon him, the elder retrieved several items from beside him. A palm-sized jade pendant, 2 small pouches, and a vial of elixir were presented to her. This is your entry-level magical artifact, the Ling Xin Jade Pendant, which can enhance your spirit and slightly augment your magical power. This pouch is for storing items, while this one is a spirit beast pouch containing a white fox. The vial holds a Peiyuan pill, beneficial for your cultivation. You may take them all. As he spoke, the elder produced 10 spirit stones, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the stones along with the 4 items floated before Zhou Yufei. Her eyes brimmed with joy at the sight of the bounty. She had not anticipated receiving not only spirit stones, but also magical artifacts, elixirs, and a spirit beast, far exceeding her expectations. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she repeatedly thanked the elder, who merely waved his sleeve in response. Go now, and call on the next person. Yes, esteemed elder. After bowing respectfully, Zhou Yufei summoned Lin Yi, who was waiting behind her. Like Zhou Yufei, Lin Yi also received his designated cultivation supplies. His magical artifact was a long sword, and his spirit beast was a white ape. Following him was Song Yin, who possessed a fire-controlling flag as his artifact and a firebird as his spirit beast. Next in line was Su Xiaoye, with an ancient Guqin as her artifact and a spirit cat as her beast. Finally, Chun Mingzhong received a long staff as his artifact and a demon tiger as his spirit beast. Each of the 5 disciples, having acquired their treasures, could scarcely contain their delight as they exited the grand hall, eager to showcase their newfound possessions. With their exclusive magical artifacts in hand and their spirit beasts by their side, they resembled children whose parents had just gifted them new toys. It was not until some time had passed that their excitement began to wane. Observing their exuberance, Qin Tian reminded them, "Your master has shown you great favor. Do not disappoint him. Upon returning, diligently refine your artifacts and communicate well with your spirit beasts. Do not let pride cloud your judgment." Hearing Qin Tian's words, the 5 quickly composed their expressions. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. We shall devote ourselves to our training." "That is well and good. By the way, I previously mentioned taking you all to the Demon Locking Tower for an enlightening experience. Since there is still ample time, I shall escort you there now." As soon as these words left my lips, the group, who had only just regained their composure, instantly perked up with enthusiasm. "Come along," I beckoned. Under their watchful gazes, I retrieved the flying vessel once more. Once everyone boarded, I deftly piloted the craft toward the mountain where the Demon Locking Tower stood. What had once been merely a small hill had transformed into a towering peak over 2,000 meters high following the upgrade of the cave realm, with sheer cliffs surrounding its base. As the vessel descended, the mysterious aura of the Demon Locking Tower captivated the attention of my companions. Thick chains, densely packed talisman papers, and 7 massive coiling dragon pillars, along with the demon-subduing sword embedded at the tower's pinnacle, all conveyed the extraordinary nature of what lay imprisoned within. While they were still observing the tower with wide-eyed wonder, I'd already arrived at the entrance. "Do not dawdle. If you are curious, come inside with me. Do you not wish to see what the demons look like? They are right within." With that, I pushed open the grand doors of the Demon Locking Tower. Chapter 91. The Trial of the Demon Locking Tower. With hearts filled with trepidation and anticipation, the 5 of them ultimately followed me into the tower. Once inside, they were astonished to discover that the interior was far larger than they had ever imagined, almost absurdly so. As I gazed around, the boundaries seemed to vanish, resembling an independent space altogether. "Brother, is this truly the interior of the Demon Locking Tower? It feels so vast," one exclaimed. "Indeed, but where are the demons?" they questioned, glancing around with their respective artifacts in hand. "Demons? Right over there," I indicated toward a large tree ahead. "Huh, that tree is a demon?" They looked at the tree I pointed to with skepticism. "Why not approach and find out?" I encouraged. Initially hesitant, the group stared at the large willow tree, which bore no apparent difference from ordinary trees. Curiosity, however, ultimately triumphed over fear. With palpable tension, they cautiously approached the tree. As they drew within 10 meters, the seemingly motionless tree suddenly sprouted a grotesque, terrifying human face, and the papers adorning it began to writhe like tentacles. Witnessing this, The group screamed in terror and turned to flee. Yet, as they spun around, the branches of the willow swiftly ensnared them from behind, binding them tightly. Before they could comprehend their predicament, they found themselves dragged toward the tree. Meanwhile, the face upon the tree gaped open, revealing a cavernous maw. And once they were pulled close enough, their fate was sealed. They would be consumed by the tree demon on the spot. In moments of panic, the 5 individuals momentarily forgot their identities as cultivators. Just as they were about to be ensnared by the tree demon, a flash of sword light suddenly illuminated the scene. With that brilliant gleam, the branches binding them snapped, and a copious amount of crimson sap gushed forth, resembling blood. The 5, regaining their freedom, hastily retreated until they found themselves back beside Qin Tian, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. How terrifying! Is this what demons are like? A mere tree could attain sentience and sprout a mouth. For a moment, I truly believed my end was nigh. It seems that demons really do exist in this world. I shudder to think how an ordinary person would react upon witnessing such a sight. Observing the lingering fear etched on their faces, Qin Tian effortlessly summoned a flying sword. This was merely the lowest tier of tree demons, yet it frightened you all so thoroughly. As disciples of Mount Shu, we face demons that are 10-fold, 100-fold stronger than this one daily. It appears that beyond enhancing your cultivation, you must also hone your combat skills. Otherwise, should you ever encounter a demon in the future, you may find yourselves lacking the strength to fight back. Before engaging in battle with demons, you must grasp one crucial truth. Many demons are not as formidable as they appear. They merely possess a fearsome visage. If you can conquer the dread in your hearts, you have already won half the battle. Now, watch closely as I demonstrate how to vanquish this tree demon. As the words left his lips, Qin Tian strode purposefully towards the tree demon. Perhaps sensing his uniqueness, the tree demon launched its attack before he could draw near. Countless branches surged towards him like an onslaught. In the face of this barrage, Qin Tian formed a sword gesture with his hand, and with a single wave, the hovering flying sword positioned itself before him. As the sword light flickered, the branches were swiftly severed into segments. While controlling the flying sword, he simultaneously formed another spell with his other hand. As the incantation took shape, the pitch-black sky within the confines of the demon-locking tower suddenly crackled with lightning. In the next instant, a thunderbolt, as thick as an arm, struck the tree demon with precision. Boom! Smoke billowed from the demon as it was cleaved in two, emitting a piercing wail before succumbing to death. The one-slashing branches fell motionless, as if they had perished. Witnessing Qin Tian dispatch a demon effortlessly, expressions of admiration blossomed on the faces of Zhou Yufei and the others. Brother Qin Tian is truly remarkable. He can even summon thunder. Is that how easily demons perish? How I wish to be as nonchalant as he. No wonder the previous seniors sought to greet Brother Qin Tian. I had thought it was merely due to his administrative role within the sect, but it seems part of the reason is his formidable strength. Indeed, the disciples of the Shushan sect are anything but ordinary, as several of them expressed their sentiments. Qin Tian approached the lifeless body of the tree demon. If his memory served him correctly, there was a probability of discovering items upon the demise of creatures within the demon lock tower. To his astonishment, upon inspecting the tree demon's remains, he unearthed a jade slip containing records of low-level spells. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast it aside to Zhou Yufei and the others. It was not that the spell lacked merit. Rather, it required his personal cultivation. A spell that he could not master at a glance held no utility for him. The others, witnessing Qin Tian retrieve an item from the tree demon's corpse, were filled with curiosity. "Senior brother, how could this tree demon possess a spell?" Zhou Yufei inquired, clutching the jade slip. Naturally, it is a remnant left by the predecessors of the Shushan sect. They sought to encourage disciples to hone their combat skills within the demon lock tower, leaving behind various opportunities upon these demons. Defeating them might yield rewards, akin to a game. Upon hearing Qin Tian's explanation, the group experienced a moment of enlightenment. Their interest in the demon lock tower peaked further. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian proceeded to enlighten them on the fundamentals of the tower. The first floor housed demons of the Qi refinement stage, while the second floor contained those of the foundation establishment stage, and so forth. The higher the floor, the stronger the demon. Given your current strength, you may only explore the first floor. Additionally, should you sustain fatal injuries within the tower, you will be teleported out directly. So do not fear being slain by the demons. In the ensuing time, Qin Tian gradually led them to battle several other demons, ultimately allowing them to engage firsthand. After vanquishing a demon, they not only overcame their fear, but also enhanced their practical combat abilities. The 5 of them coordinated to defeat 3 Qi refinement stage beasts. Feeling their training was sufficient, Qin Tian guided them out of the demon lock tower and subsequently departed from the Shushan cave heaven. No sooner had they exited than a sudden system notification echoed in Qin Tian's mind. Ding! The Leaf family, a prominent cultivation family, has expended a substantial sum to hire assassins from the Red Serpent Hall to eliminate Shushan disciple Lin Yi. Currently, the assassins are lying in wait outside the Shushan stronghold. Please protect disciple Lin Yi from the Red Serpent Hall assassins. Completion rewards: 5,000 points of sect reputation, 500 spirit stones, and the construction of a martial arts pavilion. Furthermore, for each Red Serpent Hall assassin eliminated, an additional 1,000 points of sect reputation and 100 spirit stones will be granted. Please note, the assassins from the Red Serpent Hall are formidable and wield powerful magical artifacts. As he absorbed the unexpected notification, Qin Tian scratched the back of his head, bemused. What is unfolding now? Meanwhile, within the campus of the Shushan Vocational Technical School, the previously mentioned 5 assassins wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, those individuals had clearly entered, yet now, where have they all vanished? Chapter 92. Even with firearms, one cannot contend with cultivators. Due to Qin Tian having summoned Qin Tianzhu and several others into the Shushan cave heaven to bolster their numbers, the entire Shushan Vocational Technical School is now devoid of any inhabitants. Consequently, the group of assassins effortlessly infiltrated the school premises. They had initially believed that locating Lin Yi would be a simple endeavor. However, after scouring every corner of the institution, they were astounded to discover that Lin Yi was conspicuously absent. Not only was Lin Yi missing, but none of those who had entered the school alongside him could be found. This is truly perplexing. Where have those individuals gone? A burly man clad in a black tank top furrowed his brow. Could it be that the lad named Lin anticipated our intent to kill him and thus concealed himself? That is implausible. Had he been aware of our approach, he would not have ventured here alone. Yet, aside from a main entrance, there are no other exits. How could a whole group simply disappear without a trace? Moreover, do you not find it curious that these individuals, who appear to be unfamiliar with one another, all converged in this place? Might there be some hidden secret here? Suddenly, a man who had been skillfully flipping a butterfly knife interjected. Indeed, something feels amiss. The absence of anyone is suspicious. Could it be that the one named Lin is deliberately luring us into a trap? Even if it were a deliberate bait. What of it? Unless they can muster an army, the Red Serpent shall have no fear of them. Let us continue searching. Perhaps we have overlooked something. With that, they resumed their search throughout the school, ultimately fixing their gaze upon the playground at the rear of the school, the only route leading to the mountain behind. As this group of assassins stealthily made their way toward the mountain, Qin Tian pondered the recent prompt from the system. Misjudgments by the system had occurred more than once, so he did not place much significance on this occurrence. He was merely curious about what the system had identified as a cultivator family and what it had classified as the Red Snake Hall assassins. While he could comprehend which family might be considered a cultivator clan, surely the Red Snake Hall assassins could not be mere killers. With this thought, he turned to Lin Yi beside him and inquired, "Junior brother, have you recently offended anyone?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Yi's face displayed a hint of astonishment. "Senior brother, how did you know? Is it someone by the surname of Li? You know that too. Is our Shushan intelligence network truly that formidable? But then again, it is only natural, for Shushan must safeguard the entire Dragon Nation, necessitating a robust intelligence network." Lin Yi was utterly taken aback. "It seems they have even dispatched assassins to eliminate you, correct?" "That is indeed the case," Lin Yi nodded. "Then it is as I suspected. Those assassins seem to have already arrived." As soon as Qin Tian uttered these words, the expressions of the disciples present shifted dramatically, particularly Lin Yi. "They have arrived? Where?" "Just over there," Qin Tian replied with a smile, gesturing toward the point not far ahead. Before long, a group of 5 individuals emerged abruptly from around a corner, less than 50 meters away. The moment Lin Yi and the others noticed them, the 5 international assassins also laid eyes on Lin Yi's group. Both parties stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances. The assassins were the first to regain their composure. "Boss, they are over there," one of them exclaimed. "How could they be here? I was just in the spot and didn't see them at all." "Indeed, I've been here too, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Where did these people come from?" "Who cares? Our mission is to eliminate the one named Lin and then collect our payment from the one named Li. What about those others nearby? They'll be killed as well. It's simply their misfortune. Let us get to it. Taking out a few ordinary folks, one T even require our firearms. As they spoke, the 5 assassins seamlessly tucked their guns into their waists, and each drew a tactical dagger. They then swaggered confidently towards Lin E and his companions. Upon seeing them approach, Lin E and his friends exhibited a range of emotions. Anticipation, excitement. Yet fear was conspicuously absent. There truly are assassins. It seems we have a chance for real combat. Lin Yimu said, "Who would have thought we'd encounter such a scenario in the real world? It appears that the lives of the wealthy aren't as secure as they seem. Do not intervene. These assassins are here to kill me. Let me handle this alone," Lin E declared, rubbing his hands in excitement. "No way. Such an opportunity is rare. We each deserve a turn," Zhou Yufei replied, her expression one of defiance. "All right then. One for each of us, just 5 in total. Senior brother Qin Tian, you need not intervene. This minor skirmish doesn't require your involvement. I shall refrain. A few mortals do not warrant my effort. You may proceed," Qin Tian stated as he stepped aside. Thus, Lin E and his 4 companions strode directly towards the 5 assassins, their demeanor leaving the latter perplexed. What are they up to? Can't they see we're here to kill them? In their state of confusion, Lin E and his friends approached within 10 meters, allowing both sides to clearly see one another. Before the assassins could speak, Lin E took the initiative. "You are the ones sent by the Li family to kill me, correct?" The 5 assassins exchanged glances, surprised. "You know we're here to kill you, yet you don't flee?" The man in the vest scoffed. "Flee? Why would I run? Not only will I not escape, but I will also deal with you myself," Lin E responded calmly. "Oh, it seems you are unaware of our identity. We are." Before the man in the vest could finish his sentence, Lin E conjured a long sword out of thin air right before his eyes. Gazing at the shimmering long sword in Lin Yi's hand, the 5 assassins stood frozen in place. "Regardless of your identities, if you intend to take my life, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. My fellow comrades, I shall handle that burly man." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin E, wielding his sword, swiftly lunged towards the leading figure clad in a vest. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter gap, and before the vest-clad man could react, Lin E thrust his sword towards the man's chest. The speed at which he drew his weapon was astonishing, so swift that even an elite assassin like the vest-wearer had little time to respond. He could only manage a feeble sidestep. This maneuver, however, merely spared his heart, leaving the blade to pierce his shoulder instead. The sharp sword pierced through his shoulder and scapula, eliciting an intense pain that sent adrenaline surging through him. With no time to ponder, he swiftly retreated, reaching for the gun at his lower back. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, a flash of sword light zipped past him. In an instant, the gun in his hand shattered into 2 halves, along with his arms, which were severed at the elbows. As this scene unfolded before the eyes of the remaining 4 assassins, they were struck with horror, hastily drawing their own weapons. However, their fates were not any less dire. One of them, upon drawing his gun, seemed to lose his senses, uncontrollably directing the muzzle at a nearby companion and pulling the trigger. Another was engulfed in flames, instantly transforming into a human torch. A third was struck on both hands with a blunt object, rendering them grotesquely misshapen. The last one didn't even have the chance to draw his weapon before being struck by a sound blade, sending him careening backward. In less than a minute, all 5 assassins lay grievously injured on the ground, with none able to stand. In stark contrast, Lin E and his companions stood resolutely, each wielding their mystical artifacts with an air of authority. This confrontation between international assassins and cultivators concluded with an overwhelming victory for the latter. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a nearby educational building, reporter Lu Ming was engulfed in terror and astonishment. As a paparazzo entrenched in the entertainment industry, he had come merely to capture candid shots of the popular star Su Xiaoya. Upon discovering the group of assassins, he had instinctively followed them into the school and taken refuge on the rooftop. Little did he anticipate that events would escalate to such a degree. Lin E and his companions emerged unscathed, while the assassins were utterly annihilated. The absurdity of their defeat was staggering. 5 trained assassins, armed with firearms, were rendered completely powerless and swiftly subdued by Lin E and his peculiar methods. Lu Ming could comprehend the sword in Lin Yi's grasp and the staff wielded by Chun Ming Zhang, but the fireball conjured by Song Yin was beyond his comprehension. Who were these individuals? Cultivators? As Lu Ming murmured to himself, A voice suddenly emerged from behind him. You are correct. They are indeed cultivators. Astonished, he realized that they had unexpectedly appeared, revealing themselves as renowned cultivators, including a famous actress and the chairman of the Lin Group. This was monumental news. Lu Ming, camera in hand, exclaimed with palpable excitement. Indeed, this is significant news. What do you plan to do? Naturally, I will post it online. This news will surely astonish the entire internet, and my follower count will skyrocket. I must capture more footage. However, as he uttered these words, an unsettling realization washed over him, causing his expression to stiffen. He suddenly remembered that he was entirely alone on the rooftop. In the next moment, he slowly turned around and, with one glance, saw the beaming Qin Tian standing behind him. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Lu Ming felt his spirit nearly evaporate in terror. Why, you were just over there. How did you get here? Isn't it normal for a cultivator to fly? I simply flew over. And what about you? A journalist? Qin Tian inquired with curiosity. Let me see what you recorded. With that, he seized Lu Ming's camera, much to Lu Ming's horror, and began to replay the footage. Well done. You have quite a talent for finding this place, Qin Tian remarked. At that moment, Lu Ming found himself utterly speechless. Noticing his reaction, Qin Tian teased. Are you worried that I might silence you permanently? Lu Ming nodded vigorously in response. Your concern is warranted. After all, the existence of cultivators is a closely guarded secret. Only a select few are aware of our kind, and our foremost rule is to ensure that ordinary people never discover our identities. Should this occur, there are two solutions. One is to ensure that person remains silent forever, and the other is to erase their existence entirely. While you may think these options are similar, they are in fact quite alike. As Qin Tian spoke, Lu Ming was so frightened he felt on the verge of fainting, regretting his decision to be there. Just as he was about to succumb to fear, Qin Tian suddenly laughed. You need not be overly afraid. We cultivators do not engage in indiscriminate killings. Fortunately, I happen to have a pill here. If you merely consume it, I shall spare your life. Hearing this, Lu Ming's spirits lifted immediately. However, this pill is actually a poison. Inside it lies a heart-devouring parasite. With just a thought, it could consume your heart, causing you to perish instantly. Therefore, you must obey me, understand? Despite knowing he was about to ingest poison, Lu Ming nodded fervently. As long as he wasn't dying immediately, he was willing to comply with any request. Very well then, go ahead and consume it. As the conversation unfolded, Qin Tian produced a medicinal pill bestowed by the system. Tossing it before Lu Ming, gazing at the vibrant red pill, Lu Ming struggled momentarily before resolutely closing his eyes and swallowing it whole. Upon consuming the pill, a look of utter desolation washed over his face. Very well, since you have ingested the heart-eating pill, you shall heed my commands from this point onward. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to assist me, there will be ample rewards for you. At this proclamation, Lu Ming's expression brightened with sudden excitement. Can I cultivate immortality? Your aptitude seems somewhat lacking, but if you perform well, I could recommend you as an outer disciple of the Cultivation Sect, where you may learn some rudimentary cultivation techniques. While eternal life may be a stretch, living for a century or two is certainly within reach. Is that truly possible? Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, let us exchange contact information. You may return for now. I shall message you when your assistance is required. With that, Qin Tian retrieved his phone and added Lu Ming as contact. Subsequently, Lu Ming reverently turned to leave, knowing that this day would forever be etched in his memory. Once Lu Ming had departed, Qin Tian leaped from the rooftop. His decision to release Lu Ming stemmed from a reluctance to take lives indiscriminately, as well as the notion that Lu Ming could potentially enhance the Cultivation Sect's visibility in the future, perhaps capturing moments of sword flight in the sky or sightings of demonic beasts in the mountains. Gradually, he aimed to craft a fabricated worldview of cultivation for the public, thus amassing substantial prestige for the sect. When he approached Lin, Yi, and the others, they had already subdued the 5 professional assassins. Except for one who had lost consciousness from excessive blood loss after Lin, he had severed his hands. The remaining 4 wore expressions of panic and terror. Even the dimmest among them could discern that this group was no ordinary assembly. How could common folk conjure weapons from thin air or summon fireballs with their bare hands? Brother, how shall we deal with these fellows? Lin Yi inquired urgently upon spotting Qin Tian. What do you think should be done? Naturally, they must be killed. Kill them? That seems rather extreme. The others, including Lin Yi, exchanged apprehensive glances. Let me pose a question. Had you not reacted swiftly, who would have perished when they drew their firearms. Moreover, if we do not eliminate them, what would you propose? Hand them over to the police? The group found themselves at a loss for words. If you lack the courage, allow me to take action. As soon as the words left his lips, a sphere of samadhi true fire ignited in the palm of Qin Tian's hand. With a mere thought, the flame divided into 5, and with a gentle flick, 5 fireballs, each no larger than a fingertip, soared towards the 5 assassins. At the moment the samadhi true fire made contact with their bodies, they instantly transformed into human-shaped torches. In less than a second, they were reduced to mere ashes, unable to utter even a single cry of despair. After the 5 had turned to dust, Qin Tian retracted the samadhi true fire, clenching his fist gently until the flames vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the others stood frozen in shock at Qin Tian's display of power. It was then that Qin Tian's voice resonated once again in their ears. If you cannot even bear to kill, how will you confront demons that can take on human forms? This statement struck like a bolt of enlightenment, awakening the 5 from their stupor. Thank you for your guidance. Senior brother, we understand now. It is good that you comprehend. Although these 5 assassins have perished, those who hired them remain. The resolution of this matter will rest upon you, junior brother Lin. Understood, senior brother. I will handle it personally, Lin Yi replied, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Minutes later, Lin Yi and the others departed from the school, leaving Qin Tian alone. He casually picked up the 5 handguns from the ground and returned to his room. Simultaneously, a notification tone from the system signaled the completion of a task. As he received the prestige points and spirit stones, he also acquired the sect's martial arts pavilion. Before he could examine the attributes of this pavilion, another system task arrived. The Li family has dared to attack disciples of the Shushan sect. This act is a blatant provocation. Please lead the disciples of Shushan to the Li residence to demand an explanation and administer punishment, upholding the dignity of Shushan. Task completion rewards: 100,000 sect prestige points, 10,000 spirit stones, a high-tier magical artifact, and a spirit testing tablet. Additionally, the disciple recruitment function will undergo its first upgrade, expanding the sensing range from a radius of 5 kilometers to 50 kilometers, along with the activation of a mini-map query feature. Chapter 94. The Leaf Family, Demon Sealing Vase, Dream Demon. Yet another chain task. Qin Tian's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the notification in his mind. He had initially thought that leaving Lin Yi to handle his own affairs would suffice, but he had not anticipated the matter would have further implications. What exactly does the Leaf family do that necessitates my personal involvement in demanding an explanation? Could it be that their background is quite formidable? Nevertheless, the rewards for this task are indeed substantial, with a prestige point reward of 100,000 alone being noteworthy. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian resolved to pay a visit to the Leaf family to discern what it was that warranted such a high-value task from the system. Before heading to the Li residence, he took a moment to search for the Leaf family of Wolftang City on his phone. To his surprise, this search yielded unexpected information. According to the data retrieved, the Leaf family was an illustrious and powerful clan in Wolftang City, having amassed wealth and influence since the last century. If the Lin family represents a burgeoning lineage in Greenvine City, then the Leaf family stands as a venerable clan with a history spanning a century. Not only is their household flourishing in numbers, but also boasts an array of talented individuals. Members of the family have ventured into politics and commerce, establishing roots in various sectors. Rumor has it that their origins lie in the underworld, which explains why those who have wielded power within the family possess a ruthless disposition. Any adversaries of the Leaf family have met with inexplicable misfortune. Once, a brazen group attempted to kidnap the Leaf family's eldest son, demanding an exorbitant ransom. The current head of the family, Li Wenshan, was incensed. Ultimately, the kidnappers not only failed to secure a penny, but also vanished without a trace, leaving even the police baffled regarding their whereabouts. Additionally, the Leaf family operates a security company, employing a considerable number of idle individuals as enforcers. With the aid of these musclemen, the Leaf family has never suffered losses, whether in business or other pursuits. This Leaf family certainly possesses a certain formidable aura, though that may only be apparent to the uninitiated. Unfortunately for them, they have now attracted the ire of a cultivator. My current concern is how to exact retribution upon this Leaf family. I cannot simply strike them down with a bolt of divine retribution myself. Perhaps I could unleash a demon upon them? As soon as this idea crossed my mind, it seemed quite feasible. From the information available online, the Li family is far from benevolent, having engaged in forced demolitions and coercive practices. The eldest son of the Li family was once implicated in a drunk driving incident that resulted in the deaths of a mother and daughter. But the matter was quietly swept under the rug with the family's intervention. Opening the sect shop, I began to search for an item that could assist me. After a thorough examination, my gaze settled upon a particular object. Demon Sealing Bottle Beginner, a low-tier magical artifact capable of temporarily sealing demons captured within it. It requires resealing every 12 hours and can only contain demons at the Qi refinement stage. Price, 2,000 sect reputation. Without hesitation, I expended 2,000 points of sect reputation to procure the artifact known as the Demon Sealing Bottle. Shortly thereafter, a palm-sized vial materialized in my hand. Its surface adorned with intricate runes, reminiscent of those on the Demon Lock Tower, suggesting its purpose for sealing demons. With the Demon Sealing Bottle in hand, I hastened into the Shushan Cave Heaven, making my way directly to the Demon Lock Tower. As I navigated through the first level of the tower, I encountered a formidable demon at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, an entity known as a dream demon, which feasts on the dreams of the living. The dream demon manifested as a swirling mass of dense black mist, occasionally morphing into a visage resembling a human face. Upon noticing me, it lunged forward with alarming speed. However, before it could close the distance, I unleashed a powerful punch, the force coalescing into a massive tiger's head that lunged towards the dream demon. In the late stages of my foundational cultivation, against a demon at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, even a slight display of my strength proved overwhelming. The dream demon was swiftly subdued, left in a state of utter defeat. As he transitioned into his cultivation mode, his vitality surged like a furnace, rendering him impervious to the phantasmal assault of the dream demon. Without hesitation, he seized its throat with a firm grip. "Do not move, any sign of defiance, and I shall end your existence. I require your assistance with a task. Should you fulfill it well, I may spare your life. Failure, however, will not be tolerated." No sooner had he spoken than a radiant golden light erupted from the palm of his left hand, emanating from the pinnacle-level golden light spell, capable of obliterating the dream demon's very essence with a single casting. Upon beholding the shimmering spell, the dream demon trembled in fear, nodding vigorously in acquiescence. "In a moment, I will escort you outside. Your sole responsibility will be to utilize your abilities to torment a select few individuals, but heed my warning, do not take their lives." Moments later, Qin Tian departed from the celestial cave of Mount Shu, clutching the demon sealing vial. Through the slightly translucent glass, one could discern the swirling, inky mist within. Upon exiting the cave, he mounted his sword and soared towards the city, his sights set on the affluent enclave at the heart of Green Vine City, the stronghold of the Leaf family, an area entirely developed by them. Simultaneously, within the Leaf family's residence, a middle-aged man donned in casual home attire, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of cultured benevolence, tended to the flowers in the garden. This seemingly genteel figure was Li Wenshan, the current patriarch of the Li family, whose outward tranquility belied a decisive and ruthless nature. Having just watered a pot of roses, he reached for a pair of shears to prune the errant branches. However, before he could commence his task, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a gaunt middle-aged man entered, and upon seeing Li Wenshan, he hastily spoke, "Patriarch, it seems there has been a disturbance." Li Wenshan, still holding the shears, did not immediately lift his gaze, continuing instead to trim the foliage with leisurely grace. What could possibly warrant such alarm? I just attempted to contact the assassins, but I found them unreachable. They are also absent from the hotel, and I suspect they may have absconded with the payment, the emaciated man explained urgently. The moment Li Wenshan heard this, his movements ceased and his brow furrowed slightly. "All 5 are uncontactable?" "Indeed, none can be reached." "What their luggage? Is it still at the hotel?" "Their belongings remain, but according to the hotel staff, they left early this morning and have yet to return." "Could they have already engaged in their mission?" "Unlikely. Our informant within the Lin Group just reported that he has returned to the Lin Group. That is precisely why I fear they may have fled with the money." After delivering this statement, the gaunt man respectfully stood by, awaiting Li Wenshan's response. Li Wenshan's reply was succinct. "They dare not." As he spoke, he deftly severed the main stem of the rose before him with a decisive snip of his shears. "Send someone to find them. No matter what, they must be located." "Yes." What about that young man from the Lin family? Let that martial madman handle it. Since the Lin family does not regard our Li family with respect, they shall soon learn who truly commands authority in Iltang. Understood, master. With that, the gaunt middle-aged man turned and departed. After Li Wenshan picked up a towel to dry his hands, he strode into the nearby hall. Upon entering, he casually pulled open a nearby bookshelf and retrieved a mobile phone from a hidden compartment behind it among several others. After dialing the sole number in his contacts, it was not long before the call was answered. Investigate where the Red Snake Gang went today and whom they met. Report back to me once you have the information. Having said this, he abruptly hung up and returned the phone to its place. Just as he set the phone down, a young man, bearing a striking resemblance to him, swaggered into the courtyard. Tapte nurantasing, Li Yaozu, unless nigmara. As the young man entered the courtyard, he shouted loudly towards Li Wenshan in the hall, Dad, has that kid from the Lin family died? That brat dares to compete with me for business and women. Thinking just because the outside world calls the Lin family the wealthiest in Iltang, he can consider himself a rich heir. This time, I will make him understand who truly holds power in Iltang. As he bellowed, the young man approached Li Wenshan. The only one audacious enough to speak to Li Wenshan in such a manner was his most cherished son, Li Yaozu. As Li Wenshan's most favored child, Li Yaozu had always gotten whatever he desired since childhood, and this continued into adulthood. No matter what he coveted, he would employ any means necessary to acquire it. At just over 20, he had already indulged in every vice imaginable, from gambling to illicit activities. Protected by the Li family's influence, even if he committed grave offenses, he would merely spend a few days in confinement before being released. It was Li Yaozu who initially proposed taking action against Lin Yidong, motivated by an incident at a business event where Lin Yidong overshadowed him. However, as Li Yaozu shouted at Li Wenshan, he was unexpectedly met with a sharp slap across the face. You little beast. Speak. What did you do yesterday? The sudden blow left Li Yaozu momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he stammered, Dad, I didn't do anything yesterday. Did nothing? Then explained the girl from the Dihao Hotel on Dongjiang Road. Do you know she jumped off? Li Wenshan glared at Li Yaozu. Disappointment etched across his features. I just slept with her. It's not my fault if she couldn't handle it, Li Yaozu replied, a look of grievance on his face. What does that have to do with you? Do you realize that there are cameras in the hotel corridors and elevators capturing every moment of you carrying that girl into the room? Furthermore, there are hidden cameras within the hotel rooms. Do you truly believe that your sordid actions can remain concealed? If I had not dispatched someone to clean up your mess, you would have already been apprehended. After bellowing these words, Li Wenshan turned and seated himself in the grand chair at the center of the lobby. Kneel. I demand that you kneel here for 3 hours. Reflect on your actions. How could I, Li Wenshan, have produced such a dim-witted and self-indulgent fool like you? As soon as Li Wenshan finished speaking, Li Yaozu begrudgingly knelt before him. Should you continue to behave recklessly, I will send you abroad, and there you may do as you please. Father, please do not send me abroad. I wish to remain in Iltang. By the way, has that boy from the Lin family died? He dared to offend me, and I must ensure his demise. Oof. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to you. You are not to rise before nightfall. With that, Li Wenshan strode out of the lobby. As soon as he left, Li Yaozu stood up defiantly. Kneel? I refuse to do so. As he spoke, he stifled a yawn. After a restless night, he had not slept well and decided to take a nap before anything else. Without even changing his clothes, he collapsed onto the bed, soon drifting into a deep slumber. The room soon filled with the sound of his snoring. Just as he fell asleep, a thick cloud of dark mist wafted into his room, slipping unnoticed into his nostrils. The next moment, Li Yaozu groggily opened his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. Am I not at home? How did I end up here? Where is this place? Just as he pondered, a sudden gust of wind flung open the nearby window, the biting cold causing him to shiver. Unable to endure it any longer, he rushed to the window in an attempt to close it. However, as he reached the window and inadvertently glanced outside, a wave of cold sweat broke out upon him. Below, on the ground, lay a woman in a white dress. Her long hair cascading around her. She was contorted in a grotesque manner, blood seeping from the back of her head, staining the surrounding ground. Her eyes were wide open, defiantly gazing upwards. Li Yaozu's eyes met hers, and in an instant, he recognized her identity. How could it be her? How'd she be down there? Is this the Dihao Hotel? Cold sweat poured from him as an inexplicable chill coursed through his heart. Unable to bear the gaze of the girl below any longer, he hastily closed the window and drew the curtains shut. After completing these two tasks, he prepared to leave the room. However, upon reaching the door, he was astonished to discover that he was utterly unable to open the hotel room. No matter how he pulled, tugged, or kicked, it remained steadfastly closed. He even attempted to call for help, yet there was no response from outside. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from a window. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking grew increasingly frantic and relentless. Beads of sweat began to form on Li Yaozu's forehead. If his memory served him right, this room was situated on the 18th floor. How could anyone be knocking at his window? The only individual capable of such a feat was the girl who had just lain at the base of the building. Faced with an impenetrable door and an incessantly knocking window, Li Yaozu's mind was tormented, and the overwhelming fear threatened to shatter his composure. Yet just then, the knocking abruptly ceased. Realizing this, Li Yaozu first wiped the sweat from his brow, then spoke tremulously to himself. Has she left? No. She must be doing this on purpose. Try to lure me to the window. I cannot fall for it. Oomph. You couldn't harm me while alive. So I refuse to believe you can do so now that you are dead. Having uttered these words, Li Yaozu resolved to find something handy to break down the door. After a brief search, he located a chair. Grasping the chair, he struck the hotel door with considerable force. After a relentless barrage of over 10 blows, the door finally gave way. However, to his astonishment, upon breaking through, he did not find the hotel corridor awaiting him, but rather an abyss of darkness. Just as Li Yaozu's bewildered gaze lingered, the darkness suddenly illuminated, revealing a scene so terrifying that it threatened to render him unconscious. At some point, the door had transformed into a window, and beneath it lay the very same woman in white, her eyes wide open, gazing upwards with a look of unyielding defiance. On the other side, the window he had just closed had morphed into the hotel entrance. No, this cannot be real. This cannot be real. Overwhelmed by terror, Li Yaozu staggered backward, only to have a pale hand suddenly reach in from outside the window, gripping his ankle with a vice-like hold. In the next instant, a familiar face emerged from the ledge. The moment he beheld that visage, Li Yaozu could no longer bear the pressure and fainted from sheer fright. When he awoke, once more, everything appeared to have reverted to normal, just as he thought that the ordeal had merely been a nightmare. The window on his right was knocked upon once again. His nightmare had officially begun. As Li Yaozu endured his nightmares, a thick, black mist continuously seeped into every room of the Li residence. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure stood atop the Li family's ancestral home, observing the unfolding events. Chapter 96. The Slumbering Li Family Members. Time swiftly transitioned to the evening. Li Wenshan, the head of the Li family, had taken his seat at the dining table well in advance. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. However, apart from him, the other chairs remained eerily vacant. Observing this scene, Li Wenshan instinctively furrowed his brow and turned to a nearby maid, inquiring, "What is the situation today? Why has no one arrived?" The maid hurriedly replied, "I just called for the eldest young master, the young lady, and the second young lady, along with the third young master. However, they all seem to be asleep. I did not dare to disturb them." "Asleep? At this hour?" Li Wenshan exclaimed in indignation. "Go, fetch them and wake them up. How can they sleep during dinner? It is utterly unacceptable." Though reluctant, the maid complied under Li Wenshan's imposing demeanor. She departed and returned to the dining room in less than 20 minutes. Upon seeing Li Wenshan seated at the head of the table, her face was etched with anxiety. "Master, I called for them again, but they remain unresponsive. Moreover, what is it?" Li Wenshan's expression darkened. "I sense they are all having nightmares, especially the third young master. I heard him calling for help." The maid stuttered after much hesitation. "Nightmares? That lad must be itching for punishment. I told him to kneel in the hall, yet he dares to sleep. Li Wenshan Sutta, fetch the family discipline. Today, I shall teach this unfilial son a lesson." With that, he stormed out of the dining room. Moments later, he arrived at Li Yaozu's chamber, accompanied by the maid, who held a rattan switch. Seeing Li Yaozu sprawled on the bed in a deep slumber, Li Wenshan, consumed by fury, snatched the switch from the maid's hands and without hesitation, struck Li Yaozu with it. Crack! The switch made a resounding noise upon contact with Li Yaozu's body, yet he exhibited no reaction, not even opening his eyes. This only fueled Li Wenshan's ire further. "Very well, you wish to feign sleep, do you? I shall make you wake." He raised his hand and unleashed a series of 3 swift strikes, one of which landed on Li Yaozu's arm, leaving a swollen mark in its wake. Despite this, Li Yaozu remained in his prior position, the only change being the furrowing of his brow and sporadic convulsions rippling through him. Noticing this peculiar behavior, Li Wenshan gradually sensed that something was amiss. He reached out and gently shook Li Yaozu. Yaozu, Yaozu, what is the matter? Wake up, Yaozu! Despite his persistent shoving, Li Yaozu remained utterly unresponsive. At that moment, Li Wenshan finally grew anxious and urgently called out to the nanny at the door, quickly called Dr. Zhang and have him come at once. The nanny, upon hearing this, hastily turned and left. Realizing that no amount of calling could awaken Li Yaozu, Li Wenshan recalled the words of the nanny from earlier. Casting a glance at Li Yaozu, he rose and made his way to another room where his eldest son, Li Yaozong, lay. Upon opening the door, he found Li Yaozong struggling in bed, his face etched with anguish. Like Li Yaozu, he too had his eyes shut, and no matter how fervently Li Wenshan called, he remained unresponsive. Subsequently, he discovered that the other members of the Li family were experiencing similar conditions. His eldest daughter, second daughter, daughter-in-law, eldest grandson, and youngest granddaughter all exhibited the same state. Each one lay in slumber, yet none could be roused, their faces reflecting terror as if trapped in nightmares. 20 minutes later, a bespectacled middle-aged doctor arrived at the Li residence, accompanied by 2 nurses. Upon seeing them, Li Wenshan felt as though he had encountered a savior. Dr. Zhang, please help me examine what is wrong with Yaozu and the others. They are clearly asleep, yet I cannot awaken them. Please find out what is happening. The middle-aged doctor, hearing Li Wenshan's distress, offered some comforting words before commencing a thorough examination of Li Yaozu. Once all assessments were completed, his expression grew grave. Mr. Li, all of Yaozu's medical indicators are normal. There are no signs of illness or poisoning, and his vital signs are stable. As for his inability to awaken, it seems that the cause may be more psychological in nature. Psychological? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Wenshan's eyes. We cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment. Perhaps a comprehensive examination at the hospital using specialized equipment will reveal the true cause. Additionally, you mentioned that there are others in your household with similar conditions. I should check on them as well. Yes, please follow me. Li Wenshan led the doctor to the rooms of his other children. After the examinations were completed, the doctor's expression was increasingly perplexed. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. There are no external or internal injuries, nor any signs of poisoning, yet they remain in a deep, unyielding slumber. Just as the middle-aged doctor finished speaking, Li Yaozong, the eldest son, suddenly bolted upright in bed, exclaiming, "Do not kill me. Stay away, do not come closer. I'm not the one who will harm you. I was wrong, I was wrong. I beg you to spare me. Spare me, ah." Upon hearing Li Yaozong's frantic cries, Li Wenshan hastily rushed to his side. "Yaozong, Yaozong, what has happened to you? Do not frighten me. Yaozong." Yet, as soon as he uttered these words, Li Yaozong suddenly collapsed, his expression shifting to one of eerie tranquility. However, this calm did not endure for long. Within a minute, his visage transformed once more into one of extreme terror. "No, no." Witnessing Li Yaozong's repeated exclamations and his frightful demeanor, the onlookers in the room exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, the maid, who had been standing at the doorway, suddenly interjected. Could it be that the young master is possessed? It seems as though he has attracted some unclean spirit. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of everyone in the room immediately turned towards her. The maid, perceiving their scrutiny, hastily clarified, "I spoke without thinking, but the young master's appearance truly resembles that of someone from our hometown who had encountered something malevolent." Encountered something malevolent? Upon hearing this phrase, Li Wenshan's expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, Li Yaozong sprang up once more, still crying out phrases like "do not kill me," recalling some of the unsavory deeds his son had committed in the past. He began to harbor doubts about whether his son had indeed become entangled with something sinister. At that moment, a servant from the Li household hurriedly approached the doorway. "Master, an old Taoist priest is here. He claims that our family has been afflicted by something unclean. He wishes to see you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Wenshan's eyes. An old Taoist priest? If anyone had previously told Li Wenshan that there was something unclean within the Li family, he would have dismissed it with a slap. However, the events of the day compelled him to reconsider. The descendants of the Li family were all in a deep, unresponsive slumber. While it was manageable for a short period, prolonged sleep could lead to starvation. Thus, when he learned that an old Taoist priest was seeking an audience, his immediate reaction was to instruct the servant, "Quickly, go and invite the Taoist priest in." Upon hearing his command, the servant promptly turned and departed. When he returned, he was accompanied by an elderly Taoist priest clad in a flowing robe. The old priest, with his long white hair and beard, had eyebrows that almost grazed his chin, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ancient sage. After observing his appearance, Li Wenshan couldn't help but display a measure of respect. He approached the old priest and inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, may I know your name and where you practice your teachings?" The esteemed Taoist, naturally, was Qin Tian, transformed into the venerable Changmei. "I'm Changmei, a humble wanderer traversing the realms for many years, akin to a carefree cloud or a wild crane. Today, I happened upon the verdant vines where ominous clouds loomed overhead, casting a sinister aura that suggested the presence of malevolent spirits. Thus, I have come to offer a warning to the resident." "Malevolent spirits? Surely you jest, Taoist." Li Wenshan's expression shifted to one of immediate concern. "How could I deceive you, esteemed resident? The atmosphere within your abode is thick with Yin energy. It is likely that someone has already fallen victim to these wicked entities. If action is not taken promptly, there may be a loss of life. May I inquire if anyone in your household has encountered misfortune today? If my calculations are correct, it should be a descendant of yours." Upon hearing this, a look of shock flooded Li Wenshan's eyes. Just moments ago, he had harbored a sliver of doubt regarding Qin Tian, but upon hearing these words, all skepticism vanished. The Taoist had only just entered their home and yet possessed an intimate understanding of their situation. This man was indeed formidable. Realizing this, his demeanor toward Qin Tian grew increasingly respectful. "Taoist, you are truly extraordinary. Indeed, there's been a troubling incident with my family's younger generation today. For some inexplicable reason, they have remained in a deep slumber since the afternoon, and despite consulting a physician, no diagnosis could be made. If you possess knowledge of the cause, I beseech you to share it. Should you be able to restore my descendants to health, I, Li Wenshan, shall be most grateful." With that, Li Wenshan bowed deeply before Qin Tian. "You are too kind, esteemed resident. Since fate has led me to this matter, I shall certainly intervene. However, I must first investigate to ascertain the reason behind the affliction that has befallen your kin." "Very well, Taoist, please allow me to guide you." At that moment, Li Wenshan clung to Qin Tian as if he were a lifeline, placing all his hope in him. Soon, he led Qin Tian to the chamber of Li Yaozu. Upon entering, Qin Tian feigned an expression of profound shock. "The condition of your son is indeed grave." His words sent Li Wenshan into a state of alarm. "Taoist, what has happened to my son? Why do you say such things?" "Your son is being tormented by spirits. They're voraciously draining his yang energy. At this moment, a significant portion of his life force has been consumed. When his yang is entirely depleted, it will signify his end. Furthermore, he is not merely beset by one spirit. There is also a vengeful female ghost among them, each intent on bringing about his demise." "What?" Qin Tian's proclamation caused Li Wenshan's countenance to shift dramatically, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. He had always cautioned others against reckless behavior. Now, it seemed that his past misdeeds had returned to haunt him. Retribution. This is retribution. In that moment, he perceived the spirits tormenting Li Yaozu as those he had wronged in life. Filled with a mix of anger and despair, he turned to Qin Tian with a pleading gaze. "Master, could you find a way to subdue these malevolent spirits? Since you can see them, you must possess the ability to conquer them. I, Li Wenshan, am willing to agree to any conditions you may impose." As soon as Li Wenshan uttered these words, Qin Tian feigned a look of difficulty. "Esteemed Li, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the malevolent spirit that has latched onto your noble son is exceptionally formidable. Moreover, it appears that there are other vengeful spirits residing within the Li family courtyard, each harboring deep grievances and an intense hatred for your family, making them exceedingly difficult to deal with. Even with my cultivation, it would require considerable effort to completely eradicate them, and I cannot guarantee that the descendants of the Li family will remain unscathed. Currently, the only course of action is to find a way to alleviate their resentment. Only then do I have the confidence to subdue them." "Alleviate their resentment? How do we accomplish that?" Li Wenshan inquired, his face a mask of confusion. "To alleviate their grievances, one must first understand the source of their resentment. For instance, the female spirit bears a profound grudge against her noble son. Surely, he must have wronged her in some manner. You might investigate whether she has any living relatives and extend reparations to them. Perhaps this could lessen her resentment. The same applies to the other spirits." "Very well, master. I comprehend. To be candid, my children have indeed committed numerous transgressions, and it is a failing of mine as a father to have been lax in my discipline. Rest assured, I will find a way to make amends. Having uttered this, Li Wenshan exited the room and proceeded to make several phone calls. Although Qin Tian did not follow him out, he could hear the conversation clearly. As he listened, a cold smile crept across his face. Indeed, the Li family is thoroughly corrupt, each member a bully, committing heinous acts of violence and coercion, forcing others into degradation. They're all rotten to the core. A veritable plague. How could I allow them to persist? Even merely granting them a nightmare is a kindness. As these thoughts crossed Qin Tian's mind, Li Wenshan returned to him after finishing his calls. Master, I have arranged for certain actions to be taken, in hopes that this will diminish their resentment and allow them to spare the descendants of the Li family. That will suffice. However, esteemed Li, the Yin energy here is exceedingly dense. It is advisable for others not to linger too long, as prolonged exposure could lead to misfortune or, in severe cases, grave illness. Upon hearing this, the other members of the Li family in the room turned pale, instinctively taking 2 steps back, fearful of being tainted by the so-called Yin energy. Even Li Wenshan himself wore a grave expression. Yet, Qin Tian's next words brought him a sense of relief. Nevertheless, do not worry. For shortly, I shall conduct a ritual here. Once I complete the ceremony, the density of the Yin energy should significantly diminish. Upon hearing this, Li Wenshan was overjoyed. Thank you, Master. Taoist, if you have any other arrangements or requests, please feel free to share them with me. I will certainly fulfill what I can. Upon hearing these words, Qin Tian immediately provided him with several items necessary for the ritual. He also took a moment to remind him, during my ritual, it is best not to allow any living beings to enter this courtyard. Otherwise, I worry that those spirits may take the opportunity to absorb the life force of the living. Understood, Taoist. I will inform everyone to refrain from entering here. Half an hour later, Qin Tian set up the ritual altar in the center of the Li family's courtyard. At that moment, apart from him and the members of the Li family who had succumbed to slumber, the vast courtyard was devoid of any other presence. However, rather than commencing the ritual before him, he casually picked up some offerings laid out on the public account and began to eat. Once he had satisfied his hunger, he retrieved a low-grade magical artifact from his storage pouch. It was a large white banner, the pole crafted from white bone, adorned with a sinister pattern. This banner was known as the Yin Soul Banner. Its purpose was to transform the surrounding area within a 5-mile radius into a temporary realm of extreme Yin, also referred to as a corpse-rearing ground. Once this area was converted into a space of profound Yin, it would breed restless spirits and wandering ghosts. Indeed, he had no intention of exorcising the spirits from the Li family. Rather, he intended to unleash them and cultivate them within the Li residence. Furthermore, he planned to empty the Li family's treasures. Gazing at the opulent Li family estate before him, Qin Tian could not help but rub his hands in excitement. Surely, the Li family possesses numerous valuable items. Today, I shall clear them all out. Chapter 98. The crimes of the Li family. As the Yin Soul Banner was thrust into the ground, it began to emit a dark mist, which billowed forth like a cloud of shadows, enveloping the entire Li family courtyard. The evening had already fallen, and with the emergence of this ominous cloud, the courtyard resembled the depths of night. In stark contrast to the surrounding area, this transformation became even more pronounced. When Li Wenshan and his subordinates observed this scene from a distance, expressions of profound shock overtook their faces. What is that thing? How can it conjure a cloud out of thin air? Just as a Li family servant uttered these words, a chilling wind swept through. The gust sent shivers down the spines of those present, raising goosebumps across their bodies. BRR, it's so cold. Where did this wind come from? Why is it so frigid? I don't know, but it seems to be blowing from the direction of the courtyard. Something feels off. Didn't that old Taoist just say there are unclean entities in the courtyard? Young Master and the others have been entangled with those unclean beings. I was skeptical just moments ago. Indeed, look at the terrifying darkness above. No wonder the old Taoist instructed us to stay out. I wouldn't he dare to enter now. Who knows how many ghosts might be inside right now? How could there be so many unsavory elements? Where do they all come from? As the old adage wisely states, those who harbor no guilty conscience have no fear. Hush, are you courting death? Listening to the murmurs of his subordinates, Li Wenshan felt a chill run through him, and his expression darkened. Like everyone present, he was utterly convinced by what Qin Tian had said. Could it truly be that the Li family has committed too many transgressions, bringing upon themselves this retribution? One can only hope that this Taoist priest can resolve the matter. While Li Wenshan prayed for Qin Tian to exorcise those vengeful spirits, Qin Tian was already wandering through the opulent Li estate. His focus was primarily on the study and the bedroom. To his surprise, he discovered some valuable items. For instance, within a safe in one of the bedrooms, he found several pounds of gold and a substantial amount of cash. In another room, he stumbled upon an array of exquisite jewelry. He collected every valuable item without the slightest pang of guilt, as he was indifferent to the possessions of such scoundrels. As he continued his search, he soon arrived at an expansive study filled with an abundance of books and antique jade artifacts. Even the desk within was fashioned from Wangwali wood. Everything in the study was of exceptional quality, with even the potted plants being rare specimens. On one wall hung a piece of calligraphy, bearing a seal in the lower right corner, which revealed that it had been written by Li Wenshan himself. It seemed this was indeed Li Wenshan's study. Do nefarious individuals always seek to masquerade as cultured people? After uttering this thought, Qin Tian quickly scanned the study. Typically, individuals of such standing like to conceal items in their studies. After a thorough search yielded no findings, he unleashed his spiritual awareness and soon detected several anomalies within the room. The first was behind the calligraphy on the wall. Approaching the artwork, he casually removed it and tossed it to the ground, revealing a safe deeply embedded in the wall. I knew it. This must contain what he considers his most valuable possessions. It was secured with both iris and fingerprint locks, but alas, he had met his match. With a decisive strike, he punched through the wall, forcibly extracting the safe. Upon doing so, a flying sword appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung the sword at the safe before him. With a swift motion, the alloy door of the safe was severed, revealing its contents. As he gazed inside, he beheld a trove of gold bars, stacked high, over 100 in total. Estimating each bar to weigh 500 grams, the safe contained an impressive amount of gold, totaling well over 100 pounds. Upon witnessing the immense weight of gold before him, Qin Tian felt as though his eyes were nearly blinded by its brilliance. Although he currently lacked for nothing financially, he anticipated future expenditures for the purchase of items and furnishings for the Shushan sect. What kind of business did the Li family engage in to amass such wealth? It was evident that legitimate enterprises could not yield such profits. They must have been involved in some illicit activities. After stowing the gold into his storage pouch, he proceeded to the second suspicious location. This second area of intrigue was concealed behind a bookshelf. After searching fruitlessly for a mechanism to unlock it, Qin Tian grew impatient and yanked the bookshelf down with force. To his astonishment, a hidden door emerged before him. This door was crafted from solid steel and was similarly equipped with a combination lock. Without hesitation, Qin Tian raised his sword and cleaved the door in two, subsequently tearing it from its hinges and discarding it aside, revealing a secret chamber. Initially expecting to find valuable artifacts within the chamber, he was taken aback when he turned on the nearby light and discovered that it was, in fact, a chemical laboratory. The room was filled with an array of chemical instruments and materials, the significance of which eluded him. However, after a brief survey, a chilling possibility struck him. Li Wenshan was involved in drug manufacturing. It was clear now how the Li family had accumulated such vast wealth through this heinous trade. Outrage coursed through him. He realized that the implications of this hidden chamber were far graver than he had anticipated. In his eyes, drug production was even more egregious than murder or arson, for it destroyed not just individuals, but entire families. The Li family's transgressions had multiplied, and mere reprimands were insufficient. With that thought, he retrieved his phone and meticulously documented the chamber's interior. During his photographic examination, he stumbled upon various documents resembling drug formulas, transaction records, and other incriminating evidence against the Li family. Once he had gathered all pertinent materials, he exited the secret chamber. His gaze then fixed upon the third area of suspicion, the carpet beneath the writing desk. Utilizing his spiritual sense, he discerned that the structure beneath this carpet differed markedly from the surrounding areas. It was highly likely that it concealed something of significance. Driven by curiosity, Qin Tian swiftly lifted the carpet and delivered a powerful punch to the floor. The solid wooden floorboards shattered upon impact, taking the concrete layer beneath with them. As he gradually revealed the contents below, his expression shifted dramatically. For beneath the floorboards lay several highly skeletal remains, one of which was notably clad in a police uniform. Chapter 99. The Revenge of the Departed. Qin Tian contemplated the possibility that beneath the floor might lie valuable treasures. He also considered the notion that it could harbor incriminating evidence against the Li family, yet he never imagined it concealed corpses. To his astonishment, there were not merely one, but 3 bodies buried beneath, two of which belonged to adults, while the third appeared to be that of a child. The three corpses were tightly huddled together, suggesting they were indeed a family. Judging by the state of the bones, it seemed they had been interred while still alive. As he gazed upon the grim sight, an inexplicable fury ignited within him. He could vividly envision the horrific events that must have transpired. This family had truly descended into barbarity, committing acts that no human should ever perpetrate. To trample upon the dead was an act of utter malice, revealing the depths of their depravity. It was no wonder that the younger generation of the Li family was so vile. The roots of their malevolence ran deep. If this were the case, the Li family could not be allowed to persist. With that thought, he rose to depart, leaving the skeletal remains for the time being, confident that others would eventually come to ensure they were properly laid to rest. Minutes later, he returned to the courtyard, where the spirit banner he had casually thrust into the ground continued to exude waves of dark energy. This energy was none other than the malevolent aura of the underworld. As the sinister aura dispersed, the temperature in the vicinity of the Li family estate plummeted, and the clouds above thickened, occasionally unleashing howling winds. As twilight descended and the last rays of sunlight faded, the malevolence intensified. Observing this spectacle, Qin Tian felt it was still insufficient, prompting him to procure 3 additional spirit banners from the sect shop. He planted them in each corner of the courtyard. Upon activating the banners, an even greater surge of malevolent energy enveloped the Li family estate. In a surreal haze, remnants of lingering consciousness from the mortal realm were summoned, drifting towards the Li family compound in unison. This world typically lacked the conditions to give rise to spirits. Upon death, individuals could not transform into vengeful spirits, but merely into residual brainwave echoes devoid of self-awareness, destined to dissipate with time. However, once these echoes were summoned into the domain of the Li family estate, they were immediately nourished by the malevolent energy. As their consciousness began to awaken, their energy steadily intensified. Soon, a girl clad in a flowing white dress materialized within the Li family courtyard, the strongest among the ethereal remnants, and thus the first to take form. Upon her manifestation, she immediately spotted Qin Tian, who, in turn, noticed her presence. "Am I not dead? How am I here?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Without hesitation, Qin Tian responded directly, "Indeed, you are dead. You are no longer a living being." "Not a living being? Does that mean I am now a ghost?" The girl glanced at her ethereal form and inquired, "Is it true? Am I now a ghost?" "Indeed, you are. And so are they," Qin Tian replied. As soon as he finished speaking, numerous spectral figures, akin to the girl in white, materialized within the courtyard. These entities were the indistinct remnants of souls, transformed by the absorption of malevolent energy, yet to dissipate from the earthly realm. They encompassed both genders and all ages, all consciousnesses within a 5-kilometer radius of the Li family estate. The reason for their presence in this vicinity was no mere coincidence. Upon death, individuals lose their consciousness, retaining only the final obsessions that tether them to the living world. Thus, these specters often linger near people or objects that are linked to them, be they relatives or even the perpetrators of their demise. These figures bore no resemblance to the Li family. Therefore, the implication was clear. They were individuals who had met their end due to the Li family's direct or indirect actions. Within a mere 5 minutes, over 100 silhouettes had appeared, indicating that the count of those who had perished at the hands of the Li family exceeded an alarming 100. Like the girl in white, their faces initially reflected confusion, but upon Qin Tian's explanation, they realized their transformation into ghosts. "Now, I shall assist you in coalescing your spiritual forms, not for any other purpose than to empower you to exact vengeance upon your enemies and to settle your grievances. You currently reside in the Li family estate, where all members of the Li family dwell. Shortly, I will summon Li Wenshan. You may act freely, but do not harm the innocent. Should you dare to inflict harm upon the innocent, I shall show no mercy." As he spoke, a golden light emanated from the palm of Qin Tian. The newly manifested spirits felt an overwhelming dread upon witnessing the golden radiance, as if mere contact would lead to their immediate obliteration. At that moment, the girl in white spoke up, "Master, can we truly seek vengeance upon the Li family?" "Indeed, you can. Although you are but fledgling spirits, this locale is saturated with malevolent energy, which will significantly amplify your abilities. You will soon learn how to harness your ghostly powers. Now conceal yourselves. I shall summon the Li family, and the rest will be entrusted to you." With that, Qin Tian retracted the 4 ghostly banners surrounding the courtyard. As the banners vanished, the ominous clouds above dissipated and the howling winds ceased. Yet, the malevolent energy within the Leaf family estate remained palpable, invisible to the naked eye. Having stowed the ghostly banners, Qin Tian made his way toward the exterior of the Leaf family estate. Upon his exit, he spotted Li Wenshan, who stood at a distance, visibly anxious. Upon seeing him emerge, Li Wenshan promptly approached with hurried steps. "Daoist, how are matters inside? Have you managed to cleanse the unclean entities?" Hearing this, Qin Tian feigned exhaustion and replied, "I have temporarily sealed those malevolent spirits. All is well now. Once I retrieve the talisman tomorrow, I shall eradicate them completely." At this, Li Wenshan let out a sigh of relief. "Excellent, Daoist. You truly possess remarkable skills. I appreciate your efforts. Tonight, I will host a banquet in your honor, and I implore you to accept this small token of my gratitude." As he spoke, Li Wenshan produced a bank card containing 1 million with a password of 6 zeros. Qin Tian accepted the card nonchalantly, inwardly muttering about his stinginess. Yet, he felt no displeasure, for retribution for the Leaf family was imminent. "Recluse, your residence is now secure. It won't be long before the young masters and Miss Awaken," Qin Tian assured. "That's splendid. Thank you, Daoist, thank you." With this, Li Wenshan eagerly led his family into the courtyard. As they proceeded, a cold smile crept across Qin Tian's lips, and he followed suit. Once the Li family entered, he locked the door behind them and once again set 4 spirit banners in the corners of the courtyard. In an instant, the dissipated dark clouds and ominous winds reappeared. Before the terrified gazes of the Li family, figures emerged from all directions. These individuals, who had appeared normal moments ago, transformed instantly upon seeing Li Wenshan, shifting from ordinary ghosts to vengeful spirits brimming with wrath. In the midst of Li Wenshan's terror, a former subordinate he had slain surged forth as a fearsome specter. Soon, the courtyard was filled with cries of alarm and screams of agony, which echoed for over 10 minutes before fading away. After that time, apart from the housekeepers and servants, Li Wenshan, his direct blood relatives, and his subordinates all fell silent. The younger generation of the Li family, previously in a deep slumber, had also met their end. The courtyard had transformed into a desolate graveyard. Witnessing this scene unfold, Qin Tian remained remarkably composed, even with hundreds of malevolent spirits manifesting simultaneously. He felt no trace of fear. He understood that these malevolent entities were merely pitiable souls who had been powerless in life. As the dust settled, he once again stowed away the spirit banners. In the next moment, the system's completion notification chimed, yet he could not afford to check it, for he had discovered a new dilemma: how to accommodate the batch of spirits he had summoned. Chapter 100 revealed that they seemed to have perished from fright. This world bore no cultivators nor ghosts. Qin Tian had long since recognized this truth. However, he had now conjured a group of spirits using the Yin Soul flag, and if left to roam freely, they would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Yet, the thought of annihilating them weighed heavily on his conscience. For these souls were merely ordinary individuals persecuted by the Leaf family. Extinguishing them would be akin to killing them anew. After much contemplation, he devised a solution that would satisfy all parties involved. Why not escort them back to the Shushan Cave Heaven? It was a place abundant in spiritual energy and devoid of sunlight, where they could live normally. Additionally, he recalled that the sect's shop offered methods for ghosts to cultivate. Perhaps they could even become ghostly practitioners. Once they attained a certain level of cultivation, they could assist him in growing spiritual herbs and nurturing spirit beasts within the cave. Resolved in his decision, Qin Tian approached the spirits. By then, they had avenged themselves, their malevolence and resentment dissipated, and their rationality restored. Upon seeing Qin Tian, their eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Daoist, for granting us this opportunity for vengeance," the woman in white spoke first. The other spirits followed suit, expressing their thanks. "There is no need for gratitude," Qin Tian replied. "The Li family, devoid of humanity, has committed countless atrocities. Today's events serve as their retribution. Furthermore, I have a query for you." As soon as he finished, the woman in white hastily responded, "Daoist, feel free to ask. You are now spirits and can no longer live as you once did in this world. I possess a suitable sanctuary where you can reside as if you were normal beings. Moreover, I can impart to you the methods of cultivation. Should you succeed in your training, you may regain your physical forms. Would you be willing to follow me?" At this proclamation, the spirits erupted with excitement. The prospect of becoming ghosts had already exceeded their expectations. Now, with the possibility of regaining their corporeal bodies through cultivation, their enthusiasm knew no bounds. They harbored no doubts regarding Qin Tian's words. Their very existence in this world was proof of his sincerity. Without a moment's hesitation, they unanimously agreed to accompany Qin Tian. Very well, I shall lead you back to Shushan shortly. For now, remain within my Yin's soul flag. Once we arrive at Shushan, I will release you. Upon speaking, he produced a Yin's soul banner, prompting the gathered spirits to swiftly enter its confines. Once they had all settled within the banner, Qin Tian then sought out the well-fed dream demon. You are quite obedient, not seizing the opportunity to flee, he remarked. As soon as he finished his sentence, the dream demon transformed into the likeness of Li Yaozu. I dare not, it replied. For you, Taoist, to release me is a tremendous kindness. How could I possibly escape? Indeed, your decision is wise. Should you attempt to flee, I possess ample means to locate you. I shall not return you to the demon locking tower. Instead, you will remain by my side, and you shall not lack for benefits. Thank you, Taoist. The dream demon replied respectfully. Come forth, he commanded, and, as he spoke, a demon-sealing bottle materialized in Qin Tian's hand. Without hesitation, the dream demon transformed into a plume of black smoke and entered the bottle. After securing the dream demon, Qin Tian slowly approached the body of Li Wenshan. At this moment, Li Wenshan no longer resembled the composed and scholarly figure he once was. He lay rigidly on the ground, hands gripping his throat, eyes bulging, tongue lolling out, and his face etched with terror. Observing this state, Qin Tian felt no sympathy. After searching his person, he retrieved a mobile phone and dialed the emergency number, using Li Wenshan's voice for the call. Hello, 110? A homicide has occurred here. Once the call was complete, he carelessly discarded the phone beside Li Wenshan's hand and summoned his flying sword, soaring towards the direction of Mount Shu. Less than 20 minutes after his departure, the sound of police sirens echoed outside the Li family courtyard. Soon, 2 police cars arrived at the entrance. Upon stopping, several young officers entered the courtyard, initially believing it to be a routine homicide case. They were wholly unprepared for the sight that met them. Upon seeing the scattered corpses within the courtyard, they stood frozen in shock. After a significant pause, a slightly older officer inhaled deeply. Quickly report to the city bureau. Green Vine is in serious trouble this time. Half an hour later, more than 10 police vehicles arrived at the Li family courtyard. The entire criminal investigation team was assembled, along with several leaders from the city bureau who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Those who entered the courtyard were taken aback by the horrific scene, their faces marked by gravity. After the initial shock, they promptly commenced their investigation. Following a thorough examination, the lead investigator, Sun Jigang, reported the findings to the on-site leaders. Director Wu, based on our preliminary investigation, we have confirmed a total of 38 deceased individuals on the scene, with over 10 others in a state of unconsciousness, currently exhibiting stable vital signs. Among the deceased are Li Wenshan and his children. Li Wenshan, upon hearing Sun Jigang's words, the leader referred to as Director Wu immediately furrowed his brow. Recently, you were investigating the case of Li Wenshan hiring someone to commit murder, and now he has unexpectedly met his demise. Indeed, not only has he died, but the entire Li family has perished, along with all his underlings. How could this happen? Could it be the work of Li Wenshan's enemies? Chief Wu furrowed his brows. It seems unlikely, as the coroner has just completed an examination and found no discernible external or internal injuries on any of the deceased. Furthermore, they all share a common feature. Their expressions are filled with sheer terror. The preliminary conclusion from a coroner is... At this point, Sun Jigang hesitated. What is it? The coroner suggested that they may have been scared to death, literally frightened to death. Scared to death? Chief Wu's expression shifted. Yes, the coroner feels that way, and upon my observation, they appear to be in a state that suggested they had encountered something profoundly horrifying prior to their demise. What could possibly terrify a person to such an extent? As the officers present expressed their confusion, a police officer responsible for examining the interior of the Li residence rushed over, visibly anxious. Captain Sun, Chief Wu, there is something happening over there. Please come quickly. Upon hearing this, both men promptly followed the officer into the inner sanctum of the Li household. Upon entering Li Wenshan's study, they found several officers standing there with peculiar expressions. When Sun Jigang and Chief Wu beheld the secret chamber used for drug production and the 3 corpses buried beneath the floor, their faces paled instantaneously. Chapter 101. The the martial arts pavilion, the spirit testing tablet. At that moment, over 10 police officers stood in the spacious study, yet not a sound was uttered, for the scene before them had rendered them speechless, especially upon witnessing the 3 skeletons interred beneath the floor. Time seemed to stretch on indefinitely before Sun Jigang finally exclaimed in outrage, "This beast, Li Wenshan, is truly a monster." The others also displayed expressions of fury. After a long sigh, Chief Wu instructed the officers nearby. First, retrieve the bodies from within, then summon the coroner to identify them. Additionally, contact the narcotics team and have them come as well. Understood. After Chief Wu issued his orders, individuals quickly began extracting the remains from beneath the floor. At that moment, Sun Jigang's gaze fixated on one particular corpse. The body was clad in tattered police uniform. Though it was in tatters, the badge number on the chest remained clearly visible. When Sun Jigang recognized the badge number, his countenance shifted dramatically, for he was all too familiar with it. In the next instant, he felt his knees before the corpse. "Master, is it you, Master? It turns out you have always been here." As he spoke, he suddenly burst into tears. At that moment, an anxious police officer rushed in. "Director Wu, Team Leader Sun, she has awakened. An aunt who claims to be the cleaning lady of the Li family has regained consciousness." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward him, and Director Wu immediately inquired, "Did she mention who killed the members of the Li family?" The officer who delivered the news appeared hesitant. "Well, what is there to hesitate about?" he urged. "She said it was a ghost. The Li family members were killed by a ghost." The mere mention of the word ghost elicited expressions of astonishment from all the officers present. "Yes, a ghost. She claims that those who were wronged by the Li family have returned as ghosts to exact revenge." Although the officers understood that they should not believe in supernatural beings, the bizarre occurrences they had witnessed since entering the Li residence suggested that the perpetrator of this crime was certainly not a normal person. It is inconceivable that a typical individual could silently terrify over 30 people to death or commit such acts without leaving a trace. They were reminded of several similarly strange cases that had occurred not long ago. Could it be that such bizarre entities truly exist in this world? As these officers found themselves engulfed in confusion, Qin Tian had already settled the newly emerged spirits within the realm of the Shushan cave. As he had stated, there was no sun within the cave, and with ample spiritual energy, these spirits found their existence devoid of any threat, even feeling somewhat at ease. After a thorough search, Qin Tian led them to a valley. "From today onward, you shall reside here. After all, you have no need for food or drink." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the spirits nodded in agreement. Their revival was already a tremendous stroke of luck. They dared not demand more. As the spirits began to explore their surroundings, Qin Tian opened the Sect store, searching through the cultivation methods until he found one suitable for the spirits present, the ghostly departure technique. This technique was specifically designed for practitioners whose physical forms have been damaged due to unforeseen events. Although it was a foundational technique, it was sufficient to cultivate to the golden core realm, and upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, it could solidify Yin energy into a tangible form, indistinguishable from that of ordinary people. After purchasing this technique, Qin Tian gathered the spirits. "I possess a ghost cultivation technique. You should diligently practice it, and perhaps one day you may attain the status of a ghost immortal." Upon hearing about the cultivation technique, the spirits immediately became intrigued. During their journey, they had learned from Qin Tian that they were now within the confines of the Shushan Sect's cave, and that the Shushan Sect was a sect dedicated to the cultivation of immortality. With Qin Tian being a genuine practitioner of such arts, now the opportunity for cultivation lies before them, and their anticipation is palpable. Without hesitation, Qin Tian imparted the Yoli Ju to them, and the spirits promptly found their respective places to commence their practice. As phantoms, they require neither sustenance nor rest. In a sense, they are more suited for the path of immortality than ordinary mortals. Once the spirits entered their meditative states, Qin Tian soared from the valley back to the grand hall of the Shushan Sect. This time, he had successfully completed 2 missions, and the rewards bestowed by the system were exceedingly generous. In addition to sect reputation and a substantial amount of spirit stones, he also received a sect building and a high-tier magical artifact. Previously, he had been too rushed to examine them. Now that he had some leisure, he resolved to study these items diligently. With a mere thought, he summoned one of the objects, a miniature architectural model, specifically the sect's martial arts pavilion. Martial arts pavilion, beginner, a fundamental building for the sect, designed for disciples to engage in combat. The internal facilities are indestructible, allowing for the seamless transition between various battle scenarios. Each time Shu Shan disciples spar within, there is a certain probability of entering a state of enlightenment, significantly enhancing their comprehension of the techniques and methods they have learned. As he absorbed the information about the martial arts pavilion, a hint of astonishment flickered across Qin Tian's face. It turned out that this pavilion served such a purpose, which was quite commendable. With that, he casually located an empty space beside the grand hall of the sect and placed the pavilion there. In an instant, the palm-sized model rapidly expanded, ultimately transforming into a hall only slightly smaller than the grand hall. The architectural style was quite similar to that of the main hall, rendering the summit of Shu Shan less desolate. When Qin Tian curiously stepped inside the martial arts pavilion, he was astonished to discover that the internal space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. The vast area was largely empty, with a high platform resembling a fighting arena at its center, surrounded by numerous seats. Just as its description indicated, this place was indeed designated for Shu Shan disciples to engage in combat and sparring. After surveying the surroundings, Qin Tian exited and retrieved another item, a stone tablet towering over two individuals. The tablet was entirely jet black, its material unknown, and it felt icy to the touch. This stone tablet was, in fact, the high-tier magical artifact known as the Spirit Assessment Tablet. Its function was straightforward. It could be used to evaluate a disciple's aptitude, root constitution, comprehension, unique physique, and cultivation level. Based on the results, the sect could tailor its teachings accordingly. Understanding this, Qin Tian, filled with curiosity, pressed his right hand against the surface. In the next moment, a line of text materialized above the tablet. Upon seeing the first line, he nearly smashed the tablet in frustration. The top line glaringly read, "Aptitude, inferior." What the devil? I possess inferior aptitude? Have you made a mistake, you worthless stone tablet? Useless artifact. It is utterly inaccurate. After uttering these words, he quickly withdrew his hand and glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he let out a sigh of relief. By the way, wasn't there an upgraded disciple recruitment system? What is that little map for? Recalling the system notification from not long ago, he hastily opened the system interface, and, indeed, a new feature had been added, a map resembling those found in video games. With a simple click, he could check for potential disciples within a 50-kilometer radius. Upon seeing this feature, Qin Tian's face immediately lit up with delight. It seemed that the efficiency of recruiting disciples was about to increase significantly. Chapter 102. The Marvelous Use of the Little Map. Up until now, Qin Tian had possessed the system for over half a month, yet he had only managed to recruit 6 disciples. The reason for this was the abysmally low efficiency of the recruitment process. These 6 were merely coincidental encounters during his outings. In the past couple of days, he had ventured out specifically to find suitable candidates, but to no avail. Now, with this little map, he could greatly expand his search radius. The 50-kilometer area surpassed the entire urban expanse of Ultang City, with a population exceeding 10 million. There had to be individuals who met the recruitment criteria. The recent test from the Spirit Tablet had also revealed to him that, given his aptitude, it was nearly impossible to cultivate alone. He could only rely on system rewards and feedback from his disciples. The more disciples he had, the faster his own cultivation would progress. Resolutely, Qin Tian departed from the Shu Shan cave heaven. No sooner had he left than the previously blank little map filled with numerous new points. First, there appeared a multitude of differently colored dots, densely packed, numbering in the hundreds. Clicking on a green dot, a profile popped up, displaying a girl who appeared to be in her 20s. Beneath her avatar were some details. Aptitude, average dual spirit roots, meets minimum recruitment criteria, enable pathfinding. Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback upon viewing this information. Is this feature truly so powerful, allowing one to directly see the aptitude of potential disciples? It turns out that only those with top-tier talents are not the only candidates for discipleship. He then clicked on the second blue dot. Again, a profile emerged, this time of a youth around 17 or 18. Aptitude, superior, gold spirit root, meets recruitment criteria, enable pathfinding. This one had significantly better aptitude than the previous. From dual spirit roots to a single spirit root, and from average to superior. The earlier green that represented dual spirit roots. Thus, one could only imagine that the purple dots indicated even greater aptitude. With that thought, Qin Tian eagerly clicked on another purple dot. As he had anticipated, The purple hue signified a superior caliber. Caliber, top tier, exceptional water spiritual root. Meets the apprentice recruitment criteria. Would you like to initiate pathfinding? This level of aptitude was approximately equivalent to that of his few disciples. However, it was not the pinnacle, for Qin Tian had observed a golden dot on the map. Upon clicking this golden dot, a strikingly impressive aptitude information materialized before him. Caliber, perfect, he would sacred body. Meets the minimum apprentice recruitment criteria. Would you like to initiate pathfinding? Another sacred body. Did this mean his innate talent was on par with Su Xiaoya? Such a prodigy must be brought into Shushan. Moreover, recruiting one by one was rather time-consuming. It would be more efficient to gather several at once. After some contemplation, Qin Tian devised a clever plan. He casually retrieved a demon sealing bottle, gently unscrewed the cap, and a smoke-like dream demon emerged from within. Upon its arrival, the dream demon immediately transformed into a visage and respectfully inquired, "Taoist, you summon me?" "Indeed, I have matters for you to attend to," Qin Tian replied. "Please listen closely. I need you to enter the dreams of several individuals, and the content of those dreams will follow my instructions." As he spoke, he shared the dream scenarios with the demon. A few minutes later, taking advantage of the night, Qin Tian soared towards the heart of Lufeng City. Upon his reappearance, he found himself atop the tallest edifice in Lufeng City, the pinnacle of the light of Lufeng. Gazing at the bustling nightscape, he softly declared, "Go forth." No sooner had he spoken than the shadowy form dream demon dissipated into tendrils of dark mist, dispersing in various directions throughout Lufeng City. At this hour, past midnight, the majority of the populace had succumbed to slumber. The dream demon, now transformed into 10 streams of black vapor, swiftly infiltrated various residences, silently breaching the minds of several individuals, including Chu Feng. As a weary worker, he had just concluded his shift at 10:30 p.m. Returning home, he felt too lethargic even to indulge in gaming, opting instead for a quick shower before retiring early to bed. Strangely, despite his usual struggles with sleep, he felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him as the clock struck midnight. Closing his eyes, his consciousness slipped into oblivion, and when he regained awareness, he was astonished to find himself transformed into a child. Not merely any child, but one from an ancient era, clad in linen garments and wearing split trousers. Beside him lay a tranquil and serene ancient village, where children of similar age and attire frolicked at the village entrance. Witnessing such a scene, Chu Feng was instantly engulfed in confusion. What was happening? Hadn't he just been asleep in his home? How had he suddenly arrived in this place? Could it be that he had traversed time? Madness. Surely it must be so. The exhaustion from overwork has led me to this enchanting world. The mere thought of traversing into an alternate realm filled Chu Feng with exhilaration. However, before he could revel in his excitement for long, a cacophony of gasps erupted from the village. To his bewilderment, a colossal wolf, larger than a freight truck, burst forth from within the settlement. This monstrous creature lunged at any human it encountered, devouring half of its prey in a single bite. With a swipe of its paw, even stone structures crumbled into ruins. Wherever it roamed, walls collapsed, chaos ensued, and no soul was left unscathed. As the giant wolf wreaked havoc, an immense serpent emerged from an unknown source, its body stretching dozens of meters in length and thicker than a barrel. With a gaping maw, it unleashed torrents of searing flames, transforming the entire village into an inferno. In the blink of an eye, the once tranquil hamlet had morphed into a hellish landscape, rivers of blood staining the earth. Standing at the village entrance, witnessing this catastrophic scene, Chu Feng was not only struck with shock, but also overwhelmed by an intense sense of dread. What manner of creatures were these? Were they demons? What kind of world had I traversed into? Just then, the rampaging wolf seemed to sense Chu Feng's presence and charged towards him. Even before it drew near, he could already feel the foul stench emanating from its jaws. Without a moment to spare, he turned to flee. Yet being but a child, he stood no chance against the ferocious beast. As the wolf was about to devour him, a thunderous voice resonated from above. "Bold demon, how dare you slaughter the innocent? You seek death." Following the proclamation, a streak of silver light descended from the heavens. With a swift motion, the silver gleam sliced through the wolf's neck, halting its advance. In an instant, the beast's massive head, as large as a truck's front, crashed to the ground. Dumbfounded by the spectacle, Chu Feng was left in utter bewilderment. It was only when he inadvertently glanced upwards that he noticed a figure standing 100 meters above him, poised gracefully atop a flying sword. Chapter 103. Was I a cultivator in my previous life? Chu Feng's mind was a whirlwind, the recent events bombarding his consciousness. Once again, he had traversed realms, encountered monstrous beasts, and now, a flying individual graced the skies above. Gazing at the Taoist on the flying sword, his eyes flickered with a myriad of emotions. Could he be the legendary cultivator? Was this truly a realm of cultivation? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the flaming serpent also recognized the celestial figure above. In the next moment, it spoke with human-like clarity. You disciples of Mount Shu again. Oof. Do you not know to swiftly embrace your demise? The Taoist wielding the sword retorted coldly. Who shall die is yet to be determined. Having spoken, the great serpent unleashed a torrent of fierce flames towards the Taoist in the sky. Undeterred, the Taoist swiftly formed a sword gesture, causing the flying sword beneath his feet to transform into a streak of radiant light, charging towards the colossal serpent. Clang, clang, clang. The serpent's strength was evidently superior to that of the recently defeated giant wolf, as the flying sword struck its form, producing showers of sparks. Consequently, the serpent grew increasingly arrogant. Foul Taoist, you cannot slay me. Today, I shall feast to my heart's content, and we shall meet again. No sooner had it spoken than the serpent morphed into a whirlwind, attempting to escape. Yet, the Taoist had no intention of letting it flee. Demon, where do you think you're going? Witness my thunderous magic. As he spoke, the Taoist formed a lightning gesture, and in an instant, thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens. Subsequently, a bolt of violet lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended from above, striking the serpent's whirlwind form. Instantly, the serpent was forced to reveal its true form, its charred body writhing on the ground as it began to plead for mercy. Please, Taoist, spare me. I shall never dare again. You harm the innocent and slaughter the populace. How can I possibly show you mercy? Prepare to meet your end. With a resounding shout, the Taoist summoned the sword light once more, severing the serpent's head from its body. Thus, both malevolent creatures that had attacked the village were vanquished. Witnessing this scene, Chu Feng was filled with astonishment, mingled with a hint of anticipation. Indeed, this world was one of cultivation. As he found himself murmuring to himself, the Taoist first retracted his flying sword, then approached him. Seeing the seemingly immortal figure advance towards him, Chu Feng felt a surge of anxiety. Upon the Taoist's arrival, he suddenly spoke. Child, your parents have fallen victim to the fiends. You shall now be all alone. Do you wish to accompany this humble Taoist to the mountains to cultivate, so that one day you may vanquish demons and save the suffering? Taken aback by this proclamation, Chu Feng nodded vigorously. He had long harbored a yearning for the path of cultivation, and now it was evident that this Taoist intended to take him as a disciple. How could he refuse? Excellent. In that case, come with me to Mount Shu, where I shall impart my knowledge to you. With that, the Taoist summoned his flying sword once more, effortlessly lifting Chu Feng into the air. After an indeterminate flight, a towering celestial mountain loomed before Chu Feng. Atop this mountain stood a majestic edifice, and beside it, figures glided swiftly through the sky on swords. Witnessing the spectacle, Chu Feng felt his heart stir with excitement. Is my journey into the realm of cultivation about to commence? As he had hoped, upon arriving at Mount Shu, the Taoist introduced him to the Sect Master, Changmei, and he was swiftly accepted as a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect. In the subsequent days, he devoted himself to rigorous training, diligently studying the arts of cultivation and swordsmanship. In just a few years, he achieved modest success. Within a decade, he transformed from an ordinary individual into a foundational cultivator. Subsequently, after 50 years, he forged a golden core, becoming the youngest golden core disciple of the Shushan sect. Just as he basked in his triumph, a calamity erupted in the mountains below. He was summoned in haste to lead the Shushan disciples down the mountain to vanquish demons. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, due to a misjudgment on his part, they fell into the ambush of the malevolent creatures. All of his fellow disciples perished at the hands of the demons. As he witnessed his comrades meet their tragic ends before him, engulfed in despair, he unleashed a forbidden technique of Shushan. Burn my frail body as firewood. Ignite my blood essence to awaken the abyss. Demons, I demand your demise. As the incantation concluded, his strength surged to the nascent soul realm. With the cultivation attained at the cost of his life, he successfully vanquished the demon responsible for the death of his companions. Yet, ultimately, he found himself exhausted, on the brink of annihilation. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the Shushan sect's leader, Changmei, descended from the heavens, capturing a fragment of his lingering soul within a magical artifact. In the fleeting moment before he succumbed to darkness, he vaguely heard Changmei proclaim, "I shall ensure your true spirit remains undying, returning to the cycle of rebirth. A millennium hence, your true spirit shall awaken, and someone will guide you back to Shushan." Following this, his consciousness plunged into oblivion. Upon awakening once more, he discovered himself lying in his own bed, observing the surroundings of his rented room. Chu Feng was engulfed in confusion. What is happening? Was that merely a dream? Yet, the vividness of the dream lingered, feeling almost as if it had genuinely transpired. Forget it. I shall continue to sleep. With that, he closed his eyes again. Upon doing so, he re-entered the previous dreamscape. In this iteration, he once again embodied a Shushan disciple, wielding his sword against malevolence, with even more intricate details than before. Once, twice, thrice, consecutively, the dreams mirrored one another closely. This left him in a state of bewilderment. In the final dream, however, he encountered something distinctly different. This time, he did not transform into a Shushan disciple to battle demons. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar setting, a modern school. A sign at the entrance read, Shushan Vocational Technical School. The school was desolate, devoid of any presence. Just as he pondered the peculiar situation, an unexpected figure emerged from within the school. It was none other than Changmei, the leader of Shushan. Upon seeing him, a smile graced Changmei's face. "You have finally returned. A millennium has passed. Do you wish to rejoin the Shushan sect?" Hearing Changmei's words, Chu Feng hurriedly inquired, "Master, what is the meaning of this? Were those previous events dreams or reality?" "Ha ha! Whether it is a dream or reality, you once sacrificed your very essence and soul to vanquish that demon. I could only preserve a fragment of your lingering spirit, allowing you to reincarnate. Now, at last, a sliver of your true spirit has awakened. Yet it appears that most of your memories remain elusive. If you wish to reclaim these memories, come here to seek me." After uttering these words, Changmei vanished, and the dreamscape of Chu Feng began to crumble. In the next moment, the reality of Chu Feng found him awakening in his bed. Is it a dream or reality? Thus, is this truly a dream or something more? In his bewilderment, he suddenly recalled the scene he had just witnessed in his dream. The Shushan Vocational Technical School. Does it truly exist? With that thought, he picked up his phone and entered those words into the map. Shortly thereafter, an address and accompanying images appeared. As he gazed at the pictures of the school, identical to that of his dream, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. This school is indeed real. So, what transpired was not merely a dream. Was I a cultivator in my past life? Chapter 104. Su Hang's Dream. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory in the distant Wolftang city, Su Hang, having just concluded his gaming session, let out a tremendous yawn. Exhaustion enveloped him. It was already past midnight, and he could play no longer, lest he be unable to rise in the morning. After glancing at his alarm clock to confirm it was functioning properly, he placed his phone beside his pillow. He expected to take a long time to fall asleep, yet to his surprise, as soon as his phone settled down, a wave of drowsiness swept over him. Soon, his consciousness began to blur. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself within a thatched cottage. Observing the rudimentary surroundings, confusion filled Su Hang's gaze. What is happening? How did I end up in this place? Wait, why am I dressed in ancient attire? After glancing down at his clothing, shock washed over his face. Just as he was grappling with this bewilderment, the doors suddenly swung open. A young woman, clad in coarse linen, yet possessing an elegant countenance, entered, carrying a basket of vegetables. Upon seeing Su Hang, she quickly smiled and exclaimed, "My dear husband, you're awake. Why not sleep a little longer? You were reading late into the night." "Huh, husband?" Upon hearing her address, Su Hang felt even more perplexed. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Have I traversed into another world? Is this the ancient past? Is this person truly my wife? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. In order to ascertain his current whereabouts, Su Hang hastily engaged the young woman in conversation, employing the common tactic of amnesia often used by those who find themselves in such extraordinary circumstances. Through his communication with the woman, he finally confirmed that he had indeed traversed time, but not to a foreign realm. Rather, he had arrived in the ancient times of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon realizing this, he momentarily exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was the ancient Dragon Kingdom and not an alternate world. With my understanding of historical trajectories and vast modern knowledge, I can certainly thrive, if not achieve great wealth and influence. Although the ancient era may seem dull, it alleviates much of the pressure. Perhaps I might even leave an indelible mark on history. With this thought, excitement welled within him. In the following days, he indeed utilized his modern wisdom to create some remarkable achievements, improving his family's circumstances while garnering considerable fame. His capabilities even attracted the attention of a notable figure. Just as he believed he was about to embark on a new chapter of his life, an unexpected event profoundly altered his perception of this world. On this particular day, he had ventured out on official business, expecting to return home only by midnight. However, he completed his tasks earlier than anticipated and decided to return home sooner. As he approached his door, he caught a glimpse through the window of his wife, Yin Yang, preparing herself before the mirror. Recalling the gift he had purchased for her at the market, he cautiously approached the window, intending to surprise her. Crouching low, he inched closer to the window. Upon reaching the bottom, Su Heng carefully peeked inside, and there was Yin Yang, seated at her vanity, combing her lovely hair with a wooden brush. Her charming visage reflected in the bronze mirror. Witnessing this, Su Heng couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude. After years of solitude in his previous life, he never expected that his journey would grant him such a wonderful wife. Indeed, traversing time had its advantages. Tomorrow, I shall buy Yin Yang several beautiful outfits. Surely, she will look even more radiant adorned in them. Just as he prepared to stand and surprise her, Yin Yang suddenly set down the comb and raised her hands to her head. Su Hang Pao Set, Papa. What was she doing? However, the next moment, her actions nearly sent his soul into disarray. With both hands, she swept her hair aside, and to his horror, her hair and scalp were pulled away as if shedding a layer. Following this, she gently removed her upper skin like one would discard clothing. At that moment, the once elegant and enchanting Yin Yang transformed into a large, furry dog sitting at the vanity, staring at the creature that resembled a person. Su Heng was instantly paralyzed with fear, his hair standing on end as tremors coursed through his body. What was she? Why had Yin Yang become a dog? Was she a monster? Where had the original Yin Yang gone? I must leave this place at once. The shock and fear rendered Su Heng's body completely uncontrollable. He had barely taken 2 steps when he accidentally fell to the ground. In that instant, the voice of Yin Yang resonated within the room. Who? Who is outside? Upon hearing this voice, Su Heng, disregarding everything, hurriedly attempted to rise and flee. However, just as he stood up, the door was pushed open, and Yin Yang appeared at the threshold. Seeing Su Heng, who was drenched in sweat from his fall, Yin Yang exclaimed in surprise. Ah, it turns out my husband has returned. Why are you so sweaty? Let me wipe that for you. As Yin Yang approached, Su Heng instinctively retreated in fear. Observing his reaction, Yin Yang paused momentarily. Then her face was filled with sorrow as she said, It seems you have seen me, yet you despise me? Su Heng shook his head vigorously. I had originally hoped to be a loving couple with you, but alas, you have discovered my secret. Yin Yang continued. Do you remember the little dog you rescued in your childhood? That was me. I intended to marry you to repay your kindness, but it seems I was too late. By the time I achieved my own cultivation, you had already married. Thus, I had no choice but to take the life of Yin Yang, shedding her skin, and wear it daily to accompany you. Such a pity. As she spoke, Yin Yang feigned tears, yet her action struck Su Heng as utterly terrifying. What are you? Do you not yet understand what I am? Yin Yang replied with an eerie smile. I am, of course, a demon. No sooner had she spoken than she tore off the guise of her skin, revealing her true form. In an instant, she transformed into a towering dog, its eyes glowing with a sinister green light, and its mouth brimming with sharp teeth. Since you despise my true form, it seems our fate has come to an end. Allow me to devour you, and we shall never part. With that, the monstrous dog lunged at Su Heng. Just as he was on the brink of death, a figure suddenly sprang forth from his side. Before Su Heng could comprehend the situation, lightning erupted from the hand of the newcomer. Demon, I have pursued you for long. Today, you finally reveal yourself. I shall take your life. With a resounding crash, the lightning collided with the dog demon. In an instant, the creature was sent flying, and the newcomer swiftly drew a sword from behind, charging towards the fallen demon and severing its head in one fluid motion. When Su Heng finally comprehended what had transpired, he found himself face to face with a disheveled Taoist, sword slung across his back and a wine gourd at his waist. Chapter 105. Welcome back. He had just witnessed the transformation of his beloved wife into a monstrous demon. Then, he witnessed a disheveled Taoist sever the head of a dog demon with a single stroke of his sword, shattering Su Hang's worldview entirely. How could this be? Wasn't this ancient Long kingdom? How could there be demons? Could it be that the legends of these creatures were indeed true? And who was this person before him? As Su Hang gazed at the scruffy Taoist in bewilderment, the Taoist casually stowed away the dog demon and its carcass into a small pouch. He then unfastened a gourd of wine from his waist and took a hearty swig. After quenching his thirst, he staggered over to Su Hang. "Scholar, I did not expect you to possess such a fortuitous fate. Some time ago, I sensed the aura of demons surrounding you and followed you here. When I saw you addressing that dog demon as a spouse, I thought it meant you no harm, but it seems it revealed its true nature today." Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Su Hang snapped back to reality and hurriedly inquired, "Esteemed Taoist, may I ask if you are a cultivator?" At this, the gourd of wine that the Taoist had just raised was lowered once more. "Oh, a mere mortal like you is aware of the existence of cultivators?" Su Hang pressed on. "So, you truly are a cultivator?" The Taoist nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, Su Hang's expression shifted dramatically. "Goodness. So there really were cultivators in ancient Long kingdom. But why have they vanished in modern times? Have they all gone into hiding? Is this world still the one I once knew?" As he plunged into confusion, the scruffy Taoist suddenly scrutinized him from head to toe. "You possess spiritual roots within you. Scholar, you are indeed a fine material for cultivation. Are you willing to forsake fame and fortune to cultivate alongside me?" The Taoist's unexpected proposition left Su Hang utterly stunned. Once he regained his composure, he nodded vigorously. If this world were an ordinary one, pursuing business and taking the imperial examinations would be the wisest choice. However, upon realizing the existence of demons, a profound sense of crisis enveloped him. He understood that no matter how wealthy he became or how high a position he attained, he would merely be prey before these creatures. Thus, he resolved to cultivate and become a cultivator. "Excellent. I happen to be returning to Mount Shu today, and I will take you with me. Do you have anything to gather? Hurry and prepare, for everything here will no longer concern you." Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Su Hang rushed into his home to collect some daily necessities before returning to the side of the Taoist. In front of him, the Taoist tossed the gourd of wine into the air. Instantly, the small gourd transformed into one as large as a car. Soon, the two ascended together on the gourd, soaring through layers of clouds until a towering celestial mountain emerged before Su Hang's eyes. On this day, he successfully entered the ranks of the Cultivation Sect, becoming a disciple and embarking on a journey to vanquish demons, akin to the protagonists of those immortal cultivation novels. As time passed, he evolved from an ordinary newcomer into a formidable elite of Shushan. However, during a fierce battle against malevolent creatures, he accidentally perished. His lingering spirit collected by the sect's leader, Zhangmei, and sent into the cycle of reincarnation. Just as he lost all consciousness, he suddenly opened his eyes. "What? How did I return to my dormitory?" He pondered. Could it be that everything was merely a dream? Yet this dream felt so vivid, and I haven't been reading any novels lately. Why would I dream such a peculiar dream? Shushan Sect, cultivators. How strange indeed. With that thought, he glanced at his phone and resumed his slumber. However, as he drifted off, he once again found himself in the previous dream. In this final vision, he beheld the Shushan he had seen earlier, but curiously, he also dreamed of a place called Shushan Vocational Technical School, along with the sect leader Zhangmei from his dream. Upon awakening once more, his confusion deepened. Could it be that I'm truly the reincarnation of a cultivator? Those experiences were not dreams, but memories of my past life? How could such a thing be possible? Suddenly, he recalled that Shushan was located in Lutang City, and it didn't seem nearly as towering as in his dreams. As for Shushan Vocational Technical School, with this thought, like Chu Feng, took out his phone to conduct a search. When he saw the results, his eyes widened in disbelief. The pictures of the school displayed on his phone were identical to those in his dreams, yet he vowed he had never visited this place. What could this mean? If the school truly existed, did that imply that those dreams were indeed real? I am a reincarnated cultivator. Realizing this, Su Hang was exhilarated to the point of insomnia. I've always felt different from ordinary people, experiencing a sense of familiarity with things I had never encountered. So all of this stems from my past life. As dawn approached, he resolved to visit Shushan Vocational Technical School, believing he could not only recover his past memories, but also regain his former cultivation. Once he became a cultivator, he could forsake mundane studies and no longer worry about employment. What a delight! Little did he know, there were 9 others sharing his sentiments, each convinced they too were reincarnated cultivators. When the sun finally rose, he sent a leave request to his counselor, disregarding any potential disapproval, and set off in a taxi toward Shushan Vocational Technical School. However, upon arriving at the school's entrance, he was astonished to discover he was not alone. The individuals present were generally youthful, comprising both males and females. Some resembled office workers, while others were akin to students like him. Standing at the entrance of the school, they exchanged glances. At that moment, one of them suddenly called out to Su Hang, "Are you Su Hang, senior brother?" Upon hearing this, Su Hang was momentarily taken aback. Quickly directing his gaze towards the speaker, he felt a vague sense of familiarity with this person, and after a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in realization. "Oh my, isn't this my junior brother from the dream?" Although his attire and hairstyle have changed, it is unmistakably him. Simultaneously, a few others nearby seem to have recognized each other as well. "Are you senior brother Chu Feng? I am Wang Hua, a disciple of the Sword Sect." "So, it appears we were all disciples of Shushan in our previous lives?" Following a brief exchange, the group swiftly reached a consensus. They became increasingly convinced that last night's dream was no mere fantasy. They were indeed the reincarnated disciples of Shushan. Just then, a familiar voice resonated from within the school. "You have finally returned." At the sound of this voice, all 10 individuals turned their gazes towards the interior of the school. In an instant, they beheld Qin Tian, transformed into the long-browed Taoist, gazing at them with a smile. Upon spotting Qin Tian, the 10 grew even more excited and hurriedly entered the school. Kneeling before him with a thud, disciples pay their respects to the sect leader. Observing the 10 kneeling before him, a subtle smile crept onto Qin Tian's lips. This method is indeed effective. I should have employed it sooner to avoid the hassle. However, overusing this method would not be prudent, for not everyone could be reincarnated disciples of Shushan. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian engaged in pleasantries with those present, then directly led them to the entrance of the Shushan cave heaven. As they passed through the stone gate, familiar sights unfolded before their eyes. Gazing upon the towering celestial mountains and the palace atop them, Chu Feng and the other 9 could not contain their excitement. "Shushan, we have returned." At this moment, including Su Hang and Chu Feng, the 10 were utterly convinced of their reincarnation as cultivators. As for the reason behind their significant memory loss, they had concocted their own explanations. "It must have been a use of forbidden techniques that led to the damage of my soul, resulting in the loss of those memories." "Junior brother, did you also perish while employing forbidden techniques?" "Indeed, senior brother, so it seems." What a coincidence. However, it did not matter. Although they had lost their memories and cultivation, they had returned to Shushan, where they could start anew. Inside the cave heaven, the group bore expressions of exhilaration, albeit with a hint of confusion. Why had Shushan transformed into its present state? There exists a slight divergence from the memories of past lives, accompanied by an eerie sense of desolation. It is quite natural, for the Shushan of our recollection belongs to 1,000 years ago. With the passage of such time, no one can ascertain what transpired. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from beside them, belonging to Qin Tian. "What you have said is indeed correct. The current Shushan is markedly different from that of a millennium past. 1,000 years ago, the world underwent cataclysmic changes, giving rise to demons and malevolent forces that ravaged the land, compelling the disciples of Shushan to descend the mountains to vanquish these evils. However, the demons were formidable, resulting in heavy casualties among our disciples. Subsequently, the spiritual essence of the world gradually diminished, and the elders of Shushan and I were left with no choice but to relocate the sect to a hidden paradise. As a millennium has elapsed, many elders have transcended, and those who ascended have long left. The glory of Shushan has faded." Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Chu Feng and the other 9 turned their gazes toward him, harboring no doubts about his account, as their memories from previous lives contained relevant records. "Rest assured, Sect Master, we have returned and will surely strive to revive Shushan, restoring its former grandeur. Indeed, Sect Master, we are here as well." "That is well and good. In addition to you, there are other reincarnated disciples scattered across the Dragon Kingdom. Once you regain some of your cultivation, you may seek them out." "Yes, Sect Master," they replied in unison. "Now, let us return to the sect. Once we arrive, I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation anew." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tian produced a flying vessel. With a gentle toss forward, the vessel transformed into a ship floating in midair. Observing this flying vessel, Chu Feng and the others couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. The absence of cultivation makes things inconvenient. Had we retained our powers, we could have simply soared on our swords without the need for this magical artifact. Indeed, I hope to restore my cultivation soon. I find myself reminiscing about the sensation of flying with a sword. It seems my spiritual essence has suffered considerable damage. I remember how to fly the sword, yet have forgotten the mechanics entirely. That is quite normal. We are essentially relearning from the beginning, and one cannot expect to flawlessly inherit the equipment and skills of a seasoned practitioner. Engaging in light banter, the group boarded the flying vessel, and under Qin Tian's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the grand hall of the Cultivation Sect. Having encountered this place numerous times in dreams, they felt no unfamiliarity. Following the proper protocols, Qin Tian conducted the disciples' initiation and apprenticeship ceremony. This marked the first instance of 10 disciples simultaneously taking their vows and entering the sect. No sooner had the ceremony concluded than a series of system notifications resonated. Congratulations, host, for accepting a new disciple. You are awarded 500 sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, for accepting a new disciple. You are awarded 500 sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Due to the outstanding aptitude of this disciple, you have received additional rewards, alchemical techniques, and the true understanding of alchemy. Congratulations to the host on acquiring a new disciple, rewarded with 500 sect reputation points and 100 spirit stones. Due to the exceptional aptitude of this disciple, you have received an additional reward, a spiritual plant, the heavenly thunder bamboo. Furthermore, as this disciple possesses the ethereal with sacred body, you have been granted further rewards, including the cultivation method, the Qingdi longevity technique, a mid-level magical artifact, and the spirit nurturing vessel. Congratulations, host, on surpassing 10 disciples in the Cultivation Sect, thereby strengthening the sect's influence. In appreciation of your remarkable contributions, you are awarded 100,000 sect reputation points, 10,000 spirit stones, 1 mid-level Dao Yuan pill, 5 mid-level recruitment orders, and 1 high-level recruitment order. Upon hearing the series of notifications resonate in his mind, Qin Tian's face instantly transformed with uncontainable joy. Setting aside other considerations, the rewards of sect reputation and spirit stones alone were exceedingly generous, not to mention the additional bonuses. This was indeed a tremendous windfall. How many treasures could such a wealth of sect reputation procure? Moreover, with a high-level recruitment order in hand, if memory serves, it could summon formidable beings at the golden core stage. As for the mid-level Dao Yuan pill, one could only wonder if consuming it might elevate his own cultivation to the golden core stage. After a moment of exhilaration, he summoned Chu Feng and the others to his side. While they had returned to their sect, their cultivation could not be reclaimed. Their physiques had also diverged from their former lives, preventing them from practicing their past cultivation methods. They could, however, approach the spirit testing monument, which would not only reveal their current aptitude and physique, but also recommend the most suitable cultivation methods for them. Upon hearing that they would be imparted with cultivation techniques, the eyes of Chu Feng and the others immediately sparkled with anticipation. Without hesitation, they eagerly approached the spirit testing monument to assess their aptitudes. Some discovered they had ordinary aptitudes, while others were found to possess extraordinary gifts. Among them, Chu Feng stood out as the only holder of the ethereal with sacred body, boasting the highest aptitude. Qin Tian promptly transmitted the Qingdi longevity technique to him. For the others, he imparted the cultivation methods recommended by the spirit testing monument, maintaining a configuration akin to that of the previous batch of disciples, 1 technique and 1 method each. After bestowing upon them a few spirit stones, he sent them off to cultivate independently. As for himself, he took the opportunity to examine the tangible rewards bestowed by the system. The key rewards were as follows: the true insights of alchemy. Qin Tian perused it and found it to be a guide on the art of alchemy. With a simple gesture, he mastered the content. However, he had no intention of refining pills himself, as it would be a waste of time. Instead, he planned to teach a disciple to undertake the task. Heavenly Thunder Bamboo, a rare spiritual plant that could be utilized to craft thunder-attributed flying swords and magical artifacts. He intended to plant it in the spiritual herb garden to see if it might undergo mutation. Qingdi longevity technique, a wood-attributed cultivation method that allows one to live longer than the average person, while also enabling the healing of others and accelerating the growth of spiritual plants and herbs. The spirit bottle, a mystical artifact, draws upon the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, transforming them into a unique spiritual fluid that can nourish spiritual plants and herbs, accelerating their maturation and fostering rapid growth. Additionally, there exists the intermediate Dao Yuan pill, which previously granted him an augmentation of 50 years of cultivation with the initial Dao Yuan pill. This intermediate variant, however, promises 100 years of enhancement, regardless of his innate talent. Consuming this pill will undoubtedly allow him to form a Dan. Lastly, he possesses 5 intermediate recruitment orders and 1 advanced recruitment order, capable of enlisting 5 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 gold Dan cultivator from Mount Shu. Qin Tian intends to temporarily set aside the former items, opting to utilize the Dao Yuan pill and the recruitment orders at this moment. Chapter 107. Ascending to Gold Dan and Advanced Recruitment. At this very moment, Chu Feng and the newly accepted disciples remain immersed in the exhilarating experience of cultivation. Indeed, their fervor surpasses that of the previous cohort, as they perceive their current practice not merely as cultivation, but as a restoration of their past life's prowess. Taking advantage of their training, Qin Tian seeks a secluded spot within the cave realm. Once seated, he promptly retrieves the intermediate Dao Yuan pill, which augments cultivation by 100 years, and without hesitation, he consumes it. As the pill enters his abdomen, it instantaneously transforms into a colossal surge of energy, coursing through his body before ultimately converging in his dantian. In an instant, his cultivation ascends with the velocity akin to a rocket. Previously, the consumption of an initial Dao Yuan pill propelled his cultivation from early to late foundation establishment. Now, within less than a minute of ingesting this pill, he breaks through to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Upon reaching this apex, the rate of ascent remains unabated, as a substantial amount of spiritual energy begins to liquefy and gather in one location, gradually coalescing into a solid form. Eventually, it manifests as a golden pill, roughly the size of a yellow bean. As soon as this golden pill takes shape, the spiritual energy within Qin Tian surges dramatically, not only in quantity, but also in quality. This golden pill, residing at the center of his dantian, is the legendary Gold Dan. With its formation, he transitions from a foundation establishment cultivator to a Gold Dan cultivator, a leap that ordinarily requires decades, or even centuries of arduous training for most, yet he accomplishes it with merely a single pill. Such an achievement would surely infuriate the protagonists of mundane novels. After advancing to Gold Dan, the speed of his cultivation's ascent notably decelerates. It feels akin to pouring water. Previously, the water filled a small cup rapidly, yet now, transferring the same flow into a basin results in a significantly slower filling process. Even so, the residual potency of the Dao Yuan pill continues to steadily elevate his cultivation from early Gold Dan to mid-Gold Dan. Upon reaching this stage, his cultivation stabilizes, and Qin Tian opens his eyes, a look of astonishment gracing his features as he reflects upon his transformation. The swiftness of this enhancement through medicinal means is indeed remarkable. He has swiftly ascended to the Gold Dan stage. Now, I have ascended to the status of a golden core cultivator. I ponder whether I could withstand a nuclear bomb. Yet, I question the relevance of such thoughts. Why would I need to endure a nuclear bomb when I am not an ancestor? Shaking my head, I cast aside these impractical notions and delve deeper into the discernible differences within myself. After a period of introspection and experimentation, I arrived at the conclusion that my physical strength, total magical power, and the intensity of my spirit and consciousness have all surpassed their previous states by more than tenfold. The range of my spiritual perception has expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers, akin to a human radar. The execution of my spells has also seen an enhancement of at least 10 times compared to before, and this improvement is comprehensive. All my techniques and spells have been fortified alongside my cultivation advancement. It is evident that this is yet another exclusive benefit of my role as the sect leader. Moreover, even the Dao Yuan pill is a unique boon. Previously, I had scrutinized the sect store and found no such pill capable of directly augmenting cultivation. No other pills of a similar category possessed such formidable potency. Thus, I deduced that this Dao Yuan pill was specifically bestowed upon me by the system as the sect leader. Once my cultivation is firmly established, I retrieved the 5 mid-tier recruitment orders awarded by the system. Although I had recently recruited 10 disciples, the vast expanse of Mount Shu still appeared somewhat sparse, allowing for the creation of 5 additional NPC disciples. After some contemplation, I proceeded to conjure 5 individuals. With a flash of light, 5 men and women of varying appearances and ages materialized before me. All 5 possessed foundational cultivation levels, 3 men and 2 women, with ages ranging from those appearing in their 20s to others in their 30s or 40s. Among them were a sword cultivator, a body cultivator, a talisman cultivator, an alchemist, and a beast cultivator. Upon their arrival, they collectively bowed to me and proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the sect leader. There is no need for formality. From this day forth, you shall serve as external elders of the Shu Mountain sect, responsible for guiding the daily cultivation of the disciples. Henceforth, you will oversee any new disciples who join our ranks." "Yes, sect leader." After imparting my instructions to the 5, I procured a basic magical artifact and storage bags for each of them from the sect store, equipping them with essential cultivation supplies before sending them on their way. Once they departed, I produced the sole high-tier recruitment order. I had previously checked the system store, discovering that a single high-tier recruitment order costs 100,000 sect reputation points. Though steep, it is undoubtedly worth the investment. High-tier recruitment order. Recruit 1 cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core, possessing exceptionally high intelligence. This cultivator may engage in specialized tasks within the sect, can cultivate autonomously, but may only reach the nascent soul realm and cannot be considered a sect disciple. The appearance can be custom defined, and 3 special skills can be designated. A cultivator of the Golden Core stage, endowed with intellect far surpassing that of ordinary beings and capable of autonomously advancing to the nascent soul realm, requires merely 100,000 sect reputation, a truly paltry sum. Upon producing the recruitment order, Qin Tian wasted no time in crafting a bespoke persona for this entity. After sculpting its visage, he proceeded to customize its cultivation methodology, imparting names and pertinent memories. Once all was set, he chose to finalize the creation. In the next moment, an elderly Taoist clad in a deep blue robe, with white hair and beard and a benevolent countenance, materialized before him. The old Taoist, upon his appearance, immediately bowed respectfully to Qin Tian. "Greetings, Sect Master Tian Shu." Observing the amiable elder, Qin Tian could not help but scrutinize him. It soon became apparent that he differed significantly from the previously summoned cultivators. As described, he possessed an exceptionally high level of intelligence, while those recruited with mid-tier orders appeared indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. This elder emanated an aura of wisdom surpassing that of mere mortals. Especially notable were his eyes, brimming with spiritual light, unmistakably marking him as an otherworldly sage. "Elder Tian Shu, there is no need for such formality. From this day forth, you shall be an inner sect elder of the Shushan sect, my junior brother. Should I be absent from the sect, you will oversee its affairs. All shall be as you, Sect Master, direct," the elder replied respectfully. Just as Qin Tian assigned Elder Tian Shu his duties, the system concurrently issued a task. Main quest initiated. The Shushan sect has begun to take shape, yet its reputation remains obscure. Please arrange for the disciples to descend from the mountain to vanquish demons and eradicate evil, thereby enhancing the Shushan's renown. Completion requirements. Slay no fewer than 10 demons or 10 malevolent cultivators. Completion rewards. 10,000 sect reputation points. 1,000 spirit stones. Ordinary sect constructions. Disciple quarters. Ordinary sect constructions. Mountain gate. Ordinary sect constructions. Mountain paths. Another task. Vanquishing demons? Where am I to find such fiends? It would hardly be prudent to unleash demons myself. Yet, it seemed not entirely impossible. A sudden spark of insight illuminated Qin Tian's mind. Chapter 108. Summoning Demons. Having grown accustomed to the system's whimsical task assignments, Qin Tian found no fault in dispatching disciples to eliminate demons this time. His sole concern lay in the challenge of locating suitable targets. He had previously encountered malevolent cultivators, typically mere criminals. However, the verdant vines of Green Vine were not akin to Gotham, making it unlikely to easily find 10 individuals worthy of being labeled as malevolent cultivators. In contrast, demons were far more accessible, with plenty imprisoned within the demon locking tower. Moreover, the system had not explicitly prohibited the release of demons by himself. With this thought in mind, he immediately soared toward the direction of the demon locking tower. As he entered the first level of the tower, the formidable pressure characteristic of a golden core cultivator radiated outward. The demons at the first level of the demon lock tower trembled in fear. Soon, he encountered a rat demon at the third level of Qi refinement. With a rat's head and a human body, the rat demon, upon seeing Qin Tian, lost all courage to fight and immediately knelt down, bowing its head. Please spare my life, esteemed one. Ever since I was imprisoned in this demon-locked tower, I have sincerely repented and have not harmed any lives. I implore you to grant me a chance to live. Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. I seek your assistance in a matter, and if you do well, I shall allow you to accompany me, freeing you from this prison. Of course, you may refuse, but that would merely lead to your demise. As Qin Tian's words fell, the rat demon nodded fervently. I promise to help you, esteemed one. Excellent, Qin Tian remarked, satisfied with the rat demon's response. He then opened the sect shop. Releasing these demons carried certain risks. He could not guarantee they would all behave as obediently as the dream demon. Hence, an additional layer of security was essential. Before long, a special technique caught his eye. Intermediate technique, life and death talisman, which plants a mark within the opponent's body, allowing control over their life and death. The marked individual cannot resist the practitioner. Price, 5,000 sect reputation. Upon seeing the effectiveness of this technique, he recognized it as precisely what he needed. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Tian spent 5,000 sect reputation to acquire this unique spell. As the life and death talisman manual materialized in his hands, he swiftly opened it. In the next moment, the book transformed into a beam of white light, penetrating his mind, flooding it with a wealth of related memories. In an instant, he fully mastered this secret art of controlling life and death. Before the rat demon, he pointed a finger at its forehead. Instantly, a swirl of black mist entered the rat demon's body, leaving a dark mark on its forehead. It took a considerable time for the mark to completely dissipate. From now on, your life and death are in my hands. Should you harbor any ill intentions, a mere thought from me will suffice to claim your life. This is a demon sealing bottle. You shall enter it, and I will lead you out of the demon lock tower. As he spoke, a demon sealing bottle appeared in Qin Tian's right hand. The rat demon, seeing this, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately transformed into a gust of wind. Diving into the bottle, having effortlessly subdued the rat demon, Qin Tian quickly sought out a second demon, this time a cat demon, slightly stronger than the rat demon. It had reached the fourth level of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, when faced with Qin Tian, it remained exceedingly respectful. As anticipated, after explaining his intentions, Qin Tian planted the life and death talisman on it, and subsequently sealed it into another demon sealing bottle. Following this, he continued to subdue 8 more demons in succession. The strength varies from the second to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Among them, there is the water ghost at the 2nd level, the painted skin ghost, the flower demon, the mirror demon, and the yellow skin spirit, all at the 3rd level, followed by the hair demon and the beautiful serpent at the 4th level. And the soul, 5th level fiend, the Sephora tree demon. The reason for not selecting those higher level demons is twofold. Firstly, their capacity for destruction and impact is exceedingly great. Secondly, there is concern regarding the ability of his disciples to contend with such formidable foes. With 10 Qi refinement demons and 10 demon sealing bottles, should his disciples succeed in vanquishing these demons, the task assigned by the system would be deemed complete. However, these demons would not truly perish. The demon sealing tower operates under a rule that any demon within its confines, even if it dies, will eventually resurrect after a period, much like monsters in a game. Once Qin Tian escorted them out of the Shushan cave, he opened the sealing bottles and released them. In an instant, 10 demons of varying appearances and sizes materialized before him. The smallest, the yellow skin spirit, was scarcely larger than a mouse, while the largest, the Sephora tree demon, towered at several dozen meters. Today, I release you with but one stipulation. Create a commotion, he declared. However, I do not mean for you to harm or kill anyone. Rather, attract attention. Of course, if you encounter those truly wicked individuals, you may take their lives. Once you create sufficient disturbance, others will come to subdue you, and your ultimate task will be to fall at their hands. However, Qin Tian paused momentarily. Remember not to make your defeat too obvious. Do not let them realize that you are intentionally allowing yourselves to be slain. Maintain a balance, neither too strong nor too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, the rat demon hastily interjected, Senior, do you mean for us to cooperate with them in a performance? That is roughly the essence of my request. But you must simply act. They will be unaware of your charade. But Senior, if they truly manage to kill us, won't we be dead? voiced the yellow-skinned spirit, expressing concern. You need not worry about that. You are bound to the demon's sealing tower. After a brief period following your demise, you will resurrect within it, not merely return to life. Upon your revival, you will be hailed as great contributors. You will not only gain the freedom to enter and exit the demon's sealing tower, but will also be permitted to roam the outside world for 2 days every 7 days. Furthermore, those who perform well will receive the cultivation techniques of the demon immortals, enjoying the same privileges as disciples of Shushan. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the assembled demons erupted with excitement. Thank you, Senior. We shall diligently fulfill the tasks you have entrusted to us. Remember, do not harm or kill indiscriminately. Rest assured, Senior. We will keep this in mind. Well, you all go ahead and find a place to settle down. Yes, Senior. With Qin Tian's command, the 10 demons he had extracted from the Demon Lock Tower departed from the Shushan Vocational School in their own unique ways, heading towards the city center of Ultang. Chapter 109. The Mirror Demon. These 10 demons, though only possessing the cultivation of the Qi refinement stage, would be regarded as mere low-level entities in the realm of cultivation. Yet, in Blue Star, even the weakest of demons at the second layer of Qi refinement possess the capability to slay any ordinary person, save for those robust martial artists. After being imprisoned for an indeterminate number of years within the confines of the Demon Lock Tower, they were akin to tigers released into the wild, swiftly locating their respective refuges. The rat demon scurried directly into the city's sewer system, while the cat demon transformed into an ordinary stray cat, blending seamlessly into a gathering of homeless felines. Beyond those demons who sought immediate concealment, some actively approached humans, although Qin Tian had cautioned them against taking lives. He had also mentioned that the truly nefarious individuals were exempt from this rule. The fundamental skill of demons is their ability to discern good from evil, a talent that is particularly pronounced in the more malevolent among them. The mirror demon stands out as one of the most adept, its true form being a mirror, which had transformed into a wisp of demonic wind, drifting above the city. Soon, it was drawn by a familiar scent, a manifestation of human malice, the sustenance of demons. Sensing this potent essence of wickedness, the mirror demon followed the trail, quickly locating a young woman of average appearance, stylishly dressed, who was currently shopping with another girl of superior beauty and grace. The two walked arm in arm, exuding an air of intimacy. Xian, look, that outfit suits you perfectly. Would you like to try it on? Really? Then I shall give it a go. Could you hold my milk tea for me? Of course. As the more attractive girl took a set of clothes and entered the fitting room, the smile faded from the face of her slightly less appealing companion. Ensuring the surroundings were clear of onlookers, she retrieved a small vial from her bag and poured a colorless, transparent liquid into the milk tea through the straw. After completing this task, she shook the vial lightly. Donning an air of nonchalance, she awaited her companion's emergence from the fitting room, re-establishing her smile upon her return. Wow, Xian, you look stunning in that outfit. I'm so envious of your figure. No matter how much you eat, you never gain weight. Of course, it helps that you are beautiful. The other girl quickly replied, Oh, not at all. You would look lovely in that outfit as well. And who says I can't gain weight? Lately, I don't know what's happening, but I've put on several pounds in less than a week. And there's already fat on my belly. Not at all. I feel you haven't gained any weight. Perhaps the electronic scale is malfunctioning? I am not certain, and furthermore, I must tell you that I haven't had my period for nearly 2 months, and my face has erupted in acne, which is utterly vexing. No witties. Perhaps it is merely the result of recent work-related stress. Let's unwind a bit later. No need. My boyfriend just said he can pick me up. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the girl of striking beauty purchased the outfit she had just tried on. As she completed her payment, a tall, handsome young man entered the store. Upon seeing him, the girl instantly greeted him with a radiant smile, and they embraced intimately right at the entrance. Meanwhile, the smile faded from the face of another girl observing this scene. Dream, my boyfriend and I are off to the movies. Feel free to browse on your own. I'll accompany you for shopping tomorrow. Goodbye. The girl, linked arm in arm with her boyfriend, waved goodbye to her friend before turning away, her silhouette brimming with youthful exuberance. Watching this unfold, the girl still inside the store felt her countenance darken. She glanced at the cup of milk tea in her hand and suddenly sported a cold smirk. In the next moment, she dashed out of the clothing store to catch up with the girl and her boyfriend. Xian, you forgot your milk tea. Thank you. Dream. I would have truly forgotten. No problem. Your boyfriend truly adores you. Someday, you too shall have a boyfriend who loves you. By the way, this is the love bead I wished for at the temple. I gift it to you, hoping that Dream will soon find a wonderful boyfriend. As she spoke, the girl unfastened a pink bracelet from her wrist and placed it into the other girl's hand, thereafter departing with her boyfriend. Once they had walked away, the girl known as Dream disdainfully removed the bracelet from her wrist and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Who would want a trinket? With that, she walked alone towards a store selling trinkets. Unbeknownst to her, a wisp of black smoke followed her into the shop. After a brief search, the smoke coalesced into an antique mirror. Upon merging with the mirror, it underwent an inexplicable transformation. The girl's attention was soon drawn to this mirror. As she instinctively reached for it, she was startled to see that her reflection appeared more attractive than usual. Initially, she dismissed it as an illusion, but upon a second glance, she realized that she indeed seemed more beautiful. Beyond her enhanced appearance, the reflection exuded a peculiar charm, while the other mirrors around her displayed no such effect, leaving her feeling quite perplexed. Is there something extraordinary about this mirror, or is it simply fate that has brought us together? Ultimately, she purchased the antique mirror without hesitation. Upon returning to her rented accommodation, her first action was to retrieve her phone, log into her social media account, and switch to her alternate profile to indiscriminately peruse her best friend's posts. As she scrolled through a myriad of her friends' photos, her expression involuntarily morphed into one of disdain. What was so remarkable about merely watching a movie? Posting selfies every day, does she really believe others are genuinely interested? Why flaunt her cat, especially with such an extravagant gold collar? Even after a grueling day at work, she still finds time to hit the gym. Surely, it's staged. Does she even have parents? Why is it that, at her age, she can reside in such a spacious home and possess her own vehicle? As she gazed at her best friend's daily updates, jealousy consumed her. Her friend was a native of Ultang, while she had to toil to establish her roots there. Her friend owned several properties, while she was nearing 30 and still renting. Her friend was coddled by her parents, whereas she had to send money home every month. Her friend had a handsome, wealthy boyfriend who adored her, while she was on the verge of becoming an unmarried woman of a certain age. Even her friend's seemingly casual posts struck her as boastful. After leaving a few spiteful comments on her friend's video using her alternate account, she approached her vanity, retrieving the mirror she had just purchased. Gazing at her radiant reflection, she began to lose herself. For the next day, she neither ate nor drank, transfixed by her own beauty while ignoring the numerous missed calls on her phone. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that her room door was suddenly flung open. As several girls entered her room accompanied by a boy, she turned to them with a smile and asked, "Do you think I am beautiful?" While the enchantress in the mirror began to stir, the other spirits around her were equally restless. Chapter 110. The Big Huai Tree on the grave located on the outskirts of Ultang City, the Lufeng Cemetery. One of the largest burial grounds in the area sprawls across a vast hillside. From the base of the hill, one can see an array of tombstones dotting the landscape, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere. Typically, the only visitors to this place are those paying respects to their departed loved ones, along with the cemetery staff. At this moment, a man and a woman, both clad in the uniforms of cemetery personnel, were diligently patrolling the grounds with their tools in hand. When they encountered a grave overrun with weeds or a tombstone sullied by bird droppings, they would promptly attend to the matter. They had long since grown accustomed to this line of work. As the slightly older man scrubbed a gravestone, the younger girl beside him could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Master, do you believe there are ghosts in this world?" Upon hearing her question, the man chuckled softly. "Where would ghosts come from in this world? I've been working in this cemetery for over a decade, and if there were any ghosts, I would have encountered them long ago." "Is there truly no ghost?" the girl inquired, skepticism evident in her voice. "Of course not. The ghosts you fear are merely the loved ones of others, those who are dearly missed. In a certain sense, those who cherish them would wish for the existence of ghosts. Wouldn't you agree?" Nodding in acknowledgement of his heartfelt words, the girl replied, "You are right, master. Here, this gravestone is yours to tend." As she spoke, the man took a bucket and approached a particular gravestone. Unlike the others, this one was evidently aged, its photograph severely weathered and faded. The inscription was barely legible. Observing the gravestone, the girl couldn't help but ask, "Master, didn't we just celebrate Qingming festival? Why does this grave show no signs of worship?" "Ah, this family," the man sighed, "it seems they have only visited in the 2 years following the old lady's burial. I've heard they moved abroad, yet they never failed to pay the management fees each year." "I see. That poor grandmother," the girl remarked sympathetically. She then took the tools from the man's hands, kneeling before the old lady's grave to clear away the weeds, dust, and bird droppings. Lastly, she remembered to wipe the gravestone clean of dirt and grime. "All right, Master, let us continue our journey upwards," she said as they began to ascend the hill. However, upon reaching the summit, they were taken aback by the sight before them. Standing at the back of a gravesite was a towering tree, easily over 10 meters high. The man stared at it in confusion. Shan, is my memory failing me? I don't recall such a large tree being at the top of the hill." The girl shook her head in agreement. "I don't remember this tree either. We have only been away for a week. How could such a large tree appear so suddenly? What kind of tree grows so swiftly? Moreover, the tree was rooted atop someone else's grave. Strange, truly strange." The man mused. "This tree resembles a locust tree. A specimen of this size must be decades, if not centuries old. It is impossible for it to have sprouted in just a week. Should we chop it down, Master?" the girl asked. "No, we cannot do that," the man replied, shaking his head. "The appearance of this tree is quite extraordinary, particularly as it stands atop the grave of Mr. Ma's father. The Ma family is notoriously superstitious. It is advisable to consult them before making any decisions. Otherwise, I fear we may encounter trouble. I shall call Mr. Ma when we return." "Very well, Master." After a brief exchange, the two resumed their scrutiny of the massive locust tree perched on the mountain peak. The tree, with its lush foliage and gnarled trunk, resembled a monstrous figure with its dense canopy, evoking a sense of unease the longer they gazed upon it. "Master, do you not feel that the temperature at this mountaintop is somewhat lower than below? Is that not entirely normal? I have an unsettling feeling about that tree. Perhaps we should descend." "Agreed. Let me capture a photograph before we leave." As the man produced his phone to snap a picture of the grand locust tree growing atop the grave, the two subsequently made their way down mountain. Had they been cultivators, they would have sensed the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy at the summit, which was incessantly drawing in the surrounding dark aura, ultimately converging within the very essence of that locust tree. At that moment, the tree resembled a banner of restless spirits, gradually transforming the atmosphere of the entire cemetery. The wandering, fragmented consciousnesses within the graveyard were also undergoing inexplicable changes due to the influence of this ominous energy. As the two approached the cemetery's exit, the girl, almost instinctively, cast her gaze toward the hillside and was suddenly startled to see someone standing before a gravestone, seemingly watching her. There was an unsettling familiarity about the figure. "Master, it seems there is someone over there. Someone who would come here in broad daylight besides us." As she pointed toward the spot where she had seen the figure, she was astonished to find it had vanished. Upon recalling the visage, her expression turned pale. She realized she had seen that face before. It belonged to the elderly woman on the gravestone. How could I have seen her? Am I seeing ghosts? The thought sent chills racing down her spine, prompting her to quicken her pace. Upon returning to the cemetery management office, they promptly reported the extraordinary tree growing at the summit. The park's recommendation was to first consult Mr. Ma about the matter. They anticipated that he would agree to have the locust tree removed. However, when they called, his reaction was unexpectedly firm. "It cannot be cut down. That tree absolutely must not be removed. I recently dreamt of my father, who specifically spoke to me about this matter. He mentioned that this tree is his transformation, and as long as it stands in our family, it will provide shade for future generations and bestow blessings for countless years. This tree is an auspicious omen. Do you comprehend? If anyone dares to disturb this tree, I shall not let it rest." Upon hearing these words through the phone, the individuals within the cemetery management office exchanged bewildered glances, feeling a twinge of incredulity. They realized that the caller had evidently known of the tree's existence long before they themselves had discovered it. Could it truly be a visitation through dreams? Seizing the opportunity, a girl recounted her recent encounter with an elderly woman, long deceased, in the cemetery. After listening to her narrative, the expressions of the cemetery staff revealed a strange perplexity. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the following days, the occurrences within the graveyard grew increasingly eerie, with individuals frequently claiming to have encountered spirits. Chapter 111, Water Ghost. Urban Legend. As the rumors of hauntings at Lufeng Cemetery spread fervently, peculiar events unfolded in succession along the banks of Qingling River in Lufeng City. This river, which flows through the urban area, had undergone significant transformation in both water quality and scenery over the years. It is common for people to fish and frolic by the riverside, and as the weather grew warmer, more individuals sought respite by the water in the evenings. Some audacious children would sneak away to bathe when their guardians were distracted. Among them was Chun Liang, a fisherman, who, as dusk approached, carried his fishing gear to a slightly leveled spot by the riverbank. After casting his line, he waited for a considerable time without any sign of a catch. What's happening today? Why is there not a single bite? Could be a day of empty nets? Just then, he noticed two children playing in the water on the opposite bank. As they played, one ventured into the water, while the other remained on the shore. Witnessing this scene, Chun Liang shook his head disapprovingly. Whose reckless child is this? Without any adult supervision, how dare they enter the water unprepared? If anything were to happen, it would be disastrous. No sooner had he uttered those words than the child who had entered the water began to swim towards the middle of the river, showing signs of distress. The child flailed helplessly on the surface. Upon seeing this, Chun Liang's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. The child is truly drowning. Coincidentally, his long steel bobber began to move. Observing the struggling child and then glancing at his bobbing float, he gritted his teeth, tossed his fishing rod onto the shore, and stripped down to his undergarments before plunging into the river. Once in the water, he swam directly towards the drowning child. Before long, he swam to the side of the drowning child. However, when he prepared to rescue the child, he discovered that the little one had vanished without a trace. Had the child sunk beneath the water? With such a perplexity, he hurriedly dove underwater. To his astonishment, he found no sign of the child below the surface either. When he resurfaced, he was utterly stunned to see the very child who had been drowning moments ago, now standing on the opposite bank of the river. Witnessing the scene left him utterly bewildered. How is this possible? When had the child made it to the shore? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the child on the bank suddenly smiled and eerily waved goodbye to him. A chill ran down his spine. Although he could not comprehend what was unfolding, the sight of the child bidding him farewell sent a shiver through his heart. He quickly swam back in the direction from which he had entered the water. However, despite the mere 10 meters separating him from the shore, it felt as though he were trying to cross hundreds or even thousands of meters. As exhaustion began to take its toll, a shout suddenly echoed from the riverbank. Lao Jian, what on earth are you floundering about in the middle of the river for? Get back here. Upon hearing that voice, Chun Liang felt as if he had awakened from a daze. He realized that he was not swimming toward the opposite bank, but rather drifting downstream. At that moment, he found himself several hundred meters away from where he had initially entered the river. If he continued downstream, he feared he might never reach the shore. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out on him, even in the icy river water. Once he regained his senses, he wasted no time in swimming toward the bank. Ultimately, with the assistance of two familiar fishermen, he managed to climb ashore. As soon as he was on land, the two fishermen could not help but inquire, Lao Chun, what were you doing in the river? We called for you several times, but you seemed oblivious, just swimming further downstream. Were you exercising? Hearing their teasing remarks, Chun Liang, still shaken, hastily recounted his recent experience. Upon hearing his tale, the once jovial fisherman immediately became serious. Are you saying you saw a child drowning and went to save him? Yes, of course. Otherwise, would I be foolish enough to jump in just to play? Moreover, I must tell you, this was exceedingly strange. As soon as I reached the child, he suddenly appeared on the opposite bank. He smiled at me, sending chills down my spine. I thought I needed to get back to shore quickly, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't reach it. I suspect I encountered something unclean. Do not doubt it. You undoubtedly encountered something malevolent. It must have been the legendary water ghost seeking a substitute. But then, why did it ultimately let you go? Another angler, unable to quell his curiosity, inquired, I wonder if perhaps your presence frightened it away. At that moment, two individuals strolled along the pathway beside the riverbank, engaged in conversation. Have you heard? A person drowned in the river at noon. Isn't it quite common for someone to drown? Every year, at least a couple of souls perish in this river. It's different this time. They say the person who drowned was claimed by a water ghost. When the body was retrieved, there were two dark handprints around the ankles. According to the companion of the deceased, the individual had insisted there was a large fish by the shore, prompting him to venture into the river. As he was fishing, he found himself in the river's depths and never resurfaced. Is this truly the case? Who is this unfortunate soul? You might recognize him. He was the scoundrel imprisoned for rape, who, upon his release, spent his days harassing young girls by the river. Well, to my mind, it served him right. Once the two departed, Chun Liang and his fellow anglers exchanged glances, pondering the possibility of a water ghost indeed inhabiting the river. It must be true, otherwise. The timing is too coincidental. Yet, old Qin survived while that man perished. Does this fruit only harm the wicked and spare the virtuous? Why dwell on it? We've just set our bait. We must continue fishing. That makes sense. With that, the three resumed their angling endeavors. By the following day, two more bodies were discovered in the river. One was a deceitful intermediary who had duped countless individuals, and the other, a professional marriage scammer. Both had inexplicably entered the water and never emerged. Following these incidents, the tales of water ghosts in the Qinling River spread throughout the city of Liltang. Concurrently, urban legends pertaining to Liltang began surfacing online, generating intrigue while instilling a sense of panic among some residents. In light of this unsettling situation, the Liltang Public Security Bureau felt compelled to intervene and investigate. Chapter 112. The culprit is not human. At the banks of the Qinling River, observing the recently retrieved corpse, Captain Sun Jigang of the Criminal Investigation Unit furrowed his brow deeply. As a seasoned detective with over a decade of experience, he had encountered countless cases, and such incidents of floating corpses were hardly novel to him. However, the gravity of his expression stemmed from the fact that this was the 8th floating corpse case in just 2 days. In less than 48 hours, a total of 8 bodies have been recovered from the Qinling River, either by anglers or passersby. Historically, the river did not claim so many lives in an entire year. This extraordinarily unusual scenario, coupled with the rumors of water ghosts, compelled the Liltang Public Security Bureau to dispatch a team for investigation. Just then, an officer tasked with retrieving the bodies hurried toward him. "Captain, the identity of the corpse has been confirmed." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Sun Jigang's face. So swiftly determined? Did he possess identification on him? "No, Captain, this individual is someone we know, and you're familiar with him as well," replied the officer, a peculiar expression adorning his features. "I am acquainted with him." Sun Jigang's expression shifted, prompting him to stride towards the body. As he approached and beheld the visage of the corpse, his demeanor changed drastically. Just as the officer had mentioned, he indeed recognized the lifeless form before him, an old acquaintance. Was this not the wealthy heir who had caused the accident previously? He had only recently been released. It is indeed him. I recall his arrogance at the time, showing no remorse for taking a life. I thought he would evade justice indefinitely. Yet here he is, having drowned in the river so swiftly. Though I am aware that my position should not permit such thoughts, I cannot help but express that this is poetic justice, a fitting retribution. The law may have failed to bring him to account, but fate has claimed him. It is truly satisfying. Hearing the officer's discourse, Sun Jigang cast them a sharp glare, silencing them immediately. "Forensic expert Lin, what is the situation? Can you ascertain the cause of death?" Upon his inquiry, the forensic examiner raised his head. "Without extensive examination, I can confidently state that he undoubtedly succumbed to drowning. The signs are unmistakable, and there are no external injuries. However, there is one detail I believe you will find particularly intriguing." With that, the forensic expert rolled up the deceased's pant leg, revealing a pair of dark handprints on the ankle. The atmosphere shifted palpably at the sight of those handprints. They were not unfamiliar to the assembled officers. In the past 2 days, 8 bodies recovered from the water had borne identical marks on their ankles. The presence of those handprints indicated that the investigation could not proceed further, as the perpetrator was not human, but rather a water ghost. Just then, another officer hurried over. "Captain, I have retrieved the surveillance footage from this area, and it captures some peculiar occurrences." At this revelation, the officer's present immediately perked up with interest. Shortly thereafter, the officer uploaded the footage from the roadside surveillance camera onto his computer and, before the gathered crowd, played the recording. As the video commenced, it revealed a man and a woman. The man was none other than the individual who had just drowned. The pair appeared to be strolling by the riverbank. As they walked, the man suddenly gazed out at the water, and though they seemed to converse, he removed his clothes and placed his phone down before entering the river, swimming towards the center. However, as he reached the midpoint, it appeared as though something ensnared his legs, causing him to thrash helplessly upon the surface of the water. The woman on the shore, upon witnessing the scene, appeared to be utterly terrified and, without calling for help, turned and fled. Shortly after her departure, the man clearly began to struggle, his strength waning as he sank beneath the water's surface, ultimately vanishing completely. Observing this, the crowd began to comprehend the tragic fate that had befallen the man. At that moment, however, the technical officer suddenly rewound the video to a specific moment and directed attention to the center of the river. "Look," he pointed, "is there not a face in this position?" Hearing his words, the onlookers followed his gesture, and indeed, as the man drowned, a shadowy figure and an indistinct face could be discerned in the middle of the river. Upon this revelation, a chill swept through the crowd, causing the hairs on their necks to stand on end. What is that? Someone exclaimed. Did it lure him into the river? Is it preventing him from reaching the shore? Could it truly be a water ghost? I feel a bit frightened, as the crowd speculated about the shadowy figure in the water. The technical officer rewound the video by several minutes. He then circled a specific area on the riverbank with his hand. In that area stood a person. See, this individual was standing there before the victim drowned, yet he abruptly disappeared during the incident. Perhaps he simply left. Is there an issue? A curious officer inquired. This is a serious matter. Let me enlarge the image for you, the officer replied, swiftly manipulating the computer. After magnifying the image, the crowd finally discerned the appearance of the individual who had been standing by the riverbank. The moment they recognized him, several officers' expressions shifted, a glimmer of fear in their eyes. One officer could not contain his astonishment and exclaimed, "How could it be him? This is impossible. What's wrong, Xiaozhong? Is there a problem with this individual? Do you know him?" The following words from the officer left everyone in the room astounded. "He is the one who drowned this morning. I was the one who responded to the scene. His body is currently lying in the morgue." What? Are you saying this person is the victim from this morning? Are you sure? He is indeed the victim. I recognized him. Even the clothes he wore are identical. Yes. I thought he looked somewhat familiar. Now that you mention it, the shadow in the water does resemble him. The more they discussed, the more unsettling it became. An eerie sensation creeping up their necks as a cold breeze swept into their collars. So, the one who caused the death of this individual is the previous victim? Though reluctant to accept it, the evidence was irrefutable. At that moment, a young officer quietly remarked, "Could this be the water ghost seeking a substitute? When I was in my hometown, I heard the elders say that a person who drowns can only be reborn by luring another individual into the water to meet the same fate." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted to one of peculiar discomfort. At that moment, they felt as though their worldview was beginning to unravel. Just then, a police car suddenly approached from a distance. After the vehicle came to a halt at the roadside, Zhou Yufei, dressed in plain clothes, swiftly made her way to Sun Jigang's side. "Captain, another skinning case has occurred, and I have made a new discovery. If I am not mistaken, the perpetrator is likely not human." Upon hearing this, Sun Jigang let out a deep sigh. "In my current case, it seems the culprit is also not human. Let us return to the station for a meeting. This matter appears to be quite complex." Chapter 113. The First Mission of the Disciples of Mount Shu. Half an hour later, within the conference room of the Green Vine City Public Security Bureau, dozens of elite officers gathered. As the captain of the criminal police, Sun Jigang presided over the meeting. As the meeting commenced, the expressions of those present were grave, as if they had already anticipated the serious discussions that would unfold. All those who needed to be present had arrived, so I shall now address some of the challenging cases we have encountered in recent days. As Sun Jigang spoke, relevant case materials appeared on the projection screen beside him. First among them was the recent high-profile case of floating corpses in the Qingling River. As of now, 8 individuals have drowned, and in addition to these 8, over 10 others have experienced near-drowning incidents without fatal outcomes. The common account among those who nearly drowned is that they encountered a water ghost in the river. After conducting a thorough investigation, I discovered a rather intriguing point. The 8 deceased either had prior criminal records or had caused significant disruptions to social order. In other words, they were all nefarious wrongdoers. Conversely, those fortunate enough to have survived were predominantly ordinary individuals. Of course, this pattern is not exclusive to the floating corpses. The victims in the skinning case also fit this criterion, though in that instance, the deceased were all young and beautiful women. Upon hearing Sun Jigang's summary, the attendees nodded in agreement. In addition to these 2 cases, the recent uproar surrounding the haunted events at Lufeng Cemetery, the revenge of stray cats in Peace Park, the ghostly encounters at Qing Mountain Haunted House, the man-eating stray dog incident, and the rat theft phenomenon, among others, have all been subjects of fervent discussion online. The prevailing opinion among netizens is that these occurrences are all connected to ghosts. As he spoke, he stood up and wrote the character for ghost on the whiteboard behind him. I understand that as a police officer educated in materialism, I should not utter this word. But the current signs suggest that these events are undeniably linked to this phenomenon. As he concluded his speech, the projection beside him began to display the unusual clues and evidence pertaining to these extraordinary cases. Among them was the surveillance footage captured by the river. Furthermore, a particular video showed a large rat masquerading as a human, boldly wandering through a supermarket. despite its efforts to mimic human behavior. The long tail protruding behind it betrayed its true identity. Remarkably, on the very night following the rats' excursion in the supermarket, a horde of rats looted the establishment. However, the most outrageous video came from a surveillance at the Lufeng Cemetery. In their nighttime footage, the once tranquil graveyard transformed into a bustling scene, teeming with shadowy figures. This unsettling video caused the cemetery's management to collectively resign in fear. After viewing the video evidence, the atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense. Having dealt with humans their entire lives, they had never encountered the supernatural. At that moment, a police officer timidly spoke up, "So, will we continue to investigate these cases?" This question evidently echoed the thoughts of everyone present, as all gazes turned towards Sun Jigang. Without delay, Sun Jigang responded yes. Regardless of whether they are human or spirit, if they pose a threat to the safety of our citizens and their property, we must pursue the investigation to the end. As for how to proceed, allow me some time to contemplate. Once the meeting adjourned, Sun Jigang returned directly to his office, plunging into deep thought. Meanwhile, Zhou Yufei, seated opposite him, seemed to have made a decision. "Captain, I have a matter to attend to today and may need to take a few hours off." Upon hearing her words, Sun Jigang merely glanced at her and nodded. "It's fine. You may go rest. I will handle things here." "Then I shall take my leave," Zhou Yufei replied, exiting the office. As she walked, she retrieved her phone and opened a messaging app, sending a message in a group chat she had created, consisting of the disciples of Shushan currently in Liltang City. The content of her message was simple. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, it appears that there are demons lurking in Liltang City. We must report this matter to our sect for their determination." As soon as her message was sent, the group chat erupted in excitement. "Demons? Is that true? I thought we had eradicated all demons from Shushan. How audacious of these demons to invade our territory." Master was right. Indeed, a great calamity approaches. With demons appearing in Liltang, one can only wonder how many more lurk elsewhere. Fear not. Other senior brothers and sisters are suppressing them in other locations. We must promptly report this to the sect and inform Master. The true strength of the demons in Liltang City remains a mystery. If they are not formidable, I would genuinely relish the opportunity to engage with these fiends. After all, as disciples of Mount Shu, it is our duty to exterminate evil, is it not? Clearly, Lin Yi and his companions approached the demons with a sense of excitement and curiosity. Just as they deliberated on reporting this matter to their sect, a message suddenly emerged from the Mount Shu group chat. It announced that multiple demons had been sighted in Liltang City, urging all disciples currently in the area to subdue the demons and eliminate them. Upon vanquishing the fiends, they could present the demon corpses at the sect for corresponding rewards. The message cautioned that the demons were powerful and advised against acting recklessly. It was best to team up with fellow disciples. Should anyone find themselves overwhelmed, they were to report back to the sect, which would dispatch an elder to assist. Upon reading this message, Zhou Yufei and the others displayed expressions of surprise. So, the sect was already aware of the situation. It was inevitable. How could they not know of the demons appearing on their own territory, while others might be oblivious? Their master certainly was not. Was this considered a sect mission? It likely was. And with rewards to be gained, if they managed to slay the demons, they too would be entitled to a reward, wouldn't they? Absolutely. If they could partake in this sect mission, they needed to act swiftly. If they delayed, the more powerful senior disciples would return, and the demons might be beyond their reach. Indeed, their current advantage lay in the fact that Yufei was a police officer and had access to all the case details, enabling her to locate the demons swiftly. They agreed to set a time to meet and discuss the matter in detail. As Zhou Yufei and her companions resolved to participate in this sect mission, Chu Feng, Su Heng, and other recently joined disciples of Mount Shu also took note of the group message. Indeed, times were progressing. Sect missions were now being communicated through chat groups. Mere demons, they had slain me a millennium ago. In this life, I shall ensure you repay your blood debts. Chapter 114, The Plan to Hunt Demons. The message had been disseminated, and they would likely seek out the demons. Whether they could handle it remained uncertain. Within the confines of the Mount Shu Vocational Technical School, Qin Tian observed the messages in the group chat while muttering softly to himself. This mission differed from previous ones. The system mandated that the disciples must slay the demons themselves, and, as the sect leader, he could not intervene. While he had no doubt regarding his disciples' enthusiasm, he harbored some skepticism about their abilities. Even though he had selected the weakest of demons from the Demon Lock Tower, his disciples were even weaker. Perhaps it was best not to dwell on it. Even if they faltered, their lives would not be in jeopardy. With that thought, he rose to attend to his own affairs. Meanwhile, in an upscale hotel suite in Luteng City, Lin Yi, clad in a tailored suit, occupied a seat closest to the door. From time to time, he glanced down at his phone. During one of those countless moments of distraction, there came a gentle knock on the door of the private room. 3 soft raps. The door then opened slowly, revealing Zhou Yufei, dressed casually and sporting a black cap. As she stepped inside, upon seeing her, Lin Yi hurried over to the seat opposite and pulled out a chair for her. "Sister Yufei, please take a seat. What brings you here so early?" "No need for formality, Junior. Have the others yet to arrive?" she inquired. "Not yet, but they should be here shortly." As he spoke, Lin Yi glanced at his phone once more. Zhou Yufei had scarcely settled when Song Yin, also clad in casual attire, entered the room. The 3 exchanged greetings as he arrived. Following Song Yin, Chen Mingzhong and Su Xiaoya arrived in succession. When Su Xiaoya, bundled up warmly, entered the private room, Zhou Yufei addressed the gathering. "Now that everyone is here, let us discuss the matter concerning the demons." However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yi raised his hand from across the table. "Please wait a moment, sister. There is still one more person." "One more person?" Curiosity flickered among the group. "Yes, another junior brother, who is also with us at Greenvine. He was recently accepted as a disciple by our master," Lin Yi explained. "He will be here shortly. I shall go down to fetch him." With that, Lin Yi exited the room, and upon his return, he was accompanied by a young man in his 20s with dark skin. This young man was Tian Yi, the 6th disciple of Qin Tian. After recovering from his injuries and receiving training methods from Qin Tian, he had returned to his original work location. Only a few days ago, he had come back to Greenvine to meet Qin Tian and collect his training materials and specialized cultivation package. Though he joined late, his cultivation had reached the 2nd level of qi refining, matching that of the others present. "Allow me to introduce our junior brother, Tian Yi, who, like us, is at the 2nd level of qi refining and specializes in beast taming. Greetings, everyone. I am Tian Yi," he said politely, dressed in casual clothes as he greeted the 5 present. Once the 6 had become somewhat acquainted, the small group meeting officially commenced, with Zhou Yufei as the host, taking the lead. "The purpose of gathering you all here is clear. We share a singular goal: to identify and eliminate the demons lurking in Greenvine City. Our first step must be to locate their hiding places. I have brought along some relevant case files from the City Bureau, and I believe that through these documents, we can swiftly pinpoint their whereabouts." As Zhou Yufei spoke, she retrieved several pre-printed documents from her storage bag. These materials were not accessible to ordinary individuals. Yet as the current deputy captain of the criminal police team, she could acquire them with ease. Although she was acutely aware that her actions were in violation of regulations, she understood that the capabilities of the criminal police team were utterly inadequate to deal with such malevolent creatures. Only cultivators possessed the power to confront these fiends. Once the others obtained the documents, they immediately began to peruse them. Seizing the opportunity while they were engaged, Zhou Yufei continued. "Based on my compilation of recent case information, I can ascertain that the number of demons appearing within the boundaries of Luteng City is no less than 8. This includes a water ghost lurking in the Qingshan River, searching for a substitute, a rat spirit prone to thievery, an unknown demon known for skinning the deceased, a cat demon, a dog demon, a demon capable of controlling others with its hair, a snake demon with a human face, and a malevolent spirit hidden in a cemetery." Of course, this does not imply that these 8 demons are the only ones present in Luteng City. There may be others lurking more deeply concealed that we have yet to discover. Listening to Zhou Yufei's analysis, the attendees could not help but furrow their brows. So many? Just think, if such a small place as Luteng has this many demons, how many must there be throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom? It is truly unimaginable how our senior brothers and sisters manage to suppress so many demons. "Where shall we begin?" someone queried. "Indeed, Yufei, what do you suggest?" In response to their uncertainty, Zhou Yufei pondered for a brief moment before offering her conclusion. "There are 2 demons whose locations we can ascertain with relative certainty. One is the water ghost, which operates solely within the confines of the Qingshan River, and the other is the malevolent spirit in the cemetery, which seems to possess the ability to create ghosts. Its strength should not be underestimated, so I believe it prudent to seek out the water ghost first." Upon hearing her analysis, the others in the room nodded in agreement. "Let us heed Yufei's guidance and pursue the water ghost. However, the Qingshan River is so vast. How shall we locate it? That is simple. If it has not come to us, we shall take the initiative to find it, Zhou Yufei replied once more. Take the initiative to find it? The group instinctively turned their gazes toward Zhou Yufei. Precisely. We require bait. As long as we linger by the riverbank, the water ghost will undoubtedly seek us out. Bait? Who shall serve as this bait? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. From our analysis of recent floating corpse cases, we have discerned a pattern. The water ghost preys on individuals lacking in virtue, morality, and character. As a police officer, I clearly do not fit that description. As a firefighter, I also seem not to qualify. I am merely a singing little girl. I certainly do not qualify. I am an old man. I am equally unfit. As they spoke, all eyes converged on Lin Yi. As the crowd beheld him, Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why are you all looking at me? You are a capitalist, thoroughly corrupt. You are undoubtedly the most fitting for this. Oh, is that so? Everyone nodded in unison. Chapter 115, Slaying the Water Ghost. At 11:30 p.m., in the middle stretch of the Qingling River, the lights along the banks shone brightly, yet not a single soul was in sight. The usual night runners and anglers had vanished without a trace. This eerie silence was a direct result of the rumors surrounding the water ghost haunting Qingling River. Ever since these tales spread, not only did people refrain from venturing out at night, but even during the day, few dared to approach the river alone, let alone brave its waters. Amidst this profound stillness, a young man clad in a suit, clutching a bottle of liquor, ambled along, drinking as he walked. Upon reaching the riverbank, he settled onto a bench situated less than 5 meters from the water's edge. After taking a seat, he extracted a pack of cigarettes, smoking one after another, carelessly discarding the butts into the nearby bushes, indifferent to the potential fire hazard. Having smoked only 2 cigarettes, his gaze drifted toward the riverside pathway, where he spotted a girl in athletic attire, jogging alone. Upon seeing her, he staggered to his feet and, with a lecherous grin, approached her. As the girl reached him, he stretched out his arms to block her path. Hey there, running alone? Let us exchange contact information so we can jog together in the future. Upon hearing this, the girl furrowed her brow and prepared to sidestep him. Yet, regardless of which direction she attempted to navigate, the inebriated youth refused to give way. Hey, why run? There's no point in running late at night. Let me show you something far more exciting. As he spoke, he moved to grab her. Seeing this, the girl promptly pushed him away. The drunken youth, unable to maintain his balance, fell spectacularly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the girl swiftly fled the scene. After she departed, the young man, still dazed, managed to rise unsteadily to his feet. You insolent woman, how dare you push me? He muttered, staggering back towards the bench. At that moment, he caught sight of a stunning long-haired beauty in fashionable attire standing by the riverside, seemingly lost in thought. Without hesitation, the intoxicated young man made his way toward her. Meanwhile, approximately 100 meters away, a group of 5, including Zhou Yufei and Tian Yi, observed the scene from behind the greenery. As the young man approached the beauty by the river, they instantly perked up. Here he comes, the water ghost. Indeed, it was necessary for Lin Yi to serve as bait, and he successfully lured the water ghost out. This is the legendary water ghost, which can astonishingly take on the guise of a beautiful woman. The water ghost, in its deceitful nature, transforms into the most alluring entity. Some have seen magnificent fish in the river, while others have encountered golden treasures. Now that it has emerged, we can devise a plan to capture it. But is Lin Yi in danger? What if the water ghost tricks him into the river? Rest assured, he is quite alert at the moment. As Zhou Yufei and the other 4 whispered among themselves, Lin Yi, feigning drunkenness, staggered to the back of the long-haired beauty. My lady, why are you alone by the river at this late hour? What if you encounter unsavory individuals? Why don't we find a place to enjoy a drink together? Upon hearing this, the long-haired beauty slowly turned her head, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face. Sure, but I'm feeling a bit cold. Could you come over and hold me? I would be delighted to oblige, Lin Yi replied, his face adorned with a foolish grin as he approached the long-haired beauty. She opened her arms, preparing for an embrace. Just as they were about to come together, Lin Yi suddenly remarked, My lady, why do I get the feeling that you are not quite human? You feel rather chilly. You wouldn't happen to be a water ghost, would you? A water ghost? How could someone as gentle as I be a water ghost? Come here, handsome. Let me hold you tightly. I suppose so, but please wait a moment while I fetch something, Lin Yi said, reaching into his pants. At this moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in the depths of the long-haired beauteous eyes. Yet, just then, the drunken expression on Lin Yi's face vanished, and from his trousers, He retrieved a long sword. Without hesitation, he thrust it towards the long-haired beauty. Caught off guard, her body was pierced through, yet no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, a significant amount of clear water gushed forth. In the next instant, the once stunning long-haired beauty transformed into a humanoid figure composed entirely of water. Witnessing this, Lin Yi quickly shouted behind him, "Hurry, I've got it." As his words echoed, 5 figures sprang forth from the nearby underbrush. Among them, Chun Mingzhong, the swiftest, reached Lin Yi's side in an instant and delivered a powerful punch towards the watery figure. As his fist connected, a distinct roar akin to a tiger was heard. With a resounding smack, the watery figure was shattered into droplets, which promptly began to slither towards the river. Just as it appeared to escape back into the water, a long fire serpent shot towards Lin Yi from behind, landing and swiftly transforming into a wall of flames that obstructed the water's path. As the path ahead became obstructed, the water swiftly altered its course, only for a wall of flames to rise beside it soon after. Ultimately, it found itself ensnared in the midst of the fiery barrier, unable to advance or retreat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi, sword in hand, exhaled a long breath of relief. At that moment, Song Yin, wielding the fire control banner, approached from the side. "Thanks to your presence, we almost allowed that creature to escape. If it had plunged into the river, it would have been exceedingly difficult to lure it out again. Indeed, it seemed this entity possessed an immunity to physical harm. What shall we do now? What else can we do? We must eliminate it," Zhou Yufei asserted decisively. "Junior brother Song, I entrust this to you." Upon hearing Zhou Yufei's words, Song Yin nodded. In the next instant, he brandished the fire control banner, causing the wall of flames encircling the water spirit to immediately contract into a tight sphere. The searing blaze swiftly evaporated the creature's form, with faint echoes of its anguished cries lingering in the air. After a minute of relentless incineration, the cries finally ceased, and where once lay the empty banks of the river, a bizarre, hairy creature now appeared. Unmistakably, this peculiar being was the water spirit that had been hiding in the Qingling River. The moment Zhou Yufei and her companions laid eyes on the creature's remains, smiles erupted on their faces. They had not anticipated that this demon would be so feeble. It seemed not all demons possessed formidable strength. In truth, this was relative. An ordinary person might have found it quite formidable, but it was the cultivators who could confront such entities effectively. "Lest apart, lest we attract the attention of those ordinary folk." As they spoke, they swiftly retrieved the water spirit's body and made their way away from the riverbank at the quickest pace possible. Meanwhile, on the other side of Ultang City, another group was engaged in the hunt for demons. Chapter 116, The Skinning Demon. In an alley outside a renowned bar street in Ultang City, a group of young men and women, dressed in attire indistinguishable from that of ordinary citizens, lay in wait. Occasionally, they would peek out toward the street. "Brother Chu Feng, are you certain that the skinning demon will appear on this street tonight?" A college-aged young man inquired curiously of a nearby youth. This youth was none other than Chu Feng, who had recently returned to Shushan, flanked by fellow disciples who had joined Shushan alongside him. Their purpose was clear: to hunt a demon known for its gruesome habit of skinning its victims, which they had temporarily dubbed the Skinning Demon. "I have research-related information online," he explained. "This demon particularly preys on young and beautiful women. So far, it has skinned over 7 individuals. While specific details about these victims have not been disclosed, I have heard through the grapevine that many of them were involved in the escort industry. One of my friends coincidentally knows one of them." Are you sure it's a friend?" The crowd cast puzzled glances at Chu Feng. "Of course. I am not involved in such matters. My friend is rather extravagant in his social pursuits," Chu Feng replied earnestly. As he spoke, he produced his phone and located a photograph. The image depicted a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, dressed fashionably and possessing striking beauty. Truly a stunning young lady. "Here she is. I heard she was already on the wrong path during her university years, having served time for fraud a few years ago, only released last year." As they gazed at the photograph, the crowd nodded in agreement. "She is indeed quite beautiful, and so young." She had a penchant for frequenting this bar street. Aside from her, many other young and attractive women from Jinghai also enjoy coming here at night, as it is renowned for having the highest density of beauties in the city. If that skinning fiend is in search of targets, this is undoubtedly the most suitable place. With that, Chu Feng glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 12:30 a.m. The victims had mostly encountered their fate in the early hours. "Everyone, let's stay alert. Furthermore, based on my conjecture, after the fiend skins those beauties, it is highly likely that he wears their skin, so we must exercise caution. Before Chu Feng could finish his sentence, someone nearby poked him with a finger. Chu Feng, look over there. Hearing this, a bewildered Chu Feng immediately ceased his speech and turned to follow the direction indicated by his companion's finger. About 30 meters away, a young woman clad in a striking red miniskirt, her long, slender legs encased in black stockings, was slowly making her way toward the bar street. Upon seeing her, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then playfully tapped his companion on the head. At such a time, are you still admiring beauties? Is this the moment for that? The young boy, feeling aggrieved, protested, I wasn't asking you to admire her legs. I was pointing out her face. Don't you think she looks somewhat familiar? Familiar? Do you know her? Chu Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued. It's not that I know her. Everyone knows her. She looks exactly like the girl in the photograph you just showed us. Upon hearing this, the group immediately perked up, their heads turning toward the woman in the red dress. Though she had distanced herself, half of her profile was still visible. Just as the boy had said, her face indeed mirrored that of the girl in the photograph that Chu Feng had just displayed. Upon realizing this, the 10 disciples of Shushan exchanged glances with one another. The deceased girl cannot be resurrected. Thus, only one possibility remains. The girl who just walked past them is not human, but rather a skinwalker donning the guise of the earlier girl. The mere thought of this ignited a mix of excitement and tension among them. They were exhilarated by the discovery of the skinwalker, yet apprehensive about the potential confrontation with an unknown entity of formidable power. However, their anxiety quickly dissipated as they recalled their past lives, during which they had vanquished numerous demons. They felt no fear towards a mere demon that preyed on ordinary people. Fellow disciples, now that we have confirmed that the person we just encountered is indeed a skinwalker, our next course of action is to lure her to a desolate area and subdue her collectively. Among us, there are 4 young ladies. We must choose the most beautiful one to proceed. Of course, this decision was not without its challenges, as selecting one would inevitably offend the other 3. Thus, it was left to the 4 young women to deliberate amongst themselves. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances. As Chu Feng had noted, none of them were willing to concede that another was more beautiful, unless there was a glaring disparity in their appearances. Fortunately, the 4 ladies possessed a degree of self-awareness. Libby Fei, one suggested. She is indeed far more beautiful than the rest of us. I must agree. Fei's beauty surpasses ours, another chimed in. The skinwalker will surely be drawn to her exquisite face. The Fei they referred to was named Sun Fei, and, as they noted, she was exceptionally attractive. Moreover, she worked as a model, boasting an impressive height, figure, and charisma, embodying a natural beauty that required little enhancement. Upon hearing her companion's remarks, Sun Fei did not shy away from the acknowledgement. Since my fellow disciples have spoken, so I shall take on this task. I trust that you will ensure my safety. Rest assured, we will protect you and ensure that not a single hair on your head is harmed, they vowed. We will discreetly follow you. There is an undeveloped area nearby that is unlikely to have any passers-by. Let her there. Understood, Sun Fei replied with a nod. She then took out a small mirror to touch up her makeup before swiftly pursuing the woman in the red dress. Upon catching up to her, she feigned a casual brush past, deliberately dropping her bag in front of the other. The woman in red picked up the bag, and at that moment their eyes met. As she beheld Sun Fei's stunning visage, a glimmer of greed flickered in her gaze. The next moment, she spoke with a smile, "Little sister, where are you headed?" Chapter 117, The Astonished Police. At the very moment when Chu Feng and his companions were preparing to hunt down the skinning demon, on the other side of the bar street, Sun Jigang, clad in plain clothes, stood ready with over a dozen police officers. They were also there to apprehend the skinning demon. Among the numerous cases that had transpired in Lutang City in recent days, the most heinous one without a doubt was that of the murder and skinning, which had the most significant social impact. The case of the floating corpse in Qingling River pales in comparison. Consequently, the Lutang City Bureau had elevated the priority of this case to its utmost level, with Captain Sun Jigang personally overseeing the investigation. After a period of thorough investigation, they successfully identified a suspect who turned out to be a recent victim. Captain, we have reviewed the street surveillance footage and can essentially confirm that the individual in question is Yang Lu, the one who died yesterday. Her height, physique, and appearance all match perfectly, reported a young officer in a checkered shirt as he approached Sun Jigang. Upon hearing this, Sun Jigang inhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the other officers present. It seems that the perpetrator we are about to apprehend may not be human at all. It can silently eliminate a victim and then meticulously skin them to wear their skin. Although we remain uncertain about what manner of creature it is. We must capture it tonight, come what may. He then posed a question. Are you afraid? The officers present promptly shook their heads in unison. What is there to fear? We are the police. Regardless of what monsters lurk, I refuse to believe that my gun cannot bring it down. Captain, look. It seems she has targeted another victim. Another officer, monitoring the situation, interjected. The group quickly turned their attention forward. Indeed, the woman they had been observing was engaged in conversation with a girl, both appearing to enjoy their exchange, before they proceeded together down the street. Sun Jigang's expression shifted. It appears that this girl is its next target. We can no longer afford to wait. Otherwise, she too may fall victim to its malevolent grasp. Move. He then stealthily led his team forward. Little sister, why are you out here alone in the middle of the night? Asked the woman in the red dress, gently linking arms with Sun Fei. Nothing much. Just had a quarrel with my boyfriend and wanted to clear my head. Sun Fei fabricated a casual excuse. I see. Don't be disheartened, little sister. No man is worth your tears. It's unsafe for you to be alone. Let me accompany you, the woman replied with a smile. Thank you, big sister. But why are you out so late by yourself? I encountered a bit of unhappiness myself, which is why I came out for some fresh air. The woman in red said, her gaze fixed intently on Sun Fei's face as she spoke. How old are you, dear sister? Your skin looks truly radiant. I am 22. No wonder your complexion is so exquisite, and your face is so lovely. It truly elicits envy. You are not lacking in beauty either, dear sister. Oh, but I fall far short. If only I possessed a visage as stunning as yours. The woman in the red dress, feigning nonchalance, casually brushed her fingers across Sun Fei's face. Thus, the two continued their conversation while meandering forward, gradually venturing into a more secluded area where the crowd thinned considerably. Before long, they found themselves in a dilapidated village awaiting demolition, starkly contrasting the bustling metropolis outside. The surroundings were desolate, with not a single soul in sight, and the dim lighting cast an eerie aura. Upon entering this forsaken area, Sun Fei abruptly halted. The woman in the red dress promptly inquired, Have we arrived, dear sister? Indeed. But why do you keep staring at my face? It is simply because you are so beautiful. By the way, dear sister, I wish to borrow something from you. I wonder if you would be willing to oblige. A peculiar smile spread across the red-dressed woman's face. Oh, what do you wish to borrow? My skin, perhaps? Sun Fei responded with a smile. It seems you lured me here intentionally. But then again, a cultivator at the first level of Qi refinement would hardly be wandering alone at such an hour. It was clear that both women were well aware of each other's true identities, and their charade was now laid bare. Just as Sun Fei prepared to call out to Chu Feng and the others, a group of individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows. Don't move. We are the police. Raise your hands. The officers swiftly encircled the woman in the red dress, brandishing their firearms at her. Sun Fei was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Chu Feng and his companions, who had been waiting nearby, were equally stunned. What? Why are there police here? What do they intend to do? Surely, they cannot be attempting to apprehend that demon. What should we do now, Brother Chu? Upon hearing this question, Chu Feng pondered momentarily before replying in a hushed tone. Let's not rush out just yet. Observe if these officers can subdue the demon. If they fail, then we shall intervene. But what if they recognize us? Let us not concern ourselves with that for now. As Chu Feng and his companions whispered among themselves, Sun Jigang and his group, who were surrounding the woman in red, wore expressions of anxiety. In stark contrast, the woman in the red dress remained composed. Ah, so that's how you possess such audacity. You have allies. But do not presume that mere mortals can pose any threat to me. How naive. With that, she disregarded Sun Jigang and his companions entirely and strode confidently towards Sun Fei. Observing this, Sun Jigang hastily commanded, Do not move. If you take another step, we will open fire. However, the woman in the red dress appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings, continuing her forward march. A gun? Do you truly believe such a weapon could harm me? She scoffed disdainfully before pressing on. Witnessing this, Sun Jigang could no longer contain himself and shouted, Fire! As his words fell, over a dozen officers present simultaneously aimed their weapons at the woman in red and pulled the triggers. In an instant, a barrage of bullets was unleashed, all striking her with unerring precision, targeting her forehead, chest, and neck, creating several gaping wounds. Strangely, not a single drop of blood oozed from her injuries, and her face betrayed no signs of anguish. Coming to a halt, she suddenly retrieved a small mirror from her bag, gazing at her reflection. Upon seeing the gaping holes on her face, she manifested an expression of displeasure. Though this visage may not be perfect, it is the one I cherish most at present. You have damaged my appearance, and I must express my ire, she stated coldly. Without warning, she reached behind her head and forcefully tore away at her hair. In the next moment, she peeled off her entire scalp, revealing a face as dark as ink, horrifying in its grotesqueness. Sun Jigang and his companions were taken aback, despite their mental preparations. The sight of this monstrous being was enough to startle them greatly. Yet, as police officers, they possessed a fundamental combat training. Fear aside, they continued their assault on the creature before them. Bullets were fired one after another, but the skin-clad monstrosity remained unscathed. In a fit of rage, it tore away the remaining skin from its body, exposing a revolting form swathed in darkness, with sinister black worms writhing across its surface. Letting out a piercing shriek, it extended a multitude of tendrils from its hands towards Sun Jigang and the other officers, ensnaring them in an inescapable grip. At that moment, Sun Feifei, who had been standing aside, suddenly produced a long sword seemingly from nowhere. She called out to the shadows, fellow disciples, swiftly emerge to vanquish this demon. As her voice faded, figures began to emerge from the darkness. Some wielded long swords, others carried steel rifles, and some brandished talismans. One individual even had a wolf by their side. Upon their arrival, Sun Jigang and the others, still bound by the tendrils, were momentarily stunned. Chapter 118. They are cultivators. Unlike Zhou Yufei and her companions, Chu Feng and Su Heng firmly believed that they were disciples of Mount Shu in their previous lives. It was precisely due to their sect that they were granted the opportunity for reincarnation and to live again. Thus, even as novices, their loyalty to their sect reached a remarkable score of 100. Each of them activated their exclusive growth packages, acquiring their own magical artifacts and spirit beasts. Unbeknownst to Sun Jigang and the others, who were bound by the skinning demon, this was the case. They were only aware of the sudden appearance of a peculiar group of individuals wielding cold weapons. What transpired next shattered their understanding of reality. Leading the charge, the 9 disciples of Mount Shu, headed by Chu Feng, immediately brandished their respective magical artifacts upon their arrival. As a sword cultivator, Chu Feng unleashed the sword control technique, causing his flying sword to transform into a beam of sword light. Instead of striking the skinning demon, the sword light severed the tentacles that bound Sun Jigang and the others. With the binding tentacles cut, the more than 10 police officers, including Sun Jigang, were freed. Just as they stood up, Chu Feng and his companions had already surrounded the skinning demon. Without waiting for any inquiries, Chu Feng addressed them solemnly. Bullets cannot harm it. You must leave at once and not interfere with our battle. After issuing this warning, he turned to his fellow disciples, including Sun Feifei, and urged, do not hold back. This demon's strength likely exceeds our own. The group nodded in agreement, ready to engage. As soon as the command was given, the 10 of them unleashed their full array of techniques against the skinning demon. Some swung their swords, unleashing waves of sword energy. Others conjured fireballs at will. And still others, having completed their incantations, summoned bolts of purple lightning from the sky. They held nothing back in their assault. The skinning demon, in turn, did not hesitate to retaliate, sprouting numerous black tentacles to entangle them in fierce combat. Sun Jigang and the others, having just regained their freedom, watched in disbelief as they witnessed such extraordinary events unfold before their eyes, as if witnessing a ghostly apparition. Their astonishment grew as they saw Chu Feng and his companions effortlessly casting various spells. At that moment, one police officer, after overcoming his shock, could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Captain, who exactly are they?" Upon hearing this question, Sun Jigang shook his head in confusion. "I do not know, but it is certain that they are not ordinary individuals." The captain was right. "I feel that they are certainly not ordinary people. How could ordinary individuals wield magic? Could they be the legendary cultivators?" Suddenly, a younger officer spoke up, just like the cultivators in those fantasy novels. Upon hearing the term, the crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. How could the people of the Dragon Kingdom be unaware of the existence of cultivators? Not only are they prevalent in novels, but numerous tales of these practitioners also permeate the ancient legends of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, various cinematic works explore themes of cultivation. However, knowing of their existence is one matter. Witnessing a group of cultivators engage in combat with a monstrous entity in the real world is an entirely different experience. At that moment, they felt as if the worldview they had held since childhood was crumbling, leaving them to question whether they were ensnared within a colossal information cocoon. As they grappled with their complex emotions, the painted-skinned demon, surrounded by Chu Feng and his companions, began to deduce their identities. Surely, they were descendants of that esteemed elder, who likely intended to use him as a sharpening stone for their ambitions, simultaneously bestowing a measure of fame upon his progeny. It seemed the time had come. If the battle continued, they would soon be unable to contend with him. With this thought, the painted-skinned demon burst into laughter, proclaiming, "The disciples of Mount Shu are no more than this. Mere juniors at the first layer of Qi refinement dare to challenge me. Unless you can discover my vital point, you shall never slay me." Hearing these words, Chu Feng and his companions, already fatigued, retreated momentarily. "Brother, this cannot continue," one voiced. "Indeed, this creature's cultivation level far surpasses ours. It mentioned its vital point. Perhaps if we locate it, we could defeat it. But where might its vital point be?" As they pondered the location of the demon's vital point, the painted-skinned demon almost revealed it directly, but recalling Qin Tian's admonitions, it refrained. After all, leniency was acceptable, but it must not be too overt. "Very well, I shall provide them with a hint," it decided. In the next moment, the painted-skinned demon launched another attack. Observing this, Chu Feng and his companions quickly retaliated. Throughout the battle, the demon maintained a position facing them, never exposing its back. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Feng. The demon was deliberately avoiding revealing its rear. Surely, its vital point lay concealed there. "Everyone, we must find a way to maneuver behind it," he urged. Upon hearing this, the group devised strategies to strike at the demon's rear. In the midst of their maneuvers, the painted-skinned demon, caught off guard, inadvertently exposed the back of its head to Chu Feng. In an instant, he noticed a distinct area on the back of its head that differed from the rest. Realizing that this could be the demon's vital point, he acted without hesitation, channeling all the remaining magical energy within him to unleash his most powerful strike. In the next heartbeat, the flying sword in his hand shot forth with incredible speed, striking the painted-skinned demon's vulnerable spot with precision. The long sword pierced through the back of its head, completely traversing its skull. After enduring such an assault, the once formidable painted-skinned demon suddenly became motionless, its aura rapidly diminishing. Witnessing this, Chu Feng realized his conjecture was correct. At that moment, the severely wounded painted-skinned demon, with a face twisted in resentment, exclaimed, "I never imagined that a century of cultivation would be brought to ruin by a bunch of inexperienced younglings like you. If there is a next life, I shall ensure the complete annihilation of your Shushan sect." No sooner had the demon uttered these ominous words than a massive fireball struck it. Ultimately, amidst cries of anguish and defiance, its body gradually disintegrated into ashes, leaving behind only a charred piece of human skin, evidently the demon's true form. Witnessing the demise of a malevolent creature at their hands, Chu Feng and his companions were instantly filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, even harboring a hint of pride. After a brief moment, Chu Feng reined in his smile and addressed his fellows, "Esteemed comrades, let us not become overly complacent. This demon was merely a lowly and ordinary malevolent being. In our previous lives, we have undoubtedly vanquished countless such creatures. It is hardly noteworthy. We were merely fortunate this time, for the demon's intellect seemed lacking. Otherwise, we might have met with grave misfortune." Hearing Chu Feng's words, the group nodded in agreement. "Let us take this demon's remains back to report," he declared, picking up the painted-skinned demon's true form from the ground. Just then, Su Heng pointed towards the nearby officers, Sun Jigang and his colleagues. "What about them?" he inquired. The moment those words left his lips, the group suddenly remembered that a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Chapter 119. The Collapse of Worldview. When Chu Feng and his companions turned their gaze towards Sun Jigang and the other officers, their expressions tightened, becoming increasingly unnatural. Having just witnessed the battle, they had now come to the realization that these seemingly youthful men and women were, in fact, the legendary cultivators, wielding formidable spells and skills in exorcising demons. Although they were police officers, they had never encountered cultivators before, nor did they understand how these beings would regard mere mortals like themselves. More importantly, it appeared they had inadvertently uncovered the identity of these individuals, and following the usual protocol, they might face extermination. As the officers wore expressions of concern, Chu Feng and his companions shared their apprehension. What do we do now? It seems we have exposed ourselves. This was indeed the case. The officers had surely deduced their identities as cultivators. The sect leader had previously cautioned them to keep their existence hidden from ordinary people, as various cultivation sects had entered into agreements with the Dragon Country's authorities. What should we do? Should we eliminate them all? That would be absurd. We would then become demonic cultivators ourselves. Regrettably, he had forgotten many of the techniques from his previous life, which could have allowed him to erase their memories. Let us approach them and request their discretion. In truth, I find it inconsequential. After all, they are officials of the Dragon Kingdom, who are undoubtedly aware of the existence of cultivators. As the sect leader has stated, it suffices that the ordinary populace remains oblivious to our presence. This holds merit. Once discussions concluded, Chu Feng approached Sun Jigang and his associates as a representative. Upon witnessing Chu Feng's advance, Sun Jigang and his companions visibly tensed. Noticing their demeanor, Chu Feng quickly reassured them. Do not be anxious, we mean you no harm. As you can see, we are not ordinary individuals. We are disciples of the Shushan sect, the cultivators you are familiar with. Rest assured, our sect is an esteemed and righteous one, not practitioners of dark arts. Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, the expressions of Sun Jigang and the other officers relaxed significantly. At that moment, Chu Feng continued, from your appearance, it seems you are unaware of our existence, ordinarily. The authorities should possess some knowledge. Should we be aware? Sun Jigang inquired, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, the major cultivation sects of the Dragon Kingdom have previously entered into agreements with the government. It is customary for ordinary people to be ignorant of our presence. Why then? Are you also uninformed? Chu Feng's statement left Sun Jigang and his companions astounded. Are you implying that there are numerous cultivators in our Dragon Kingdom, even entire sects? Certainly. Since ancient times, cultivators have inhabited our land, although in recent years, many sects have chosen to seclude themselves. As the external spiritual energy has become exceedingly scarce and permeated with harmful substances, Chu Feng replied earnestly. All of this information, without exception, was fabricated by Qin Tian. Yet Chu Feng harbored no doubts. Unbeknownst to him, his words impacted Sun Jigang and his colleagues profoundly. Is it true that not only do cultivators exist in this world, but there are also cultivation sects? How could we have been entirely unaware of this? I suspect it is due to our low rank. Only those in higher echelons are privy to such matters. I have always believed this world was not so simple. Just how many more truths remain concealed from us? If that is the case, then the recent cases make sense. Take the last incident with the human traffickers who had their hands and feet severed and their memories erased. We could never fathom who could accomplish such feats, but now I understand. It must be cultivators. Indeed, only cultivators possess the capability to do so. Not only that incident, but also those poachers who mysteriously met their demise at the hands of a swarm of rats. Perhaps cultivators were operating in the shadows. It must be so. Accepting this reality, Sun Jigang and his companions felt a mixture of excitement and curiosity. Esteemed cultivators, what was that monstrous creature we encountered earlier? Upon hearing the question, Chu Feng promptly replied, it is a demon in the Qi refinement stage. Demon? Indeed, in this world beyond the cultivators, there exists a plethora of formidable demons. Some have been subdued by our Shushan sect, while others lurk within human society. It is the duty of us disciples of Shushan to eradicate these malevolent beings that wreak havoc upon the world. Disciples of our sect are stationed across various regions, and it is precisely due to their vigilance that the Dragon Kingdom enjoys tranquility. As these words were spoken, Sun Jigang and the others suddenly awoke to a profound realization. Their hearts filled with respect. So that is the case. Very well, I shall not elaborate further. Perhaps we will have dealings in the future. So remember to keep today's events confidential. After all, the existence of cultivators is still a secret to ordinary people. Rest assured, we will not speak of it indiscriminately. That is good to hear. We must proceed to slay other demons, so we shall take our leave. With that, Chu Feng began to depart. At that moment, Su Heng interjected, hold on, they're the police. They possess information on all cases occurring within Ltang City, and they may be aware of the locations of any demons. Ah, you make a valid point, Chu Feng immediately responded. Simultaneously, Sun Jigang seemed to have an epiphany and nodded vigorously. Indeed, several unusual cases have recently transpired in Ltang City. Hearing what you just said, I suddenly feel that there must be demons lurking behind these incidents. Chu Feng's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Do tell. Sun Jigang proceeded to recount the peculiar cases that had unfolded in Ltang City. Excellent. If my assumptions are correct, the culprits are likely those demons. The information you have provided is invaluable. We shall investigate immediately, Chu Feng stated earnestly. Hearing this, Sun Jigang felt a wave of relief wash over him. With your involvement, I am reassured. Such specialized matters must be entrusted to professionals. We are adept at apprehending criminals, but slaying demons should be left to you cultivators. Let us exchange contact information. Should similar cases arise in the future, we can reach out to you promptly. Certainly. As they spoke, the two exchanged contact details. Eventually, they parted ways, leaving the urban village. Xu Feng's earlier words had sown a seed deep within Sun Jigang and the others, profoundly altering their understanding of the world. They had come to firmly believe that this world was not an ordinary one, but rather a realm where cultivators and ordinary people coexist. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, who was selecting rewards for the disciples, suddenly noticed a significant rise in the prestige of the sect. Chapter 120, the second round of enrollment plan. In the wake of previous tasks and the occasional contributions from his disciples, Qin Tian's sect reputation had amassed to over 180,000. Yet just recently, it surged by an astonishing 30,000, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. What could have led to such a significant increase? Had they accomplished something monumental? Nevertheless, considering their current strength, it was unlikely they could achieve anything of great consequence. Perhaps it was more prudent to focus on the upcoming recruitment of new disciples. Since he realized that the breakthroughs of his disciples provided him with a beneficial feedback of cultivation, he became increasingly aware of the importance of disciple numbers. The sensation of effortlessly advancing in his cultivation while relaxing at home was simply delightful. Thus, he resolved to recruit another batch of disciples, and he intended to expand the scale of this endeavor. Naturally, the method of recruitment needed to evolve as well. The previous round utilized a dream induction technique, fabricating identities as reincarnated disciples of Mount Shu. Employing the same approach for the next group would be somewhat inappropriate, as it was implausible for dozens or even hundreds of individuals to all be reincarnated disciples of Mount Shu. After pondering for a while, an idea sparked in his mind. If reincarnated disciples of Mount Shu were unsuitable, perhaps descendants of Mount Shu disciples would suffice. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall a classic international intellectual property, which narrated the tale of a child raised by his aunt who unexpectedly received an acceptance letter from a wizarding academy. This child was, in fact, the offspring of two wizards possessing the bloodline of magic. His parents had been slain by a formidable Dark Lord. If this narrative were to be reimagined in an Eastern context, the child's parents could be portrayed as cultivators, brutally murdered by an evil Sword Immortal, while he was sent to a family of ordinary citizens, subsequently marrying and propagating his lineage. Ordinary individuals possessing innate cultivation talents would be the descendants of former cultivators, and recruiting them in this manner could instill a sense of historical destiny as well as a feeling of urgency, akin to the previous group who believed themselves to be reincarnated disciples of Mount Shu. Thus, this course of action was decided upon. However, a pressing concern lingered. How could he discreetly gather so many individuals into the celestial cave of Mount Shu? When the number of disciples was small, he could fetch them one by one, but with an increase in numbers, it was impractical for the esteemed sect leader of Mount Shu to act as a taxi driver. How was that wizarding film executed? It appeared they established a platform, and, if memory serves, there was a train involved as well. Perhaps I should create something similar. Although I lack a platform, I possess an illusory array, and while I do not have a train, I have a flying vessel. However, the previous vessel seemed a bit cramped, accommodating only about 10 people. It would be necessary to procure a larger one. With this preliminary concept in mind, Qin Tian once again opened the sect reputation shop, and after a thorough search, his gaze settled upon a mid-tier magical artifact. The artifact is named the Floating Cloud Flying Boat, a magnificent vessel resembling a colossal ship. According to the product description, it measures 100 meters in length and 30 meters in height, categorizing it as a substantial flying magical treasure primarily intended for large-scale travel by sections. Although its speed is not particularly swift and lacks the agility of a flying sword, it possesses an impressive capacity, comfortably accommodating hundreds of individuals. Additionally, it features rudimentary defensive and cloaking abilities. Most notably, its exterior is strikingly handsome, adorned with a grand dragon head at the bow and a body covered in dragon scale-like patterns. It serves as an impressive mode of transport for any prestigious sect. Despite the price of 100,000 Sect reputation points being somewhat steep, Qin Tian gritted his teeth and chose to procure it. With the deduction of the reputation points, a palm-sized ship model materialized in Qin Tian's hand. Finding a spacious area, he infused a trace of his magical power into the model, which rapidly expanded from its original size, transforming into a colossal entity exceeding 100 meters in length. This giant vessel came to rest in the open space before the Grand Hall of the Shushan Sect, nearly rivaling the size of the hall itself. Gazing at the ornate and grand flying boat before him, Qin Tian could not help but feel that his previous purchase seemed merely like a toy in comparison. This was indeed the transport befitting a major sect. After nodding in satisfaction, Qin Tian ascended onto the flying boat, where he naturally embarked on a thorough examination. Ultimately, he successfully discerned how to operate this impressive craft. Within the cockpit of the vessel lay a control center, easily manageable by a high-level Qi refining practitioner. It could switch between hovering, flying, and cloaking modes. These seemingly straightforward functions, when viewed from a technological perspective, could be deemed cutting-edge, as they require no mechanical structure, merely employing the principles of cultivation formations. After comprehending the general capabilities of the floating cloud flying boat, Qin Tian summoned a previously recruited Foundation establishment practitioner to assume the role of the pilot, while he himself departed from the vessel. With the transportation matter resolved, he turned his attention to the illusion formation. Such formations were also available for purchase in the Sect shop, with prices varying widely. Lower-tier illusion formations could only deceive the eyes, failing to fool the spiritual senses of practitioners, making them easily discernible. In contrast, higher-tier formations not only beguile the eyes, but also confuse the minds of cultivators, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable from reality. Within such illusions, sensations such as pain, touch, hearing, and smell are fully realized, creating a semi-real world. Qin Tian, however, had no intention of acquiring a high-tier illusion formation. He simply purchased a low-tier one priced at 5,000 Sect reputation points. This illusion could be adjusted to cover a maximum area of 5 kilometers, effectively bewildering practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage and below. After expending 5,000 points of reputation, a circular array disc, no larger than a palm and adorned with intricate runes, materialized in his hand. Driven by curiosity, Qin Tian promptly inserted a spirit stone to test it. With a flash of radiant light, a lifelike tiger suddenly manifested before him. The tiger's demeanor, movements, and physical attributes bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a real tiger. It was only upon reaching out to touch it that one would realize its illusory nature. How remarkable! This device was akin to an upgraded version of holographic projection. Given the current pace of technological advancement, it might take another 50 years to achieve such realistic holography. Clearly, the civilization of cultivation surpassed technological civilization in prowess. As he spoke, he adjusted the illusionary array's content, producing images indistinguishable from reality, complete with sound and light effects. While such illusions might be discerned by high-ranking cultivators, there are no such beings on Blue Star aside from him. Excellent. Everything was prepared. All that remained was to extend invitations to those possessing cultivation potential within the vicinity of Greenvine City. Chapter 121. The Admission Notice from the World of Cultivation. According to the minimap, there were over 100 individuals marked by the system as having moderate cultivation aptitude within a 50-kilometer radius of Qin Tian's location. These individuals were his targets for this endeavor. He intended to deliver admission notices to each of them, urging them to seek him out, after which he would guide them to Mount Shu. As for how to deliver these admission notices, Qin Tian had already devised a plan. The next day, within a residential complex in Greenvine City, Sun Menghan, soundly asleep, was abruptly awakened by a persistent knocking at her door. Irritation washed over her as she stirred. Who could it be? After finally securing a day of rest to sleep in, what time was it for someone to be knocking? If there wasn't a special reason for this disturbance, she would surely reprimand them. With that thought, she hurriedly got out of bed, donned her pajamas and slippers, and rushed to the door. "Who is it?" she called out as she swung the door open. To her bewilderment, no one was outside. She glanced around, finding the hallway deserted. Did they run off that quickly? How absurd, knocking on doors for no reason. Just as she was about to close the door and return to her slumber, she suddenly noticed a package placed at her doorstep. It was a delivery. No wonder they had rushed away. However, on another note, don't deliveries usually just leave packages quietly at the station? Which courier still delivers to the door? Moreover, She recalled not having made any recent online purchases. With a puzzled expression, she bent down to pick up the package, confirming that her name was inscribed on it. She carried it back inside her home. She found a pair of scissors to open the delivery box, and an unexpected item emerged from within. It was a jade plaque, slightly smaller than the size of a palm. The jade was warm to the touch, adorned with faint cloud patterns at the top, suggesting it was of considerable value. Upon closer inspection, Sun Minghan's expression turned to one of bewilderment. What is this? Who sent me this? Jade? If this truly is jade, it must be worth a significant sum. Although she had never studied jade, her fascination with treasure appraisal live streams had imparted her with some knowledge about it. The jade plaque before her was clearly crafted from high-quality material. Despite its lack of intricate artistry, its inherent quality alone could fetch several tens of thousands. Thus, her confusion deepened. She was an ordinary office worker, with no wealthy acquaintances. Who would send her such an expensive jade? As she pondered this, she reached out to retrieve the plaque from the small box. When she flipped it over, she discovered inscriptions on the reverse side. Mount Shushan? Wasn't that the mountain in the suburbs? Why would the name of that mountain be engraved on this jade plaque? Did it hold some special significance? Unconsciously, she touched the two characters on the plaque. As she did, she felt the jade begin to heat up, and instinctively, she dropped it onto the floor. Just as she bent down to pick it up, a beam of white light suddenly projected from the plaque. To her utter astonishment, an elderly man with white hair, clad in a Taoist robe, materialized in her room. What on earth is happening? How could there be an old man inside this jade plaque? For a moment, Sun Minghan questioned her own sanity. Yet, the next second, the bearded elder spoke. Rest assured, what you see is not an illusion. Before you stands a manifestation of my spirit, an elder of the Shushan Sect. You must be quite curious about my identity, am I right? Hearing his words, Sun Minghan nodded vigorously. I shall inform you. I'm the current leader of the Shushan Sect, known as Changmei. Besides this title, I possess another identity familiar to you. That of a cultivator. Cultivator. Upon hearing this term, Sun Minghan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had it not been for the fact that the old man emerged from a jade plaque, she would have vehemently rejected the notion that he was speaking the truth. Are you truly a cultivator? Indeed, the elder affirmed with a nod. Did you come specifically to find me? Correct. Why? Sun Minghan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Because you possess a spiritual root. The blood of a cultivator flows within you, the elder replied earnestly. His words struck Sun Minghan with profound impact once again. A lineage of immortal cultivators courses through my veins? Indeed, your ancestors were once practitioners of the arcane arts, but disheartened by the unyielding path to immortality. They returned to the mortal realm, wed, and bore children, passing down their bloodline through the generations until it reached you. What? My forebears were cultivators? Sun Minghan's expression was one of incredulity. Naturally, otherwise, you would not possess a spiritual root within you. Many cultivators in this world intermarry with mortals, and as long as they remain silent, even their closest kin might remain oblivious to their true identities as cultivators. This overwhelming revelation left Sun Minghan in a state of mental disarray. The world she had inhabited for over 20 years had abruptly transformed from an ordinary existence into one teeming with cultivators, a reality that would leave anyone reeling. After a considerable pause, she gradually began to assimilate this newfound knowledge. What, then, is your purpose in finding me? To bring you back to Mount Shu, to admit you into our sect, and to impart the methods of cultivation. Are you willing? The old man with a white beard spoke with resolute conviction. His response plunged Sun Minghan, who had just regained her composure, into a state of astonishment once more. After a moment's reflection, she queried, Am I cultivating immortality? Can I truly become a cultivator? Of course. You possess a spiritual root, which is a prerequisite for cultivation. Should you dedicate yourself to rigorous practice, you may one day ascend to the ranks of cultivators like your ancestors. Would you not desire this? I am willing. After merely 2 seconds of hesitation, Sun Minghan nodded with determination. Compared to the ceaseless struggles of a mere cog in the urban machine, she would much prefer to become a legendary cultivator. This choice mirrors that of the vast majority. It is likely that only a scant few would resist such temptation. Excellent. Now that you have made your choice, follow the instructions given by the old Taoist and proceed to the designated location at the specified time. There, you will be escorted to Mount Shu. No sooner had the old man finished speaking than a series of characters materialized before Sun Minghan. The text primarily conveyed the time and location. After committing this information to memory, Sun Minghan nodded in acknowledgement. Do not forget to bring this jade token. Otherwise, you shall forfeit this opportunity for transcendence. Do you understand? I understand. No sooner had Sun Minghan uttered these words than the old man transformed once more into a beam of white light, vanishing into the jade token. As she gazed at the token lying before her, Sun Minghan's emotions were tumultuous. Chapter 122, Serendipity. Concurrently, as Sun Minghan received this wondrous jade token, others across the verdant city were also receiving mysterious parcels. Like Sun Minghan, upon opening their packages, they discovered the jade tokens within. In a top-floor office of a skyscraper in the central business district of Greenvine City, a youthful man in his early 30s reclined in an executive chair, gazing out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling streets below. His name was Li Qiming, a 31-year-old who had risen from humble rural beginnings to gain admission to the finest university in the Dragon Kingdom through sheer effort and determination. Upon graduating from university, he partnered with his classmates to establish a technology company, leading it to a successful public listing in less than a decade. He achieved great success, becoming a well-known entrepreneur and a role model for countless young individuals, amassing a fortune of billions. Yet, despite his triumphs, Li Qiming found himself in a state of discontent due to a grave illness. Half a month prior, a routine medical examination unexpectedly revealed that he was afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Although not cancer, this affliction proved to be even more despairing, as the doctors indicated that he would lose all motor function within a year. Upon receiving this shocking news, he was engulfed in despair, unable to comprehend why. At the dawn of his life's journey, he was stricken with such a severe condition. He lamented the cruel twists of fate, unwilling to accept his fate. He sought treatment far and wide, even traveling abroad multiple times in search of a remedy, yet he found no solace. Even the most prestigious medical institutions abroad had no effective treatment for his condition. The only recourse left to him was to await death, contemplating his imminent demise. He felt that all his previous efforts had been in vain. If he had known this would be his fate, he would have relished life to the fullest. If only he were granted another chance, he would savor every moment of his freedom. Alas, life offers no opportunity for a second act. Having uttered this thought, Li Qiming rose from his chair. Just then, a sudden knock echoed through the office door. Hearing the sound, he turned swiftly to the entrance and called out, "Come in." However, after a prolonged pause, there was no response from beyond the door. A sense of intrigue stirred within him as he approached the office door. Upon opening it, he peered outside, only to discover that the hallway was devoid of any presence. Who could be knocking at this hour? As he pondered this mystery, his gaze fell upon a delivery box at his feet. Ah, it was merely a courier. It must have been the administrative staff knocking. Though they typically took their time, why the haste today? Musing to himself, Li Qiming picked up the box and returned to his office. Once inside, he hastily unwrapped the package, revealing a smooth jade plaque before him. His eyes sparkled with curiosity at the sight of the jade. What could this be, and who had sent it? As he removed the plaque from the box, he noticed inscriptions upon it. Shushan. Why were those two characters inscribed here? It appeared to be genuine jade. As he pondered, he instinctively ran his fingers over the surface of the plaque. In the next moment, the jade tablet began to radiate heat, causing Li Qiming, unable to endure the discomfort, to drop it onto the ground. As it hit the earth, it emitted a brilliant white light. Almost instantaneously, an elderly man with a white beard materialized before Li Qiming. Staring at the sudden appearance of the old man, Li Qiming's eyes widened in astonishment. What transpired next mirrored the experiences of Sun Minghan exactly. When the white-bearded elder vanished back into the jade tablet, Li Qiming took a deep breath. He had not anticipated that such beings as cultivators and cultivation sects existed in this world. To think that he was a descendant of a cultivator, and that such extraordinary phenomena occurred in this realm. If he could simply hold this jade tablet and reach the designated location at the appointed time, he would be able to join a cultivation sect. Perhaps if he successfully did so, he could find a remedy for his ailment. Not only that, but he could also attain immortality. The thought sent waves of exhilaration through Li Qiming. He had believed himself to be at a dead end. Yet he was on the cusp of embarking on a new chapter in his life. Perhaps this was the opportunity bestowed upon him by the heavens. With that thought, he picked up the telephone on his desk. He summoned all the shareholders and executives of the company for an urgent meeting, stating that he had an important announcement to make. Shortly after his call, the shareholders and executives gathered in his office. Before everyone present, he made an unexpected declaration. I have decided that, effective immediately, I shall no longer serve as the chairman of the Qixing Star Group, nor will I partake in any daily management of the company henceforth. I wish to truly enjoy the remainder of my life." Upon hearing this, though astonished, the attendees could understand, as they were already aware of Li Qiming's struggle with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. "I leave the company in your capable hands. It is time for me to live for myself," he said, patting the shoulders of a few close friends with a beaming smile. His smile was genuine. Through his illness, he had come to realize that no amount of social status or wealth held any worth. He sought longevity, aspiring to become a cultivator unbound by earthly constraints. That very day, he concluded all company-related affairs and completed the handover process. After departing from the company, he began to pack his belongings. Uncertain of how long his journey into the realm of cultivation would last, time swiftly passed to the following evening, and, as the clock struck 10, he gathered his luggage and drove to the garage to fetch his Mercedes. After inputting Qinglong Mountain into his phone's navigation, he exited the garage. Before leaving, he cast one last glance at his villa. After driving for over half an hour, he finally arrived at the parking lot at the foot of Qinglong Mountain. As a natural sightseeing destination in Luftang City, Qinglong Mountain boasted the largest forest park in the area. Due to the absence of an entrance fee, many citizens frequently visit this area for leisure and entertainment. However, it was now close to midnight, and the entire scenic area lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any human presence. After parking his vehicle, Li Qiming embarked along the mountain path. He had been informed by an elderly man with a white beard that his destination was the summit of Qinglong Mountain, which would require at least an hour of climbing given his physical condition. Yet, halfway up, he was taken aback to discover others ascending the mountain just as he was. At this hour, there are still people climbing? Chapter 123, The Guide, a great ship in the sea of clouds. Observing those ahead of him, Li Qiming was filled with confusion. As a night runner, he was aware that climbing at such a late hour was typically reserved for a few renowned domestic sites. There seemed no reason for anyone to venture up a less-known mountain like Qinglong Mountain at this time. Just as he pondered this peculiarity, voices emanated from behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see not one, but two individuals climbing up as well. What was happening? Why were so many people ascending Qinglong Mountain in the dead of night? With this bewilderment, he continued his ascent. Due to his poor health, the two individuals who had been behind him quickly disappeared from sight. As he climbed, several more people joined the trek, each making their way upward. After being overtaken by more than 10 individuals, a bold hypothesis sprang to mind. Could it be that these people, like him, had received an invitation from the Cultivation Sect? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, there was little reason for anyone to climb a mountain in the dead of night without purpose. With this in mind, he unconsciously quickened his pace. By the time he breathlessly reached the viewing platform at the summit, the clock read 11:40 p.m. To his astonishment, he found a vast viewing area teeming with people, men and women of various ages. The youngest appearing to be in their teens, and the oldest seemingly in their 40s or 50s, all dressed in diverse attire. Witnessing this multitude, his expression shifted slightly. Just then, someone beside him suddenly tapped his shoulder. "Hey, did you also receive an invitation from the Cultivation Sect?" Upon hearing this question, Li Qiming turned to his side. There, not far from him, stood a youth clad in a delivery uniform, gazing at him. "Oh, are you too?" "Of course. It seems everyone here is." Li Qiming had initially believed himself to be a rare prodigy. Now he realized that such prodigies were indeed numerous. At that moment, there were no fewer than 100 individuals present on the platform. However, he overlooked one crucial point. The entire population of Greenvine City exceeds 10 million, and a mere 100 individuals constitute only a 10,000th of the total populace. "Let us become acquainted," he suggested, "for when we eventually traverse into the realm of cultivation, it would be prudent to have each other's backs. After all, none can predict what awaits us in that mystical domain." This notion resonated, and with a nod of agreement, Li Qiming proceeded to introduce himself to the delivery man. Upon discovering that Li Qiming was the CEO of a publicly listed company, a look of astonishment crossed the delivery man's face. "I had no idea you were so impressive," he exclaimed. "Impressive? I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Soon, we shall all be fellow disciples, and in this mundane world, I am but an ordinary person." As they conversed, they sought out a few more individuals to join their small team. In truth, they were not alone. Others present also began to band together. Much like the delivery man had expressed, everyone was acutely aware of the uncertainty that lay ahead, whether beast or human, in the face of the unknown. Forming alliances is the wisest course of action. As this unfolded, time continued its relentless march. Before long, the clock struck 12. The very hour spoken of by the elderly man with the white beard and the jade token. At the stroke of midnight, all present sharpened their focus, eyes wide in anticipation. After a lengthy moment of scanning their surroundings, they found nothing amiss. What's going on? Hasn't it already reached 12? Wasn't someone supposed to come for us? Where are they? Indeed, there is nothing here. Could it be a deception? What motive could a mere delivery person have to lure me here? Exactly. That jade token could not possibly be a trick. Just as confusion began to spread among the crowd, they suddenly noticed a transformation in their surroundings. The once barren mountaintop was enveloped in a thick fog, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves shrouded in mist from all sides. When the fog began to dissipate, they were astonished to realize they were no longer atop Qinglong Mountain, but rather above a sea of clouds, with a colossal moon hanging majestically in the sky. The sight left the mountain's occupants utterly astounded. Yet, before they could grasp the nature of this phenomenon, the cloud sea began to churn violently. Suddenly, a massive entity broke through the clouds, hurtling toward them with astonishing speed. This spectacle captivated their attention, and as they beheld the colossal figure approaching, their expressions morphed into shock. For what emerged from the clouds was unmistakably a grand vessel, an ancient wooden lofty ship. The ship's size was immense, its design exquisite, and its presence imposing, particularly as it soared above the sea of clouds. Faint silhouettes could still be discerned on the deck of the flying vessel. Above it, a grand flag fluttered, emblazoned with the two characters, Shushan. Upon seeing these characters, the crowd realized that perhaps their rescuers had finally arrived. This realization sent a wave of excitement through the group, including Li Qiming. They're here. Goodness, is this truly the ship sent for us? How can it possibly soar through the skies? What manner of principle could govern this? The answer was evident. The principles of cultivation. It was undeniably impressive. Evidently, the Shushan sect must be an extraordinary and formidable lineage. Were they about to board this celestial ship and journey to Shushan? Would they chance upon the fabled cultivators? Look, the ship is approaching. As the crowd conversed, the vessel bearing the Shushan flag swiftly glided toward them, coming to a gentle halt less than 10 meters away. As it drew nearer, the imposing presence of the ship became increasingly apparent. They discerned not only the vessel's form, but also the individuals standing upon its deck. There were more than a dozen figures, some clad in uniform attire with long swords slung across their backs, while others sported diverse garb. One person carried a massive wooden box, another cradled an ancient guqin, one was mounted atop a great black tiger, and yet another floated gracefully in midair, with one audacious individual perched atop the flagpole. Upon witnessing this extraordinary assembly, the crowd realized they may indeed be standing before the legendary cultivators. Their hearts swelled with exhilaration. Chapter 124, The Assault of Demons. Just moments ago, the individuals atop the mountain were questioning the authenticity of their situation, and now, a grand ship sailing through the sea of clouds had appeared, accompanied by the very cultivators of legend. This spectacle ignited a fervor among the group on Qinglong Mountain. Yet they restrained themselves from speaking recklessly as they had before. Despite their numbers exceeding 100, they faced merely a dozen individuals on the ship, who were rumored to possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth. The thought of being crushed by them was akin to being trampled underfoot like ants. In the midst of their anxious anticipation, the young man in white, standing at the bow with a wooden box on his back, suddenly made a gesture. In the next moment, a stream of golden sword light erupted from the scabbard at his back, transforming into a resplendent flying sword before him. With a graceful leap, the young man alighted upon the sword and glided down to a point less than 2 meters from the crowd. He stood majestically upon the flying sword, hands clasped behind his back, as a gentle breeze swirled around him, causing his garments to flutter gracefully. This scene fulfilled the fantasies of all present regarding what it meant to be a cultivator. Countless young women gazed with sparkling eyes upon this spectacle, while the young men began to envision their future selves as practitioners of the mystical arts. The sheer shock evoked by this simple act of sword mastery rivaled that of the recently witnessed colossal ship breaking through the clouds. At that moment, the young man in white, standing atop the flying sword, spoke coldly. "By the decree of my master, I have come to escort you to Mount Shu for cultivation. Once you embark on the path of immortality, there shall be no turning back. Prepare yourselves." Upon hearing these words, the crowd stood momentarily stunned before nodding in unison. Their yearning for the life of a cultivator had reached its zenith. However, some individuals felt compelled to voice their queries. A youth, appearing to be in his 20s, spoke up. Esteemed immortal, may I inquire if, upon becoming a disciple of Mount Shu, I would still be able to return home? Or must I remain in the realm of cultivation indefinitely? This question resonated deeply within many hearts. While the allure of cultivation was undeniable, so too were their attachments to modern comforts such as smartphones, takeout, and bubble tea. The thought of being unable to return to their previous lives was difficult to accept. Fortunately, they soon discovered that such fears were unfounded. There is no need for concern, the young man in white reassured them. Mount Shu emphasizes worldly cultivation. After completing the initiation ceremony, the sect leader will impart the methods of cultivation to you. Once you have grasped these techniques, you may return to your former lives. He continued, however, be aware that the outside world lacks the abundant spiritual energy found within Mount Shu, resulting in a significantly slower pace of cultivation. Within the celestial realms of our sect, not only is the spiritual energy rich, but time flows at double the speed. A day spent in the sect equates to merely half a day in the outside world, allowing for a harmonious balance of time. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. What a relief! I feared I might never return. As long as I can come back, I have my parents to consider. Parents are one thing, but I cannot bear to part with my gaming account and my beloved bubble tea and hot pot. So, I can spend a day in the sect and a day outside. I've grown weary of the outside world. I think I shall remain in the sect, and while you all are out, I will diligently cultivate, eventually surpassing you. Is it truly so miraculous that time flows at twice the speed? I can hardly wait. This is the realm of cultivation. Such phenomena are to be expected. As the discussions continued, further questions arose, such as whether one could use smartphones within the sect, whether academic credits were required, and if there were early morning classes. They pondered the consequences of making mistakes and whether expulsion was a possibility. Amongst fellow disciples, the question arose as to whether romantic relationships were permissible. The young man clad in white addressed their inquiries while also outlining certain regulations. According to the agreements established between our esteemed cultivation sects and the official authorities of the Dragon Kingdom, practitioners of the arcane arts must not readily disclose their identities before ordinary people, nor may they employ magical techniques or engage in any acts that could harm the common folk or contravene the law. Breaching these stipulations would not only result in expulsion from one's sect, but could also lead to the forfeiture of one's cultivation abilities. These rules must be firmly etched in your memories. As for other matters, you will gradually come to understand them in due course. Now the hour is late, and the sect leader awaits your arrival. Upon concluding his remarks, the young man stepped aside, and a wooden ladder unfurled from the recently arrived vessel, descending directly before the assembly at the mountain's peak. Esteemed guests, please embark, he announced. Without hesitation, the group began to ascend the ladder in an orderly fashion, boarding the grand wooden ship. Once all 100 or so individuals had taken their places aboard, the ladder retracted seamlessly into the ship's interior. Those who boarded the vessel were akin to children on their inaugural spring outing, their faces illuminated with excitement, joy, and curiosity. They explored their surroundings with eager hands, cautious not to exert too much force for fear of damaging the delicate artifacts they encountered. While they scrutinized the ship itself, their gaze frequently returned to the disciples of Mount Shu. At that moment, an unexpected tremor reverberated beneath their feet, followed by the gentle ascent of their vessel, which soon pierced through the clouds and re-entered the vast sea of mist above. From their vantage point, they beheld the enchanting nocturnal panorama of Green Vine City while the night sky unfurled above them. The cool night breeze stirred their spirits, signaling the commencement of their cultivation journey. After soaring for approximately 20 minutes, an eerie cry suddenly pierced the air from the heavens. The sound was sharp and jarring, sending shockwaves through their eardrums. The passengers on the deck instinctively felt a sense of foreboding wash over them. What is that sound? It is so loud, one exclaimed, their heart racing. It must be some kind of bird, another suggested. How could that be? We are thousands of meters high. What bird could soar at such an altitude? I have never encountered a bird whose call is so terrifying. Before they could ascertain the source of the ominous cry, the disciples of Mount Shu present on the deck wore expressions of grave concern. The young man in white, now positioned at the bow, spoke with urgency. There are demons. All disciples of Mount Shu, prepare for battle. At that moment, 7 swords flew forth from the sword sheath behind him, hovering protectively around his form. The young man who had been standing atop the mast leaped down with the grace of a tiger. The other disciples of Shushan hurried to the bow of the airship, each brandishing their own magical artifacts. Witnessing this spectacle, over 100 prospective Shushan disciples, including Li Qiming, felt a surge of tension. Demons? What demons? Could we truly be encountering monsters? Is it possible that such creatures exist in this world? Just as they pondered these questions, several dark figures raced towards them from the sky. As the shadows drew nearer, they were horrified to discover that they were enormous, three-headed avian beasts, each as large as a small house. Before the creatures even arrived, a powerful, foul wind assaulted them, nearly blinding their eyes. Yet beyond the physical discomfort, their emotions were far more intricate. Chapter 125. The Grand and Tumultuous World of Cultivation. Undoubtedly, the three-headed beasts before the airship were not ordinary creatures. Such enormous beings with 3 heads could not possibly exist in nature. Connecting this revelation with the words of the young man in white, their true nature became painfully clear. Monsters, indeed, they truly existed. How could this be? How could such entities exist in this world? And why had they never encountered them before? Cultivators. Demons. I have lived in this world for over 30 years and have only now come to realize these truths. It seems the authorities have concealed much from us ordinary people. I now harbor serious doubts about the supernatural occurrences and unexplained events reported online. They likely relate to cultivators or demons. The authorities, wishing to shield us from the truth, have enlisted a host of so-called experts to dispel the rumors. Indeed, it must be so. I always suspected that several previous incidents, such as the Dragonfall, the dragon's water absorption, and the maritime red light events, were peculiar. This world is a vast Truman show. We have all been deceived by the authorities. Only by becoming cultivators can we uncover the truth of this world. Perhaps they are protecting us in some way. The reason we have not encountered these demons may be that cultivators swiftly eliminate them upon their emergence. This world resembles an enormous web of fantastical narratives. In that moment, everyone felt as though they were seeing the world clearly for the first time, their worldview irrevocably altered. Unbeknownst to them, they were now genuinely living within a scripted reality. The flying beasts were all actors summoned by Qin Tian from the Demon Locking Tower, intended to reshape the worldview of these newly initiated disciples and instill a sense of reverence for cultivation. Additionally, it served to assert dominance over this group. For modern individuals are different from those of ancient times. With so many new recruits, it was prudent to prepare for any potential unruly behaviors. The flying demonic beasts, all at the Foundation establishment stage and above, launched an immediate assault on the vessel occupied by the crowd. With a mere flap of their wings, they conjured violent gusts of wind, and with a gaping maw, unleashed torrents of thunderous flames. The sheer magnitude of their might and the ferocity of their attacks left the aspiring disciples of Shushan, who had yet to embark on their cultivation journey, wide-eyed and stricken with fear. However, the disciples of Shushan, led by Wan Jiani at the bow of the ship, were not to be outdone. Wan Jiani deftly manipulated 7 flying swords, executing a sword technique to strike at one of the avian demons. Beside him, Hui Yunfei summoned the true fire of Samadhi, illuminating the night sky with its brilliance. Dressed in black, Yin Beifei commanded his ink tiger to soar into the air, engaging in fierce combat with one of the bird demons. Meanwhile, Wu Yazi sat calmly on the deck, placing the 9 heavens ringing pearls instrument on his lap. And as he gently plucked its strings, waves of sound emerged. These sound waves not only defended against the attacks of the bird demons, but also bestowed enhancements upon the gathered disciples of Shushan. The body cultivator, Pei Qin Tiger, executed the Tiger Howl Divine Fist, transforming into a formidable tiger that leaped several dozen meters to land upon the back of one bird demon, delivering powerful strikes with his iron fists. Additionally, several other disciples at the Foundation establishment stage showcased their unique abilities. In an instant, the disciples of Shushan engaged the invading bird demons in a vibrant and dynamic battle, turning the entire night sky into their arena. The thrilling and perilous confrontation left the onlookers on the deck in a state of astonishment. Understanding that cultivators existed in this world was one thing, but witnessing their battle firsthand was an entirely different experience. Despite having seen such encounters in numerous cinematic works, experiencing it live was a first in their lives. They felt a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, thrill, and concern. Was this the battle of cultivators? It was astonishingly cool. Would I one day possess such power? Too formidable, indeed. If such a clash occurred on the ground, an entire neighborhood could be obliterated in mere moments. Once I embark on this path, I must learn to control a sword. not for any other reason than for the sake of aesthetics. Sword cultivators are undeniably impressive, though I wonder if I possess the talent to become one. Controlling beasts seems appealing as well. I would need to fight myself, just let my pets take charge. That fellow playing the instrument also seems quite impressive. He must be a healer. And what of the cultivator fighting with his fists? Could he be the legendary body cultivator? I don't wish to be a body cultivator, having to engage in close combat. I desire to be strikingly elegant. Shouldn't T-men fight with fists? But I am a woman. I wonder if they can prevail. As the crowd engaged in discussion, the battle reached a fever pitch. With the disciples of Shushan working in unison, the avian demons were ultimately vanquished, their bodies collected into storage bags. Yet, before the crew aboard the ship could revel in their victory, another shadow re-emerged in the sky. A formidable shadow approached with great intensity, far larger than the previous avian apparitions. As it drew closer, the onlookers realized that this shadow was, in fact, a vast mass of black clouds, even more colossal than the ship they occupied. From within the ominous clouds emanated eerie howls and chilling winds, with a faint green glow flickering amidst the darkness. As the black cloud neared the vessel, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. The ordinary disciples of the Quasi-Shu Mountain sect were instantly flattened to the ground by this profound force. A terror that surged from the depths of their souls made them tremble uncontrollably, their hearts racing with fear. Even the dimmest among them could discern that this dark cloud was undoubtedly a far mightier demon. The unfolding events soon validated their ominous conjecture. Upon reaching the ship's apex, the cloud erupted in sinister laughter. Almost immediately, a grotesque visage materialized at its center. What fortuitous luck today to encounter you, the Shu Mountain cultivators. Surely, these mortals aboard are your newly recruited disciples. The last time your master, Changmei, inflicted a wound upon me, now I shall collect my due interest. All of you shall perish. No sooner had the voice faded than a terrifying, monstrous hand emerged from the black cloud, reaching toward the ship's occupants. This hand dwarfed the entire vessel. A single swipe could spell disaster for them all. Despite the desperate assaults launched by Wan Jiani and the other disciples against the colossal hand, their efforts proved futile. Their attacks failed to inflict even the slightest harm, revealing the demon's vastly superior power. Faced with such a dire situation, the disciples were nearly paralyzed by fear, just as they resigned themselves to their fate. A thunderous roar erupted from the distant sky. Audacious demon, how dare you assail my disciples on Shu Mountain's territory? In swift succession, a radiant beam of golden sword light descended from the heavens. Upon reaching the monstrous hand, the golden light transformed into an immense sword, cleaving toward it. With a single stroke, the hand that had withstood all their efforts was severed in twain. Following the dismemberment, a wail of anguish resonated from the black cloud. Once again, it is you, the old stalwarts of Shu Mountain. Today, fortune smiles upon you, but rest assured, next time, you shall not be so fortunate. With that, the black cloud hastily retreated, vanishing without a trace shortly thereafter. Witnessing this spectacle, the survivors felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. At that moment, they suddenly noticed the presence of a venerable old Taoist with white hair hovering above them. Before they could comprehend his identity, Wan Jiani and the others promptly knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Disciples pay their respects to Elder Tianshu." The white-haired elder nodded in acknowledgement of their words. "Return to the sect first. That audacious Black Mountain fiend dares to assault my Shushan vessel. Today, I shall ensure he does not escape." As the last syllable fell from his lips, the elder with white hair transformed into a streak of light, pursuing the retreating dark clouds. Meanwhile, the group on the deck exchanged glances, suddenly cognizant of the formidable world they were about to confront. The path of cultivation was evidently not as simplistic as they had previously imagined. Chapter 126. Is this the realm of cultivation? Undoubtedly. The recent demonic assault had profoundly reshaped the worldview of those aboard the spacecraft, granting them a fresh perspective on the realm of cultivation. It appeared that cultivation was not merely about mastering an array of mystical arts to flaunt one's prowess. Rather, it entailed battling formidable demons. Yet, they harbored no regrets, for they felt they had finally grasped the truth of this world. The emergence of demons only fortified their resolve to pursue cultivation. Thus, the group continued their journey aboard the flying vessel. Soon, they sensed a descent, realizing their destination was approaching. A flicker of anticipation ignited within them. However, just as they expected to arrive at a mystical locale, They were taken aback to find themselves before school, not a renowned mountain or an enigmatic site, but a mere educational institution nestled at the foot of the mountain. By the faint glow of the streetlight at the entrance, they discerned the name emblazoned on the school gate. Shushan Vocational Training School? How do we end up here? One questioned. Weren't we supposed to go to the Shushan Sect? Why are we at the vocational training school? I suspect this school is merely a facade. The true Shushan Sect must be concealed within, another theorized. As the group speculated, the spacecraft maintained an altitude of approximately 50 meters, gliding towards the school. To their astonishment, a colossal stone gate materialized in the schoolyard, imposing and magnificent, adorned with a rippling surface reminiscent of a cosmic portal from cinematic tales. Upon sighting the gate, realization dawned upon them. The Shushan Sect undoubtedly lay beyond this threshold. Here it comes. It's finally upon us. That gate must lead to the realm of cultivation. They exclaimed, excitement bubbling within. What wonders await us in the cultivation world? In the midst of their chatter, the spacecraft plunged into the stone gate. The next moment, they were greeted by a blinding light. It was indeed bright. Although they'd been enveloped in night just moments ago, they now found the sky above transformed into the brilliance of day. As night transformed into day, the landscape before them underwent a profound metamorphosis. Their eyes beheld vast expanses of wilderness, majestic mountains, and sprawling tracts of pristine forest. Everything appeared to be in its most natural state, devoid of any traces of modern development. This led them to ponder whether they had traversed through time. In addition to the breathtaking scenery, the air was refreshingly pure, far surpassing what they had experienced outside. A deep breath filled them with an invigorating sense of ease. At that moment, their faces radiated wonder and delight. Was this the realm of immortals? The air here was sweet and fragrant. How extraordinary that while it was night outside, here was undeniably day. Could it be that they had departed from Blue Star? It seemed highly plausible. After all, if they were still on Blue Star, how could time flow at such differing rates? I, too, believe we're no longer on Blue Star, as my phone shows no signal whatsoever, rendering satellite navigation useless. How exhilarating. It feels as though merely residing here, without pursuing immortality, would allow one to live longer than outside. Remarkably, even my nasal inflammation seems to have abetted in this place. As some engaged in lively discussion, suddenly, someone pointed ahead. Look, there stands an enormous mountain. Upon hearing this, they all turned their gaze forward, and indeed, in the distance loomed a colossal peak that shot up like a pillar to the heavens. The mountain was so towering that its upper reaches disappeared into the sea of clouds. Witnessing such a lofty summit for the first time, astonishment spread across their faces. They were increasingly convinced that they were no longer on Blue Star, for no such magnificent peak could exist on its plains. As they marveled at the breathtaking scenery, the spacecraft glided smoothly toward the monumental mountain they had just observed. After some time had passed, they arrived at the foot of the giant peak. To their astonishment, they discovered several man-made structures atop the mountain, the most striking of which was an expansive, ancient-looking hall. At that moment, at the steps leading to the entrance of this grand hall, stood an elderly Taoist with ethereal grace, white hair, and long brows, gazing intently in their direction. Upon recognizing the venerable figure, the occupants of the spacecraft immediately identified him as the elder who had previously emerged from a jade tablet. He was none other than the current leader of the Shushan Sect, Changmei. Flanking the entrance of the hall were 2 rows of disciples clad in Shushan uniforms, each bearing a long sword upon their backs. Witnessing this scene, excitement surged within the group, for they understood that they were on the cusp of becoming genuine cultivators, just like those before them. At that moment, the floating ship they were aboard began to descend slowly, eventually coming to a steady halt on the open ground before the grand hall of the sect. As soon as the vessel settled, a wooden ladder extended from above. It was at this juncture that Wan Jiani, the leader of the group, stepped forward to address the others. We have arrived at the sect. Follow me to meet the Sect Master. Remember, you must not act rashly in their presence. Upon hearing these words, the aspiring disciples of Shushan nodded in unison. At that moment, they were so tense that they could hardly breathe, fearing that even the slightest mistake might lead to an embarrassing mishap. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, they began to disembark the ship, following Wan Jiani in succession. Ultimately, they formed several rows in the square before the grand hall, resembling a group of kindergarten children, obedient and well-behaved, irrespective of their prior identities in the worldly realm. At that instant, Qin Tian, embodying the long-browed sage, descended the stone steps. All eyes were fixated upon him. The previously formidable Shushan elder had already impressed them. They could hardly fathom the extent of the power possessed by the Sect Master standing before them. Disciple Wan Jiani pays respects to the Sect Master. I have come to bring back new disciples from Ultang. We embarked with 128 disciples, all present. We encountered an ambush by demons along the way, vanquishing 6 of them, while one demon of the Golden Core stage managed to escape. Elder Tian Shu has personally pursued it. Wan Jiani knelt before Qin Tian, speaking with utmost reverence. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian nodded slightly. You have worked hard on this journey. Please take a moment to rest. Yes, Sect Master, Wan Jiani replied, rising and stepping aside, while Qin Tian's gaze now turned to the assembled crowd. Under his scrutiny, the already nervous disciples felt an intensified anxiety, as if his gaze penetrated their very souls, weighing heavily upon them, rendering them breathless. Moments later, Qin Tian spoke softly, Children, welcome to Shushan. From this day forth, a new chapter in your lives shall begin. Chapter 127. Entry into the Sect, Bountiful Rewards. Observing the large group poised to become disciples of Shushan, Qin Tian felt a surge of excitement within. After all, it was his first time admitting such a multitude of disciples at once. The potential rewards from accepting these individuals into the fold were indeed enticing. Despite his exhilaration, Qin Tian maintained a composed demeanor. After delivering an introductory address to the newcomers, he proceeded to captivate them with his words, much as he had done with previous disciples. Following his speech, the expressions of realization blossomed on the faces of the crowd. So, I had always wondered how the ancient world could be so rich in myths and legends. It turns out they were indeed true. Cultivators existed in ancient times, and it was the fierce battles between demons and these practitioners that led to the depletion of spiritual energy. No wonder we cannot perceive the presence of cultivators in the real world. They have retreated from society. Other sects, much like the Cultivation Sect, must have hidden themselves in celestial realms as well. Thus, it can be said that the current era on Blue Star is one of decline. How remarkable it is that so many events have transpired in this world. I often pondered why we have never encountered demons. It appears there are those who bear the burden of struggle. Were it not for the disciples of Shushan slaying demons, we can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Once I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall also descend the mountain to vanquish demons. As the discussion neared its conclusion, Qin Tian's voice resonated once more. The reason for admitting you into the sect is that the world is on the cusp of great upheaval. I can faintly sense a formidable evil force awakening, and soon, an increasing number of demons will re-emerge. At that time, humanity will once again face devastation, and you shall bear the responsibility of saving this world. Only you can thwart the proliferation of evil forces. As Qin Tian solemnly conveyed these words, the audience was inexplicably stirred, feeling a profound sense of duty. How could they not be excited? Most of them had been mere bystanders in society, lacking status and recognition. Yet now, Qin Tian was telling them they would soon become heroes destined to save the world. Who does not harbor a dream of heroism within their heart? They even began to envision themselves returning to Blue Star as cultivators, rescuing the masses from peril and revealing their divine prowess. Noticing their expressions, Qin Tian secretly nodded in approval. Truly, the need for self-actualization is the highest form of desire. Once the crowd had absorbed the grand vision he painted, he addressed them again. Today, I shall personally guide you into the sect. Follow me into the main hall, where the initiation ceremony will take place shortly. Only after completing this ceremony will you be considered true disciples of Shushan. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately perked up. They had awaited this moment for quite some time. A few minutes later, they entered the main hall alongside Qin Tian, successfully completing the sect's initiation ceremony. The conclusion of the ceremony signified their official status as bona fide disciples of Shushan. While they reveled in the joy of becoming disciples of the Cultivation Sect, Qin Tian received a series of notifications from the system. Congratulations, host, on accepting a new disciple. Reward: 500 Sect reputation, 100 spirit stones. Congratulations, host, on accepting a new disciple. Reward: 500 Sect reputation, 100 spirit stones. Due to the exceptional talent of this disciple, you have been granted an additional reward: the Sword Art. Zhongzhen Sword Technique. Congratulations on acquiring a new disciple. You are rewarded with 500 points of Sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Once again, due to the remarkable aptitude of this disciple, you have received an extra reward: a spiritual beast, the white jade spider. Congratulations on welcoming another disciple. You are awarded an additional 500 points of Sect prestige and 100 spirit stones. Furthermore, due to the outstanding qualities of this disciple, you have been granted a talisman, the Yellow Turban Warrior Talisman. A continuous stream of notifications echoed for over a minute, nearly overwhelming Qin Tian's mind. However, his heart swelled with excitement. With 128 disciples, the reward alone from accepting disciples amounted to a staggering 64,000 points of Sect prestige and over 10,000 spirit stones. This was merely the beginning. The forthcoming rewards and enhancements promised to be even more substantial. Yet, the excitement did not end there. Shortly after the last notification, new alerts followed in quick succession. Congratulations, host! The number of disciples in the Cultivation Sect has surpassed 50, thereby strengthening the sect's influence. In appreciation of your remarkable contributions, you are rewarded with 200,000 points of Sect prestige, 20,000 spirit stones, 10 mid-level recruitment orders, 3 high-level recruitment orders, the advanced sword technique, myriad swords returning to the sect, and 1 sect building upgrade voucher. Congratulations, host! The number of disciples in the Cultivation Sect has now exceeded 100, further enhancing the sect's power. In recognition of your outstanding contributions, you are rewarded with 500,000 points of Sect prestige, 50,000 spirit stones, 20 mid-level recruitment orders, 5 high-level recruitment orders, the divine ability, heaven and earth transformation, and the special sect buildings, Sword Burial Mountain, beginner, Infinite Jade Buy, beginner, and a teleportation array, beginner. Undoubtedly, these 2 notifications were the true highlights. Upon comprehending their content, Qin Tian felt as if he might faint from sheer joy. The rewards were indeed lavish. A total of 700,000 points of Sect prestige, over 30 recruitment orders, 3 special buildings, and 1 sect building upgrade voucher, extravagance personified. This was a moment of soaring potential. It appeared that the optimal path for development lay in accepting disciples. Everything else was merely embellishment. This time, he had gathered all those with cultivation potential from Greenvine City. The next step would be to expand into other cities. However, he decided to first organize this new group of disciples. With that thought, he contained his excitement and turned his gaze towards the newly initiated disciples before him. He needed to arrange these individuals before he could devote time to the rewards he had just received. Now that everyone had entered the sect, he would impart corresponding cultivation techniques based on their specific talents and circumstances. Different cultivation methods would ultimately dictate their future development paths. Those with sword cultivation aptitude could become sword cultivators, while those with body cultivation potential could evolve into body cultivators. Different paths in cultivation merely reflect varying methodologies, devoid of any inherent superiority or inferiority. Regardless of the chosen path, diligent efforts will ultimately lead to transcendence. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the crowd became noticeably tense. Soon, under Qin Tian's guidance, they arrived at the Spirit Testing Monument, where each individual took turns to assess their qualifications and gain insight into their own potential. The monument would also recommend suitable cultivation techniques and future directions. Among the over 100 individuals, some were deemed suitable for sword cultivation, others for alchemy, some for beast cultivation, and others still for body or talisman cultivation. Following each assessment, corresponding foundational cultivators would escort them to their designated areas. Witnessing the scene, an idea suddenly struck Qin Tian. Why not establish distinct departments for them? Chapter 128, The 8 Major Factions. Previously, when there were only a handful of disciples, Qin Tian had little to worry about. He merely imparted the techniques, and they would cultivate independently. The situation had changed dramatically, as he had now recruited over 100 new disciples at once, with diverse qualifications and cultivation techniques, along with the need for some degree of regulation. A comprehensive management system was essential. A modern university-style management model seemed quite fitting. By assigning different cultivation directions to various departments, not only could disciples practicing the same techniques communicate effectively, but those from differing paths and departments could also engage in healthy competition. Observing the disciples lined up for testing, Qin Tian summoned Tian Shu. You are in charge here for a while. I shall be stepping away temporarily. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Tian Shu, also a gold core cultivator, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, master. I will take care of this. After giving Tian Shu some instructions, Qin Tian turned and entered the main hall of the sect. The hall was empty, allowing him to act without reservation. He casually retrieved the recruitment orders recently awarded by the system. In total, he received 38 recruitment orders, 30 intermediate and 8 advanced. This meant he could recruit 30 foundational cultivators and 8 gold core cultivators. The foundational cultivators would serve as the backbone of the sect, while the gold core cultivators would become elders or heads of various departments, responsible for managing and guiding the disciples. Without a moment's hesitation, he first utilized the 30 intermediate recruitment orders, summoning 30 foundational cultivators, each differing in gender and appearance. He then employed the advanced recruitment orders to summon 8 gold core cultivators, 4 men and 4 women, ranging in age, each possessing distinctive features. One of them, a sword cultivator, was aptly named Tian Jianzhenrun, depicted as an elegant middle-aged man. A solitary individual dedicated to the cultivation of physical prowess was bestowed the name Tian Gang Zhenrun by Qin Tian, embodying the visage of a robust middle-aged man, towering at 2 meters, reminiscent of an iron tower. Another, devoted to the arts of sorcery, was named Tian Xiu Zhenrun, taking the form of an ethereal woman. A third, who engaged in alchemical practices, was christened Tian Wan Zhenrun, appearing as an elderly man with flowing white hair. The fourth, a beast cultivator, was designated Tian Long Zhenrun, resembling a middle-aged man whose presence commanded respect without the need for anger. The fifth, a talisman practitioner, was named Tian Fu Zhenrun, manifesting as a woman clad in a red dress. The sixth, an artifact cultivator, was given the title Tian Gong Zhenrun, presenting as a burly middle-aged woman. The final individual, specializing in formations, was named Tianji Zhenrun, depicted as a youthful girl, seemingly in her early 20s, with a charming demeanor. Upon their summoning by Qin Tian, these 8 individuals displayed no discernible differences in appearance, demeanor, or the subtle expressions gracing their faces and eyes compared to ordinary people. As they materialized, they collectively proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Sect Master." Observing the group of 8, each possessing golden core cultivation, Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. He then casually distributed the 30 foundational cultivators he had summoned among them, and to complete the count, he personally purchased 2 intermediate recruitment tokens. However, as the 8 stood before him, each accompanied by 4 foundational cultivators, he felt that something was amiss. Indeed, they lacked the corresponding uniforms of their respective departments. Since he intended to categorize them, it would be prudent to distinguish them visually through their attire. With this thought, he promptly accessed the Sect store. Within the Sect store, alongside various magical artifacts, techniques, treasures, and spiritual herbs, one could also procure everyday items, such as Sect uniforms. Previously, he had only provided identical clothing for the NPC disciples, as the ordinary disciples did not wear Sect uniforms, given their limited number. Now that the Sect had grown in scale, the consideration for uniforms had become pertinent. The Sect uniforms were reasonably priced, costing merely 10 points of Sect reputation. Their durability was their only notable feature. However, they offered custom design services, allowing Qin Tian the liberty to select styles, colors, and even intricate patterns post-payment. After a period of thoughtful design, Qin Tian swiftly created 8 distinct styles of Sect uniforms. While their colors and general aesthetics were similar, the sole differentiating factor lay in the emblems adorning the chests and backs. The sword cultivators bore an emblem of a long sword. The physical cultivators displayed a hand. The sorcerers were represented by lightning, the alchemists by a cauldron, the talisman practitioners by a spiritual talisman, the beast cultivators by tiger's head, the artifact cultivators by a flame, and the formation practitioners by a formation disc. Thus, in the future, one could easily discern their cultivation focused merely by observing the insignia on their garments. Once finalized, Qin Tian purchased several hundred sets in one go, distributing them accordingly to the 8 individuals. In addition to the uniforms of the sect, Qin Tian also provided each of the 8 individuals with a storage pouch, a mid-tier magical artifact, and several spirit stones. Among them, for the beast cultivator, the celestial dragon, he even purchased a high-tier spiritual beast as a gift. For without a spiritual beast, a beast cultivator is rendered insignificant. Thus, they truly began to embody the essence of golden core cultivators. From this day forth, you 8 shall serve as the esteemed heads of the various peaks of the Shushan sect. You shall be the master of the sword sect, and you shall be the master of the body sect. Before the 8, Qin Tian assigned them their duties. Shortly, the newly initiated disciples will fall under your guidance, and you may select a location within the cave realm to establish your sect's place of cultivation. Yes, sect leader, The 8 responded in unison. At this moment, Qin Tian contemplated another matter and reopened the sect shop. This time, his focus was on the construction of sect buildings. The buildings were categorized into 2 types, special structures, such as the sect's Grand Hall and the Demon Locking Tower, which possessed various additional functionalities. Could not be purchased from the shop, but could only be obtained through system rewards, possessing a uniqueness of their own. The other type comprised ordinary sect buildings, such as residences for disciples, steps, and archways. These buildings offered only basic habitation attributes without any enhancement properties and could be freely purchased from the shop at a modest price. These structures came in various styles, ranging from the picturesque water towns of Jiangnan to the austere architecture of cold fortresses and even to the classical immortal realms. After a brief glance, Qin Tian acquired 8 sets of uniformly styled yet distinct architectural models, spending less than 10,000 sect reputation points in total. Each set could accommodate several hundred individuals. After procuring them, he entrusted these ordinary buildings to the 8 esteemed heads. After offering some instructions, the 8 heads quietly departed from the main hall of the sect, for the time for their appearance had not yet arrived. In Chapter 129, Subdivisions, the Initial Scale, while Qin Tian prepared for the next phase of the Shushan sect's operational plan, the 128 individuals in front of the main hall took turns testing their qualifications at the Spirit Testing Stone. Following the assessment, they were divided into several groups. Those deemed suitable to become sword cultivators formed one group, those fit to be technique cultivators formed another, and those suitable for body cultivation were grouped separately. The same applied to the other categories. Among them, the technique cultivators were the most numerous, as the 5-element spiritual roots were the most common, making them particularly suited for practicing techniques. Sword cultivators and body cultivators followed, with talisman, alchemy, artifact, and array cultivators being the least represented. The number of beast cultivators suited to taming beasts was exceedingly rare, with only 7 individuals qualifying. Some faces radiated joy, while others displayed a hint of disappointment, clearly dissatisfied with their qualifications. Just after they completed their assessments, Qin Tian emerged once again from the main hall. As soon as he appeared, Elder Tian Shu approached him. Sect Master, the aptitude tests for these new disciples have been completed. Thank you, Elder Tian Shu. After nodding at Elder Tian Shu, Qin Tian's gaze swept over the group of newly initiated disciples, who were all displaying expressions of eager anticipation. This was due to Qin Tian's earlier statement that he would impart the corresponding cultivation methods to them following their aptitude evaluations. The allure of such knowledge was profoundly enticing for them. With their expectant looks upon him, Qin Tian slowly began to speak. Your aptitude and the methods of cultivation merely determine your baseline. The true measure of your future potential lies within yourselves. There are myriad paths to ascension. He continued, all new disciples, step forward. I shall impart to you the techniques of your cultivation. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, and soon they approached Qin Tian with great eagerness. Focus and concentrate. After uttering these words, Qin Tian pointed his finger to the forehead of one disciple. As with the previous disciples, he imparted the corresponding skills and methods to each, taking approximately half a minute per individual. Upon receiving the teachings, each disciple felt a sense of wonder and could hardly contain their desire to commence their cultivation immediately. An hour passed, and all disciples had successfully grasped the techniques suited to their abilities. They stood obediently in place, akin to first-grade students awaiting further instruction after receiving their new textbooks. However, to their puzzlement, Qin Tian remained silent, hands clasped behind his back, gazing quietly at the distant sky. Observing his demeanor, the new disciples in the square also turned their curious eyes toward the heavens. At that moment, they suddenly noticed several figures approaching them at great speed, riding upon flying swords. In the blink of an eye, these sword-wielding individuals arrived above the main hall of the sect. Upon their arrival, they sheathed their swords and descended gracefully. The leader, a middle-aged man, swiftly approached Qin Tian. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian nodded and then turned his attention to the new disciples below. This is the esteemed Tian Jianjinren, the head of the sword sect of the Shu Mountain School. The disciples destined to study swordsmanship may accompany him, as he will be your master. Any questions you encounter during your training can be directed to him. As these words were spoken, those identified as suitable candidates for sword cultivation began to scrutinize Tian Jianjinren. Some more perceptive ones even stepped forward to pay their respects. Soon, the group of future sword cultivators followed closely behind Tian Jianjinren. Just then, New figures appeared in the distant sky. Unlike the sword cultivators such as the Heavenly Sword Master, this group did not ride on swords. Instead, they perched upon the back of a colossal golden-winged divine eagle. This magnificent creature was comparable in size to a large passenger aircraft, its wings crackling with lightning as it soared through the sky. With a single flap, it covered thousands of meters, landing gracefully upon the plaza of the sect's Grand Hall. Subsequently, several cultivators adorned with tiger motifs on their chests and backs approached Qin Tian. Led by a robust man, the Heavenly Dragon pays homage to the sect leader. This individual was the esteemed Heavenly Dragon Master of the Beast Sect, a practitioner of the way of beast mastery, who would take them under his wing as their future mentor. Upon hearing this, the 7 new disciples, endowed with the talent for beast mastery, eagerly advanced to greet the Heavenly Dragon Master, positioning themselves behind him. Their faces shone with admiration as they gazed at the enormous golden-winged divine eagle. Following the Heavenly Dragon Master, the other 6 esteemed masters made their appearances in their own distinct manners. Although it was merely an entrance, it showcased the profound heritage of Mount Shu to the newly initiated disciples. Once you have reached your respective peaks, it is imperative that you diligently cultivate. Should you have any needs or uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult your master. Furthermore, if you wish to leave the sect, you must first inform your master and obtain their permission before departing. Additionally, fighting among disciples of different peaks is strictly prohibited. After articulating the sect's regulations, Qin Tian entrusted the esteemed masters to guide the new disciples away from the plaza towards their respective training grounds. Once they had departed, Qin Tian could not help but murmur to himself, pondering the feasibility of establishing a few network lines to connect with the celestial realms or devising a means to set up a communication station within. Otherwise, maintaining contact between the sects would prove challenging. While communication artifacts were beneficial, they could not rival the convenience of a mobile phone. He also considered the necessity of creating several bus routes between the sects and the entrance to the celestial realm to facilitate the comings and goings of the new disciples. Otherwise, given their current levels of cultivation, it would take them several hours to traverse between the outside world and the sect. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and diligently noted these improvements in his memo, preparing to implement them when time permitted. Additionally, he realized that the disciples were still mere mortals, requiring sustenance and other basic needs, a matter that also needed addressing. He planned to procure a batch of living supplies shortly. Before long, his memo was filled with a myriad of items. Upon completing this list, he recognized that managing a cultivation sect required substantial effort, especially one situated in modern society, where the disciples were all contemporary individuals. Thus, it was evident that traditional operational methods could not be applied. Let us take it step by step. For now, I shall attend to another matter. With that, Qin Tian tucked his phone away and opened the sect's warehouse. Within the storied confines of the sect's repository lay a vast array of diverse artifacts, a bounty bestowed by the system not long ago, numbering nearly 100 in total. Chapter 130, The Law of Heaven and Earth, the Sword Burial Mountain, the Infinite Jade Tablet. Among these numerous rewards, the overwhelming majority were supplementary accolades earned through the acceptance of disciples, comprising either techniques or artifacts, elixirs, and spirit beasts, predominantly of lower grades, with few of intermediate quality. The ultimate fate of these items would likely be to reward the disciples, hence Qin Tian paid them little heed. His primary focus rested upon the significant rewards bestowed by the system upon reaching a certain threshold of disciples, which included high-tier swordsmanship techniques. The 10,000 swords returned to the sect building upgrade vouchers, divine abilities, the law of heaven and earth, a unique sect edifice, the sword burial mountain, beginner. Another unique sect edifice, the infinite jade tablet, beginner, and a teleportation array, beginner. These particular rewards truly captured his attention. After selecting these key rewards, Qin Tian first grasped the technique titled 10,000 Swords Returned to the Sect. There was no need to delve into its contents. Merely the name suggested that it was an extraordinary technique. Indeed, upon choosing to wield this technique, related insights swiftly manifested in his mind, seamlessly merging with his existing memories. Within these recollections, he transformed into a swordsman of unparalleled talent, capable of transmuting all things into swords with a mere gesture. Countless flying swords rained down upon demons like a tempest of blades. When this technique reached its zenith, not only could he command 1,000 flying swords, but even 1,000,000 would fall under his mastery. Not only was it visually stunning, but it was also immensely powerful. Upon grasping the essence of this technique, a spark of exhilaration illuminated Qin Tian's countenance. Truly, it was the apex of sword cultivator lore. If demonstrated publicly, it would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Alas, opportunities for such displays were scarce. He then retrieved another object, a droplet of golden blood, exuding a formidable aura, within which resided a potent divine ability, the renowned law of heaven and earth. Gazing at the golden blood before him, Qin Tian inhaled deeply, and then opened his mouth to swallow it whole. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted within him like a torrential flood, gradually infusing every fiber of his being. Ultimately, within his dantian, a resplendent golden symbol formed, signifying the divine ability of the law of heaven and earth. Unlike techniques, divine abilities require no cultivation. Their potency depends entirely on the individual wielding them. The same divine ability can yield vastly different effects when executed by individuals of varying strengths. For instance, mythical figures might manifest towering incarnations, while Qin Tian, a mere golden core cultivator, could at most condense a 10-zhang-tall incarnation. Once Qin Tian had thoroughly mastered this divine ability, he eagerly made his way to the grand plaza of the sect's main hall. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his spiritual energy into the runes of the divine technique. In the next moment, the rune that symbolized the law of heaven and earth began to shimmer brilliantly within his dantian. Simultaneously, the extraordinary force he had previously experienced surged forth once more. In that instant, Qin Tian sensed a rapid enhancement in all his attributes, particularly his physical strength, which escalated to unprecedented heights in a remarkably short duration. In addition to the augmentation of his physical power, a radiant golden light began to manifest behind him. The luminosity grew increasingly intense until, before long, Qin Tian found himself enveloped in a resplendent golden glow. At that moment, an enormous humanoid figure, entirely composed of golden light, gradually coalesced behind him, towering at 10 zhang. This golden figure bore a striking resemblance to Qin Tian himself, adorned in a robe and wielding a golden longsword, exuding an aura of formidable majesty. Without a doubt, this golden giant was the manifestation of Qin Tian's own Dharma body. Upon witnessing the Dharma body standing over him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Tian's face. Was this the law of heaven and earth? Why did the Dharma body take on this particular form? Could it be related to the cultivation techniques he practiced? Contemplating this, he promptly switched his current cultivation method. Indeed, upon altering his cultivation path, the appearance of the Dharma body transformed accordingly. When he switched to a physical cultivation mode, the golden figure morphed from that of a swordsman into a muscular giant, and each different form corresponded to its own unique Dharma body representation. Beyond mere visual transformations, the enhancement effects of the Dharma body varied with the changes in his cultivation path. After comprehending this, he conducted a brief assessment of the Dharma body strength. Ultimately, he concluded that upon invoking the law of heaven and earth, his personal power had increased by nearly 50%. As a mid-stage golden core cultivator, activating the law of heaven and earth enabled him to contend with late-stage or even peak golden core opponents. Furthermore, the combat prowess of the Dharma body surpassed his own. He could manipulate the Dharma body to engage in battle directly, akin to piloting a mecha, or allow it to act autonomously in combat. However, therein lay the dilemma. He presently had no opportunity to utilize the law of heaven and earth, for he had already reached the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Who could he possibly fight, unless he were to duel himself? Thus, whether it be the myriad swords returning to their origin or the law of heaven and earth, their ultimate purpose seemed to be for ostentation, to showcase his prowess before others, perhaps revealing a glimpse of his might before the disciples on occasion. With the mastery of the myriad swords returning to their origin and the law of heaven and earth, Qin Tian's attention shifted toward the several unique sect structures. This time, the system generously rewarded him with 3 special sect buildings: the Sword Burial Mountain, the Infinite Jade Bai, and the Sect Teleportation Array. Only the last one was self-explanatory from its name, while the purposes of the first 2 remained elusive. With a hint of curiosity, he took out all 3 buildings at once. Soon, their attributes and effects were revealed. Burial Sword Mountain, beginner level, effect, cultivates flying swords. Burial Sword Mountain is the resting place for the swords of disciples from the Shushan sect throughout generations. Before their ascension or passing, disciples come here to bury their treasured swords. Over time, Tens of thousands of weapons have been interred here. Each month, Burial Sword Mountain randomly produces a certain number of weapons. Since the current level of Burial Sword Mountain is beginner, it can generate up to beginner-grade magical weapons. With the quantity and effects being random, there is an additional chance of producing weapons imbued with sword spirits and those of intermediate magical weapon quality. Note: to take a weapon away, one must gain its recognition. Upon reading the attributes of Burial Sword Mountain, a look of realization crossed Qin Tian's face. It turns out that the purpose of Burial Sword Mountain is to provide flying swords for the disciples. This is excellent. It will save him the trouble of selling flying swords in the future. After examining the attributes of Burial Sword Mountain, his gaze shifted to the Infinite Jade Buy. Infinite Jade Buy, beginner level, effect, comprehension of cultivation techniques. The Infinite Jade Buy is a treasure of heaven and earth. By observing the Infinite Jade Buy, disciples have a certain probability of comprehending cultivation techniques. Since this building is currently at the beginner level, it can yield comprehension of up to beginner level techniques, with a small chance of understanding intermediate techniques. After reviewing the attributes of the Infinite Jade Buy, a look of delight appeared on Qin Tian's face. This would even save him the need to purchase techniques. Chapter 131, Teleportation Array, Intermediate Spiritual Beast Garden. Although Qin Tian currently possesses numerous cultivation techniques, these techniques are not suitable for every disciple. Furthermore, with the increasing number of disciples, he lacks the time to teach each one individually. Now, with the Infinite Jade Buy, the disciples of the Shushan sect will be able to comprehend techniques on their own in the future. The variety of techniques available for their cultivation will only expand. However, he does not intend to open Burial Sword Mountain and the Infinite Jade Buy for free. He plans to offer these as benefits and rewards for the sect's disciples. He realized that he would also need to establish a system of sect contribution points, which could be exchanged for various magical weapons, spiritual beasts, and opportunities to engage with the Infinite Jade Buy. It would be wonderful if he could develop a sect management app similar to Learning Tong. He would inquire among the disciples to see if anyone has expertise in software development. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian's gaze turned to the final special sect building. Sect Teleportation Array, beginner level, effect, teleportation. A teleportation array can be set at a fixed location. Sect disciples can teleport instantly to this array when carrying a teleportation token. The maximum teleportation distance is 100 kilometers. The teleportation array consumes 10 spiritual stones daily, and 1 spiritual stone will be consumed every 5 uses of the teleportation token. Sub-teleportation arrays can also be set, allowing mutual teleportation between the subarray and the main array. The array discs and teleportation tokens can be purchased in the sect's reputation store. Upon seeing the attributes of the teleportation array, Qin Tian's eyes instantly brightened. Indeed, thus, if I were to establish the teleportation array before the main hall of the sect, it would mean that as long as one activates the teleportation token within a 100-kilometer radius, they could return to the sect in the blink of an eye. This is akin to a return to the city in a game. Furthermore, if additional sub-teleportation arrays were set up in various corners of Green Vine City, it would enhance convenience and efficiency. This innovation is splendid. In the future, the disciples need not fret about the constant back-and-forth travel. In Qin Tian's perspective, the concern of disciples running back and forth is secondary. The sight of over 100 individuals commuting daily to the Shushan Vocational Technical Academy would inevitably attract attention, and they might even be mistaken for a pyramid scheme. Eventually, he could arrange several sub-teleportation arrays within the urban area of Green Vine City, alleviating the need for disciples to traverse to Shushan Vocational Training School daily. Of course, they could also opt to use the teleportation tokens directly, allowing them to arrive at the sect from the comfort of their homes, providing a more convenient and private experience. Upon inspecting the sect's shop, he noted that both the teleportation tokens and the array discs for the sub-teleportation arrays were reasonably priced. A teleportation token could be acquired for a mere 10 points of sect reputation, though it required the installation of spirit stones for activation. The sub-teleportation array discs were priced at 1,000 points of sect reputation each, also necessitating the installation of spirit stones. Qin Tian planned to address this matter at a suitable time. For now, he intended to install 3 sect buildings, including the teleportation array. Undoubtedly, the most suitable place for the teleportation array would be the plaza in front of the main hall of the sect. Arriving at the center of the plaza, Qin Tian casually tossed the model of the teleportation array into the air, causing it to expand. Ultimately, It transformed into a circular platform with a diameter of 10 meters and a height of approximately 1 meter, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes that appeared profoundly enigmatic. After embedding 10 spirit stones into it, the runes illuminated, thus activating the teleportation array. Once the teleportation array was arranged, Qin Tian proceeded to place the infinite jade upon a sheer cliff within Shushan. The pure white jade shimmered subtly, as if ethereal beings were dancing, exuding en extraordinary aura. Given its precarious location atop the cliff with no foothold, disciples wishing to comprehend its essence would need to exert considerable effort. Having positioned the infinite jade Qin Tian leaped from the cliff, soon arriving at a spot less than 500 meters from the summit of Shushan. After surveying the area, he located a vacant space and promptly cast a model of the burial sore mountain. Originally no larger than a palm, the model rapidly expanded upon being thrown, soon resembling a peak over 1,000 meters high. The mountain's form mirrored an inverted long sword, its surface strewn with bizarre rock formations and devoid of any vegetation, appearing rather dreary from a distance. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover long swords deeply embedded in various corners of the mountain's body. The long swords, mottled with rust, have undoubtedly endured the trials of many years. Some are embedded within the crevices of stone, while others have plunged deep into the very heart of the rock. Each sword appears to possess its own unique tale. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Qin Tian could faintly sense the sharp aura emanating from its peak. It is likely that an ordinary person would hesitate to tread upon this peculiar mountain, given that this mountain can only nurture rudimentary magical artifacts at present. Qin Tian felt no particular interest and merely cast a glance before turning away. He had already utilized 3 special sect buildings, leaving him with only a single upgrade voucher for sect structures. The last upgrade voucher was employed to enhance the cave paradise. He had initially intended to use this one for the same purpose, but the system informed him that an intermediate upgrade voucher was required for upgrading to an intermediate sect structure, leaving him momentarily bewildered. With no other choice, he relinquished the idea of upgrading the cave paradise and redirected his focus to the other sect buildings. The existing rudimentary sect structures included the Guardian Array, the Sect Hall, the Spirit Beast Garden, the Spirit Her Garden, the Sword Burial Mountain, the Infinite Jade and the Sect Teleportation Array. The latter 3 did not need upgrading at the moment. It seemed of little use, as the rudimentary structures sufficed for the current disciples. After much contemplation, he resolved to upgrade the Spirit Beast Garden. The cave paradise had become overly tranquil, spanning 500 square kilometers with just over 100 individuals, along with a few scattered animals that had migrated from the outside world. A greater presence of spirit beasts would imbue the place with a more celestial ambience. Once he made his decision, he immediately used the sect building upgrade voucher on the Spirit Beast Garden. Shortly thereafter, the upgrade was completed. Its appearance had expanded, and its properties had significantly improved. Spirit Beast Garden, Intermediate, Effect, cultivates spirit beasts. Every 7 days, the garden will produce 10 random spirit beasts, with their species and qualifications being random, not exceeding intermediate level. Additionally, placing ordinary beasts within the garden has a considerable chance of transforming them into spirit beasts. Both the number and quality of the spirit beasts produced had undergone a transformation. Upon reading the last piece of information, Qin Tian realized an additional task had been added to his agenda. He would need to procure some common animals to introduce, such as chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, as well as insects and birds, essentially every animal available in the market. In due course, these creatures would evolve into spirit beasts, bringing vibrancy to the cave paradise. With this in mind, he opened his phone's notes app and added another item to his to-do list. I am truly overwhelmed with tasks. With that, he took flight, departing the Spirit Beast Garden to attend to the matters he had inscribed in his notes. Just as he left, 10 uniquely shaped spirit beasts emerged from the garden. Meanwhile, the newly initiated disciples had each followed their masters to the various sect sanctuaries, embarking on their journey of cultivation. Chapter 132. The New Changes in the Cave Heaven. Approximately 20 kilometers from the peak of Mount Shu, there stood a mountain that, while not as towering as the main peak, still boasted an elevation exceeding 2,000 meters. The rugged cliffs soared like a sword, piercing the heavens, and midway up the mountain, a waterfall cascaded down, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. At the summit of this mountain, a substantial complex of buildings was nestled. Not long ago, Li Qiming had just joined Mount Shu and now stood before one of these edifices alongside a group of fellow novices. After departing from the grand hall of the sect, these newly admitted disciples, endowed with the aptitude for sword cultivation, had come to this training ground under the guidance of the esteemed Tianjian Junren of the Sword Sect. Upon their sudden arrival, everything felt strikingly novel. Is this truly the place where we shall cultivate? It appears quite satisfactory, though devoid of electricity and internet. Quite delightful indeed. The pressures of life outside have weighed heavily upon me, and I have long yearned for an escape. Here, I shall no longer receive messages about overtime or debt collection. As the disciples curiously surveyed their surroundings, Tianjian Jinren retrieved an assortment of items from his storage pouch, including the Sword Sect's uniforms, standard long swords, spirit stones, and other essential cultivation supplies. In addition, he tossed each of them a vial of nourishment elixir. Upon seeing these provisions, their eyes sparkled with excitement. You shall remain here for your cultivation. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. When hunger strikes, the elixir will suffice. When thirst arises, you may fetch water from the mountain spring. If you wish to descend the mountain, you may seek assistance from these 4 senior brothers, who will escort you. Upon hearing Tianjin Jinren's words, Li Qiming and the other newly initiated disciples nodded eagerly. They could hardly contain their excitement as they donned the uniforms of the Sword Sect and, after finding suitable spots, commenced their training. With an intense yearning for the path of immortality, they plunged wholeheartedly into their cultivation without needing any supervision. Li Qiming was no exception. His fellow disciples shared the same fervor. When they successfully grasped the fundamentals of their techniques and conjured their first strands of magical energy, the overwhelming sense of accomplishment sent waves of exhilaration through them. Throughout the entire day, they dedicated themselves to their practice, consuming a nourishment elixir whenever hunger struck and sipping water from their supplies when thirst arose. As the day drew to a close, all the newly initiated disciples, even those with lesser talents, had successfully broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. Meanwhile, as these novices transitioned from ordinary mortals to cultivators, their master, Qin Tian, found himself deeply concerned for their progress. In order to facilitate the ingress and egress of disciples between the mortal realm and Shushan, he not only established a teleportation array in the Grand Plaza of the Sect's main hall, but also set up a secondary teleportation array at the entrance of the cave abode. This arrangement allows disciples to directly transport to the Sect's Grand Plaza upon entering the cave abode, thereby eliminating the need for the intermediate journey. Subsequently, he installed a secondary teleportation array at each sect, enabling their disciples to effortlessly transport to the sect's main hall or the cave abode's entrance at any time. Thus, the disciples of Shushan can traverse to either the sect's main hall or the cave abode with remarkable expediency. Additionally, he arranged several secondary teleportation arrays at various locations within Luftang City, complemented by low-level illusion arrays for concealment. These secondary teleportation arrays are positioned in different directions throughout the city, allowing users to select specific teleportation locations through the array at the cave abode's entrance, ensuring proximity to their homes. Consequently, these disciples need only undergo 2 teleportations to return home, enabling them to work or study by day and return to the sect for cultivation by night, thus achieving a harmonious balance in their cultivation lives. After resolving this matter, Qin Tian procured a substantial number of domesticated animals from the outside world, including chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, rabbits, turtles, fish, shrimp, crabs, and mice, all of which he introduced into the cave abode. He then utilized the beast taming technique to capture a multitude of birds, insects, and small animals scattered throughout the city. Upon releasing these creatures into the cave abode, the environment flourished with vitality. With abundant spiritual energy and a favorable natural setting, it would not take long for these native organisms from Blue Star to undergo transformation, with a high probability of evolving into spirit beasts or demon beasts over generations, ultimately establishing a unique ecosystem within the Shushan cave abode. Having addressed this issue, Qin Tian turned his attention to the final matter at hand, internal communication within the sect. His initial thought was to draw an internet line from the outside, ideally setting up a base station within the cave abode to provide network signal. However, he quickly realized the tremendous difficulty of this endeavor. The Shushan cave abode and the outside world are fundamentally 2 distinct realms, governed by different temporal flows and rules. Even if a line were connected, it would likely be inoperable. Moreover, covering the 500 square kilometers of the cave abode would require far more than 1 or 2 base stations. a task beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals unless he sought assistance from the three major telecommunications operators. It seemed that utilizing mobile phones within the cave abode would be unfeasible, leading him to consider alternative communication artifacts. With a furrowed brow, Qin Tian then opened the Sect store. After a thorough search among the various magical artifacts, he swiftly discovered several items suitable for internal communication within the sect. However, the functionalities of these artifacts were limited to mere communication. The simpler ones could only transmit text, while the more intricate ones allowed for voice and video messages. Beyond that, there was nothing more advanced, as such capabilities sufficed in the realm of cultivation. Yet, these options did not meet Qin Tian's aspirations. He yearned for a device akin to a mobile phone, one that could send messages, facilitate group chats, publish sect tasks, calculate contributions, and exchange various sect rewards. Accustomed to the convenience of modern technology, he found it truly challenging to revert to the rudimentary communication artifacts. Faced with this dilemma, he resolved that if the sect shop did not offer what he sought, he would forge it himself. Once more, he accessed the sect's prestige shop, this time focusing on cultivation techniques. Soon, he selected several tomes on artifact forging, namely the secret record of heavenly crafts, the true understanding of 100 refinements, the diagram of 1,000 mechanisms, and introduction to artifact forging. These texts varied in grade, primarily teaching the art of forging artifacts, including methods for cultivating oneself as an artifact. After glancing at the prices, Qin Tian gritted his teeth and purchased them all. He then commenced simultaneous study, taking advantage of his ample prestige. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge and memories regarding artifact forging surged into his mind, transforming him from a novice into a master craftsman. Chapter 133, Working by Day, Cultivating by Night. After attaining mastery in artifact forging, Qin Tian effortlessly produced a low-grade artifact previously awarded by the system. A mere glance was sufficient for him to comprehend the crafting process and the materials required. After procuring these materials from the sect shop, he adeptly forged an identical piece using his bare hands and the Samadhi True Fire, completing the task in just a few minutes. The artifact he created matched the system's reward in appearance, function, and the array of inscriptions above it. What would take ordinary cultivators centuries to comprehend in the path of artifact forging, he grasped with ease, including the techniques for crafting communication artifacts. However, he did not rush into the forging process. Instead, he exited his cave and searched online for the underlying principles of mobile phones. After viewing numerous educational videos and technical documents, coupled with his exceptional comprehension and insight, he soon acquired a thorough understanding of the relevant technologies and principles. With this knowledge in hand, he returned to the grand hall of the sect. The first thing he did upon his return was to produce a brand new mobile phone. With a mere thought, it floated before him. In the next moment, his consciousness scanned the internal structure of the phone with the precision of an X-ray. Upon the completion of the scan, the mobile device began to dismantle itself. In less than a minute, the entire phone was disassembled into countless components of various sizes, even extracting the internal chips. Following this endeavor, Qin Tian leisurely commenced purchasing an array of materials from the sect shop, blending modern technology with the alchemical techniques of the cultivation world to embark on his inaugural, earnest attempt at crafting. After countless trials and overcoming innumerable obstacles, he finally succeeded in exquisitely forging his first magical artifact, an enchanted mobile phone, utilizing both alchemical skills and the inscription techniques of the cultivation realm. Externally, this artifact resembled a palm-sized jade tablet. Upon performing a blood oath to establish a bond, it could be unlocked by inputting spiritual energy. When Qin Tian infused his magical energy into the artifact, the screen instantly illuminated. The display bore a striking resemblance to a conventional mobile phone, the sole distinction being its monochromatic screen, reminiscent of an ink-wash display. The device housed several applications, albeit limited. It included a communication app for connecting with fellow disciples, allowing for messaging, video calls, and group chats. Furthermore, there existed a sect square, akin to a forum, where posts could be made and discussions held. The sect would also publish various missions therein. Disciples could accept and complete these tasks to earn contribution points for the sect. The final application, named the Sect Treasure Pavilion, functioned as the sect's marketplace, where contribution points could be exchanged for various cultivation resources, spirit stones, magical artifacts, techniques, and spirit beasts. Naturally, after the exchange, one would need to retrieve their items from the main hall of the sect. Beyond these three functions, The most significant advantage of this magical artifact phone over traditional ones was its independence from conventional signals. Specifically, it utilized an embedded communication formation. This formation boasted a transmission range of over 1,000 kilometers and could operate for months on a single spirit stone, should the distance prove insufficient. One could also set up external formations as relays, akin to teleportation arrays. Satisfied that the artifact phone met his requirements, Qin Tian promptly began mass production. With his vast experience and exceptional skill in crafting, he required little time to forge each device. Remarkably, within a day, he had produced more than 100 units. Ultimately, he successfully delivered these artifact phones and teleportation tokens to the leaders of various sections. In less than half an hour, these items found their way into the hands of new disciples. Upon learning of their functionalities, the group of fresh initiates was filled with astonishment and curiosity. Is our Shushan sect truly so progressive? We even have a cultivation version of a mobile phone, they exclaimed. How wonderful! Now, during moments of boredom, we can engage in lively discussions on the forum. Regrettably, there exists no version of Douyin dedicated to the pursuit of immortality. The teleportation token is truly remarkable, capable of instantaneously transporting one back to the sect. As they were still marveling at this phenomenon, a group notification appeared on their mobile devices. The notification primarily informed the disciples of the existence of the teleportation array, its usage, and other pertinent details. Upon receiving this news, the newly initiated disciples from various sects were filled with joy. They had been cultivating in Mount Shu for 2 days, which equated to merely 1 day in the outside world. Although they relished the sensation of spiritual advancement and their fervor for cultivation remained undiminished, they were ultimately modern individuals, most of whom had various concerns and ties in the outside world. It was inconceivable for them to completely detach from their contemporary lives and remain in Mount Shu for arduous training. Furthermore, some were still attending school, while others were employed. A brief absence was manageable, but should their disappearance extend longer, it was likely that their families would report them missing. With the advent of the teleportation array, they could now traverse effortlessly between the realms of reality and the world of cultivation, enjoying the benefits of spiritual enhancement while simultaneously relishing the conveniences of modern life. This was akin to being a commuting high school student. Consequently, many disciples, after bidding farewell to their masters, utilized the teleportation array to return to the real world. This group constituted a significant portion, though a minority chose to remain in the cave realm of Mount Shu for cultivation, such as Li Qiming, who had no lingering attachments in the real world, as well as those weary of their mundane lives. Naturally, there were also a few overachievers, who strove for excellence in both the mundane and the cultivation realms. Throughout this brief exodus of disciples, Qin Tian observed everything without imposing any restrictions on their return or mandating the duration of their stay at the sect. He trusted that these individuals were discerning enough to recognize the importance of balancing reality and cultivation. There was no need for him to enforce rules. They would return to the sect during their free time to cultivate. Indeed, as he anticipated, those who returned to the real world promptly reappeared at the sect once their affairs were settled. Many spent their days working or studying in the real world, only to return to the sect at night for cultivation. Within 2 days, the newly initiated disciples had acclimated to this rhythm of alternating between their lives and the pursuit of immortality. Meanwhile, as the new disciples gradually found their footing, the earlier initiated disciples, such as Zhou Yufei and Lin Yi, were nearing the completion of the tasks assigned to them by Qin Tian. They now stood before the entrance of the Lufeng Cemetery, with the utterly abandoned cemetery not far ahead. Alongside them were Chu Feng, Su Hang, and others who had also arrived at this location. 2 groups of disciples from Mount Shu officially convened here, marking yet another encounter, not their first. Chapter 134, Group Monster Hunting. It was them once again. Who would have thought they would also arrive at this place? At the stroke of midnight, at the entrance of the cemetery, Lin Yi and his 6 companions each wielded their respective magical artifacts, their spiritual beasts summoned alongside them. Meanwhile, less than 50 meters away, Chu Feng, Su Hang, and their 10 companions wore equally vigilant expressions. For the past few days, both parties had been tirelessly searching within Greenvine City for the hidden demons. Through their combined efforts, they successfully located and eliminated 9 demons. Lin Yi's group vanquished 5, while Chu Feng's group dispatched 4. There had been minor skirmishes over the same demon, but Lin Yi's group, having entered their sect earlier and possessing superior aptitude and talent, had gained the upper hand. Now, they found themselves at the flowing fragrance cemetery once more. It was only natural. If they could discover this location, so could their rivals. Moreover, the recent disturbances at the cemetery had become widely known, even to ordinary citizens, leaving no reason for them to remain oblivious. "It's quite calm," said Zhou Yufei. "Speaking of which sect do they belong to, and why are they competing with us for these demons?" "I'm not sure. We can inquire later," came the reply. "Though the demon here has never shown itself, its aura is incredibly powerful. I can feel it even from here. Given our current strength, we might not be able to defeat it. Perhaps we should propose an alliance." Upon hearing Song Yan's suggestion, Lin Yi and his companions nodded in agreement. Just as Song Yan had articulated, merely standing at the cemetery's entrance allowed them to sense a dense, ominous energy that unsettled their hearts, indicating the formidable strength of the demon within. Once consensus was reached, they approached Chu Feng and his group. The distance between them quickly dwindled to less than 10 meters, allowing them to discern each other's features. Before their opponents could speak, Zhou Yufei, as the senior disciple, took the initiative. "I am Zhou Yufei of the Mount Shu sect. May I inquire which sect you belong to?" As soon as her words fell, expressions of surprise crossed the faces of Chu Feng and Su Hang. "What did she just say? She's also from Mount Shu? Does that mean we are fellow disciples? What mix-up? They must be new disciples." They exchanged glances, quickly revealing their identities. "We are also disciples of Mount Shu." "What? You are too?" Now, it was Lin Yi and his group's turn to be astonished. Amidst the surprise and confusion, both sides ultimately converged, and after a brief exchange, realization dawned upon them. It appeared they were indeed all from the same sect. No wonder there were other sect members daring to roam our Mount Shu territory. "You must be newcomers, am I correct?" Chu Feng inquired after surveying them. "Surely, you're not." The strengths of both parties were comparable, and it was evident from a glance that their cultivation levels were on par, with Zhou Yufei and the others quickly discerning that Chu Feng and his companions were the first or second level of qi refinement. "Certainly not. In our previous lives, we were disciples of the Shushan sect, and now, with the awakening of our true spirits, we have returned to the Shushan sect, essentially reincarnated for a fresh cultivation," Su Hang declared with a proud expression. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi and the others were immediately struck with profound astonishment. "Is it truly possible?" "Indeed. We differ from you. We had already joined the Shushan sect in our past lives, so, strictly speaking, we are your seniors. Given time, we shall recover our previous memories and cultivation." "Ah, I see." Lin Yi and his companions believed their words wholeheartedly. "Since we are all of the same sect, let's join forces today to vanquish the demons lurking here." "Agreed." Everyone nodded in unison. Soon, the 16 individuals stepped together into the graveyard. At this moment, the graveyard was no longer the same as it had been days prior. The management had long fled, terrified by the restless spirits within. The expansive graveyard was filled with chilling winds and eerie cries, shrouded above by a dark cloud, making it improbable for an ordinary person to muster the courage to approach. Upon entering the graveyard, they were immediately beset by a horde of restless spirits. Fortunately, their numbers were great, each equipped with magical artifacts, and they swiftly annihilated the malevolent apparitions. Meanwhile, as they vanquished these spirits atop the mountain of the graveyard, a peculiar-looking locust tree was observing them through its sprawling roots that extended down the mountain. "These must be the disciples of Shushan. They have finally arrived," the tree mused. "All I need to do is devise a way to perish at their hands, and my task will be complete. This wretched place lacks even spiritual energy. I wish to linger here no longer." However, they all seem to be only at the first or second level of qi refinement, while I am a dignified 5th level. How can I reasonably meet my demise at their hands? The locust tree was momentarily perplexed. There are indeed numerous restless spirits here. I wonder what sort of entity the lurking demon is. Lin Yi pondered aloud after dispatching a ghoul that lunged at him with a swift sword strike. "I have investigated, and all changes here began with the emergence of that great locust tree atop the mountain. So the demon must be that very tree. Zhufeng Zet Ponde. Based on my deductions, these restless spirits should have been spawned by that tree demon. Its roots have likely penetrated deep into the entire graveyard, enabling it to control those spirits. To command such a multitude of restless souls, its strength must surely exceed ours by a significant margin. Indeed, based on my estimations, its power should not be less than that of the 5th level of qi refinement." The 5th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing those 4 words, Expressions of astonishment and concern appeared on the faces of many present. Can we truly conquer this? Engaging head-on would undoubtedly be futile. However, it seems that a direct confrontation is unnecessary, for although this demon possesses formidable strength, it harbors a critical weakness. Once this notion escaped Chu Feng's lips, numerous individuals immediately grasped its significance. It won't move, right? Zhou Yufei interjected. Precisely. Unlike other demons that might flee or roam, this one remains stationed atop that mountain. At least for now. Its immobility grants us considerable maneuvering space, allowing us to engage it from a distance. You have all fought bosses in games, haven't you? At Chu Feng's words, many nodded in agreement, though some expressed confusion. Our current cultivation level is low, and our range capabilities are limited. Who says we must rely solely on cultivation methods? The era we inhabit is not akin to our past lives in ancient society. We are in the 21st century, where drones and robotic dogs exist. Can we not subdue an immobile tree? Chu Feng's remarks instantly illuminated all present. While cultivation might be more effective against other demons, technological means could prove far more efficacious against the stationary tree demon. I understand now. I will procure a batch of drones and robotic dogs immediately. I recently acquired a tech company specializing in this very field. Lin Yi suddenly declared from the crowd. Chu Feng gazed at him in bewilderment. Brother, what exactly do you do? Oh, it's nothing, just a small business. Wait for me. I will have them prepare dozens or even hundreds for me right away. With that, Lin Yi turned and strode towards the Cemetery S exit. An hour and a half later, when Lin Yi retrieved over 100 drones and several robotic dogs from his storage bag, silence enveloped Chu Feng and the others. These must have cost quite a fortune. Not much at all. Altogether, they amount to less than 2 million, Lin Yi replied with a calm demeanor. By the way, in addition to these, I've also acquired a supply of gasoline and various chemical materials. As he spoke, he produced an array of items, all of which were unobtainable through conventional means, including white phosphorus, nitroglycerin, and concentrated sulfuric acid. Upon witnessing these items, the crowd was taken aback. You managed to acquire these? I happen to have a few chemical factories under my purview. I made a simple phone call to one, and they arranged for delivery, Lin Yi stated nonchalantly. By the way, I am unsure how to handle these materials. Does anyone know? Allow me. I am quite familiar with these substances, as both my undergraduate and graduate studies were in chemistry. A young man appearing to be in his 30s volunteered. I too can be of assistance, as I specialize in drone performances. Another man with a crew cut raised his hand, declaring, I can help as well. I've been piloting drones for several years. Before long, several individuals stepped forward voluntarily. Prior to awakening memories of their past lives, this group hailed from various professions, and they had believed that their knowledge would no longer be applicable after embarking on the path of cultivation. Little did they expect it would prove invaluable in the present moment. With their aid, the drones and robotic dogs on site were swiftly modified. Though termed modifications, it merely involved equipping them with combustible materials and explosives. They were then able to command these machines to launch suicide attacks against the tree demon atop the mountain, thus avoiding direct confrontation. The wandering spirits that incessantly approached were hardly a concern for them. While these spirits could influence and control ordinary individuals, they held no sway over this group. Once preparations were complete, the first batch of self-destructing drones, laden with flammable and explosive chemicals, ascended toward the mountaintop. Upon locating the grand locust tree, they directed the drones to collide with it. Boom! With several resounding explosions, flames erupted from the tree, engulfing its trunk and canopy in a fierce blaze. Soon after, additional drones took flight, charging toward the tree. Regrettably, these few were unable to succeed, as they were swiftly swatted away by extending branches, resulting in explosions elsewhere. Yet, this was merely the beginning. One by one, drones ascended to the peak and without hesitation, crashed into the tree demon. In the midst of this, a pesticide-spraying drone reached the top of the grand locust tree and unleashed a torrent of gasoline upon it, rapidly intensifying the flames. Once the gasoline was expended, it self-destructed on the spot. At that moment, several robotic dogs ascended the summit, unleashing torrents of fire from their backs to encircle the grand locust tree. Before long, the tree demon found itself ensnared by the drones and robotic dogs. Although the tree demon could have utilized its demonic energy to extinguish the flames or even burrow underground to escape, it ultimately made a fateful decision upon considering its mission. Rather than endure such torment, it chose self-destruction. With that, it detonated. Boom! The mountaintop of the cemetery erupted with a sound akin to that of hundreds of pounds of explosives, illuminating the surroundings for several kilometers. Following the deafening blast, the once standing tree demon was obliterated, meeting its demise on the spot. Meanwhile, the disciples of Shushan, gathered at the base, heard the thunderous explosion and gazed up at the flames, their eyes wide with astonishment. What on earth exploded with such ferocity? One exclaimed. Indeed, was a missile launched at the mountaintop? It should not be the case. Even if nitroglycerin were to explode, the resulting force could not possibly be so immense. The mountaintop has been utterly obliterated. Such overwhelming power is truly terrifying. Regardless of what has detonated, that vile creature should have been annihilated. Indeed, we shall ascertain the truth shortly. Thus, the group waited at the mountain's base for nearly half an hour, only proceeding upwards when the flames atop the peak had begun to dwindle. To be precise, the summit was no more, as it had been flattened, leaving behind a vast crater. Within the charred expanse of this pit, apart from a few branches that had yet to be consumed by the flames, nothing remained. As for the luxurious tombs that once adorned the mountaintop, they were likely long gone. After exchanging glances of bewilderment, the group began to collect some branches, intending to present them as evidence of their endeavor. Let us depart. Our mission is accomplished, and that demon must surely be dead. It goes without saying, it has been reduced to mere ashes. Indeed, it has been several days since we last returned to the sect, and the spiritual energy outside is nearly non-existent, thus hindering our cultivation progress. Yes, if that is the case, let us all return to the sect together. As they conversed, the party of 16 agreed to journey back to Mount Shu. More than half an hour later, they drove under the cloak of night to the Shu Mountain Vocational Training School. Their sudden return in such a large group at midnight naturally captured Qin Tian's attention. Why have they returned at this hour? They must be back to report their mission. The system just notified me that all 10 demons have been slain. One wonders how they managed to vanquish that 5th level Qi refining Huai tree demon. With this thought, Qin Tian quickly donned his clothes and made his way to the school gates. Before long, he encountered Lin, Yi, and the others. Upon seeing Qin Tian, the group immediately offered respectful bows, exclaiming, "Greetings, senior brother Qin Tian. You have returned," he noted. "Indeed, senior brother. We have completed the sect mission you assigned in the group chat." "I see. It is fortuitous that you have returned. There have been some new developments within the sect over the past few days that I wish to share with you." At this revelation, expressions of curiosity spread across the faces of the group. New developments? Were they? However, Qin Tian did not respond immediately. "There are many new developments. Allow me to escort you back to the sect, and we shall converse along the way." Intrigued, they followed Qin Tian as he led them towards the entrance of the cave. Soon, they entered the Shu Mountain Cave and were greeted by a stone platform adorned with mysterious patterns. While they pondered the purpose of this stone structure, a figure suddenly materialized upon it. Upon witnessing this apparition, the assembled group of over 10 was momentarily taken aback. What in the world is this? This is the sect's teleportation array, recently established by the sect leader, allowing for a more convenient return to the sect's main hall without the previous cumbersome procedures. As soon as Qin Tian finished his explanation, a disciple on the array was instantly transported away. Following their departure, another individual appeared on the array. Furthermore, aside from the sect's teleportation array, a new batch of disciples has recently been recruited to adapt to the evolving times. The sect leader has also implemented several reforms to the existing system. Qin Tian proceeded to outline the current state of Shushan, mentioning the recruitment of over 100 disciples, the division of Shushan into 8 factions, and the development of the first cultivation mobile device. The times are changing, and naturally, the Shushan sect must keep pace. Do not be overly astonished. With the imminent cataclysm approaching, we must amass strength more swiftly. Upon concluding his remarks, Lin, Yi, and the other 16 were left utterly dumbfounded. However, their attention soon shifted to another matter. "Senior brother, what do you mean by the impending cataclysm?" "Our master has sensed an extremely powerful evil force awakening, heralding the emergence of more demons and monsters in the future," Qin Tian replied earnestly. "Soon, we may face a great battle." With these words, the expressions of the 16 present turned serious, clearly convinced by Qin Tian's assertions. Observing their demeanor, Qin Tian suddenly conceived an idea. Perhaps it would be beneficial to instigate a sense of crisis among them, thereby enhancing their motivation for cultivation. Chapter 136, Sect Trials. Undoubtedly, A sense of crisis and the pressure of survival serve as the greatest motivators. In many cultivation novels, the protagonists cultivate diligently upon traversing into the cultivation world, driven by the unsettling nature of their current environment. Any individual with superior strength could easily overpower them. In the true realm of cultivation, power dictates everything. However, the environment in which the Shushan sect currently exists is different. Blue Star is a relatively stable world with a robust legal system. Without external stimuli, the disciples lack strong motivation for cultivation. While the initial stages of cultivation may be bearable, sustained by novelty, once they realize that no external threats exist, they are likely to become complacent. Thus, it is essential to create a hypothetical adversary for them. In fact, even Qin Tian himself feels a hint of crisis, as his system is rather peculiar, leading him to a bold speculation. Perhaps the system did not arrive incorrectly, but rather prematurely. It might have come before his actual traversal, suggesting that one day he could indeed traverse to that so-called Tianyuan continent. Of course, this remains merely a conjecture, lacking substantial evidence for now. Let's proceed. I shall escort you back to the grand hall of our sect, and I have some matters to discuss with you along the way. With a burgeoning idea in his mind, Qin Tian led the inquisitive Lin, Yi, Chu Feng, and the others to the teleportation array. As they beheld the spectacle with astonished expressions, a beam of white light illuminated the array, and in an instant, they found themselves transported back to the spacious plaza of the sect's grand hall. How extraordinary! We traversed such a vast distance in the blink of an eye. Who could have conceived such a marvel? I have no recollection of such devices in my previous life. This is the latest innovation developed by the elders of our sect. Naturally, you did not encounter it in your former existence. Qin Tian nonchalantly fabricated. Ah, I see. During our time, we lack such resources. Our master was still sequestered, investigating the location of the malevolent beings, and entrusted the sect's affairs to me temporarily. You are here to submit your tasks, correct? Please present me with the certificates of your demon slayings, and I shall reward you accordingly. Gazing at the crowd before him, Qin Tian awaited their response. The group quickly produced the certificates they had obtained from vanquishing the demons, and Qin Tian reciprocated with the respective rewards. These rewards primarily comprised items previously granted to him by the system: elixirs, spells, magical artifacts, and spirit stones. Receiving these seemingly inconsequential items, the group was elated. Thank you, brother. There is no need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. By the way, for future communications within the sect, we shall utilize these. Mobile phones are still rather cumbersome. As he spoke, Qin Tian handed out jade tokens for communication and teleportation to everyone present. Furthermore, to facilitate teaching within the sect, all disciples may now select corresponding factions. You may liken it to choosing a major in a university. You may also study under the respective masters of the prominent sects, just as the newly initiated disciples do. Qin Tian proceeded to elucidate the 8 major factions of Shushan. Upon absorbing his insights, the 16 individuals swiftly reached their decisions. I am a sword cultivator. I shall study under the heavenly sword master of the sword sect. I am a body cultivator. I shall seek guidance from the heavenly gang master of the body sect. In addition, the sect has established teleportation points in various locations throughout Wolftang City, allowing you to return to the sect at any time, ensuring that your work, studies, and cultivation will not be hindered. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Wonderful. Now we can return to the sect every day. I adore cultivation. I yearn to return daily. This reformation is splendid. I believe the current sect model is far more suited to the contemporary societal environment. I find myself sneaking out at midnight, and my roommates suspect I'm engaging in dubious activities. All right, you may now report to your respective peaks. Once there, devote yourselves to your cultivation. Do not allow these newly recruited disciples to surpass you. Rest assured, Brother Qin Tian, we will not permit that group of newcomers to overtake us. We shall commence our training at once. Upon concluding their discussions, the assembly dispersed through the teleportation array, leaving the vast hall of the sect in solitude, with only Qin Tian remaining. He promptly accessed the system interface and located the system tasks. The previously issued main quest now displayed as completed. The disciples of the Shu Mountain sect had successfully vanquished 10 demon beasts, and the rewards were as follows: 10,000 sect reputation points, 1,000 spirit stones. Ordinary sect buildings, a disciple's courtyard, ordinary sect buildings, a mountain gate, and ordinary sect buildings, a mountain path. Although these rewards had once seemed generous, Qin Tian now regarded them with a certain disdain, yet they were better than nothing. He promptly deposited these rewards into the sect's repository and proceeded to assign the 3 ordinary sect buildings accordingly. The mountain gate was positioned at the foot of Shu Mountain, ultimately transforming into a grand stone archway, soaring over 30 meters high, inscribed with the characters Shu Mountain above. The mountain path was placed at the base, and as soon as it was set down, a series of stone steps spiraled up the mountainside, leading directly to the location of the sect's grand hall. Consequently, even disciples who could not fly could traverse from the foot of the mountain to its summit along this path. Finally, the disciples' courtyard was unceremoniously positioned behind the grand hall, thereby expanding the area of the structures atop Shu Mountain and intensifying the ethereal ambience of the sect. Just as he settled the courtyard, a sudden system notification resonated. Main task issued. The development of the Shu Mountain sect has entered a stable phase, and the number of disciples is steadily increasing. To enhance the cultivation speed and enthusiasm of the new disciples, please arrange a sect trial for the newly admitted students, allowing them to grasp the harsh realities of the cultivation world in the Tianyuan continent. The form of the trial is unrestricted, the content is flexible, and the start time is at your discretion. Task completion rewards: 20,000 sect reputation points, 2,000 spirit stones, 1 random high-tier magical artifact, 1 random high-tier technique, and 1 random high-tier spiritual beast. Upon hearing this notification, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. A sect trial? What does that entail? A military training session for newcomers. Surely, that must be the implication. As he contemplated the contents of the main task on the system interface, he fell into a brief reverie, soon arriving at a realization. The so-called sect trial bore a resemblance to the military training conducted for new university students. It was merely a means to help high school graduates acclimate to university life, just as it aimed to assist those freshly entering the cultivation world in adapting to their new existence. In the cultivation realm, sects might organize their disciples to hunt demonic beasts. Yet here, on Blue Star, where could they possibly find such creatures? While the Demon Lock Tower housed some demons, the new disciples had only recently begun their journey. They would be utterly inept within, and it would be absurd to take them on an excursion there. At that moment, an idea suddenly struck Qin Tian. Indeed, there's also the illusion formation. Creating a grand illusion array for them to challenge could certainly be considered a form of sect trial. With this thought in mind, Qin Tian immediately accessed the sect reputation shop. Chapter 137, Advanced Illusion Arrays, the Anomaly of the Nature Reserve. The illusion array was something Qin Tian had previously employed when welcoming a new batch of disciples. It proved remarkably effective. None of the new disciples could discern that the sea of clouds at the time was merely a fabricated illusion. Not only did they fail to recognize it then, but they are equally unable to do so now. This was merely the most rudimentary form of illusion array, had it been of a higher grade. Its effects could be indistinguishable from reality, even to those formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. For these advanced illusion arrays deceive not only sight, but also other senses, including smell, and even death within the illusion could affect the physical body in reality. While only a second passes in the real world, 100 years may elapse within the illusion. Now, Qin Tian was prepared to invest a substantial sum in acquiring a high-grade illusion array disc. After careful selection, his gaze ultimately settled upon a high-grade illusion array disc valued at 150,000 sect reputation points. According to the system's description, this illusion array could switch between various modes. The confusing array could bewilder the mind, the trapping array could ensnare individuals, and the killing array could assault the spirit. Furthermore, it could manifest various demons, malevolent spirits, and corrupt practitioners. The reason for the effectiveness of this illusion array likely stems from the Array Master's intent to hone their combat skills or provide a training tool for the disciples within the sect. This array could cover an area of up to 50 kilometers in radius, making it imperceptible even to Golden Core cultivators. Only those above the nascent soul stage could break through without being affected. After comprehending the general effects of this array, Qin Tian promptly expended his resources to acquire it. Although it seemed somewhat costly at first glance, the array disc could be reused multiple times. Once procured, he immediately began his research on it, which lasted 2 days. Upon thoroughly understanding its workings, he rose and exited the Shushan cave, subsequently flying southwest toward Shushan. Before long, he arrived at a vast forest, specifically the expansive Dalangshan Nature Reserve governed by Altang City. The Dalongshan Nature Reserve spans an impressive 400,000 hectares, boasting diverse natural landscapes and housing thousands of animal species, while also serving as a 4A-rated tourist attraction. However, the tourist area merely encircles the reserve's periphery, as entry into the interior is strictly prohibited due to the presence of numerous large carnivorous animals. Previously, Tian Yi had served as a forest ranger here. At this moment, Qin Tian stood in the heart of the forest, surveying his surroundings with a satisfied nod. Excellent. It has been decided that this is the place. It is quite reasonable for such a location to be frequented by demonic beasts. The emergence of a few malevolent spirits seems entirely plausible. After indulging in this soliloquy, he promptly retrieved the formation plate, placing it upon the ground. He inserted a total of 100 spirit stones into the plate, which instantly activated the runes, radiating a brilliant luminescence. Subsequently, a thick fog began to arise in the vast forest, expanding outward from the position of Qin Tian. Before long, it enveloped the entire Dalongshan Nature Reserve. The once bright and sunny reserve was suddenly transformed into a realm of chilling winds and ghostly wails. Within the mist, enormous and bizarre silhouettes could be discerned moving about. The appearance of these shadows startled the wild animals inhabiting the reserve, causing them to flee in panic toward the periphery of the protected area. After setting up the illusion formation, Qin Tian merely cast a glance before soaring into the air, leaving the primordial jungle behind. He now needed only to patiently await the unfolding of events, after which he could lead his disciples to undergo their trials. Shortly after his departure, the peculiar occurrences within the Dalongshan Nature Reserve swiftly attracted the attention of the scenic area and relevant authorities. At that moment, as the park opened for the day, a group of uniformed staff stood patiently at the office entrance, explaining the situation to incoming visitors. We apologize, everyone, but a thick fog has unexpectedly descended upon the reserve today. For your safety, the park will be temporarily closed until the fog dissipates. Please return later. Upon hearing this, some visitors turned and left immediately. However, a stubborn contingent remained, dismissing the staff's warnings entirely. What is the big deal? It's just fog. It's quite normal for it to happen in the mountains. Besides, a bit of mist adds a unique beauty. I know this area better than the animals do. It's perfectly safe. We just want to go in and take some photos. The fog is welcome. It means we won't have to worry about the sun. And this morning mist will clear up quickly. Faced with these obstinate visitors, the staff reiterated, today's fog is rather unusual. It refuses to lift. Moreover, all the wildlife deep within the reserve has fled to the outskirts. We have dispatched personnel to investigate, but we lost contact with them shortly after they entered. It's not that we don't want you to go in. We simply wish to prioritize your safety. We have already requested intervention from the appropriate authorities, and we will notify you as soon as the situation is clarified. We hope you understand. After much persuasion from the staff, the crowd of visitors gathered at the entrance gradually began to disperse. Upon witnessing the dispersal of the tourists, the staff at the scenic area let out a sigh of relief. At last, they had managed to persuade them to leave. How could they be so oblivious? It was as if they were insinuating that the staff were unwilling to allow them entry. What was the situation today, anyway? Liu had entered and had yet to emerge. Could he have encountered some misfortune? This was the first time they had faced such a predicament. It seemed as though something lurked within the mountains, even driving the larger carnivorous animals to flee. It was hard to fathom what could pose a threat to them. One could only hope that the police would arrive soon. As they engaged in their anxious chatter, a strange roar suddenly echoed from within the reserve. The moment the staff at the entrance heard this sound, their hair stood on end, and goosebumps erupted across their skin. Though they could not discern the source of the noise, it inexplicably stirred a profound fear within them. I can't stay here any longer. I need to take a leave of absence. Me too. Something feels off about the park today. The safety of our lives is paramount. In a flurry, the staff began to request leave for various reasons, hastily departing the scene. Just as they left, a group of individuals stealthily bypassed the protective barriers set up by the reserve, slipping into the scenic area less than 200 meters from the entrance. Chapter 138. Unexpected Intruders. The Power of Illusion. I told you there was a small path to get in. I grew up here, so I'm certain. Within the Dulong Mountain Nature Reserve, a group of young men and women, appearing no older than 18 or 19, successfully entered the protected area under the guidance of Tall Boy. Once inside, he couldn't resist boasting to his companions. One girl, however, expressed her concern, saying, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Perhaps we should just buy tickets at the entrance. We could get a discount with our student IDs. What's the big deal? Many people do this." The park doesn't team mine since they don't rely on ticket sales for profit, the tall boy replied, nonchalantly. Besides, did you not see how many people just left? The park is bound to be empty today. Let us just stroll around. We won't do anything else. We can use the ticket money for a nice meal later. Let us go. If the staff finds us, it will be even more embarrassing. Hearing his words, the group fell silent, now that they had crossed over. Further discussion would only seem hypocritical. Soon, they followed the tall boy into the depths of the reserve. Upon entering, they discovered that the entire reserve was shrouded in a thick white mist. While visibility was acceptable on the outskirts, it diminished rapidly as they ventured deeper, soon reducing to a mere 5 meters, rendering the distinction between human and beast nearly indistinguishable. A group of individuals found themselves engulfed in an atmosphere of uncertainty upon encountering an unusual scene. Why is there such dense fog today? One mused. It must be the morning mist in the mountains. Surely not. There hasn't been any rain recently. How could there be such thick fog? The season seems all wrong. It's becoming difficult to see the path ahead. Perhaps we should turn back. Turn back? Once the sun rises, the fog will dissipate. I know this area well, and even if the way is obscured, I can navigate. Just follow my lead. The tall boy at the forefront maintained an air of indifference as he continued onward. The paths within the scenic area were well maintained, allowing the group to progress despite their limited visibility. They anticipated the fog would soon clear. Yet after more than half an hour of walking, the thick mist remained unchanged, just as it had been upon their entry. It was then that they collectively sensed something was amiss. Perhaps we should head back. There is nothing to see in this obscurity. Indeed, I feel a peculiar unease, as if something in the fog is watching us. Strangely, I felt that too upon entering. Could it be a ghost? The mere mention of this sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to urgently call out to the tall boy leading the way. Howren, let us go back. To their bewilderment, the previously loquacious boy now fell silent, seemingly oblivious to their pleas, resolutely advancing ahead. Alarmed, the group shouted a few more times but received no response. Before long, he vanished completely into the mist. The loss of their guide left the remaining 8 in a state of panic. They were torn between the urge to pursue their leader and the instinct to retrace their steps, just as they were at a loss for what to do next. A familiar voice broke through the fog from behind them. At last, I caught up with you. I've been calling out for ages. It was as if you didn't hear me at all. I stepped aside for a moment, and when I looked up, you had all vanished. Turning at the sound of that recognizable voice, the group was met with an astonished expression upon seeing the very tall boy who had been leading them. He appeared out of breath, his gaze filled with confusion. Why are you all silent? Why are you staring at me? It was only then that the group regained their composure. Howren, weren't you just in front of us? When did you end up behind us? Huh? I was in front at the start, but I told you I needed to relieve myself. I stepped to the side for a moment, and by the time I returned, you had completely disappeared. The boy explained with a look of astonishment. As soon as the tall boy uttered these words, the expressions of the other 8 transformed into one of sheer disbelief. How could that be possible? You were clearly leading the way just moments ago. Indeed, you were in front of us the entire time. You guided us here. Absolutely, we witnessed you walking in that direction. No way. Just as a heated debate ensued regarding this perplexing matter, a figure suddenly emerged from the mist to their left. Why are you all standing here? Keep moving. Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned in unison towards the figure. When the figure stepped out of the fog, their faces instantly displayed an expression of utter horror. For it was none other than the tall boy who had just spoken. Upon seeing this tall boy, the group instinctively glanced to their side, where the very same tall boy who had just appeared from behind them stood. With him, there were now 2 tall boys present. Before they could comprehend this bizarre situation, another shadow approached. I finally caught up with you. You all run so fast. As the words left his mouth, yet another tall boy emerged. Following him were a 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. In the span of just a minute, 8 tall boys appeared from all directions, all strikingly similar in height, physique, and appearance. At this moment, the crowd was devoid of shock. Only a creeping sense of dread began to envelop them, leaving them feeling as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Which one of you is the real Howren? After a prolonged silence, one boy mustered the courage to inquire. The 8 tall boys responded almost in unison. Of course. It is impossible. You are all imposters. We are not fakes. We are all genuine, the 8 tall boys replied with an eerie smile. How can you be certain that you are the real you? Perhaps you're the fakes. Us? Just as the 8 boys were engulfed in confusion, a portion of the mist ahead dissipated, revealing the path leading up the mountain. As they beheld the scene before them, Their eyes widened in shock. Lying haphazardly along the mountain path was a large group of people. Those people were themselves. Strangely, they were not merely one. At nearly every few meters, they could see another version of themselves sprawl by the roadside. The surreal sight nearly terrified them to the point of losing control. At that moment, one of the tall boys spoke again. In truth, you have been dead all along, killed upon entering this scenic area. If you don't believe me, take a look behind you. Upon hearing this, the 8 hurriedly glanced back. At that very moment, they succumbed to a state of utter despair. Just behind them, less than 50 meters away, lay the entrance to the nature reserve. This revelation meant that after all their arduous wandering, they had merely traversed in circles. Even more unbearable was the sight of several lifeless bodies floating in a pond not more than 20 meters behind them, and those bodies were their own. Overwhelmed by mental collapse, they felt a sudden rush of dizziness wash over them, and with a thud, they fell to the ground. Once they lost consciousness, all illusions vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, a separate group of elderly individuals who had evaded the entrance fee entered the scenic area only to be met with terror, screaming and fleeing in panic. Half an hour later, more than 10 police vehicles arrived at the entrance of the park. Chapter 139. The beginning of the trial. There are monsters inside. There are indeed monsters, pleaded one of the frightened elders. Officer, you must believe me. I truly saw a monster inside. Another exclaimed. I saw it too. A snake dozens of meters long and a spider larger than a car. It was horrifying. At the entrance, a cluster of elderly men and women clung to several police officers, recounting their harrowing experiences, their faces etched with fear, some trembling uncontrollably. Standing before them, Captain Sun Jigang of the Green Vine City Criminal Police furrowed his brow upon hearing their accounts. A week prior, if anyone had claimed to have seen monsters, he would have dismissed them outright. Yet, after handling several cases involving suspected monstrous activity, his perception of reality had shifted. Monsters were not mere figments of imagination. They truly existed, but ordinary people seldom encountered them, as practitioners of the mystical arts would address such threats. Seeing the conviction in the elders' expressions, he sensed their honesty. Moreover, he had already noticed the dense fog enveloping the area surrounding the nature reserve, a phenomenon far too anomalous to be a natural occurrence. Xiao Wang, take this group of uncles and aunts to file a report and have them detail their experiences, he instructed. Understood, Captain Sun, Xiao Wang replied. Uncles and aunts, please follow me over here. Just as a young officer was about to lead the group away, one elder interjected, Officer, while I was inside, I saw a large group of young people lying on the ground over there. I couldn't tell if they were alive or dead, but it was not far from where I was. At those words, Sun Jigang's expression shifted dramatically. Sir, are you certain you did not miss-see? I did not miss-see. They were lying in that direction. The elder pointed towards the interior of the scenic area. Very well, I understand. I will dispatch someone to investigate shortly. Thank you for your information. After the elderly crowd departed, Sun Jigang promptly summoned a young officer. Xiao Zheng, could you pilot the drone inside to ascertain the situation? Of course, but why not simply enter? It's just fog, after all. Surely, there can't be any monsters inside, the bespectacled young officer responded. His brow furrowed in confusion. Noticing his uncertainty, Sun Jigang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I suspect the circumstances within might be rather intricate. Furthermore, you just joined the Criminal Investigation Unit, and there is much you are yet to comprehend. In essence, this world is not as straightforward as you might believe. If we recklessly enter without understanding the situation, we may encounter unforeseen perils. Upon hearing Sun Jigang's words, the young officer wore an expression that suggested he was only partially convinced. As he departed to retrieve the drone, another officer with a stern demeanor approached Sun Jigang. Captain, is there something sinister lurking within? As he drew closer, several more officers joined, their gazes fixed intently on Sun Jigang. After a brief pause, Sun Jigang nodded. Most likely, it is those malevolent beings. It's surprising we are facing such a predicament again. What should we do now? We are ill-equipped to handle this sort of situation. One officer lamented. Indeed, our weapons are mere decorations in the presence of those entities. They cannot harm them at all. Moreover, I have a foreboding feeling that there is more than one of these creatures inside, perhaps even a congregation. Absolutely. Entering now would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. As the realization of the lurking danger sank in, the criminal investigators present began to feel a sense of trepidation. At that moment, the bespectacled young officer returned with the latest reconnaissance drone. Shortly thereafter, This expensive drone ascended gently, heading towards the confines of the protected area. Upon entry, they could only perceive swirling white mist, obscuring their view of anything else. Just as the observers expected the same monotonous scene to continue, a shadow darted past the drone's camera in an instant. The shadow moved with such speed that even the drone's lens failed to capture it. Following this, peculiar sounds emanated from the forest below. Driven by curiosity, the officer controlling the drone hastily adjusted its altitude, seeking to discern the source of the disturbances. However, at that moment, another shadow flitted across the lens, nearly colliding with it. Subsequently, the drone's footage began to exhibit signs of instability, as if affected by some mysterious force, causing the device to shake. Realizing the drone was on the verge of malfunctioning, the operator quickly maneuvered it to ascend rapidly. It was only upon emerging from the shrouded mist that the drone gradually regained its normal functionality. Several attempts were made to maneuver the drone into the sanctuary. Yet each endeavor ended in failure. The closer it approached the interior, the more intense the interference became. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon his exploration and guide the drone back outside the scenic area. As soon as the drone was retrieved, Sun Jigang and the other detectives from the criminal police team immediately gathered around him. "Did you capture anything from inside?" they inquired. "No," he replied. The drone encountered an inexplicable interference as soon as it drew near, rendering it impossible to advance. It could only hover outside. "However, I managed to capture some footage." While speaking, he removed the storage card from the drone and inserted it into his computer. Shortly thereafter, the recently recorded video began to play on the screen. Just as he had stated, the majority of the footage was of little value, capturing nothing substantial. Even the fleeting glimpses of shadows were merely blurs. Despite meticulously reviewing it frame by frame, the outlines of those shadows remained indistinguishable. Yet, just as everyone assumed that their efforts had yielded no results, an unexpected sequence of images appeared in the final second of the video. After zooming in repeatedly, a startling scene unfolded before them. A group of individuals clad in black robes seemed to be assaulting a creature. This creature was several times larger than the assailants, with a greenish visage and menacing fangs. Its appearance was undeniably that of an entity not native to Blue Star. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Sun Jigang and his companions exchanged bewildered glances. After several moments, he let out a resigned sigh and remarked, "It appears this matter has surpassed our capabilities. We have no choice but to seek assistance from professionals." As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number, the one left for him by Chu Feng during the previous investigation. Simultaneously, Zhou Yufei, who had remained silent amidst the crowd, discreetly stepped aside to retrieve a small jade token. A little over 10 minutes later, a group announcement was issued within the Shushan sect, with the sect leader, Changmei, personally commanding all disciples within the sect to assemble in the main hall. Chapter 140. What could be more pressing than the affairs of the sect? Within an office building in Looting City, a young man who had been typing away at his workstation suddenly felt a warmth emanating from his chest. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly turned to a colleague and said, "Chao Ge, when the supervisor arrives, tell him I went to the restroom." Having uttered those words, the young man hastened to the company restroom, seeking out an empty stall from which he retrieved a jade token. In the next moment, a watercolor screen appeared on the token, and upon tapping an icon, he was immediately directed to a chat interface. As the young man gazed at the information on the chat interface, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Demons had emerged in the mortal realm. At last, he would have the opportunity to encounter those legendary beings. "I must hasten back to the sect," he thought, "lest I miss this chance." With that determination, he tucked away the jade tablet and swiftly made his way toward the supervisor's office. Upon entering the office, he spoke candidly. "Supervisor, I need to take a leave today." The middle-aged man, addressed as the supervisor, furrowed his brow at this declaration. "Why do you need to take leave again? You've already done so several times in recent days. Moreover, you vanish as soon as your shift ends and fail to respond to messages. Do you still wish to continue working here? Young people should not always seek comfort. This is the time for you to strive diligently." Before the supervisor could elaborate further, impatience surged within the young man. "Let me take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to and no time to listen to your endless rambling." With these words, the supervisor's expression shifted dramatically, and he slammed his palm onto the desk. "Zhao Yang, do not presume that your status as a key technical asset allows you to speak to me so disrespectfully. Job opportunities outside are scarce." However, the supervisor's threats fell on deaf ears. "Find someone else then. I quit." I refuse to be a mere cog in this machine for another moment. I've long been displeased with you, and I won't endure another day in this wretched position. With that, he ripped the identification badge from his neck and hurled it at the supervisor's face. Before the supervisor could react, he turned on his heel and strode out, taking all of his personal belongings from his workstation and deleting every file from his work computer. This scene left the other office workers utterly bewildered. They simply could not comprehend why their usually compliant colleague had suddenly displayed such boldness. I'm a cultivator of the immortal path. Why should I endure this mundane job? I must have been out of my mind these past few days. It is my duty to save the world and ascend to greatness. Once outside the office building, the young man declared with unwavering resolve. He then shifted his direction toward a park less than 2 kilometers away, where a teleportation array connected to Mount Shu awaited. Meanwhile, other disciples of Mount Shu, concealed within the verdant city, also set aside their tasks and rushed toward the nearest teleportation array. Among them were office workers, students, and even government officials. Regardless of their identities or current endeavors, upon receiving the sect announcement, they all shared a singular thought: to return to the sect with utmost haste. After all, the pursuit of immortality was of paramount importance. As a multitude of disciples raced back to the sect, figures began to materialize intermittently at the teleportation array in front of the Grand Hall of Mount Shu. Upon their arrival, these individuals promptly donned the various uniforms of their sects, transforming from mundane office workers and students into disciples of the illustrious Shushan. Within less than half an hour, over 100 true disciples and several dozen NPC disciples of the Shushan sect had gathered in the Grand Hall S Plaza. The congregation, nearly 200 strong, created an impressive spectacle as they filled the square. Upon meeting, they began to exchange remarks. Lee, you've come as well. Didn't you mention there was an important meeting at your company today? Important? What could possibly be more significant than matters of our sect? Exactly. I've already dismissed that foolish boss of mine. He is a constant source of trivialities and insists I work overtime, which only hampers my cultivation progress. ISNT that the truth. Our company is absurd. Even after hours, we must remain on standby, unable to go silent. I've decided I won't work there anymore. After a full day, I've only managed to cultivate for 4 or 5 hours. When will I ever progress to mid-stage Qi refinement? I've already broken through to mid-stage Qi refinement. What? How did you achieve that so quickly? I quit my job ages ago and even terminated my rental lease. I now reside and eat within the sect, incurring no expenses. My cultivation time far exceeds yours, hence my rapid advancement. Work has hindered me. I must resign as well. As a cultivator, I shouldn't be toiling for mere mortals. Speaking of which, why don't we start a moving company? Since I began cultivating, my strength has increased considerably. As practitioners of body refinement, we need to toughen our physiques anyway. Moving furniture would not only enhance our bodies, but also earn us money, all while allowing us the freedom of time. Brilliant. You're a genius. For us body refiners to engage in moving would be a dimensional strike. We could easily earn thousands a day while also improving our cultivation. By your logic, those of us skilled in beast mastery could train dogs or open a pet shop. After all, it aligns perfectly with our expertise. Hearing you all speak has opened my mind. Now that we have embarked on the path of cultivation, why should we continue to be the workhorses of a 996 grind? There are countless ways for us to earn. Let us set aside that discussion for the moment and address the matters outlined in the recent sect announcement. What sort of demon or monster could possibly warrant the mobilization of so many, including the leaders of various sects? That remains unknown. It certainly cannot be an ordinary demon. Perhaps it is a formidable beast. I must admit, I have never actually seen what a demon looks like. As the new disciples continued to gather and converse in clusters, a figure emerged from within the grand hall of the sect. This individual was none other than Qin Tian, who, on this occasion, chose to appear not as the long-browed Taoist, but in his true form. Like many of the Shushan disciples present, he wore the sect's uniform, yet unlike them, he bore no embroidered insignia. Upon his emergence, all the disciples of the Shushan sect gathered their gazes upon him in the Grand Hall's plaza. Chapter 141. The Shushan disciples await orders. It can be said that every disciple of Shushan was familiar with Qin Tian. Not only was he the esteemed disciple of the sect's leader, the venerable Changmei Taoist, but he also served as the chief steward of the Shushan sect. In the absence of the leader, who was in seclusion, Qin Tian was entrusted with the resolution of all matters, great and small, pertaining to the sect. The disciples were filled with curiosity regarding the reasons behind Changmei's favor towards Qin Tian. Through various conjectures, They ultimately concluded that Qin Tian possessed extraordinary cultivation talents, far surpassing their own, and was likely to become the future successor of the sect leader. Thus, when Qin Tian stepped out from the Grand Hall, all eyes were drawn to him. As they scrutinized Qin Tian, he too was observing them from the steps of the Grand Hall. Looking at the nearly 200 disciples before him, he felt a surge of emotion. Just over a month ago, upon assuming his responsibilities, he was merely a solitary figure. Yet now he had amassed such a following. The Shushan sect had transformed from a mere figment into a bona fide cultivation sect. After his moment of reflection, he adopted a solemn expression and addressed his fellow disciples. Esteemed comrades, today I bring news. Traces of demons have been discovered within the natural reserve of the Great Dragon Mountain, southwest of Ultang City. Upon learning of this, I immediately set out for investigation, and I can now affirm that demonic forces indeed plague the Great Dragon Mountain. Furthermore, there are malevolent cultivators lurking within, conspiring for greater schemes. After reporting this matter to my master, I was commanded to summon all Shushan disciples currently in Ultang City to eradicate the demons that have taken residence there. This is a grave matter, and given the uncertain strength of the demons, I urge all of you to proceed with utmost caution and avoid falling into their traps. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, the assembled Shushan disciples nodded in agreement, their hearts a mix of excitement, tension, and a hint of anticipation. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the sky. The disciples looked up to see the enormous flying ship that had previously brought them to Shushan. The ship descended swiftly, landing gracefully on the open ground of the Grand Hall's plaza. As soon as it touched down, Qin Tian's voice resonated once more. Disciples of Shushan, heed my command. Demonic forces threaten the realm. Follow me down the mountain to vanquish these fiends. Board the ship. With that proclamation, Qin Tian leaped effortlessly, landing firmly on the deck of the ship. The disciples, under the guidance of their respective leaders, promptly began to board in an orderly fashion. Once all aboard, the floating vessel ascended into the air, heading towards the entrance of the mystical realm. Upon exiting the Shushan cave, the vessel rapidly gained altitude, soon enveloped by the clouds. The disciples of Shushan, standing on the deck, glanced about with curiosity. Is that the urban area of Ultang City? Will the ordinary inhabitants catch sight of us? It seems unlikely. If cultivators were so easily observed, their existence would not have remained a mystery until now. Indeed, throughout my many years, I have never encountered any mention of cultivators nor seen news pertaining to them, which indicates that they possess means to obscure themselves from ordinary scrutiny. The realm of cultivation and the mundane world appear as two parallel dimensions. When shall we master the art of sword flight without reliance on this vessel? Soon. Once one reaches the 5th level of Qi refinement, the skill of sword flight becomes attainable. I have heard that several senior brothers who recently commenced their training are nearing the 4th level of Qi refinement. I must dedicate myself to my cultivation, striving to reach the 5th level as soon as possible. Amidst discussions and anticipations, the vessel journeyed southwest, reaching the skies above the Dalangshan Nature Reserve in under half an hour. From their vantage point, the entire reserve was shrouded in a thick white mist, obscuring any discernible details below. The previously jovial group of newly initiated disciples became instinctively alert. As they soared over Dalangshan, the vessel began its gradual descent, ultimately entering the misty region. Upon entering the heart of Dalangshan, the dense white fog surged towards the vessel. Just as visibility waned, a voice rang out, "Qin Tian, disperse." With a commanding shout, a gust of wind materialized, sweeping through and scattering the fog. He then produced a formation plate and placed it atop the vessel. In the next instant, a golden light emanated from the plate, expanding into a vast hemisphere with a radius of over 100 meters, enveloping the vessel and its occupants in protection. With the golden light safeguarding them, the earlier mist could no longer encroach upon the vessel. Witnessing this, the newly initiated disciples exhaled in relief, their respect for Qin Tian growing. At that moment, Qin Tian, who had been standing at the bow, approached them. "Fellow disciples, I have established a protective formation for this vessel. The area shielded by the golden light is impervious to ordinary demons. I will remain aboard while you, under the guidance of your master, venture into the mist to seek traces of the demons. Should you become separated from your master and encounter danger, you may tear this talisman. Either your master or I shall come to your aid." As Qin Tian spoke, he produced a stack of yellow talismans and distributed one to each disciple present. The recipients, upon receiving the talismans, cherished them deeply, tucking them away close to their hearts. Additionally, he cautioned them that if they encountered insurmountable demons, they should refrain from bravado, prioritizing their safety above all else. With that, he entrusted the forthcoming matters to them, reminding them to maintain constant communication. After uttering these words, Qin Tian ascended to the top of the ship's mast, where he seated himself cross-legged. Meanwhile, the disciples, under the guidance of their respective peak masters, ventured into the enigmatic fog-laden area. Initially, while aboard the ship, they felt no apprehension. However, upon disembarking, each of them became acutely vigilant, fearing that something might leap forth from the dense mist surrounding them. This display of caution did not escape Qin Tian's notice. The trial had commenced. With a peculiar gesture, he activated a formation disc he had placed at the heart of the Dragon Mountain Nature Reserve, which emitted a faint glow. Instantly, the white mist enveloping the reserve dissipated. As the fog cleared, monstrous creatures resembling large black-furred dogs, armed with long tusks, materialized within the reserve. Upon their emergence, these beasts charged toward the disciples of the Shushan Sect. Before long, the Shushan disciples, who had been scouring the reserve, found themselves in direct confrontation with these creatures. In the central area of the reserve, an enormous sinkhole appeared, within which lay a colossal meteorite, quietly resting. This meteorite pulsated like a massive heart, as if something was gestating within. Outside the reserve, upon witnessing the dispersal of the fog, Sun Jigang and his companions promptly instructed the earlier officer to maneuver the drone back into the reserve. Chapter 142. This world is not as you perceive it. Within a certain section of the reserve, more than a dozen disciples of the Sword Sect, clad in their distinctive uniforms, advanced under the leadership of their master, the Heavenly Sword. They had not journeyed far when the white mist suddenly began to lift. This unexpected occurrence prompted a flurry of speculation among the Sword Sect disciples. What caused the fog to dissipate? One pondered, "This is good. Now we can finally see our surroundings clearly." Another remarked, "I had a lingering feeling that something was hidden within that mist." Just as they exchanged these thoughts, the Heavenly Sword halted abruptly in his tracks. Silence. Upon hearing his command, the group instantly ceased their chatter. In the next moment, the Heavenly Sword's expression turned grave. "Demons are approaching swiftly. Prepare for battle." With this proclamation, the Sword Sect disciples swiftly drew their swords, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Before they could locate the so-called fiend, a sudden rustling sound echoed through the forest. Instantly, to their horror, a horde of black creatures, each the size of a calf, surged toward them with a speed surpassing that of a cheetah. Even before these beasts drew near, their chilling low growls reached the ears of the onlookers. What in the world are those? They're the vicious beasts, a type of demon from the Qi refinement stage, known for their ferocity and predilection for hunting tigers and leopards, spoke the Tianjin Jinren in a cold voice. "You should hide behind me." Upon hearing these words, the crowd swiftly complied. At that moment, the long sword strapped to Tianjin Jinren's back unsheathed itself in an instant, transforming into a streak of sword light that shot forth toward the advancing fiends. Like a meteor, the sword light streaked through the pack of beasts. In the blink of an eye, no fewer than 100 fiends had their heads severed, collapsing into lifeless corpses. Yet, this mere 100 was but a drop in the ocean compared to the vast hordes still charging toward them. Observing this, Tianjin Jinren emitted a cold snort, simultaneously forming a sword technique with his hands. In the next moment, his flying sword split into 2, then 4, and soon it had multiplied into a total of 64 flying swords, dispersing in all directions. Wherever the sword light reached, all fiends within 100 meters of them were reduced to headless corpses. The newly initiated disciples of the Sword Sect, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but widen their eyes. Although they had previously witnessed a battle between cultivators and demons on their way to Mount Shu, it was nowhere near as vivid as what they observed now. As a Golden Core expert, the combat prowess and composure displayed by Tianjin Jinren far surpassed that of Wang Jian and the others. While the crowd remained in stunned silence, Lin Yi, also a disciple of the Sword Sect, had already drawn his long sword and joined the fray. Being among the earliest of disciples and possessing a natural affinity for the sword, he had reached the late stage of Qi refinement, far surpassing the newly initiated. Additionally, with his experience from several skirmishes against demons, he faced the approaching fiends with unwavering confidence. Spotting a straggler, he engaged it in a fierce battle. Witnessing Lin Yi's bravery, The other disciples exchanged glances and charged forward with their long swords. Although individually they could not defeat a fiend, together they could barely take down one. After a few Sword Sect disciples worked in unison to vanquish a fiend, an unprecedented sense of accomplishment surged within them. So this is the feeling of slaying demons. So we too possess the ability to fight against these fiends. This sense of achievement far surpassed the thrill of defeating a final boss in an online game. The sensation of battle left them feeling invincible. Not only they, but all the new disciples shared this exhilarating sentiment. Not far from their position, a group of physical cultivators faced a similar onslaught from fierce beasts. After enduring the initial chaos, they rallied and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the beasts. Following the skirmish, they realized that they were no longer ordinary individuals. One disciple, having slain a fierce beast with his bare hands, stood triumphantly atop its carcass, laughing heartily. The thrill of such visceral combat was intoxicating. Who claimed that physical cultivation was inferior? It was, in fact, magnificent. I adore physical cultivation. I cherish the refinement of the body. It became evident that everyone harbored a yearning for battle, even those who typically exuded calm and composure. For within them lay the seeds of warrior spirit. This was vividly manifested in the disciples of Mount Shu. Under the guidance of their respective peak leaders, they swiftly dispatched the first wave of encroaching beasts. Subsequently, they pressed onward in the direction from which the beasts had attacked. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, the slain beasts dissipated into a plume of black smoke, leaving only the marks of battle to attest to their recent conflict. Simultaneously, on the outskirts of the protection zone, Sun Jigang and his colleagues surrounded an officer responsible for operating a drone, their gazes fixed intently on the footage transmitted by the device, their expressions filled with disbelief. Due to some unknown interference, the drone could not descend into the protection zone, yet it was able to navigate the skies above without issue. As the mist cleared, they had contemplated maneuvering the drone inside to investigate the situation. What followed was an astonishing sight that surpassed all their expectations. The footage captured a complete account of the disciples from Mount Shu battling the horde of fierce beasts. Although the quality was compromised due to distance, the general sequence of events was recorded. From the emergence of the beasts to the disciples unleashing their supernatural abilities and vanquishing every assailant. Each passing second delivered a profound shock to their minds, reshaping their understanding of reality. Even seasoned officers like Sun Jigang, who were already aware of the existence of cultivators, were taken aback. For those previously oblivious to such phenomena, witnessing individuals wielding what appeared to be magical powers combating creatures that were clearly not ordinary animals stirred a tempest of turmoil within them. It took them a while to regain their composure. Upon doing so, a cacophony erupted among the officers. What on earth was happening? Who were these individuals? And what were those entities they were battling? Deities? Monsters? Just now, that individual was capable of launching fireballs. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? How could such a situation arise in a sanctuary? As a portion of the officers began to question their own existence, Sun Jigang suddenly patted their shoulders and, with a grave expression, spoke. There is no need for astonishment or concern. The individuals you just witnessed are cultivators, and the beings they battled against are demons. These cultivators were summoned by me, and today, it is time to reveal certain truths that you remain unaware of. In the future, you will inevitably encounter them. This world is not as you perceive it. Chapter 143. This is the duty of a cultivator. As Sun Jigang delivered these earnest words, the officers present were visibly shaken. The term cultivator incessantly flashed through their minds, bombarding their consciousness. After a significant pause, they finally regained their composure. A young officer, fresh from the police academy, could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Captain, you say those individuals are cultivators, and those they battled against are demons. Could this truly be the case? Do cultivators and demons genuinely exist in this world?" This young officer's question echoed the sentiments of the majority present. After all, only those who had previously accompanied Sun Jigang on a mission were aware of the existence of cultivators. The rest were oblivious. Sun Jigang promptly provided an affirmative response. Indeed, otherwise, who do you think those individuals were? This world is not inhabited solely by ordinary people like us. It also harbors cultivators endowed with formidable powers, who have existed since ancient times. The same applies to demons. Now that you are aware, I shall not conceal any longer. The peculiar incidents that previously transpired in the city were indeed the work of demons. Our ability to resolve them successfully was due to the cultivators who were responsible for vanquishing the demons. In truth, the existence of cultivators and demons had long been known. Sun Jigang replied with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing his explanation, the officers displayed expressions of dawning comprehension. They wholeheartedly believed Sun Jigang's words, primarily bolstered by the footage captured by the drone, which showcased the battle between the cultivators and demons. What could be more persuasive than a video? The eyes do not deceive. What shall we do now? Should we continue to wait here? The young officer asked once more. Of course, we cannot confront the demons ourselves. That task must be left to the cultivators. After uttering this, Sun Jigang suddenly realized they were missing someone. Where is Yufei? Why isn't she here? Yufei mentioned she had some matters to attend to, so she left early. Upon the command of Sun Jigang, the number of individuals stationed here was deemed excessive, prompting him to suggest that everyone take turns to return and rest. As a result, a contingent of police swiftly departed in their vehicles. Concurrently, the disciples of Shushan within the nature reserve prepared for a second round of combat against the ferocious beasts that had previously assailed them. Waves of these menacing creatures surged forth, akin to a stampede of galloping steeds. Armed with the experience garnered from prior confrontations, the new disciples were no longer mere observers. They actively engaged in battle alongside their senior counterparts, who led the charge with fervor. Forming groups, they attacked the beasts much like characters in a video game. Disciples such as Lin, Yi, and Zhou Yufei, possessing slightly higher cultivation levels, were capable of confronting a beast independently. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the ferocious creatures, they ultimately succeeded in repelling them. As the beasts retreated, exuberance illuminated the faces of the Shushan disciples, their hearts swelling with an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. These monsters are not as formidable as I had imagined, one remarked. In the end, they fell beneath my blade. Another chimed in. This is far more exhilarating than being cooped up in the dormitory playing video games. Alas, our cultivation still lags. If only we were stronger. We could slay beasts like our senior brothers. Indeed, you should have seen it. Senior One Jinni was simply magnificent. A disciple exclaimed. Our master is truly remarkable, effortlessly dispatching hundreds of these beasts with a single strike. This is the essence of a cultivator. When shall we reach such heights? They echoed a collective sentiment. As cultivators, we should vanquish demons and protect the world. Yet another retorted, you? Vanquish demons? You nearly soiled yourself from fright. Clearly, after their direct encounter with the true horrors of the demonic realm, these fledgling disciples had made notable advancements in both combat technique and understanding of their craft. Their transformation did not escape the keen eye of Qin Tian, who observed from the deck of the Shushan ship, a water mirror floating before him, allowing him to survey every corner of the reserve effortlessly. Upon witnessing the disciples fend off the second wave of ferocious beasts, he pondered. It seems the challenge is still insufficient. With several esteemed masters present, they're not receiving the rigorous training they require, akin to a leisurely spring outing. Thus, I shall intensify the trials for them and relocate some of the masters. As he spoke, he performed a series of hand seals, remotely manipulating the illusionary formation. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, fissures tearing through the earth. From these crevices arose a haunting crimson glow, followed by an array of black tendrils resembling veins. Emerging from the depths below, the black veins spread rapidly across the entire sanctuary like a sinister membrane, enveloping everything they touched in a dense network of arteries. Trees and rocks alike were transformed in the blink of an eye, as if the entire area had succumbed to some grotesque distortion. Strangely, these distorted objects began to exhibit a tendency towards transformation into monstrous beasts. The disciples of Shushan, deep within the forest, witnessed this terrifying spectacle firsthand, their expressions reflecting sheer horror. What on earth is that? It's utterly revolting. One exclaimed, his scalp prickling in fear. Everyone, be cautious. Do not let this thing ensnare you. No sooner had the warning been issued than one disciple from the Sword Sect found his legs ensnared by the black veins. As the tendrils attached themselves to him, they began to burrow into his body, prompting him to cry out in terror. Fortunately, at that moment, a beam of sword light shot in from the side, effortlessly severing all the veins. Upon looking up, the disciple noticed Wan Jinni, clad in white and carrying a sword case, standing nearby, a flying sword hovering before him. Everyone, exercise extreme caution. We must not allow this malevolent entity to touch us, or we shall be controlled by it and lose our sense of self, Wang Jini cautioned. Hearing this, the Sword Sect disciples, filled with dread, swiftly began to strike at the encroaching veins with their swords. Despite the formidable reproductive capabilities of the tendrils, their defenses were lackluster, and even sticks and stones could easily shatter them, as they fought valiantly against the relentless onslaught of the black veins. The esteemed leader of the Sword Sect, Tianjian Jinren, suddenly soared into the air, as if receiving some urgent message. I sensed the presence of demonic cultivators ahead. This anomaly must be their doing. I shall proceed first. You all must tread carefully. With those words, Tianjian Jinren transformed into a streak of sword light, heading towards the center of the sanctuary. One by one, the leaders of the other peaks abandoned their disciples as well. Not only them, but elite disciples like Wang Jini soon departed for various reasons, leaving only the newly initiated disciples behind. Once brimming with confidence, they now found themselves gripped by panic, especially as ominous roars echoed through the forest. The sounds of eerie cries from behind sent them fleeing in terror. Master, wait for us. Senior brother, don't leave us. Monsters are chasing us. When they desperately regrouped in the central area of the sanctuary, an astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes. In the midst of the forest lay a colossal pit, within which a gigantic crimson egg, towering over 10 meters, pulsated violently. Its surface was a tangled web of dark red veins, as if a terrifying life form was gestating within. Beside the colossal arena, the esteemed leaders and elite disciples of the Cultivation Sect found themselves engaged in a fierce confrontation with a horde of ominous figures clad in black robes. Chapter 144. Is this still Blue Star? As the Cultivation disciples beheld the tumultuous scene of combat before them, their eyes widened in astonishment. Unable to contain their disbelief at the ferocity of the clash, the 8 leaders, each at the Golden Core stage, unleashed their formidable prowess, showcasing the terrifying might of their skills. With mere flicks of their wrists, they could unleash unimaginable devastation. When the Sword Master of the Heavenly Sword struck, a chasm, hundreds of meters long and over 10 meters deep, erupted in the ground. The Heavenly General's fist unleashed a gale so fierce that it obliterated an entire forest, reducing countless trees to splinters. The Heavenly Dragon Master merged with the Spirit Beast, the Golden-Winged Rock, and with a powerful flap of its wings, summoned a tempest of thunder. As the Heavenly Talent Master completed an incantation, a myriad of icy shards descended from the sky, igniting fierce flames upon the earth. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Heavenly Talisman Master unleashed thousands of yellow talismans that surged forth, delivering waves of terrifying assaults. The dark-robed, demonic cultivators were no less formidable. One brandished a massive banner, from which countless vengeful spirits erupted, transforming the vicinity into a nightmarish hellscape. Another wielded a skeletal staff, thrusting it into the ground to summon a multitude of skeletal remains. A third danced with twin blades, their gleaming edges swirling with an ominous crimson light. Their might was on par with that of the 8 leaders from Shushan, and the battlefield became a realm of chaos, shrouded in darkness and devoid of light, stretching over 10 kilometers in all directions. To the newly initiated disciples of Shushan, these figures appeared as if they were superheroes, exhibiting combat prowess that surpassed even the most fantastical portrayals in cinema. Not only them, but even the likes of Wang Jini and Hui Yunfei, along with other elite disciples at the Foundation establishment stage, revealed their unparalleled combat abilities. Any one of them could single-handedly decimate a modern military unit. This spectacle left the newcomers utterly speechless, their shock rendering them momentarily mute. At that very moment, a series of rustling sounds echoed from within a colossal pit ahead of them. Suddenly, numerous figures began to crawl out from the abyss. These shadows were none other than the ferocious beasts that had previously ambushed them, accompanied by a myriad of bizarre creatures, their surfaces entwined with dark red veins. Like a relentless tide, these beasts surged forth from the pit in such overwhelming numbers that merely glancing at them could evoke a profound sense of dread. The Shushan disciples, who had just moments ago been in a state of astonishment, now felt their skin crawl in terror as fear etched itself upon their faces. Just then, a voice resonated from above, belonging to the Sword Master of the Heavenly Sword. Disciples of Mount Shu, heed my command. Under no circumstances must you allow these malevolent creatures to escape this place. Should they find their way into Greenvine City, it would result in unthinkable devastation, transforming the city into a hell on earth. If they were to consume the essence of living beings, they would only grow more formidable, and the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing the voice of the celestial sword master, the over 100 disciples present were jolted from their stupor, their expressions shifting dramatically. Without the master's urging, they could already envision the chaos that would ensue if these fiends breached the walls of human civilization. Ordinary humans would be as insignificant as ants before these monsters. Even the most primitive of beasts could easily slaughter a group of grown men. If all the fiends here were to invade the city, there would be but one inevitable outcome. Greenvine City would become a desolate ghost town. All their loved ones, family, friends, and partners would be reduced to mere fodder for the demons. This grim realization ignited a fervor among the disciples, disregarding their own capabilities against such dark forces. They plunged into battle. Alas, the sheer number of demons was overwhelming, and soon they found themselves encircled. Tens of thousands of fiends besieged the 100 or so disciples. The term surrounded hardly sufficed, for the situation was more akin to being engulfed. They resembled crumbs of a biscuit besieged by an army of ants, on the brink of being torn apart at any moment. In truth, given the current circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before they would be shredded by the demons. Meanwhile, as the disciples engaged in their fierce struggle against the fiends and their dark practitioners, a drone hovered above, capturing the entirety of their battle. Far from the protective zone, Sun Jigang and a group of police officers gathered around a tablet, transfixed by the unfolding scenes of conflict between the disciples and the demons. Although the drone maintained a considerable distance from the ground, it still managed to relay the fierce combat to them. One can only imagine the tumult of emotions swirling within them. While they had come to terms with the existence of cultivators in this world, the extraordinary spectacle before them, akin to a superhero film, was still difficult to fathom. The cultivators in the footage soared through the air and unleashed attacks comparable to the power of missiles, while they remained mere ordinary citizens. This absurdity felt more surreal than discovering that the world's richest individual resided in the same neighborhood. As they watched, they could not help but engage in animated discussions. Is it true that cultivators in this world are already this powerful? Is this still Blue Star? Am I certain I Haven T crossed over? What other secrets is our mother hiding from us? How is it that we are unaware of such formidable cultivators in our dragon nation? It's terrifying, utterly terrifying. It's hard to imagine that these beings are carbon-based life forms, just like us. Were those entities emerging from the depths of the earth? Are they extraterrestrial beings? Are they demons? It is unfathomable to consider how we, as ordinary humans, would confront such malevolent forces without the intervention of these cultivators. Today, I have finally glimpsed another facet of this world. The notion of tranquil times is but an illusion sustained only by the burdens borne by others. I can almost comprehend why the authorities choose to conceal such matters. If the general populace were to learn of the existence of so many formidable demons, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. As the crowd reflected on these thoughts, a police officer suddenly posed a soul-searching inquiry. Can these cultivators truly withstand the onslaught of such numerous demons? What if they falter? Upon uttering this question, an immediate silence enveloped the gathering. The seriousness etched upon every face spoke volumes. In truth, they already harbored an answer to this dilemma. They were acutely aware of the dire consequences should the demons engaged in battle with the disciples of Mount Shu escape from the protective zone. Even the deployment of military forces would likely prove futile against the invasion of these fiends. One could only hope they would hold their ground. After uttering this sentiment, Sun Jigang cast his gaze towards the protective zone, which was now shrouded in ominous clouds, punctuated by intermittent explosions and the roars of monstrous creatures. In the core of the protective zone, despite the disciples of Mount Shu exerting every ounce of their strength, the number of beasts emerging from the chasm was overwhelming. 4 of the 8 esteemed masters had to divert their attention to assist in the relentless battle against the oncoming demons. The master of formations, Qin had set up intricate arrays around them to intercept the beasts. Were it not for his formations, the demons would have breached their defenses long ago. However, as time progressed, even Qin formations began to falter. Meanwhile, both elite disciples and newcomers alike were nearing the limits of their magical and physical endurance. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Just as it seemed they would soon be unable to contain the demons, a voice resonated from the heavens. Esteemed masters, I come aid you. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly looked skyward and beheld Qin Tian floating 100 meters above. Initially, the disciples were filled with joy at his arrival, only to be swiftly overshadowed by disappointment. Given the current circumstances, they believed Qin Tian's presence would have little impact. However, They soon realized how misguided their assumption was. From his lofty perch, Qin Tian effortlessly produced several talismans from his robe, casting them forth with a gentle flick. The talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into streams of golden light that cascaded downwards towards the earth. Once the golden light descended, it instantly transformed into numerous armored warriors clad in golden armor, wielding formidable weapons. In the blink of an eye, thousands of these golden warriors appeared on the battlefield. Upon landing, they swiftly engaged in combat, clashing with the monstrous foes. Although the strength of these warriors was not particularly high, limited to the realm of Qi refinement, they proved more than sufficient to deal with the ordinary demons. With their arrival, the disciples of Mount Shu felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, seizing an opportunity to catch their breath, as many exhausted disciples collapsed onto the ground. Just when they thought the ordeal had concluded, the sky above them suddenly revealed Qin Tian, who began to form a sword gesture with his hands, his mana surging around him. An incomprehensibly terrifying aura emanated from his being. Both the disciples of Mount Shu and the demonic practitioners below lifted their gazes towards him, particularly the newly initiated disciples, who had just embarked on their path of cultivation, felt this overwhelming presence more acutely than anyone else. At that moment, they felt as if an immense mountain was pinning them down, rendering them immobile and even making it difficult to breathe. They had previously imagined Qin Tian to be on par with elite disciples like Wang Jiani, but they never anticipated the sheer terror of his power. Unconsciously, their minds drifted back to discussions on the sect forum, where some had boldly speculated that Qin Tian was a prodigy of cultivation, which is why the sect leader, Changmei, held him in such high regard. It now appeared that this conjecture was entirely accurate, as their astonishment at Qin Tian's displayed prowess grew. A flying sword composed of golden light materialized beside him. Shortly after the first sword appeared, a second, third, fourth, and fifth emerged, until Qin Tian was surrounded by a veritable constellation of golden, flying swords, filling the sky around him. At the moment when the golden swords blanketed the sky, the onlookers beheld nothing else but the dazzling array of blades. In the next instant, Qin Tian abruptly extended his right hand and pointed downward. With a swift motion, the multitude of golden swords transformed into a torrential rain of blades, hurtling towards the army of demons below. The sword rain, guided with precision akin to laser targeting, unleashed indiscriminate attacks upon all demons, whether they were engaged in battle or still emerging from the abyss. Against these golden swords, the physical defenses of the demons felt as fragile as paper, being effortlessly pierced through. After decimating the first wave of demons, the golden swords, under Qin Tian's remote command, continued their relentless assault on the remaining foes. After several exchanges, the once surging tide of demons was reduced to a grim tableau of fallen bodies strewn across the ground. However, Qin Tian's assault had not yet reached its conclusion. After vanquishing the monstrous entities, he once again commanded the golden flying swords to strike at the group of dark-robed demonic cultivators. These cultivators, who had previously engaged in a back-and-forth with the 8 esteemed real people, now found themselves forced to evade the onslaught of the myriad swords under Lin Ye's control. As Qin Tian dispatched several of their number, the remaining ones dared not linger any longer. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, they executed the blood escape technique, transforming into a streak of crimson light that vanished into the sky. As they departed, a furious roar resonated through the air. The day the Demon Lord is unsealed will be the day of bloodshed for your Shushan sect. With that ominous proclamation, their figures disappeared without a trace. Looking down, the ground was strewn with the corpses of both the demons and the dark cultivators, with nary a soul left alive. In the face of such a grim outcome, the disciples of Shushan were left in a state of bewilderment, at a loss for words to express their emotions. Just moments ago, they had narrowly escaped with their lives from the very monsters capable of annihilating the entire city of Ultang, now so effortlessly eradicated by Qin Tian in less than 5 minutes. The scene of the countless swords descending upon them like a torrential rain would be etched in their memories forever, serving as their newfound aspiration. Undoubtedly, Qin Tian's astonishing display had once again reshaped their understanding of the combat prowess of cultivators, infusing them with renewed vigor. Yet, before they could fully contemplate Qin Tian's extraordinary technique of the returning swords, the colossal egg within the pit began to tremble violently. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of its heartbeat reverberated like thunder, striking the eardrums of those present. Crack, After an indeterminate number of beats, fissures suddenly appeared on the shell of the giant egg. As the cracks spread across its surface, a blood-red hand adorned with sharp claws emerged from within. This crimson hand tore through the egg, and in the next moment, a massive figure leapt forth from its confines. Boom! The figure crashed heavily onto the edge of the pit, causing the ground to fracture and the entire protective zone to tremble. All eyes instinctively turned towards this formidable entity. Upon discerning its form, a collective gasp escaped the crowd. The creature bore a monstrous visage, its entire body of vivid red. Its stature comparable to that of a human, yet devoid of skin, revealing only its blood-red muscle. Its face resembled that of a malevolent spirit with a greenish hue, protruding fangs and eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Sprouting from its head were a pair of sharp horns, reminiscent of the legendary Rakshasa. What instilled even greater terror in the onlookers was the creature's towering height, exceeding 20 meters, equivalent to a 6-story building, rendering the spectators akin to mere ants in its presence. Even before it made any move, the aura of ferocity emanating from this Rakshasa-like monster struck fear deep into the hearts of all who beheld it. The visage of this Rakshasa demon was transmitted beyond the confines of the sanctuary via the drones soaring above.